Chapter 1 The Breakup. Yuzi one ever expected this. In the morning, sie Jingma was her brother-in-law, and bethieved her norn, he had become her husband. Ash followed hem ut off the civil affairs bureau Yuji Wanglan sedan at Hefrischlaminti dread booklet in her hand, her expression still somewhat dazed. Suddenly, a delicate barquet of crimson roses was presented before her. Yuji when paused, slowly lifting her gaze to meet the languid, flirtatious soft heman before her raised Danebry slightly, a lasers in my laden singing heises. Happy wedding. He leaned forward, offering the roses closer as Merk playing on his lips a scheduled, sier tai tai. Faux horse early. Yuzu one receiver der Cal from Jiu Cheng Fengand arrived at the Biludilinthes Center. Thys establishment ways an upscale avenue, and Jiu Cheng Feng was her VIP member, offering inviting friends to his privateerum. As Yuji when approached the door of Thurum, Shapushadito Penjostar Krakend was met with the sound soft belired balls clacking and the merry laughter fe group. Bro phone, you've never dat header gel for Mariden 70s, but you've been with thought miss you for 3 weeks now, how unusual. You don't get it took him 3 months to win over Yuji one, heska to play a little longer to make it worthwhile. TSK, it's not to stakers you'll fling anymore bro fang miss the vidivla pizza my genuine feelings for Yuji one. Amidst adoration of his friends, Jiu Cheng Feng scoffed, holding his questic. Warrior to disgust, Yuji when is merely the true daughter Thew family found off way through she's not a pampered fake, I just think she's pretty and wanted to have some effun. Yuji once grip on the door handle let tighten Ed slightly. Just for fun. She is well aware that Jiu Cheng Feng was notorious for his ways, known for his carefree lifestyle, changing girlfriends as often as only changes clothes. She didn't like Jiu Cheng Feng. Nor did she wish to date him. It was her parents sang brothers were order into accepting Jiu Cheng Feng's pursuit, all for the sake of promoting a partnership between their families. Yuji one recalled overhearing her mother speaking to Yu Xiangsheng through her door last night. Xiangxiang, old heifer that's been discovered Tati were renote the biological daughter of your family you have grown up by my side, and in my heart you are my dearest daughter. Her biological brother Shadel Sertal Ju Xiangxiang, that's right, Xiangxiang Yuria Mastretted sister. What does Yuju and her Vita compare? Of course, we will never tour little princess suffer grievances. They would spare no effort to protect Yu Xiangsheng from the slightest distress. Yet they were willing to push her, their biological sister, towards her playber like Jiu Chengfeng. A pang of hurt struck Yu Jiwen's heart, as her fit were being twisted big knife. Sheckless adheres, sudden life feeling exhausted. The laughter and chatter continued in the private room. TSK Jiu Shao isn't moved, but I see that Yuji one is genuinely smitten. How many she hadn't the past, shouldn't he England seat them, but no she's bowing down to Jiu Shao. Har, it's still a bro fang shime. Jiu Chengfeng with a woman sporting wavy head draped over his shoulder, larfed with reckless abandon. Of course, with Josto Nicole, Shekami's running like a loyal perp. I had her Makimi bracelet, and she obedient like implied. This is the first time I've been with a woman without kissing or hugging, and I'd have been dating for so long. Before Jiu Chengfeng cowed finicious intense, he caught sight of Yuji when walking through a door of the private room, abruptly falling silent. The lively 8 mersphere of Linto Hoosh. Yuji ignored the scrutinizing gaze and strode direct light o Jiu Chengfeng. Her skin was fair and glistening, hideous himmerang with a touch of coldness. Jiu Chengfeng felt a rush of panic, instinctively pushing the woman in his arms away. After doing so, he realized that he hard overreacted and laughed nonchalantly. Jiwan, this is Miss Win's sister. I was just teaching her how to play billiards. Yuri's understand in I wouldn't be jealous, would you? Yuji one didn't even see the woman, her expression unfazed. No. Jiu Chengfeng smiled with satisfaction. He favored obedient and compliant girlfriends. Noticing that being bracelet in Yuji Wanshand, his smile deepened. To be honest, he hard Putin considerably for over the past 3 months to wine heriver, showering here with Atentayan Ankar. Thus, it wasn't natural for her to give time a bracelet to commemorate their 3 weeks together. Old Hauteribian bracelet was rather plain and not worth much. His usual accessories were worth millions. Found himself wanting towerth his brace. Jiu Chengfen grazed ishin, arrogant lie extending his hand. Why so shabby? Fine, I can wear it. Come, let you boyfriend Pitatonia. Yuji Wankas thimmer cold glance, her expression as frigid as the moon, then forcefully yanked on the bracelet. With a sharp snap, the bracelet broke ear pert. Red beads scattered across the floor. Jiu Chengfeng waster Kanabok his bro for a winktigly, an inexplicable sense of panic washing over him. In that moment, Heffel tasked how Yuji one's act of breaking the bracelet ways varan sov 30s, a declaration that there would be no further connection between them. Jiu Chengfeng's frown deepener dashi stared at Yuji one's impassive face. What drew me in? Did you hear what he said in the private harem? Yuji one's exquisitely beautiful face was nowhere scolduses. There was not a soft motion left. Yes, I heard so. Jiu Chengfeng, from no one, were breaking in gup. Having said that, Shetternid in her heeland walked away, her silhouette proud and alert, not pausing for a Venus second. The onlookers in the privity room were left stunned, watching the scene unfold in disbelief. Until Yuji one's figure vanished from sight. I Angman surnamed Listered, dumbfounded. Jiu Shao, you got dumped. Damn, that were man Yuji one. Bro Fong, schmuster vebiang hurt by what you said earlier. Use hold go come forther. Though sinubai dismissed he concern, Oreu out o firemand, what status does Yujuan her veto deserve Jiu Sha's consolation? Exactly, women are always like Ethis, throwing little tantrums, waiting for out a coaxed hem back. Jiu Chengfen clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the scattered red beads on the floor. What did Yuji one just say? Breaking up? It seemed he had been too indulgent with her, allowing her to develop a temper. Had she forgotten her place? She was a fallen daughter, neglected by her father, unloved by her mother, and looked down upon by her brothers. Who'll swolled one third besides Jiu Chengfeng? Bro Fong, use hold chess after her, someone urged. Jiu Chengfeng snapped in irritation. Chase after what? Get lost. Yuji one had never paid attention to anyone else, only agreeing to his pursuit, which clearly indicated her feelings for him. What she had just said about breaking up was merely her moment of anger, a kildish tantrum. Just wait when 3 days Yuji one would come a-crawling back to him. As Yuji one left the private room, Shul ked de Wekerider, feeling a lightness in her heart after breaking up with Jiu Chengfeng, agently smile gracing her features. At last, she had shed her burden. From no one, she would no longer have to so she twice him. As forth you family. Yuji one's lips pressed out light together, finally making a firm resolution. She was so absorbed in her heights that she didn't notice her foot catch on something and stumbled forward. Watch out. In a split second, a strong, steady arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her into an embrace. A distinct, refreshing scent of wood enveloped her, leaving no room for argument. The Manweistel, Anders Yuji one collided with his chest, she looked up to see him cursorily unbuttoning his black shirt. His well-defined chest muscles were raised lie visible, his collarbone sharp and alluring, his skin police jade, and the prominent Adam Safbel moved slightly as swallowed. It was a sight that could easily captivate an. Yuji one froze, hastily lifting her gaze to meet the strikingly handsome Effersoft Hemen. With exquisite bone structure and captivating features, especially those unique, languorous speech blossoms, he could dana raw fine difference. A slight shock caracit the refugee one she certainly recognized this facet that return heads. Sieging more, the head of the prestigious Zephyr millionth the capital. With a distinguished lineage and immense power, he was known for his ruthless demeanor, and knew that to provoke him he was famously unattainable. However, Yuji Wank knew Sieging Monotust because of his illustrious status. Hewers, after all, Herbert Theronlore. Chapter 2 The White Moonlight Held Dear. Years ago, Theilda Ewan advertently saved Sieging Mo's grandfather, but Waldman hit it off and, as a result, arranged a marriage between their grandchildren. Thus, Sieging Mo became Edfinkov the true daughter of your family. However, fate played its tricks. Yujiwan was mistakenly swapped at birth hand and lie attorney to Yu family at 16, while the fake doctor, Yu Shengxiang, was not sent away. The parents sang to her brother so Yu family favored Yu Shengxiang, wanting her to fulfill the marriage contract. They even coaxed Yujiwan into telling Thizi family her sulfidant like Sirjing Mondant want her fulfill the engagement I went Miss Easter Xiang to marry him. Yet, the Yu family's background could not heaven begin to compare with the Tafsi family. Yujiwan cord seat Hotterma like Siejingmore, a paragon of excellence, held for high standard sang was quite versato the engagement with Yu Shangxiang, showing little regard for the family. Recalling Siejingmo's disdain for the family, Yujiwan instinctively took a step back, avoiding the hand he had placed in her waist. Thank you for catching me just now. You. Siejing Moglin seated their retreating figure, raising an eyebrow. Do look so kindly and elderly? Yu Ziwan. No te told he was merely a year old at her. It seemed he disliked such insincere pleasantries, and Yu Jiwan heard her conjure words, thank you. Hato yeared with his fingers his stone some U8 inscrutable. You broke up with Ji Yu Chengfeng. Yu Jiwan waste a kenner back howdy heno? It made a sense that one should mention Ed breaking up with Ji Yu Chengfeng should forgotten her closet the door and the commission had been quite lewd. If Sier Jingmo happer need to passing be, he might tarvy over her inadvertently. Yuji won her dead honestly, yes, we broke up. Upon hearing this, Sier Jingma's brow lifted almost imperceptibly. His languid, flirtatious speech blossomed fixed on Yuji Wan, a meaningful smiley curling at the corners of his lips. Congratulations. A man like Ji Yu Chengfeng, who lacks integrity, is not worth keeping. Lacks integrity. Yu Juwan was momentarily stunned, unable to believe the required shade escape his lips. Seeing the adopted Harry's, Xie Jingmo sighed softly, as if reminiscing. Sometimes I envy men like Ji Yu Chengfeng, who are so carefree and reckless today that take as one sister, tomorrow they find worse one sisters, flitting from flower to flower, spreading their affections everywhere. I can't that I just can't. Yu Jiwan. Why did that sound so strange? It seemed rather ambiguous. But should to admit, Xie Jingmo is indeed a man of integrity. Usual sophomore sly and different to women. After the idiot Hoft healed you a few years ago, the relationship between the Yuan's families grew increasingly distant, and the Ire engagement was not widely publicized, so Whiteside knew of it. Setting aside Xie Jingmo's illustrious family background, his striking appearance alone had many IRS being for his attention, even without seeking a formal relationship, merely wishing for a fleeting encounter. Yet, Xie Jingmo, despite having those flirtatious speech blossoms, exuded an air of shy loveness, and there had never been any rumors of romantic entanglements. Yu Juwan recalled an incident at a banquet when a real estate mogul named Zheng Raito set him up with a woman, secretly spiking his drink. When Xie Jingmo returned to his hotel room, he found a beautiful woman in a nightgown lying on his bed. Faced with such a seductive scene, Xie Jingmo felt no inclination, and upon discovering a hidden micro-camera in the room, he quickly uncovered her plot with the mogul. The mogul had intended to set footage at her blackmail Xie Jingmo, but when he was revealed, he panicked and smirched debatedly off red whiny over his own head in a shoe of remorse, blood mingling with Yuanese hard soft glass scattered across the floor, creating a gross messin. Xie Jingmo merely raised a brow, glancing at Heckless shards, casually toying with Thedis assembled microcamera, his Tunise nonchalant as for. I find you so reckless, you have et choice swallow the glass shards or let a Zheng family perish, choose. The mogul was so terrified he fainted on the spot. After this incident, Xie Jingmo's ruthless reputation spread, and no need to harbor any inappropriate thoughts about him. Many speculated Tate with this bower and wealth, he called her Vini woman her desired, yet there may need so future scolded birth that he held or heiter moonlight and he sheared, Akari should love regarded fiercely. The Euphemilian Jews Yangshan thrilled by the speculation, believing that Xie Jingmo's virtue was clearly for Shangxiang's sake. But Yu Zi one full to their wise. It was evident that Xie Jingmo held a strong aversion to the engagement with Yu Shengxiang, displaying in a sidemian or towardsher. How could it possibly be for Yu Shengxiang? Praksha truly hard a beloved white moonlight could not attain, or Prach simply had no interest in romantic affairs. In fact, Yu Jiwan heard quiet lies speculated whether Xie Jingmo might be incapable. At this moment, facing Xie Jingmo sadvis a man like Jiu Qingfeng, Holek's integrity is not worth keeping. Yu Jiwan sincerely took it toward her wateries gazingatham. Thank you, I understand. Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingmo are well acquainted, merely nodding acquaintances. After saying this, she prepared to leave. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a message from Jiu Qingfeng. Yu Ziwan, you might not know this, Butonia refers to Bakathu family, you atepini plende darn allergic reaction breaking out in hifs and nearly going into shock, it wajiarat were brothers who did it on purpose. They just wanted to give a warning, so I wouldn't dare react like a true daughter in front of you Xiang. If you don't believe him, go asks Hemzi if they dared it. Nu 19th you from the treats as well as Edo, think carefully about whether you still want to break up with him. Yu Jiwan's pupils constricted sharply, her fingers gripping the phonette outline for her knuckles to turn white. The meal she had in her first tobacco family, where someone had spiked her drink with pineapple juice, causing her to break out in hives, her throat swelling and struggling to breathe, her heart racing till intent by her two biological brothers. To protect Yu Xiang, they had nearly put their own sister's life at risk. Xie Jing Manotti seed her change demeanor and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Yu Jiwan wasn't closey nuto Xie Jingmo to share such personal matters, she shook her head, here he is lightly reddening, a cooliat brick and stubbornness emanating from her. It's a personal matter will believing no. With that, she quickened her pace towards the exit. Xie Jingmo hit his slender figure off the gold apart, his speech blossoms narrowing slightly, an inscrutably impression crossing his face. Xie Zong imbok. At that moment, his assistant, Tang Yi, rushed back, panting. In truth, this biludolint is a Tycenter ways apprivate enterprise owned by Xie Zong. Today, Xie Zong had come to inspect, and while passing by the VI room, Heather heard Yu Chengfeng on the phone why this Joe friend, asking her to bring him something. Xie Zong paused, suddenly changing his mind about leaving, opting to stay for another half hour without any accompanying him. Tang Yi wandered around, and when I returned, I saw Xie Zong leaning against a corner of the corridor, casually extending his letter trip Yu Jiwan's Hua kid par tripping her. Anthony effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. Tang Yi's mouth twitched, utterly astonished. As Xie Zong's special assistant and trusted aide hugely turned away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. After Yu Jiwan left, Tang Yi returned, grinning. Xie Zong imbok. It did see anything just now. Xie Jingmo shot him a glance. Tang Yi showed him with a grin, really, Xie Zong, it didn't see anything at all, nothing that shoulder shouldn't be seen. Xie Jingmo regarded him with her half smile, his analyst with danger, Izi Aries Akacharia looking to find a new up. Tang Yi immediately ceased his jovial demeanor. No, absolutely not. I only wish to serve Xie Zong wholeheartedly, dedicating myself, willing to brave fiery and water, and to follow you to feed soft earth, ever no desire to corn gerbs. He showered flattery with fervor. Most importantly, Xie Zong's ally was so high to titways a golden opportunity he wouldn't dare to relinquish. Xie Jingmo couldn't be but the tallest ento his banter, glancing at his watch without raising eyes. All right, go prepare the car. Switching to business, Tang Yi straightened his expression. Yes, Xie Zong, or heading back to the company now. The man squinted slightly. To the Yu family. Chapter 3 Severing ties with the Yu family. Upon leaving the billiards hall, Yu Jiwan summoned a taxi, hastening her return to the Yu residence with great urgency. As she stepped into the living room, she was met by the sight of her father, Yu Changde, her mother, Dao Shuqin, her elder brother, Yu Shuqi, her second brother, Yu Shaozer, and Yu Xiangxiang, 5 family members gathered together. The moment Yu Changde spotted Jiwan, he slammed his hand onto the table in a fit of rage. You wretched girl, you actually dared to come back. Just moments ago, Cheng Feng called to inform me that you have broken up with him. Who gave you the audacity to end things with him? Right now, in front of me, you shall call Cheng Feng and apologize to him. Do you hear me? Dao Shuqin intervened, holding back a furious husband, her brow furrowed as she turned her gaze toward Yu Jiwan. Listen to your father. Quickly call Cheng Feng and admit your mistake. The collaboration between the Yu and Jiyu families has just been finalized. The elders of both families have discussed this, and Yu and Chengfeng are destined to be united in marriage. How can you simply end the relationship? Yu Jiwan's expression turned icy. United in marriage? Yu Shaozer, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, let out a derisive snort. What? Do you have any objections? HMPH, don't think I can't see through you. Your breakup with Jiyu Chengfeng is merely a manifestation of your lingering attachment to the engagement with the Xie family, yearning to marry Xie Jingmore instead. In my opinion, you should be hastily married off, lest you hinder Xiangxiang's prospects. Elder brother Yu Shuqi nodded in agreement, his tone growing more composed yet colder. Farther, mother, Shaozer makes a valid point. Jiwan is the true daughter of the Yu family. With her present, Xiangxiang's engagement with Xie Jingmore is at risk of disruption. It is indeed prudent to marry her off quickly. As Yu Shuqi spoke, he cast a look at Yu Jiwan, his disdain and reproach unmistakable. Jiwan, even in your reckless behavior, there should be limits. Young masters like Jiyu Chengfeng have countless women vying for their affection. You must learn to cherish such a fortuitous opportunity. Cherish a fortuitous opportunity. How utterly absurd. Why Yu Jiwan had once believed that their pressure to accept Jiyu Chengfeng's pursuit was solely for the sake of the family's collaboration. Yet, it became evident that they had always viewed her as an impediment, eager to rid themselves of her to facilitate Xiangxiang's engagement with Xie Jingmore. Did they not care to marry off their own flesh and blood to a lecherous libertine? Her lashes trembled violently, and a sharp pain pierced her chest, nearly rendering her breathless. Was it her fault that she had been swapped at birth? Her adoptive father, a gambler given to domestic violence, took out his frustrations on her when he lost, berating her as a losing burden and striking her. Her adoptive mother favored her younger brother, showering him with all the attention while neglecting her entirely. It was only when she returned to the Yu family at the age of 16 that she dared to hope she had found a true family, that her dark existence had finally seen the light, that she could, like her peers, possess loving parents. Even when Yu Shengxiang remained in the Yu household, she treated her like a true sister, striving to please her parents and brothers, all in the hope of obtaining a fragment of the familial affection she had long envied. Yet, in the end, what had she received? Perhaps she should never have returned to the Yu family. Her heart was numb with pain, overwhelmed by despair. The last vestige of hope had vanished entirely. So be it, she no longer wished to persist. The affection of her parents and brothers was no longer something she desired. She had no inclination to remain in the Yu family, not in the slightest. At that moment, the previously silent Yu Xiangxiang spoke up, her voice sweet and soft. But, Mom and Dad, the engagement with the Xie family should rightfully belong to my sister, for she is the true daughter of the Yu family. Upon hearing Xiangxiang's words, Yu Changder's expression instantly softened with affection. My dear Xiangxiang, even if you are not the true daughter, you will forever be my daughter in the Yu family. You shall fulfill the engagement with the Xie family. Dao Shuqin, with a gentle demeanor, grasped Xiangxiang's hand. My precious daughter, you have grown up in luxury, well-educated and cultured. Only a lady of your caliber is worthy of marrying the head of the Xie family. Yu Shaozer, protective as ever, chimed in. Xiangxiang, my NAV sister, I know you are unambitious, but do not forget that it was Yu Jiwan who explicitly stated she wished for you to fulfill the engagement with Xie Jingmore. Yu Jiwan. Yu Shaozer turned to her, his earlier tenderness evaporating as he questioned her sharply. Is it not true that you yourself said you wanted Xiangxiang to take your place in the engagement? Yu Jiwan observed the scene with cold detachment. It was only before Yu Xiangxiang that they truly played the part of dutiful parents and brothers once. She had envied them now, she could only see the irony. You once told me that as long as I verbally expressed my desire for Yu Xiangxiang to fulfill the engagement with the Xie family, you would accept me and treat me as a true family member. Yet, how have you acted? On my very first day back at the Yu family, I nearly lost my life due to an allergic reaction caused by pineapple juice mixed into my drink, and you and Yu Shuqi were behind it. Yu Shaozer was taken aback, panic washing over him. How did Yu Jiwan come to know of this? Yu Shuqi furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Yu Jiwan. He was older than Yu Shaozer by a few years, and his composure allowed him to detect the subtle changes in Yu Jiwan. Her gaze, once filled with a desperate desire to please the Yu family, had transformed into one of cold indifference, as if she were observing a group of inconsequential strangers. Yu Shuchi's brow twitched, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping over him, as if something irreplaceable was on the verge of slipping away from them. Yu Shaozer had always dismissed Yu Jiwan as inconsequential. After 2 seconds of surprise, he scoffed disdainfully. So what if it was me and elder brother? It was merely an allergy. Why make such a fuss? You are far too delicate. After all, you are still alive. Me and elder brother only intended to send you a warning. Even as the true daughter of the Yu family, upon returning, you, as the elder sister, should yield to Xiangxiang. You must not compete with her for anything. Yu Jiwan's gaze turned chillingly cold, her expression shifting from mild derision to fierce intensity. Yield to you, Xiangxiang? So, when she fell ill, you paid no heed to my wishes and forced me to take a year off school to care for her. And when I finally returned to school, because I scored higher than her on the college entrance exam, you tore up my acceptance letter, nearly preventing me from attending university. Yu Changder's brow furrowed, and he slammed his hand onto the table with force. So you have indeed harbored resentment all this time. When Xiangxiang fell ill and did poorly on her exams, she was already in a state of distress. You, knowing this, performed better in your exams, intentionally provoking her sadness. Is this how a sister should act? Furthermore, what of my tearing up your acceptance letter? You are still attending university now, are you not? What grievance do you have? Despite her decision to no longer crave even a semblance of familial affection, hearing those words stabbed at her heart, behold, this was her biological father and brother. When her acceptance letter had been destroyed, she had been left in shock and despair. Contemplating leaving the Yu family. It was Dao Shuqin who had comforted her, promising that they would treat her well from then on and that she would never suffer again. Listening to her mother's words, she had believed, convinced that this was her mother, the one who had given her life, who should possess at least a shred of maternal love. Yet now, out of fear that she might obstruct Xiangxiang's engagement with the Xie family, they sought to marry her off to the licentious Jiyu Chengfeng without hesitation. They were willing to cast their own daughter into the fire. Dao Shuqin, recalling her earlier promises, stiffened slightly and began to defend herself. Jiwan, it is not that I wish for you to suffer, but rather that you are unworthy of Xie Jingmo. Xiangxiang and he are a perfect match. I do this for your own good. The Jiyu family is well matched with us, and though Chengfeng may be a bit of a rogue, once married, he will surely settle down, and you two will live in harmony. Live in harmony? Yu Jiwan let out a cold laugh. If it is such a harmonious union, why not let your precious Xiangxiang marry him instead? Yu Changder's displeasure flared at her words, and he rebuked her vehemently. What is this attitude? I tell you, Yu Jiwan, this matter is settled. The Jiyu family is not lacking in resources. Marrying into them is a blessing, not a misfortune. Yu Jiwan regarded Yu Changder, a smirk of derision playing upon her lips. If it is such a blessing, then you should marry Jiyu Chengfeng yourself. Yu Changder was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, filled with fury. You ungrateful wretch! What nonsense are you spouting? Not only Yu Changder, but also Dao Shuqin, Yu Shuqi, Yu Shaozer, and even Yu Xiangxiang was stunned by Yu Jiwan's audacity. How could she possibly suggest that her father marry Jiyu Chengfeng? Fuming, Yu Changder raised his hand, intending to strike her. Wretched girl, how could I have such a daughter? You have truly gone too far. Yu Jiwan raised her hand to block the impending slap, her gaze clear and resolute, each word striking with finality. How laughable! If you do not wish for a daughter like me, then I desire no father or family like you. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Yu family. The bridges are burned and the roads diverged, never to intersect again. Chapter 4 My Fiang Yi, always you. As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the living room. While Yu Shuqi gazed at Yu Jiwan in sheer astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Yu Changder was so enraged that he could scarcely muster the fury to express it. Even Yu Xiangxiang, taken aback, covered her mouth in shock. After speaking, Yu Jiwan retreated to her room to gather her belongings. Her chamber, a modest storage room on the second floor, bore no embellishments. This was the arrangement made by the Yu family, and she had resided there for many years. While Yu Jiwan possessed few possessions, and she swiftly packed them, dragging her suitcase downstairs. Yu Xiangxiang hurried forward, grasping her arm, tears cascading down her cheeks. Sister, this is your home. How can you leave? If anyone should go, it should be me. It's all because of me that you quarreled with father and mother. Sister, quickly apologize to father. Tell him you were merely throwing a tantrum. He will surely forgive you. Upon witnessing Yu Xiangxiang's humble demeanor, Yu Xiaozi felt a pang of sympathy and rushed over. Xiangxiang, do not demean yourself so. She does not deserve it. However, seeing Yu Jiwan with her suitcase, Yu Xiaozi's emotions became a tangled web. After all, she was his blood-related sister. Yu Jiwan, are you truly going to leave? He implored, his brow furrowed. While Yu Jiwan's expression remained impassive. Have you, in your youth, grown deaf, or can you simply not comprehend human speech? I was quite clear just now. Yu Xiaozi was momentarily taken aback. Yu Jiwan had always been accommodating towards him. When had she ever treated him with such disdain? Yu Changde, in a fit of rage, bellowed, no one is to stop her. Let her go. I, Yu Changde, have no such daughter. If she leaves, do not show your face here again. Return? Yu Jiwan felt as though she had heard a jest. This family, along with you so-called relatives, only makes me feel nauseous. The Yu family, I shall never return. With that, she briskly dragged her suitcase out, her silhouette proud and resolute, unyielding to glance back. Yu Xiaozi clenched his fists tightly, and in a fleeting moment, his gaze fell upon Dao Shuqin's dazed expression, compelling him to speak through gritted teeth. Mother, fret not. No matter what has transpired in the past, it has always been Yu Jiwan who yielded first. This time will surely be no different. Let her suffer a little outside, and she will realize how good she has it at home. Within a week, she will return, shamelessly. Eldest brother, do you not agree? Yu Shuqi observed Yu Jiwan's diminishing figure, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, yet he nodded slightly. Indeed, she will come back on her own. Yu Xiangxiang took a few steps to follow, but was halted by Yu Changde's command. She paused, watching Yu Jiwan's retreating form. Sister, you truly resemble a drenched dog cast out into the world. Believe it or not, I do not wish for your departure. Are you truly conceding so easily? What a pity, your family, your fianc, and now mine. While Yu Jiwan departed from the Yu household, the weather was dismal, perpetually overcast, as if rain were imminent, yet, within her heart, there resided no trace of melancholy or confusion. The thorn embedded in her heart had finally been extracted. She would no longer endure the anguish inflicted by those closest to her. Even if she left the Yu family, even if she found herself homeless, she would not return to her adoptive parents' home. After taking a year off from school to care for Yu Xiangxiang, she was now just beginning her 4th year of university. While Yu Jiwan intended to return to school and apply for accommodation. Just as she prepared to walk toward the intersection ahead, a discreetly luxurious black car suddenly came to a halt. The rear window descended, revealing the strikingly handsome profile of a man. Yu Jiwan was momentarily taken aback. Searching more, how could she encounter him once more? Upon seeing Yu Jiwan with her suitcase, Searching more immediately instructed Tang Yi to stop the car. He alighted, striding towards her. Why are you carrying a suitcase? He cast a glance towards the direction of the Yu household before returning his gaze to Yu Jiwan's face, his voice suddenly darkening. Have they bullied you again? Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her expression momentarily caught in a daze. Upon her recent return to the Yu family, she had overheard the servants whispering clandestinely, although the legitimate daughter has returned, it seems the eldest and second young masters do not favor this sister, but rather prefer Miss Xiangxiang. If you ask me, it must be because this legitimate daughter is lacking. Otherwise, why would the two young masters be so disdainful? Her university admission letter had been torn to shreds, and when she consulted a senior in the admissions office, the first question posed was, did you do something to anger your parents, prompting them to rip your acceptance letter? Even Jiu Chengfeng, shortly into their relationship, remarked, the Yu family shows favoritism towards Yu Shangxiang and neglects you. Surely, you must be at fault in some way. Reflect on yourself and make amends. Yet now, Xie Jingmo, upon seeing her with her suitcase, offered no unnecessary inquiries. His first words were not accusatory, nor did he lay blame at her feet. Instead, he simply asked, have they bullied you? Yu Jiwan's grip on the suitcase tightened, her heart constricting slightly. As if suddenly comforted after having endured grievances, she looked up at the man before her, her eyes inexplicably warm. I have severed ties with the Yu family. From this day forth, I shall have no further entanglements with them, hence I am moving out. Xie Jingmo paused for a moment, then raised his eyebrows slightly, genuinely stating, then I must congratulate you. Congratulations on making such a courageous decision. Yu Jiwan's heart softened. A thank you. To her surprise, the first congratulatory word she received came from him, a man with whom she was not well acquainted. It was worth mentioning that when Yu Changde tore her acceptance letter, she had received a text message offering assistance to help her leave the Yu family. At that time, she had indeed contemplated escaping, but under Dao Shuqin's soothing words, she had relented and rejected that offer. She remained unaware of who sent the message. It could have been a mistake or a prank. Yu Jiwan glanced at Xie Jingmo, then at Tang Yi, who had exited the driver's seat, curious about how Xie Jingmo had come to be here. As if sensing her question, the man languidly replied, I am here to discuss the marriage. Yu Jiwan nodded. I see, Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin are at home, as is Yu Shangxiang. You may proceed now. Xie Jingmo regarded her nonchalant demeanor, his tongue pressing against the roof of his mouth. His peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. After 3 seconds, he leisurely corrected her. Perhaps I was not clear enough, Miss Yu Jiwan. I am here to discuss my marriage with you. Yu Jiwan froze, nearly choking on her own saliva. Me? The man tilted his head slightly, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he spoke in a languid tone. You are no longer with Jiu Chengfeng, so I should not be considered the third party, should I? Of course, even if I were, it would be of little consequence. Tang Yi interjected. My heavens, is President Xie truly willing to play the role of the third party? Yu Jiwan, speechless, pressed her lips together. However, the Yu family previously stated that the one to fulfill the marriage contract with the Xie family is Yu Shangxiang. The man's brows arched defiantly as he retorted, when I marry, it is not for them to dictate terms. As he spoke, Xie Jingmo leaned slightly closer to Yu Jiwan, his dark, profound eyes fixated on her, an enchanting allure that could easily ensnare anyone within its depths. Yu Jiwan. The engagement between my grandfather and old Master Yu has always referred to the legitimate daughter of the Yu family. In other words, my fiancé, from the very beginning, has always been you and only you. Chapter 5 Note. Wife. The man's voice was deep, rich, and magnetic, uttering such captivating words that it caused Yu Jiwan's heart to clench unexpectedly, her eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, blinking uncontrollably twice. How could he take this engagement so seriously? Seeing her silent and lost in thought, Xie Jingmo slowly straightened his posture, his gaze lowered as he adjusted his cufflinks, his long, pale fingers lightly tapped his wrist bone, and when he spoke again, his voice was devoid of any discernible emotion. I am aware that you once explicitly stated that you do not like me and do not wish to marry me. However, my grandfather valued promises greatly. Even though old man Yu has passed away, he would not want to break the agreement, wanting me to fulfill this engagement with you. Xie Jingmo lifted his eyelids, his dark, profound gaze locking onto the girl's beautiful, shimmering eyes. His alluring Adam's apple moved gently as he spoke in a low, husky tone. Yu Jiwan, if you do not mind, let us marry first. After a year, we can divorce. By then, my grandfather will understand that we do not get along and will naturally relinquish his insistence on the marriage. In return, as compensation, you will receive half of my assets upon our divorce. At this, Tang Yi's eyes widened in shock. Half of President Xie's fortune, goodness, that was an astronomical sum. Tang Yi swiftly turned to Yu Jiwan, his eyes wide with astonishment. Was she not even slightly tempted by such an unexpected windfall? Did she truly harbor such disdain for President Xie? He found himself wishing he could transform into a woman just to marry him. It was impossible for Yu Jiwan not to be astonished. She stood there, somewhat dazed, one hand still gripping the handle of her suitcase. This proposal, Miss Yu, is worth your serious consideration. The man did not urge or pressure her, affording her ample time to contemplate. The air grew quiet, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of distant birds. Tang Yi glanced between Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingmo, suddenly feeling a twinge of concern for the latter. Judging by Yu Jiwan's hesitance, she seemed quite reluctant to enter into this engagement. Just as Tang Yi pondered this, Yu Jiwan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. The girl's features were as striking as a painting, her fair skin radiant and captivating, her eyes glistening like spring water as they regarded the man before her. Mr. Xie, I am willing to fulfill our engagement, and I do not require half of your assets upon our divorce. I simply ask that you assist me with one favor. Help me transfer my household registration away from the Yu family. I wish to sever all ties with them and do not want any association or connection with the Yu family members. While she could not alter the blood that flowed through her veins, she yearned to completely cut off her familial ties. However, transferring her household registration was no simple task. Having just left the Yu family, she possessed neither property nor fixed residence. Thus, marriage presented a convenient means to facilitate the transfer. Upon hearing her response, Xie Jingmo's breath momentarily stilled. Though he was surprised that her agreement stemmed from such a reason, however, he quickly allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, a low, husky chuckle escaping him, his peach blossom eyes curving in a languid, seductive manner. Very well, let us go register our marriage today. We will expedite the transfer of your household registration away from the Yu family. This suited Yu Jiwan perfectly, and she nodded in agreement. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow and naturally took her hand. Then let us retrieve your household registration from the Yu family. I shall accompany you. The gesture of holding hands felt incredibly natural, causing Yu Jiwan to pause momentarily. It was as if, from now on, she would no longer have to face the tribulations of the Yu family alone. The man's palm was large and warm, enveloping her hand completely. Yu Jiwan felt a jolt of electricity run through her skin as it made contact with his, a tingling warmth spreading through her fingertips instinctively curling. After several seconds, she regained her composure and hastily pulled her hand back. There is no need to go. I secretly brought the household registration with me. The Yu family was adamant about forcing her into a marriage with Jiu Chengfeng. How could she trust them with the household registration? After all, the Yu family held considerable power, and even in her absence, they could use the registration or her ID to sign documents on her behalf. Thus, while packing her belongings, she had ensured all her identification, including the household registration, was securely stowed away. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingmo's gaze grew noticeably icy. Just how deeply had she been hurt by the Yu family to remain so vigilant? Unable to resist, he reached out to gently ruffle her hair. Jiwan has been very thoughtful, well done. Yu Jiwan blinked in confusion at the sudden gesture. Perhaps she was unaccustomed to such praise after being belittled and oppressed within the Yu family. Moreover, the way he addressed her as Jiwan, how did he sound so familiar and natural, as if he had called her that countless times before. Perhaps this was the hallmark of a top-tier individual, adept at navigating any situation. Yu Jiwan silently made a note to learn from him. Sierra, master of adaptability, Jingmo glanced at Yu Jiwan's suitcase, a hint of grievance creeping into his tone. Since Jiwan has agreed to marry me, she surely does not dislike me so much as to refuse to live together, right? Of course, Jiwan and I are still not well acquainted. Agreeing to marry me is already quite a stretch. If she prefers not to live with me, that is perfectly fine. I would never want to put Jiwan in a difficult position. Yu Jiwan was taken aback and quickly shook her head. She understood too well the feeling of being disliked. No, it's not a stretch. Having already consented to the engagement, it was only natural for them to live together. There was no need for pretense. At her words, Xie Jingmo's peach blossom eyes blossomed with a languid smile, his lips curling carelessly. In that case, it's nearly noon. Let us return home first to settle your belongings before heading to register our marriage this afternoon. Home. Did she still have a home? Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered, her sparkling eyes gazing at the man, and for some reason, she felt a yearning to see the home he spoke of. She nodded softly, all right. Meanwhile, Tang Yi, maintaining a composed demeanor, pretended to have seen and heard nothing of President Xie's earlier remarks. As soon as Yu Jiwan concluded with her all right, Tang Yi promptly stepped forward, eager to assist with her luggage. However, Xie Jingmore beat him to it, effortlessly lifting Yu Jiwan's suitcase and placing it in the car's trunk. Tang Yi instantly comprehended the implication. President Xie was taking it upon himself to manage Miss Yu's belongings. As the car made its way towards Lanchi Garden, Tang Yi drove while taking on the role of Xie Jingmore's attentive assistant. He promptly raised the partition for privacy. Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingmore settled into the back seat. To facilitate communication, Yu Jiwan suggested they exchange phone numbers, and soon they added each other on WeChat. Yu Jiwan had expected someone of Xie Jingmore's stature to have a high cold or businesslike profile picture. However, upon adding him, she was taken aback to find his WeChat avatar was an adorable, pink cartoon bunny. This was so incongruent with his demeanor. Unable to resist, Yu Jiwan stole a few glances at the cute bunny, quickly discerning that it appeared to be a childlike drawing. Had Xie Jingmore created this during his school days? She blinked in surprise at the pink bunny, wondering if perhaps pink was indeed a color suitable for a strong man. Turning to her side to inquire whether the bunny was his handiwork, she found Xie Jingmore had already pinned her contact at the top and had even changed her nickname to a wife. Yu Jiwan. Chapter 6 My lock screen password is 161027. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the man lifted his head without a hint of embarrassment, leisurely extending his phone towards her. Wen Juan, there's no need to keep staring at my phone. I am always open to my wife's inquiries. Yu Jiwan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. How did he connect this to an inquiry? She immediately waved her hand. No, I didn't mean to pry. I merely thought your contact name was rather. Xie Jingmore raised an eyebrow, casually twirling the phone between his well-defined fingers, speaking with an air of calmness. You don't wish to pry into my phone, yet you want to manage the notes within it. Yu Jiwan remained silent. The man's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he chuckled softly. I didn't expect my wife to be so concerned about my affairs. Very well then, my phone's lock screen password is 161027. Yu Jiwan exclaimed. What? She truly had no intention of investigating him. She didn't even want to meddle with his contact notes. Xie Jingmore turned off his phone and then illuminated the screen again, which remained locked. He leisurely took Yu Jiwan's hand, gently grasping her index finger, clicking through the digits one by one. 161027. The screen indeed unlocked. Yu Jiwan felt a tremor in her fingertip, her pearly earlobes tinged with a hint of crimson. Xie Jingmore did not immediately release her hand. Instead, his finger lightly traced her soft palm in a gesture that was inexplicably tender. He cast a low chuckle, his features exuding an irresistible charm. My grandfather has always hoped that I would fulfill our marriage contract and get along well with you. Given that my grandparents are aging, and since we plan to divorce in a year, we might as well pretend to be affectionate for their sake, just to suit their hearts, shall we? Yu Jiwan blinked, suddenly recalling a certain fact. Xie Jingmore had no parents. To be precise, his parents had passed away when he was young. This was a well-known rumor, yet the details surrounding their demise remained shrouded in mystery, a topic the Xie family preferred to keep silent about. Speculation abounded among the curious, hinting at some scandalous secrets of high society. Some even suggested that Xie Jingmore had inadvertently caused his parents' deaths, but such claims were too absurd to be taken seriously. Thus, Xie Jingmore had been raised primarily by his grandparents, which made his filial piety toward them entirely understandable. Yu Jiwan nodded. I understand. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Pretending to be in love and harmonies to please his grandparents did not seem a daunting task. Then I must thank my lady, the man said with a smile in his eyes, his demeanor languidly sensual, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yu Jiwan felt an inexplicable discomfort as she raised her hand to touch her warm earlobes. My lady. Upon looking up, she noticed him glancing at her phone, slightly tilting his chin as if signaling something. Yu Jiwan froze for a moment before realizing. No, I suppose I don't need to add a term of endearment for you, surely. My grandparents wouldn't check my phone, right? The man tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. If not a term of endearment, then perhaps something else? Or do you mean to say I can't even manage a single note? Yu Ji-wan silently shot him a glance. She decided to pin his WeChat to the top and place him at the beginning of her contacts.as for the note. Calling him a hubby felt too mushy for her to utter. After some thought, her slender, alabaster fingers tapped the screen, and she noted him as Iramo. It was neither unfamiliar nor overly sentimental, a rather unique term of affection. Xie Jingmore's brows lifted slightly, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with a lazy smile, sparkling and resplendent. He seemed quite pleased with it. Yu Ji-wan then seized the opportunity to ask, by the way, did you draw that cute little bunny avatar yourself? The man lowered his gaze, his dark, profound eyes resting on her face, harboring an inscrutable depth. After a prolonged pause, he finally parted his lips and replied softly, no. Yu Ji-wan responded with an oh. It was not his own creation, which implied it must have been drawn by someone else. Moreover, his lock screen password 161,027 likely held some significance as well. However, Yu Ji-wan refrained from probing further. She was neither overly curious nor particularly concerned about his private matters. Before long, the car arrived at Lanchi Garden. It was a villa with a garden and courtyard. Yu Ji-wan belatedly realized that Xie Jingmore's residence was quite close to her university. Stepping out of the villa's gate and strolling leisurely, she could reach her college in under 15 minutes. However, to Yu Ji-wan's knowledge, the headquarters of the Xie Corporation was located on Huaihai Road, a considerable distance away, requiring a drive of 40 to 50 minutes. It seemed rather inconvenient for him to reside here, given the distance to his workplace. Xie Jingmore exited the car first, then circled around to open the door for Yu Ji-wan, his hand positioned above the doorframe to prevent her from inadvertently bumping her head. Take a look and see if you like it here. If not, we can move to another place. Yu Ji-wan bent down to exit. No need, this place is quite nice, though it seems far from your company. Do you live here all the time? The man appeared nonchalant, his tone dismissive. Yes, I enjoy the environment here. Yu Ji-wan immediately concurred. The surroundings are indeed lovely, and our school is nearby. Xie Jingmore smiled. What a coincidence, it makes it convenient for you to go to school anytime. After a brief pause, he added, I occasionally visit your school as well. Yu Ji-wan's eyebrows lifted in surprise. She recalled that she and Xie Jingmore had attended the same high school, albeit not the same university. During their high school years, Xie Jingmore was a year ahead of her. Many presumed that, given his background and family lineage, he would study abroad after graduation, yet he chose to attend a domestic university. Coincidentally, that very university was the one Yu Ji-wan had long admired and wished to apply to. Unfortunately, her family had pressured her to change her application to another institution. Thankfully, her university was not far from Xie Jingmore's, merely separated by a street. Being a year younger than Xie Jingmore, and having taken a year off to care for Yu Shengxiang, by the time she entered her freshman year, he was already in his junior year. Yet, Xie Jingmore's name was renowned, and even from the neighboring school, she had heard of his illustrious reputation. At that time, Xie Jingmore often visited her school, initially leading everyone to believe he was there to meet a girlfriend, only to later learn that he was visiting a close friend. By the time Yu Ji-wan reached her junior year, Xie Jingmore had already graduated. Once, she encountered Xie Jingmore at school and found herself wondering if he was visiting a friend again. Was that friend still not graduated? It seemed that he had continued to visit her school even now. How fond he was of it. Nevertheless, her school was indeed quite beautiful. She was studying design, specifically fashion design, and often sketched clothing designs. Chapter 7. Mr. Xie is scheming again. As Tang Yi drove the car into the Blue Creek garden, Butler Fu greeted them with the servants. Perhaps Tang Yi had communicated with Fu in advance, for Fu displayed a great deal of respect towards Yu Ji-wan, treating her as though she were the lady of the house. With a beaming smile, he inquired, Sir, Madam. Though they had yet to obtain a marriage certificate, Yu Ji-wan was uncertain whether to respond to the title of Madam. Instinctively, she glanced at Xie Jingmore, whose affectionate and encouraging gaze instilled an inexplicable sense of calm within her. She nodded graciously at butler Fu. Xie Jingmore curved his lips into a slight smile and instructed Fu, "You may all return to your duties." With a warm smile, Fu led the servants to their tasks, though their eyes occasionally darted towards Yu Jiwan. It was undeniable that the lady was exceptionally beautiful, and when standing beside the gentleman, they appeared to be a match made in heaven. Xie Jingmore carried Yu Jiwan's suitcase to the master bedroom on the second floor. As she followed him, she took a cursory glance around. The villa was adorned in a predominantly cool color palette, and there were no feminine items inside. It seemed that no woman had graced this place before. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Xie Jingmore set down the suitcase, crossed his arms lazily against the doorframe, and said, "You should rest for a while. I will have butler Fu prepare your daily necessities." "And what would you like for lunch?" "I will have the kitchen prepare it." Yu Jiwan replied, "Anything is fine, I am not picky." Noticing her continued politeness, Xie Jingmore elongated his tone, leisurely retorting, "Not even pineapple, shall we have a pineapple feast for lunch then?" Yu Jiwan responded with a puzzled expression. The man chuckled softly, straightening his posture, his hands slipping into the pockets of his trousers, exuding an air of exquisite charm. He continued to laugh casually. "Rest assured, my lady, from today onwards, our home shall not harbor such detestable items as pineapple." Yu Jiwan found herself at a loss for words, this condescending tone used to pacify children. What had pineapple ever done to deserve such disdain? As she watched Xie Jingmore's retreating figure down the stairs, Yu Jiwan was momentarily dazed, replaying his words in her mind. Our home. Wait a moment, did Xie Jingmore know about her allergy to pineapple? Lunch was soon prepared. In the dining room, Xie Jingmore gallantly pulled out a chair for Yu Jiwan. "See if this suits your taste." As she sat down, her striking black and white eyes lit up with surprise. "It's perfect. Everything is to my liking." The corners of the man's lips lifted slightly, subtly indicating, "It seems our tastes align, allowing us to enjoy our favorite dishes together in the future." The notion of sharing meals of mutual preference stirred something within Yu Jiwan. Before the age of 16, while living with her foster parents, their preference for sons meant that all the delectable treats were reserved for her brother, leaving her with nothing. Upon returning to the Yu family, she found them biased towards Yu Shenxiang, with meals tailored exclusively to her cousin's tastes. Even when they feigned kindness by asking for her preferences, the next day, only dishes favored by Yu Shenxiang would be served. Her opinions were never deemed significant. Over time, when the Yu family would insincerely inquire about her preferences, she developed the habit of responding with "anything is fine" or "whatever works." Now, hearing Xie Jingmore's promise of sharing meals they both enjoyed, something stirred within her. While it was not a monumental matter, and she had saved enough to purchase her own favorites, for some reason, his words evoked a poignant feeling deep within her. She wished to tell her younger self, "You are no longer overlooked, you need not read others' expressions, for someone is now preparing things you cherish for you." Noticing her quiet demeanor as she savored her meal, Xie Jingmore used the serving chopsticks to offer her a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. "Try this." "Thank you," Yu Jiwan said, raising her head, suddenly recalling something. Upon closer inspection of the dishes on the table, she noted that many were sweet and sour in flavor. However, did Xie Jingmore not dislike such tastes? She remembered an instance from high school when she encountered him in the cafeteria. He had wrinkled his brow in distaste as he pushed a serving of tomato chicken wings towards a friend, who had grinned, "I love chicken wings, all mine," who told our brother Xie to dislike sweet and sour flavors. Now had his preferences changed? Seeing Yu Jiwan's bewildered expression fixed upon him, Xie Jingmore raised an eyebrow with amusement. "What is wrong? Do I have your favorite ribs on my face?" Yu Jiwan replied, "No." Perhaps it was true what they said, people change as they grow, and so do their tastes. After lunch, Yu Jiwan excused herself to the restroom. Xie Jingmore settled onto the living room sofa, and butler Fu approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Sir, shall we prepare household items exclusively for madam, or should we replace all your items with couple-themed sets?" Like this, Fu held up an iPad displaying an image of a matching blue and pink toothbrush set. Xie Jingmore glanced at it, his tone languid. "Does that even need to be asked? Of course, we shall have the couple set." "Are wonderful." Fu beamed, the wrinkles on his face nearly blooming with joy. Thus, when Yu Jiwan returned to the living room and settled onto the sofa with a cup of tea, she was greeted by the sight of butler Fu directing the servants, alongside several brand store staff, as they brought in an array of women's clothing, bags, and shoes, enough to fill the upstairs wardrobe. Yu Jiwan was taken aback, and before she could voice her thoughts, she noticed more staff arriving with an assortment of sleepwear, notably in matching sets for both men and women. There were also slippers, bathrobes, toothbrushes, and various household items, all designed as couple sets, some even in blue and pink. It was utterly dazzling. With her brows furrowed in disbelief, she turned to Xie Jingmo. This Xie Jingmo lowered his eyelashes slightly, taking a sip of tea before responding with an unruffled demeanor. Butler Fu took the liberty of organizing this. Let him be. Yu Jiwan was left speechless. She had not anticipated that Butler Fu, at his age, would still be so trendy. The weather had remained overcast all day, and with the rumble of thunder, the rain finally began to fall. It wasn't until around 2 in the afternoon that the downpour began to subside. As they drove towards the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xie Jingmo was behind the wheel while Yu Jiwan sat in the passenger seat, her mind wandering. Even obtaining a marriage certificate could coincide with a rainy day. Perhaps this was an omen of ill fate. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just before stepping out of the car, Yu Jiwan's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Yu Xiaozi. Yu Jiwan's expression hardened, and she promptly hung up. An irate text message soon followed. Yu Jiwan, have you grown wings, daring to hang up on me? I warn you, Ji Yu Cheng phone is currently at the Yu residence. You'd better return at once, bow your head to him, apologize, and continue your relationship with him, marry him. A hint of mockery graced Yu Jiwan's delicate features. Someone like Yu Xiaozi was unworthy of being called her brother. Without a second thought, she blocked Yu Xiaozi, as well as the entire Yu family and Ji Yu Cheng phone. To avoid any further entanglements, Xie Jingmo approached the passenger side, opening the door for Yu Jiwan. Upon noticing the incoming call on her phone, his brow furrowed slightly in concern. However, before he could speak, Yu Jiwan turned off her phone. Let us go, there's no need to mind inconsequential people. We shouldn't delay in obtaining the certificate. Gazing at the young woman's exquisite and bright countenance, Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, extending his right hand towards her. His fingers were long and well-defined, exuding a translucent, jade-like quality, akin to a flawless work of art. Yu Jiwan momentarily dazed, then pursed her rosy lips before placing her hand into his. As the rain ceased, Xie Jingmo guided Yu Jiwan's hand as they stepped into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 8, Happy Marriage. Mrs. Xie, after completing the necessary paperwork and receiving the red booklet stamped with an official seal, Yu Jiwan felt a sense of disorientation. She had truly married, her spouse being none other than Xie Jingmo, the man she had always believed would remain a stranger in her life. Yet now that the deed was done, she found little time to lament the loss of her singlehood. There was a far more pressing matter at hand. She was determined to expedite her household registration transfer from the Yu family. She wished to sever all ties with them entirely. As she exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sky unexpectedly cleared, revealing a rainbow in the distance, a remnant of the recent rain. Yu Jiwan's eyes brightened in surprise, and just then, Xie Jingmo approached her with a bouquet of roses he had purchased nearby. The man was strikingly handsome, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with a casual smile, the rainbow illuminating his figure in a dazzling display. In that moment, Yu Jiwan recalled a line, a person like a rainbow, only recognized upon meeting. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow and nudged the roses closer to her, his voice imbued with a low, sultry resonance. Happy marriage, Mrs. Xie. Meanwhile, at the Yu residence, in the living room, Yu Xiaozi's face shifted between shades of anger and disbelief. That wretched girl, Yu Jiwan, she has truly grown bold, daring even to block me. Yu Shengsheng advised sweetly, second brother, do not be too angry. Perhaps sister is merely employing this tactic to draw your attention, hoping for your concern. She then turned to her older brother, Yu Xiuqi. Elder brother, do give sister a call and soothe her. Yu Xiuqi, expressionless, retrieved his phone. Soothe her. Does she deserve it, running away from home and blocking us? I'm curious to see what other tricks she has up her sleeve. However, when he made the call, he was met with the same fate, blocked. Yu Shuqi was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. He had never before been so openly dismissed by Yu Jiwan. This was indeed a first. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he seized Yu Shenxiang's phone, followed by Yu Chander's and Dao Shuqin's, calling Yu Jiwan one by one. As expected, each call resulted in the same outcome, blocked. Dao Shuqin, infuriated, clutched her chest. That ungrateful daughter, even blocking her own mother, how could she be so heartless? Yu Xiaozu turned to Ji Yu Chengfeng. Try calling Yu Jiwan from your phone. Ji Yu Chengfeng scoffed lightly, confidently declaring, no need. She certainly wouldn't block me. Yu Jiwan is fond of me, she rejected others' pursuits to accept mine, there's no way she'd block me. A silence enveloped the room. While Yu Chander and Dao Shuqin exchanged glances, while Yu Shuqi and Yu Xiaozu did the same, tacitly choosing not to speak. They withheld the truth from Ji Yu Chengfeng that Yu Jiwan had only consented to his pursuit under duress. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Shuqi spoke up. Farther, mother, Xianxiang is now of age and should fulfill her engagement with Xie Jingmo. Yu Chander nodded in agreement. Indeed, I shall visit old man Xie in the coming days to formally discuss and advance the marriage arrangements between Xianxiang and Jingmo, at the very least to secure the engagement. Yu Shenxiang's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly nestled into Dao Shuqin's embrace. Yu Xiaozu teased, Xianxiang, do not be shy, second brother is eagerly anticipating the sweet treats from your union with Xie Jingmo. Ji Yu Chengfeng, uninterested in Yu Shenxiang's theatrics, stood from the sofa. And what of Yu Jiwan? Does she intend to unite with me? Initially, his intentions had been playful, but after Yu Jiwan initiated a breakup today, he found himself reassessing her. He realized he desired more than mere frivolity. He wished to pursue a deeper relationship. He acknowledged that Yu Jiwan had indeed piqued his interest. And no wonder his previous girlfriends had bored him within a week, while with Yu Jiwan, 3 weeks had passed, and he still yearned for more. In their social circle, marriages were often arranged. If he were to enter into one, it would be preferable to choose someone who intrigued him. Moreover, Yu Jiwan was stunning and easily swayed, evidently enamored with him, an excellent candidate for an alliance. Yu Xiaozu, brimming with confidence, declared, rest assured, Yu Jiwan will not escape, she will inevitably return, bowing her head in apology. At worst, their household registration book lay in the study upstairs. Even if Yu Jiwan resisted, with the Yu family's influence, they could easily obtain her marriage certificate with Ji Yu Chengfeng, thus rendering any objections moot. Once the deed was done, she would have no choice but to comply. And as for Xianxiang, once she wed Xie Jingmo and became the much-envied Mrs. Xie, the Yu family would ascend to newfound heights of prestige. After Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingmo collected their marriage certificate, they proceeded to handle the transfer of her household registration. Following protocol, it would take approximately a week for her to officially detach from the Yu family. Once completed, she would possess a new registration, united with Xie Jingmo on the same household record. Just 1 more week, and she would be entirely free from the Yu family. Upon returning to Lanchi Garden, Yu Jiwan still held the bouquet of roses that Xie Jingmo had gifted her outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was his first time presenting her with flowers, and given the significance of the occasion, discarding them seemed inappropriate, yet leaving them untouched felt wrong as well. She instructed Uncle Fu to fetch a vase, intending to arrange the flowers within. Xie Jingmo smirked and settled onto the sofa beside her, with one arm casually draped over the armrest. His well-defined wrist and pale arm revealed faint veins, exuding an undeniable allure. He gazed intently at Yu Jiwan, and as she finished arranging the flowers, he lazily remarked, we are officially married now, correct? Yu Jiwan, confused, looked up at him. Yes, did you forget? The man chuckled softly, his long lashes casting shadows on his cheeks. Yu Jiwan was puzzled by his question until he suddenly leaned in closer, lifting his phone to selfie mode. While Yu Jiwan blinked in astonishment, the man, admiring her delicate, fair features, languidly said, smile for the camera. As he leaned in, his warm, inviting breath brushed against her cheek, mingling with the enticing scent of wood that enveloped him, causing her heart to flutter. She instinctively complied, offering a smile for the lens. Click. I in the photo, the young woman gazed into the camera, her luminous skin and rosy lips curving into a delightful smile, her charming eyes sparkling with radiance. Meanwhile, the man, not looking at the camera, focused solely on her, his lips curling into a lazy smile, his affectionate peach blossom eyes both languid and enticing. An unspoken intimacy lingered in the air, thick with unexpressed affection. After capturing the moment, Yu Jiwan noticed that he unreservedly set the picture as his phone wallpaper and lock screen. Why Yu Jiwan was left speechless. It was all aid of affection. When their grandparents saw the wallpaper, they would assume their relationship was harmonious. The depth of his gaze while taking the picture had almost convinced her of its authenticity. Those enchanting peach blossom eyes of his could evoke deep emotions even in a dog. As Xie Jingmo finished setting the wallpaper and lock screen, he was about to put down his phone when a message from his close friend arrived. Xiao Chen, Brother Mo. Xiao Chen. Old Master Mo. Xiao Chen, where are you? What are you up to? Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, his fingers tapping out a response leisurely. Sat smiley. How did you know I was busy getting married? Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, what the hell? Xie Jingmo continued to type at a relaxed pace. Sat smiley. All right, stop pestering me, I'll show you my marriage certificate with Yu Jiwan. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, wait, are you serious? Xiao Chen, with Yu Jiwan. Having just received their marriage certificate, both were now safely tucked within Yu Jiwan's bag. Xie Jingmo turned to her, his demeanor nonchalant. Madam, could you hand me our marriage certificate? Yu Jiwan reached into her bag, casually inquiring, what for? Xie Jingmo replied, as someone is insistent on seeing our marriage certificate. Yu Jiwan responded with surprise, really? Who would be so curious? Xie Jingmo feigned innocence. Indeed, who could it be? He took the two marriage certificates, opened them to the inner pages, and snapped a photo to send to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. No way. You really got married. Xiao Chen, what happened? Why the sudden marriage? Xiao Chen, Yu Jiwan actually agreed to marry you? Did you trick her? You must have. Yu Jiwan was definitely lured into this. Xie Jingmo leisurely typed back. Stop with the Yu Jiwan nonsense. From now on, refer to her as a sister-in-law. Xiao Chen. You just keep showing off. P.S. You're a person like a rainbow, only recognized upon meeting, is a quote from the film Flipped. Chapter 9, Wearing the marriage certificate around one's neck. Xie Jingmo gazed at Xiao Chen's remark, just show off, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he promptly sent the photo into the family group chat. The group chat erupted instantly. Old Master Xie sat smiley. Old Master Xie sat smiley. This photo, you didn't edit it to deceive me, did you? Xie Jingmo sat smiley. Well, please don't believe it. Old Master Xie. Believe. Old Master Xie sat smiley. Just now, Old Fu told me you brought my granddaughter-in-law back to Lanchi Garden. I was still half in doubt, but now it's confirmed. Old Madam Xie. Enough chatter, buy the tickets quickly, we are returning to the country immediately, I can hardly wait to meet my precious granddaughter-in-law. Old Madam Xie sat smiley. Whether I see my grandson or not is inconsequential. Old Master Xie. Indeed, inconsequential. Cousin Xie Yuntang sat smiley. What did I just see? Brother, you finally got married? Cousin Xie Yuntang sat smiley. Our sister-in-law is so beautiful. Cousin Xie Yunju sat smiley. Wow, I've long admired sister-in-law's reputation. Brother, you chose well. Cousin Xie Yun Vu. Wishing you and sister-in-law eternal happiness and bliss. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow slightly at the phrase eternal bliss. He sent several red envelopes into the chat, then exited the group, folding the marriage certificate and taking a photo of it against the vibrant red cover. He then shared it on his Moments. Married. The comments soon flooded in. Xiao Chen commented, sat smiley. Seriously, you could have just posted on Moments, but what else with the cover? Almost blinded me. Xie Yunju. Har, I just checked, my brother set his and sister-in-law's marriage certificate as his Moments cover, those two bright red covers are simply dazzling. Xiao Chen sat smiley Chinan, come take a look, as expected of our Mo Ji, why doesn't he just wear the marriage certificate around his neck? Chinan. Shut up, don't remind him, he might actually do it. Xie Jingmo, has he lost his mind, wearing the marriage certificate around his neck? If anything, it should be on his forehead. Ignoring them, he set his phone down, propped his forehead with his hand, and continued to watch his wife arrange flowers. His wife's flower arrangements were indeed a sight to behold. As Yu Jiwan arranged the vase, she looked up and met the man's deep, affectionate gaze. Unsure how long he had been watching her, her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. Realizing something was amiss, she looked back directly. What are you staring at me for? Xie Jingmo chuckled softly, his Adam's apple gently moving, his sexy laughter escaping his throat as if teasing her. I find you adorable. Yu Jiwan. The man leaned against his forehead, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with playful laughter, his tone languid. It's my first marriage. I find it novel and wish to look at my wife more. Is that not permissible? Yu Jiwan, no problem, next time you marry, you'll have experience. Xie Jingmo. Yu Jiwan pondered for a moment. Actually, if we're saying that, this is my first marriage too. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow slightly, staring at her for a few seconds before suddenly tilting his head, a smile playing on his lips as he said lazily, then you can also look at your husband more. I'll show you. Yu Jiwan, that won't be necessary. She recalled that her suitcase was still unpacked and headed upstairs to the master bedroom. As she fetched clothes from the suitcase, she suddenly realized a pressing question. This was the master bedroom, which meant, would she be sharing a bed with Xie Jingmo tonight? Meanwhile, in the living room downstairs, Xie Jingmo summoned Uncle Fu, stating calmly, isn't he the bed in the guest room broken? It's time for a replacement. Uncle Fu looked bewildered. No, everything is fine. Xie Jingmo leisurely took a sip of his tea. Not broken? Uncle Fu was momentarily stunned before suddenly realizing, it's all broken, can't be used. We must move everything out. I'll arrange it immediately. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Yu Jiwan was busy packing her suitcase when she suddenly heard commotion outside. Curiously, she opened the door to find servants bustling about, carrying beds out of the guest rooms. Not just one bed, but several from different guest rooms. Yu Jiwan scratched her head in confusion, wondering what was happening. Spotting Xie Jingmo approaching, she inquired curiously, what is going on? Are the beds broken? Xie Jingmo nodded nonchalantly. The guest rooms are seldom used, so the furniture has aged. It's time for a change. Yu Jiwan EIC. Xie Jingmo, don't worry, the bed in the master bedroom is fine, we can sleep there tonight. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiwan shot him a glance filled with subtle nuances. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Yu Jiwan bit her lip, her tone tinged with hesitation and self-doubt. I can tell you seem to dislike the Yu family. So, how do you feel about me? Sharing a room with me won't feel awkward, will it? Xie Jingmo furrowed his brow, his expression suddenly turning serious. He pulled Yu Jiwan back into the bedroom, urging her to look directly at him. Gazing into her innocent eyes, his voice deep and focused, he said, Yu Jiwan, I despise the Yu family because I cannot stand how they bully you. I have never harbored even the slightest dislike for you. And, Yu Jiwan, do not doubt yourself. You are wonderful, truly wonderful. Irreplaceably wonderful. Yu Jiwan stood there, momentarily stunned, lost in the gaze of the man before her. In the Yu family, her biological parents and brother often told her that she was inadequate, that she would never measure up to Yu Xiangxiang. She worked hard to meet their expectations, only to receive their critical gazes in return, but now, Xie Jingmo, a man of high status and unmatched worth, was telling her that she was wonderful, truly wonderful. Her delicate lashes trembled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her nose tinged with a hint of soreness. Thank you, I really appreciate it. While the outside world whispered of Xie Jingmo's formidable nature, she found him quite pleasant to be around, remarkably comforting and kind. He was a good person. Due to the old furniture in the guest rooms, with the beds all removed, Yu Jiwan remained in the master bedroom. After dinner, Xie Jingmo had to attend to business matters in the study. Yu Jiwan returned to the bedroom first and, upon seeing the large bed in the center, felt a sudden jolt. She had forgotten to ask, what would sleeping arrangements be like with Xie Jingmo? Chapter 10. Please don't ignore me. Yu Jiwan stared at the bed, lost in thought for a few moments, when suddenly her phone rang. It was a call from her instructor. Hello, Teacher Liang, as she greeted. Jiwan, I have wonderful news. Liang Yulan exclaimed with palpable excitement. The Jinhua Fashion Design Competition is now open for registration. Be sure to sign up and aim to bring home a trophy. Yu Jiwan's eye sparkled with interest. When does registration begin, Teacher Liang? Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. She had recognized Yu Jiwan's exceptional design talent and capability long ago, surpassing many professional designers. She had once inquired about Yu Jiwan's background and learned that Yu Jiwan had been self-studying design since high school. During the latter half of her first year in college, there was a newcomer fashion design competition, and Liang Yulan insisted that Yu Jiwan participate. Regardless of whether she could secure an award, it would serve as valuable experience. However, the Yu family objected, fearing that Yu Jiwan would overshadow their precious daughter, Yu Xiangxiang, who was also studying fashion design. They adamantly refused to allow Yu Jiwan to register, even employing psychological manipulation, claiming their concern was rooted in preventing her from feeling disheartened by potential failure. Unable to bear the thought of such a promising talent being stifled, Liang Yulan devised a plan for Yu Jiwan to enter the competition under the name Wan Yang. During the event, Yu Jiwan remained backstage, directing models on how to showcase the garments without revealing her identity or being seen by her family. Ultimately, her design triumphed, earning her the championship of the newcomer competition, while Yu Xiangxiang only managed to secure third place. At the award ceremony, Liang Yulan accepted the trophy on Yu Jiwan's behalf, describing Wan Yang as the daughter of a friend. In the subsequent Starlight Design Competition, a more prestigious event drawing designers from across the nation, Liang Yulan encouraged Yu Jiwan to continue using the pseudonym Wan Yang. In the end, Yu Jiwan's exquisite design of a gown inspired by traditional Chinese aesthetics captivated many and led her to victory, garnering widespread acclaim. Once again, Liang Yulan stood in for her during the award presentation. As a result, the enigmatic designer Wan Yang, whose extraordinary talent remained concealed from the public eye, became increasingly popular, her reputation spreading throughout the industry, with countless individuals eager to glimpse her true identity. Reflecting on these memories, Liang Yulan warmly encouraged, as Ziwan, Jinhua represents the pinnacle of domestic fashion design competitions, with an assembly of remarkable talents and fierce competition. Nevertheless, I have every confidence in your abilities. It is highly likely you will win. Best of luck. Yu Jiwan smiled gently. Thank you, Teacher Liang. I will certainly strive to do my best. Meanwhile, at the Yu residence, Yu Shuqi sat on the sofa, his expression grave as he held his phone, courteously sending a message. Teacher Wan Yang, are you there? Teacher Wan Yang, you have been unresponsive lately. Have you truly decided to cease collaboration with the Yu family? Or is it that we've done something wrong that has... We hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. After sending the messages, Yu Shuqi received no response, and fatigue washed over him as he rubbed his temples. The Yu family operated a high-end fashion brand, and he possessed a certain understanding of fashion design. During the previous newcomer competition, he had hoped for Xiangxiang to secure first place, but unexpectedly, Wan Yang emerged as a formidable contender. He could immediately discern the brilliance of Wan Yang's designs, which not only eclipsed Xiangxiang's work but also surpassed that of many professional designers. At that time, the Yu family's fashion brand was languishing in decline, lacking quality designs and suffering from poor management. Although Xiangxiang wished to assist, her skills were still too immature. Yu Jiwan also expressed her desire to help the family, but Yu Shuqi dismissed her with disdain, feeling she was overestimating her capabilities. If Xiangxiang could not aid the family, he believed Yu Jiwan would only create further chaos. Eventually, Yu Shuqi sought out Wan Yang on Weibo and sent a private message, expressing his desire to collaborate. To his surprise, Wan Yang readily agreed, following her stunning victory with a traditional Chinese-inspired design at the Starlight Design Competition. Her popularity soared, attracting numerous prestigious brands seeking collaboration. However, Wan Yang chose to work exclusively with the Yu family, designing garments solely for them. Consequently, socialites and celebrities enamored with Wan Yang's designs began to purchase from the Yu brand, gradually reviving the company's fortunes and leading to the family's flourishing success. It could be said that Wan Yang single-handedly resurrected the Yu fashion brand, serving as its steadfast anchor. However, 3 weeks ago, for reasons unknown, Wan Yang abruptly decided to discontinue her collaboration with the Yu family. Since she had never revealed her identity, Yu Shuqi could only reach out to her via Weibo, sending numerous inquiries about the situation, yet he had not received a single reply. Furrowing his brows, Yu Shuqi pondered the matter. What could have gone awry? Had they inadvertently offended Wan Yang? Yet they had never even laid eyes on her. How could they have wronged her? If Wan Yang severed ties with the Yu family, the high-profile socialites drawn to her would undoubtedly follow suit, ceasing their patronage of the Yu brand, and these socialites represented crucial clientele. At that moment, Yu Xiang approached, her expression a mix of grievance and sorrow. "Big brother, I just messaged sister on WeChat, and I discovered she has not only blocked our phone numbers but also her WeChat account." Yu Shuqi, visibly irritated, frowned. "Xiang, I understand your attachment to familial bonds, but do not grovel to Yu Jiwan any longer. She is unworthy, she does not even compare to a single finger of yours, and she certainly does not merit your distress." Upon hearing Yu Shuqi's praise, a hint of shyness flushed Yu Xiang's cheeks. "Big brother, I know you care for me and acknowledge that sister cannot compete with me. However, sister is a young girl who has left home without a place to stay, and I am worried about her." "Enough, Xiang. Yu Shuqi interrupted her. "I have business to attend to and cannot concern myself with Yu Jiwan. The mere mention of her name irks me. It is her own choice to abandon her home. If she encounters misfortune, it is her own doing." With that cold remark, Yu Shuqi urged Yu Xiang to return to her room and sleep, then resumed sending, "I beseech you not to ignore me. I am in dire need of you, and so is the Yu family." At Lanji Garden, Yu Jiwan perused the messages in her Weibo inbox. In the past, witnessing Yu Shuqi adopt such a stance would have tugged at her heartstrings, prompting her to seek ways to alleviate her family's burdens and contribute to the Yu household. However, now Yu Jiwan set her phone aside, her exquisitely beautiful face betraying a chilling indifference. She felt no inclination to spare Yu Shuqi even a glance. The current state of the Yu family, whether it thrived or faltered, whether it lived or perished, was of no concern to her. She gathered her toiletries, preparing for a shower. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Xie Jingmo returned from his study. Yu Jiwan glanced at the man's strikingly handsome features and, after a moment of contemplation, could not help but ask, how shall we sleep later?" Xie Jingmo cast a sidelong glance at the clothes she was clutching, arching an eyebrow as he drawled, "Of course, we'll sleep together after your shower, Yu Jiwan." Chapter 11. Washing delicate lingerie for my wife after taking a shower, Yu Jiwan instructed Xie Jingmo to wash as well. She perched on the edge of the bed, casually picking up a book from the nearby table. Though her gaze fell upon the pages, she found herself unable to absorb a single word. Glancing towards the bathroom, she listened to the gentle patter of water, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Had Xie Jingmo heard it as distinctly when she was bathing earlier? Before long, the sound of water ceased. The man emerged from the bathroom, his well-defined fingers holding a white towel as he casually dried his hair. Yu Jiwan's eyes widened in surprise. The sleepwear he donned was a matching set with hers. Xie Jingmo had previously mentioned that this couple's attire was prepared by Uncle Fu, a larger and smaller version of the same design. This was Yu Jiwan's first experience wearing couple's clothing with someone. Intrigued, she stared for a few seconds, suddenly realizing that the deep grey silk pajama he wore seemed to accentuate his physique a tad too much. While the pajamas were inherently loose, the movement of drying his hair caused the silk fabric to cling to his form, delineating the contours of his muscular abdomen. With his arms raised, his waistline was partially exposed, revealing a trim and powerful figure that exuded raw vitality. He appeared remarkably capable, almost alluring, as if enticing her. Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered in a flurry, and she quickly redirected her gaze, lowering her head to continue reading. Having studied fashion design, she possessed a certain understanding of human anatomy. She couldn't help but reflect on how perfect his abs and waistline appeared. She pondered, though, how they might feel to the touch. As Sejong-moor continued to dry his hair, he cast a glance her way. Noting her engrossed in her book, he nonchalantly set the towel aside. With his hair nearly dry, he turned back to the bathroom. Yu Ji-wan, momentarily distracted by her reading, suddenly recalled that she had placed her discarded clothes in the laundry basket earlier to avoid delaying Sejong-moor's shower. She had yet to wash them. Rising, she entered the bathroom and found Sejong-moor, tall and long-legged, standing before the sink. The faucet was running, and he was washing her garments. The lace fabric moved between his distinctly knuckled fingers. Upon realizing what he was washing, her earlobes flushed with heat. "What are you doing?" How could he be washing her intimate apparel? Perhaps her reaction was too intense. The man halted his movements and turned to her. His expression rarely showed. Observing her flushed earlobes, he subtly raised an eyebrow, his voice measured and unhurried. "That's how my parents did it. My mother's clothes were always washed by my father." Yu Ji-wan blinked, realizing his parents seemed to share a loving bond. Yet, that wasn't the immediate concern. She dashed forward, her alabaster cheeks tinged with pink, her eyes shimmering with embarrassment as she gazed at him. "We don't have to do this. You don't need to wash for me. I can handle it myself." With that, she snatched her panties from his grasp. Though they were legally wed, they were not in a conventional romantic relationship. The thought of him washing her intimate garments felt far too mortifying. Sejong-moor, slightly pushed away, squinted his enchanting eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a soft smile. He remained silent as she focused her attention elsewhere. It dawned on her that her bra had already been washed and hung up, and half of her panties were also being laundered. Her earlobes burned once more. She hastily finished washing the remaining items. As she turned around, she found Sejong-moor leaning casually against the wall, his long, slender fingers still adorned with remnants of the soap bubbles from washing her clothes. Yu Ji-wan couldn't help but picture how he had tenderly laundered her panties. Her pupils trembled violently as she seized his hands, placing them under the faucet. "What are you waiting for? Rinse your hands." She meticulously scrubbed his hands, ensuring every inch, from between his fingers to the back of his hands, was thoroughly cleansed, as if erasing all evidence. Sejong-moor stood frozen, feeling her as if their fingers were entwined. A smile slowly formed on his lips, and he patiently allowed her to wash his hands. "Thank you, my lady, for your diligent hand-washing. You're quite thorough." He observed her exquisitely pale profile, his gaze lingering on her flushed earlobes. "Rest assured, when I washed your laundry, I was meticulous and thorough, ensuring every inch was scrubbed clean." Upon hearing this, Yu Ji-wan nearly stumbled. She had just succeeded in pushing that thought from her mind. Her cheeks aflame, she inhaled deeply and met his gaze. "Sejong-moor, it's not that I dislike how clean you made them. It's too embarrassing. So you find it awkward?" The man fell silent for a couple of seconds before lazily acknowledging, "I understand now." Yu Ji-wan was taken aback. "You understand what?" Even as she lay in bed later, she couldn't help but wonder if he would refrain from washing her laundry in the future. The rustling of sheets beside her indicated that Sejong-moor had slipped under the covers. While Yu Ji-wan's body tensed, the wooden scent emanating from him enveloped her, clean and pleasant, yet it seemed to bind her, forcing her to absorb his essence. With her eyes closed, she could still feel a heavy, lingering gaze upon her, causing her fingers to curl instinctively. However, the man merely uttered a calm good night before turning off the lamp on his side. There were no overstepping gestures. While Yu Ji-wan's previously taut form gradually relaxed, this marked her first experience sharing a bed with an adult man. Expecting discomfort and sleeplessness, she found herself lulled into slumber, perhaps overwhelmed by the day's events or comforted by his presence beside her. In the depths of darkness, the man opened his eyes and turned his head to observe the girl beside him, her breathing soft and shallow. He sighed almost imperceptibly, gently pulling her into his embrace, nuzzling his forehead against her neck. Yet, in the next moment, he glanced down at his lower body, his brow creasing in irritation. He slightly loosened his hold on her, distancing himself a bit. The following morning, Yu Ji-wan awoke to find the bed beside her empty. Had Sejong-moor risen this early? Yawning, She got up to wash her face. Just as she exited the bathroom, she encountered Xie Jingmore, his hair damp as if he had just showered. "Good morning, my lady," he greeted, a smile gracing his lips. His deep, magnetic voice held a hint of huskiness, even more alluring than usual. Still somewhat drowsy, Yu Jiwan replied, "A morning." However, upon stepping into the bathroom, her mind instantly cleared. The cold mist enveloping her was shocking. Had he truly taken a cold shower this early? Remarkable, his body was indeed resilient. As she mused, she approached the sink and caught sight of the couple's toiletries, her eye twitching slightly as she grabbed her cup to brush her teeth. Throughout this process, Xie Jingmore leaned languidly against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching her. Once Yu Jiwan finished washing up, he stepped forward and took her hand. She paused, only to feel a cool metallic sensation on her ring finger. Chapter 12. The ring bore 2 letters, EMW. When Yu Jiwan looked down, she was surprised to find it was an exquisitely crafted plain band. She looked up at the man in astonishment. "Oh, what is this?" The bathroom's gentle lighting illuminated the man's flawless, jade-like face, casting a shadow on his high nose bridge, which only accentuated his strikingly handsome features, making him appear almost devilishly enchanting. His captivating peach blossom eyes, languidly smiling, seemed to conceal boundless affection and tenderness. "Since we are already married, it would be inappropriate not to have a wedding ring," he remarked nonchalantly. "We applied for our marriage license rather abruptly yesterday. The formal wedding rings are still in the making. For now, let us make do with this plain band, my dear wife," he continued, a hint of teasing in his tone. Why Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she contemplated saying that she was not inconvenienced and had no need for a ring, especially since they would be divorced in a year anyway. However, she had a more pressing concern. "How did you know my ring size?" The ring fit her perfectly, neither too tight nor too loose. Xie Jingmore raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone casual. I measured your size while you were asleep last night." Yu Jiwan's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing her shocked expression, Xie Jingmore's eyebrow arched higher, and he lazily added, "I also took the liberty of measuring your neck size while you were slumbering." Yu Jiwan felt a chill run down her spine as she instinctively touched her neck. Couldn't he have used a string to measure her while she was asleep? Could he? The thought sent another wave of chills down her back. "What else did you do?" she exclaimed, incredulous at how deeply she had slept. Xie Jingmore's peach blossom eyes sparkled with mischief as he responded, his tone leisurely, "I also measured your waist," and, he elongated his final word, his gaze slowly drifting downward to her chest. Yu Jiwan's expression turned from surprise to fury, and she rushed over to cover his eyes. "Where do you think you're looking? Why are you measuring things while not sleeping?" Unable to contain himself any longer, the man let out a low chuckle, his throat vibrating with amusement, a relaxed joy evident in the corners of his eyes and brows. He gently lowered her hand that shielded his eyes and affectionately ruffled her hair, his peach blossom eyes gleaming with laughter. "Just teasing you, I didn't measure anything inappropriate. How could I dare when one forbids it? I only met Yu Jiwan," he called her, good, feeling rebellious. She huffed and glared at him before striding out of the bathroom. Xie Jingmore, unfazed by her fierce demeanor, couldn't help but smile, taking pleasure in her spirited and vivid reactions. She was finally warming up to him, no longer treating him like a stranger. Progress. Once Xie Jingmore left the bedroom, Yu Jiwan removed the ring from her ring finger, examining it with curiosity. Suddenly, she noticed the inner circle of the ring was engraved with the letters EMW. What could it mean? The initials of Mo Wan? Furrowing her brows, she recalled a rather close online friend whose Weibo username was MW, also featuring the letters EMW. What a coincidence. Yu Jiwan hurried to her nightstand and picked up her phone. She had 2 Weibo accounts. Her main account was that of a well-known designer with millions of followers. Her secondary account had far fewer followers and was mostly used for casual musings, reflecting her fondness for green grape-flavored cake and candies. It was this small account that was mutual friends with MW. They had been following each other for years, though she had forgotten the reason behind it. Initially, she thought MW was a girl, often engaging in casual banter in the comments, but she later discovered that her online friend was, in fact, male. To make matters more intriguing, he had long harbored feelings for a girl. The sudden realization that her online friend was a boy felt strange, yet she admired his deep, unrequited affection and silently hoped he would eventually be with the person he liked. Logging into her small Weibo account, she saw that MW had posted a message the previous day. Sad smiley, from today onwards, I will be able to see her every day. Yu Jiwan's eyes lit up, genuinely happy for him, and she immediately commented, sad smiley, congratulations. Are you finally with your crush? She assumed that, being early in the morning, MW would not respond promptly. However, to her surprise, he replied almost instantly, sad smiley, sort of. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. Sort of? What did that mean? Then she noticed that MW had posted another message, sad smiley. Yu Jiwan sighed softly. It seemed he had not yet attained his heart's desire. Oddly enough, MW's post seemed to have gone viral, attracting comments from passers-by. I'm also waiting for my moonlight. Do you all have someone you like? Wait. Does their MW in the blogger's nickname stand for my wife, my world, or my whole? I have a friend who uses MW as a note for his crush. Oh no, the world will soon be overtaken by our pure love. Upon reading this, Yu Jiwan realized that their MW in MW had such a romantic connotation. Glancing at the ring Xie Jingmore had given her, engraved with the MW, as she concluded it must simply be her initials. It seemed to be just a coincidence, devoid of any deeper meaning. Coincidentally, MW was self-studying fashion design, expressing a desire to one day design a wedding dress for the girl he liked. Sigh, loving someone in secret was truly a bittersweet torment. Why Yu Jiwan left an encouraging comment, sad smiley, the moonlight will surely fall upon you. I wish you could soon be with the one you adore. MW replied almost immediately. Thank you for your kind words, followed by 2 pink bunny emojis. Why Yu Jiwan smiled, setting her phone down and changing her clothes before heading downstairs. To her surprise, she found Xie Jingmore preparing breakfast, wearing an apron adorned with pink bunnies. A sudden surge of girlish delight overwhelmed her. She wondered if the couple-themed items that Fubo had prepared should be reserved for Xie Jingmore, as she had never known him to possess such a whimsical side. As she approached, she keenly observed that the pink bunny on his apron resembled the one in his WeChat profile picture, who had drawn that adorable little bunny, capturing his heart to the point of making it his profile picture and printing it on an apron. Noticing the girl's contemplative gaze, Xie Jingmore turned his head. What's on your mind? Breakfast is almost ready. Yu Jiwan looked at him in astonishment. You can cook? Xie Jingmore replied, surprised. Yu Jiwan nodded. I thought someone like you wouldn't lift a finger. Xie Jingmore turned off the stove and ladled the kanji into a porcelain bowl. Someone like me. Yu Jiwan couldn't quite pinpoint if it was his striking looks, broad shoulders, and long legs that made even cooking seem aesthetically pleasing. What I mean is, I thought someone of your status would be accustomed to having everything done for them. The man chuckled softly, his voice languid and alluring. I would be more than happy to serve my wife, allowing her to be pampered while I do all the work. Yu Jiwan, Fubo, watering the flowers in the garden, passed by and couldn't help but smile at the tender dynamic between the couple. The gentleman truly seemed to treasure his lady dearly. In the dining room, after tasting Xie Jingmore's culinary skills, Yu Jiwan's eyes brightened. Not only was the breakfast composed of her favorite dishes, but the flavors were also exceptional. The crystal shrimp dumplings were succulent and delicious, while the lotus seed soup was so delightful that she finished an entire bowl. I never expected your cooking skills to be this impressive, even surpassing that of a 5-star chef. Yu Jiwan praised without reservation. Xie Jingmore raised an eyebrow slightly. As long as my wife is pleased. To win a woman's heart, One must first capture her stomach. It seemed this adage held true. All his prior efforts to master cooking, enduring countless culinary mishaps and having Fubo serve as his taste tester, had finally paid off. After breakfast, Yu Jiwan had to head to school. She initially planned to go alone since Langxiwen was not far from her school, but Xie Jingmore insisted on driving her to the school gate. Watching her step out of the car and walk into the school, he then drove off to his company. With the fourth year having only a few classes left, Yu Jiwan arrived at school and went to Professor Liang Yulan's office. Around 11 in the morning, after bidding farewell to Professor Liang, Yu Jiwan prepared to return to Langxiwen. However, just as she reached the school gate, she unexpectedly ran into Jiyu Chengfeng. Her expression grew cold, and she continued walking, deliberately ignoring him as if he were mere rubbish on the roadside. Yu Jiwan. Jiyu Chengfeng had never been disregarded in such a manner, and, irate, he blocked her path. Just as he was about to throw a fit, something caught his eye, causing his pupils to dilate as he stared intently at the ring on Yu Jiwan's finger. Yu Jiwan, what are you wearing on your hand? Chapter 13. Yu Jiwan declares her marriage. Yu Jiwan was intercepted by Jiyu Chengfeng, halting her steps. She exhibited no intention of concealing her ring, wearing it boldly on her finger. Jiyu Chengfeng, who had already graduated, was a surprising presence at the school. Jiyu Xiao, at that moment, Jiyu Chengfeng's friend, Wei Chen, rushed over with a grin. Jiwan, I heard someone saw you at school and immediately informed Jiyu Xiao. Upon hearing this, Jiyu Xiao hurried over to find you. Jiyu Chengfeng retorted with irritation. Who said I came to look for her? I came to find Qianqian. Qianqian was the younger sister he had met at the pool hall the previous day. Wei Chen was momentarily speechless, incredulous at Jiyu Chengfeng's obstinacy at such a time. What a spoiled temperament. Nevertheless, as a loyal friend, Wei Chen quickly turned to Yu Jiwan, chuckling awkwardly. Jiwan, there was a misunderstanding at the pool hall yesterday, and you both need to clarify things today. I won't intrude any longer. I'll head to the supermarket for some cigarettes. With that, Wei Chen hastily made his exit, leaving them to converse privately. Jiyu Chengfeng muttered about Wei Chen meddling, yet his gaze remained fixated on the ring adorning Yu Jiwan's finger. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a wicked smile crept onto his face. Yu Jiwan had just told him they were breaking up yesterday, yet today she was wearing a ring on her ring finger. It was evident she was pledging her fidelity to him. Even after their breakup, and despite being single, she chose to wear a ring on that finger, almost as if to warn other men against pursuing her. He never expected Yu Jiwan to be so devoted to him, so unwaveringly loyal. Feeling elated, Jiyu Chengfeng lifted his chin, adopting a condescending tone. Yu Jiwan, don't be too upset about what I said at the pool hall yesterday. I initially intended to toy with you, but now, I retract that statement. I plan to be serious with you, so let us not discuss breaking up anymore. I permit you to continue as my girlfriend, understand? Upon hearing this, Yu Jiwan furrowed her brows and stepped back, wanting to distance herself from his antics. Jiyu Chengfeng, I made myself perfectly clear yesterday. I have broken up with you, and we have no further ties. Jiyu Chengfeng scoffed internally, recognizing her playful resistance. He retrieved a handful of objects from his pocket and spread them open in his palm, revealing a collection of red bin beads. Yu Jiwan, you broke that red bin bracelet yesterday, scattering the beads everywhere. I gathered them all. 17 beads in total. Not a single one is missing. Surely, this will appease you. Yu Jiwan cast a dispassionate glance at the beads, her expression remaining unyielding, devoid of any emotion. Jiyu Chengfeng, observing her demeanor, furrowed his brow in impatience. Yu Jiwan, what more do you want? I've already allowed you to continue as my girlfriend. Stop being so contradictory. Take off that ring. It's an eyesore. And about severing ties with the Yu family, I'm not criticizing you, but you're being rather thoughtless. After leaving the Yu residence yesterday, where did you spend the night? Yu Jiwan's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile, her striking features seemingly encased in frost. Jiyu Chengfeng, I shall reiterate one final time. I have ended our relationship and we are no longer connected. E. Moreover, I cannot remove this ring, for I am already married. E. I kindly ask Jiu Xiao to respect my wishes and refrain from pursuing me further. With that, Yu Jiwan ignored Jiu Chengfeng's stunned expression and turned to exit the school grounds. Jiu Chengfeng stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gaped at Yu Jiwan's retreating figure. What did she just say? She is married. How could this be? She just broke up with him yesterday, and today she marries another man? Impossible. Jiu Chengfeng watched Yu Jiwan's figure grow distant, gritting his teeth in frustration as he pulled out his phone to dial her number. To his dismay, a cold mechanical voice informed him that the call could not be completed. He had been blocked. Stunned, he stared incredulously at his phone screen. Why Yu Jiwan blocked him too? How could she bear to do that? Well then, he had underestimated Yu Jiwan. This ungrateful woman had truly severed ties with him. Fuming, Jiu Chengfeng nearly hurled his phone away in rage. Overwhelmed by indignation, he scrolled to find Yu Shuqi's number, intending to inquire if he knew anything about Yu Jiwan's marriage. Yet just before pressing the dial button, Jiu Chengfeng suddenly composed himself. No, this doesn't add up. Why Yu Jiwan has such a small social circle, she hardly knows any other men. How could she possibly get married in the span of a single day? Where would she find someone? She is a forlorn heiress. Who would ever take notice of her? Yu Jiwan must be trying to provoke him, making him jealous by wearing that ring and claiming she is married. Jiu Chengfeng scoffed. This Yu Jiwan, is she envious of his recklessness in recognizing a younger sister? Does she want him to experience the sting of jealousy as well? Ever since their relationship began, he had not entertained any other women. At most, there had been a few casual embraces, but he hadn't shared a bed with anyone else. Had he not already reformed his ways? Wasn't he that enough? Was she truly so possessive, so petty? Jiu Chengfeng glanced at the red beads in his palm. Fine then, if Yu Jiwan refuses other suitors but accepts him, it must be out of her immense love for him that she feels compelled to be jealous. Once he cuts ties with those younger sisters, this stingy girl will surely be delighted to continue as his girlfriend. Leng Quanyuan was not far from her school, and Yu Jiwan decided to walk back. As she strolled along, a sleek black car suddenly pulled up beside her. The window rolled down to reveal the strikingly handsome face of Xie Jingmore, his unique peach blossom eyes glimmering. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. What are you doing here? The man raised an eyebrow playfully. It's almost noon. I came to pick you up from school and happened to spot you here. Get in. Surprised by the gesture of being picked up, Yu Jiwan hesitated, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. No one had ever come to collect her before in the Yu family. Realizing she was lost in thought, she quickly opened the door and took her seat in the passenger side. Just as she settled in, the man leaned over and attentively fastened her seatbelt. The distance between them shrank dramatically. The man exuded a uniquely pleasant woody fragrance that enveloped her, causing Yu Jiwan's long lashes to flutter as she held her breath, captivated by his features up close. She noticed how long his eyelashes were, the high bridge of his nose, and his lips. Xie Jingmore secured the seatbelt and, noticing the simple ring on her ring finger, could not resist reaching out to touch it. The warmth of his fingertips inevitably brushed against Yu Jiwan's hand. Why Yu Jiwan, momentarily entranced by his lips, jolted as their hands connected, her heart racing. Why are you touching my ring? The man chuckled lightly, his voice sultry and smooth, casually lifting his hand. I'm wearing one too. If you feel upset, you can touch mine in return. Yu Jiwan remained silent, pondering his childishness. Xie Sui, she refrained from touching him and discreetly cast another glance at his lips before hastily diverting her gaze. For some reason, a sudden craving for jelly surged within her. She tugged at the seatbelt across her chest. Isn't he at noon already? Why did you come back from the company? Don't you have work in the afternoon? Yes, I have something to attend to this afternoon. After a pause, Xie Jingmore's peach blossom eyes sparkled as he grinned lazily. And I need to trouble my lady to accompany me. Just as Yu Jiwan was about to inquire further, her phone suddenly rang. Chapter 14. This is my husband. Xie Jingmore urged her to take the call first. Whatever the person on the other end said, it filled Yu Jiwan with immense joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. Once she hung up, Xie Jingmo, intrigued, inquired, what is it that brings you such happiness? Yu Jiwan, brimming with excitement, replied, it's my aunt. Oh, right, the call was from my aunt, not a relative from the Yu family, but from my previous foster parents. They have an uncle and aunt who treated me exceptionally well. Realizing that Xie Jingmo was unfamiliar with her past, she took the time to explain. The man nodded in acknowledgement but showed no signs of surprise, as if this were not the first time he had heard about her aunt. Yu Jiwan blinked in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. She had never mentioned her aunt to Xie Jingmo. Could it be that this top-tier figure possessed an extraordinary emotional resilience, remaining unfazed by anything? Not pondering further, she continued her enthusiastic explanation. My aunt has a daughter who just started her second year of junior high recently. She fell ill and was hospitalized last week. The doctor scheduled her for surgery, but after the operation, my sister remained in a coma. Just now, my aunt called to say that my sister has woken up and her condition is stable. She is out of danger. This was the reason for her elation. The surgery incurred substantial expenses, and her aunt's family did not possess significant savings. Fortunately, over the past few years, she had saved some money by designing drawings under the alias Wan Yang, which she used to help cover the medical costs, a way to repay her aunt's past kindness. After all, her foster parents had treated her poorly, and without her uncle and aunt's care, her life would have been far worse. Now, hearing this good news, Yu Jiwan could hardly contain her joy. She turned to Xie Jingmo, eagerly grasping his arm. You mentioned earlier that you had something for me to accompany you this afternoon. What is it? Is it urgent? If not, I'd like to visit the hospital first. Xie Jingmo glanced at her hand holding his arm. Seeing her eagerly gazing up at him, her eyes sparkling, he couldn't help but ruffle her hair, the corners of his lips curving upward slightly. It's not urgent. I'll accompany you to the hospital first. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. Oh. You coming with me? She thought that visiting her uncle and aunt was something she could handle on her own. Why did Xie Jingmo feel the need to join her? Xie Jingmo shot her a sidelong glance, his long, pale fingers tapping lazily on the steering wheel as he spoke in a relaxed tone. I'm your husband. Isn't it only right that I accompany you? Yu Jiwan was left speechless, seeing her hesitation. The man's voice dipped slightly. If you find it embarrassing to be seen with me, or if you prefer not to introduce me to your family, I truly don't mind. Really, you don't need to worry about my feelings. I won't make a fuss. Yu Jiwan's eyes widened slowly, filled with disbelief. When have I ever found you embarrassing? If Xie Jingmo were considered unworthy, who then could ever be acceptable? How could he think that? Yu Jiwan, feeling helpless, began to explain and reassure him. I have never looked down on you. Truly, don't overthink it. If you don't believe me, then come with me to the hospital right now. Xie Jingmo's eyes curved charmingly. All right, I won't overthink. I'll go to the hospital with you. Yu Jiwan was confused. Wait, something seemed off. She scratched her head in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Xie Jingmo had already turned the car around, purchasing some gifts for the patients, as well as a small token for her aunt and uncle, before heading to the hospital. Upon arriving on the third floor of the ward, they fortuitously encountered her aunt in the hallway. Yu Jiwan rushed over, anxiety evident in her voice. Aunt, how is my sister? As soon as Xu Yingzi saw Yu Jiwan, her face lit up with joy. Your sister was just mentioning you. How did you arrive so quickly? Oh, Jiwan, who is this? Xu Yingzi noticed a tall, strikingly handsome stranger accompanying Yu Jiwan, exuding an aura of inherent nobility and grace. Upon hearing her inquiry, Xie Jingmo did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced down at Yu Jiwan, seemingly waiting for her to introduce him. Yu Jiwan bit her rosy lip. Casting a furtive glance at Xie Jingmo after a brief moment of contemplation, she decided to be forthright. After all, she didn't want Xie Jingmo to think she was ashamed of him. It was truly perplexing. She had never heard him described as sensitive or fragile before, and now she found herself needing to carefully tend to his delicate heart. Moreover, there was no reason to hide the fact of their marriage. It was not something to be ashamed of. "Aunt, let me introduce you, this is my newly wedded husband, Xie Jingmore." Xu Yingzi was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. "What? Jiwan is married? When did this happen?" Upon hearing Yu Jiwan refer to him as her husband, Xie Jingmore couldn't help but smile, the corners of his lips curling up uncontrollably, as if he had finally received the recognition he desired, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Hello, Aunt. Jiwan and I just got our marriage certificate. Due to special circumstances, we plan to hold a wedding later, and we look forward to your presence then." Yu Jiwan was taken aback. A wedding? Who said anything about a wedding? At that moment, Xu couldn't help but scrutinize Xie Jingmore with an appraising gaze, her instincts as a protective family member kicking in. This man was indeed extraordinary. Although he was trying to appear approachable, the aura of someone from a prestigious background was unmistakably present in his demeanor. Furthermore, his looks were quite alarming, making him seem like a magnet for attention. However, his attitude towards her was courteous and polite, clearly respecting her as Jiwan's aunt. It seemed he valued Jiwan greatly, which was reassuring. As long as he treated Jiwan well, that was all that mattered. Yet, Xu Yingzi felt a flicker of familiarity. This man seemed somewhat recognizable, as though she had seen him before. Just then, Yu Jiwan's uncle emerged from the ward, drawn by the commotion. Yu Jiwan greeted her uncle with a smile, and Xie Jingmore followed suit, politely greeting him as well, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Once Xie Jingmore and Yu Jiwan entered the ward, Xu Yingzi pulled her husband aside, whispering, old he, look. That man is Jiwan's newlywed husband. Do you think he looks a bit familiar? Have we seen him before?" Old he scrutinized him closely, suddenly widening his eyes in shock, stammering, that's the president of the Xie Corporation. I've seen his photo in finance magazines. Xu Yingzi was equally astonished but shook her head. That's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen him in person before, not just in photos. Perhaps it was years ago, maybe when Jiwan was still in high school? Old he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be? How could we have had the chance to meet someone like President Xie? Xu Yingzi still felt something was off, desperately trying to recall where they might have met him, suspecting it could be connected to Jiwan. In any case, this man appeared to hold Jiwan in high regard, which provided her with some comfort. After all, Jiwan had endured tremendous hardships during her childhood, having received little kindness from her foster parents. She remembered when Jiwan was 8 years old and had spotted a nearly frozen stray puppy by the roadside. Unable to bear seeing the poor creature suffer, she returned home to plead with her foster father, who reluctantly agreed to let her adopt the puppy. Joyfully, 8-year-old Jiwan brought the puppy home, nurturing it as her companion amidst the abusive gambling environment of her foster family, where the stepmother favored boys over girls. That puppy had been her only warmth during those bleak times. But one afternoon, upon returning home from school, Jiwan found a plate of meat on the table. Her foster father and several friends were drinking and boasting while feasting on the meat. As Jiwan attempted to retreat to her room, her foster father called her over, a smile on his face, urging her to eat from the plate. Chapter 15. Xie Jingmore's secret affection for Wanwan. Should he confess? Wanwan seldom experienced such a gentle demeanor from her adoptive father, which struck her as peculiar. She declared that she was not hungry, yet her adoptive father forcibly shoved a piece of meat into her mouth, inquiring whether it was to her liking. Terrified of inciting his wrath, Wanwan cautiously responded that it was delicious. Her adoptive father then threw his head back in boisterous laughter, maliciously exclaiming, "This is the dog you raised, you've done quite well with it, har har." Wanwan's face turned pale with fright, and she stumbled into the kitchen, where she was confronted with the gruesome sight of a blooded dog skin. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she was compelled to swallow that piece of meat, which subsequently made her violently ill. The 8-year-old Wanwan wept and pleaded with her father to return her little dog, only to be met with a harsh slap across her face and the scornful reprimand, "After all these years of raising you, don't think twice about eating your dog. Even selling you for money would be entirely justified." How could an 8-year-old girl withstand the might of a middle-aged man? When her adoptive father saw her relentless crying, he pulled out his belt, intending to strike her, while her adoptive mother remained indifferent, only cradling her younger brother. At that moment, Xu Yingzi, who lived next door, heard the child's cries and rushed over, compassionately taking Won back to her own home, thus sparing her from a beating. From that day forth, Won dared not raise a dog again. However, Xu Yingzi knew that Won truly adored small dogs. Whenever she spotted one by the roadside, her eyes would light up. Yet, the fear had left her traumatized, and regardless of her affection, she no longer dared to keep one. Many years have passed since that incident, and even now, as Xu Yingzi reflects upon it, her eyes brim with tears. Won had scarcely enjoyed a day of happiness while living with her adoptive parents. Upon returning to the Yu family, she remained uncertain about Won's circumstances. After all, the events occurring within the Yu household were beyond her knowledge. She had heard that the Yu family was biased towards the false daughter, Yu Xiangxiang. Now that Won is married, Xu Yingzi, as her aunt, desires nothing more than for that man to treat Won well. In the hospital room, Yu Jiwan inquired about her sister's condition and engaged her in light conversation. Seizing the moment while Xie Jingmo was preoccupied with peeling an apple, her sister tugged at Yu Jiwan's sleeve and whispered, sister, is brother-in-law treating you well? If he dares to mistreat you, just tell me and Mom and Dad. We will support you. Yu Jiwan, amused by her sister's earnestness, couldn't help but chuckle and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, a sister knows. Now you must recover swiftly so that I can rest easy. Her sister giggled. The doctor said I will be able to get out of bed and run around soon. Xie Jingmo, with his head bowed and seemingly oblivious to their conversation, he fervently wished for more people to cherish her. After they had whispered enough, Xie Jingmo poured a glass of water for Yu Jiwan and asked if she wanted to transfer her sister to a better hospital room. Yu Jiwan pondered for a moment before replying, no need to change rooms. I wish to invite a seasoned specialist to examine whether my sister's surgery has been entirely successful and if there are any potential after-effects. Xie Jingmo nodded, took out his phone, and made a call. In no time, several esteemed specialists hurried in. Even the hospital director made an appearance. A throng of people entered, all with a respectful demeanor. Xu Yingzi and her husband were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. Yu Jiwan, too, felt a bit dazed. She turned to Xie Jingmo, who held her hand reassuringly, saying, it's all right, let them examine your sister. Soon, the specialists convened and confirmed that the patient's condition had been thoroughly treated, assuring that adherence to medical advice would prevent any after-effects, and she would recover swiftly. Yu Jiwan's heart was finally at ease. Xu Yingzi and her husband wore expressions of joy, offering their heartfelt gratitude to the doctors. The director politely declined their thanks, giving a slight nod to Xie Jingmo before departing with the doctors. Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingmo lingered for a while longer before taking their leave. Watching their retreating figures, Xu Yingzi couldn't help but muse that she must attend Won's wedding when the time comes. Suddenly, she recalled where she had seen Xie Jingmo before. It was during Won's first year of high school. At that time, Won had not yet returned to the Yu family and was still living with her adoptive parents. She remembered that day vividly. Won's adoptive father had lost at gambling and took out his frustration on her. Aware that Won was self-studying design, he twisted her wrist, nearly causing a fracture, and slapped her, leaving a red mark on her face that took ages to fade. That very night, while returning home late from work, she passed a narrow alley and heard the sounds of a brutal beating, accompanied by a man's cries. The street light in the alley flickered erratically. As she peered inside, she saw several youths encircling a middle-aged man in a vicious assault. The moment the streetlight flickered back to life, she recognized the battered figure, Won's adoptive father. And the leading assailant among the youths was none other than Xie Jingmo. The young man's expression was fierce, his brows furrowed in rage, as he struck Won's adoptive father mercilessly, leaving him on the brink of death. Xu Yingzi was unaware of the specifics of what transpired in the alley. She only knew that following that day, Won's adoptive father spent a prolonged period in the hospital and no longer dared to lay a finger on Won, harboring an inexplicable fear of her, even keeping his distance. Not long after, the school's principal approached her, stating that he was aware of Won's difficult home life and wished to offer assistance. However, knowing Won's parents were unreliable, he sought her out, Won's aunt, to entrust the funds, hoping she would look after Won. Naturally, the benefactor also provided her with a token of appreciation. Xu Yingzi recalled that aside from the principal, several other teachers were present, along with a rebellious youth clad in a school uniform. Her attention had been solely on the teachers, neglecting to focus on the young man, but now, reflecting on it, she realized that the youth was unmistakably Xie Jingmore. So it was. Xie Jingmore had been supporting Wanwan from the shadows, understanding that Wanwan's parents were unreliable. He had funneled the funds through the teacher to her, hoping she would take greater care of Wanwan. Afterward, when Wanwan's adoptive father was imprisoned for gambling, was that also related to Xie Jingmore? Xu Yingzi suddenly felt enlightened. And no wonder she had found Xie Jingmore familiar just moments ago. At 17, he had been strikingly similar to the man he had become in his 20s, more mature, yet still bearing a resemblance. It was no surprise that upon seeing him, she felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. It turned out that Xie Jingmore had begun to quietly cherish Wanwan from such an early age that he had been harboring feelings for her since high school. In that instant, Xu Ying's heart surged with conflicting emotions, both elation and turmoil. Elated at the thought that since Jingmore loved Wanwan, he would undoubtedly treat her well, allowing her to rest easy as an aunt. Yet conflicted over whether to reveal Jingmore's secret affections and the deeds he had done for Wanwan. Chapter 16. Madam, you are quite beautiful. In the parking lot beneath the hospital, Yu Jiwan sat in the passenger seat, her smile radiant, exuding an air of delight. Truly, today has been exceptionally fortunate. Aside from encountering Jiyu Chengfeng at school, everything else has been a blessing. My sister will soon recover. Xie Jingmore was about to start the car when he paused at her words. With his left hand casually resting on the steering wheel, his tone turned languid. First, raise your head and look at your husband. I have a question for you. Yu Jiwan looked up in confusion. What question? The man's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel, and after a brief silence, he spoke nonchalantly. Madam, do you have a penchant for men like Jiyu Chengfeng? Asking his own wife if she preferred other types of men felt peculiar, akin to inviting a green hat upon himself. Yet, Xie Jingmore posed the question nonetheless. Why? Yu Jiwan's delicate features contorted in indignation, as though she had been insulted. Why do you ask that? A hint of a smile, neither fully. Since university, your admirers have multiplied, yet you only accepted Jiyu Chengfeng's pursuit. His tone turned increasingly dangerous, laced with a hint of jealousy as he mentioned that useless Jiyu Chengfeng. Yu Jiwan found the topic distasteful and pouted. It wasn't my choice, it was the Yu family. They pressured me into accepting Jiyu Chengfeng's pursuit for the sake of collaborating with the Jiyu family. I have no affection for Jiyu Chengfeng whatsoever. Xie Jingmore was momentarily taken aback, his pupils constricting imperceptibly. It was for such reasons that she acquiesced to Jiyu Chengfeng. In the next instant, his expression darkened ominously, a chilling aura enveloping him. Those Yu family members again. Yu Jiwan keenly sensed the shift in his demeanor. What's wrong? She asked, perplexed. Had she said something amiss? Nothing. Xie Jingmore masked his emotions, gently ruffling her hair. Gradually, a playful glimmer danced in his eyes. So, it appears that Wanwan does not fancy Jiyu Chengfeng. Then what type of man does Wanwan prefer? Yu Jiwan could only blink in bewilderment. How would I know? I don't have anyone I like, nor have I considered that question. Why are you asking such questions? Yu Jiwan scrutinized him suspiciously before a realization dawned. Oh, I see. You wouldn't be planning to introduce me to someone after a divorce, would you? Xie Jingmore nearly laughed in disbelief. Before I introduce Madam to anyone, please remain single. Yu Jiwan blinked in confusion. Single, but I am married, aren't I? We've already tied the knot. Her words brought a smile to Xie Jingmore's lips. Madam is correct, I misspoke. During our marriage, I shall not engage in any improper relationships with other men. The sun shone brightly outside, illuminating her porcelain skin, her lips a luscious red, and as her eyes sparkled with starlight, her smile was both enchanting and captivating, like a resplendent rose in full bloom. Xie Jingmore felt a warmth surge within him, his voice low and slightly husky, tantalizingly causing a shiver of delight to ripple through her. Then madam can be assured I shall not engage in any improper relationships with women other than you. No matter the occasion. Yu Jiwan nodded in agreement, placing her trust in his words. After all, he was notoriously known for being aloof, or rather, for having little interest in women. By the way, Yu Jiwan suddenly recalled, you mentioned needing me to accompany you this afternoon. What is it about? As Xie Jingmore started the car and drove out, his tone remained languid. My grandparents are traveling abroad. Upon hearing that we registered our marriage yesterday, they were overjoyed and wished to return immediately. However, due to a snowstorm, their flight was delayed, and they will only be back this morning. The moment they arrive home, they wish to meet their long-awaited granddaughter-in-law. Yu Jiwan, taken aback, sat up straight. Her eyes widened in surprise. You mean your grandparents want to meet me? Xie Jingmore chuckled at her anxious demeanor. Do not worry. My grandparents are very kind and will surely like you. Yet, Yu Jiwan couldn't shake her nervousness. Her fingers clenched tightly. When will we meet this afternoon? Xie Jingmore smirked languidly. In no hurry, it's already past noon. We should grab a bite first. We can't let madam go hungry. Yu Jiwan was speechless, though he was still in the mood for jest. After all, meeting the parents was a nerve-wracking affair for anyone. Yu Jiwan nervously brushed her hair and tugged at her clothes, frowning slightly. Do you think my outfit is inappropriate? Is my appearance lacking? Having left home without much thought into her attire, she felt unsure. As they waited at a red light, Xie Jingmore halted the car. He turned to her, unhesitatingly stating, how could your appearance be lacking? Madam is sufficiently beautiful. He paused, his voice rich and enticing. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Yu Jiwan was momentarily taken aback by the compliment, suddenly feeling a tad bashful, her ears tinged with a delicate flush. Thank you. Perhaps it's just that you haven't seen many others. Xie Jingmore raised an eyebrow in response. Yu Jiwan accompanied Xie Jingmore to a restaurant he frequently visited, where a private booth awaited them on the second floor. Once seated, Yu Jiwan noticed that the dishes Xie Jingmore had ordered were all her favorites. It seemed their tastes aligned remarkably well. During the meal, Xie Jingmore's phone screen lit up intermittently. His grandfather was bombarding him with messages in the group chat, inquiring if there was anything he needed to prepare in advance. Xie Jingmore raised an eyebrow. Smiley, please remove anything related to pineapples from the house. She is allergic to them. Grandpa Xie Smiley, rest assured. It's all taken care of. Everything has been removed. Grandma Xie Smiley, and that little parrot named Pineapple has been renamed Fatty overnight. Cousin Xie Yunjiao. Just as Xie Jingmore was about to put his phone down, he received a private message from Xie Yunjiao. Bro, there's a large pineapple plush toy at the old house that I bought earlier. It should be fine, right? Xie Jingmore Smiley, remove it too. Best to avoid any unnecessary distractions. Xie Yunjiao Smiley, woo bro, this is favoritism over your brother. Xie Jingmore Smiley, is it? Xie Yunjiao. Of course it is. Xie Jingmore raised an eyebrow. Smiley, I feel like I'm not favoring my brother enough. Xie Yunjiao immediately began to wail louder. Xie Yunjiao Smiley, all right, I won't ramble on. Back in high school, I even helped you deliver gifts to your wife. Xie Yunjiao Smiley, hee hee. Now that the clouds have cleared and the moon shines, bro, for your and sis-in-law's happiness, don't worry about me. Chapter 17. Yu Jiwan delivered a sharp slap to him. Observing Xie Jingmore preoccupied with his phone, she speculated that he was likely engaged in official business. Having nearly finished a meal, she rose to visit the restroom. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered the Yu family of 4 in the corridor: Yu Changde, Dao Shuqin, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Xiangxiang. Yu Xiangxiang paused for a moment, then rushed to Yu Jiwan with a concerned expression. Sister, where did you spend the night last night? Don't even think about running away from home. Quickly apologize to Dad and come back home. I'm genuinely worried about you. Yu Changde, upon seeing his daughter who had not returned all night, wore a complex expression. However, hearing Yu Xiangxiang mention a running away from home, He was instantly reminded of Yu Jiwan's intention to sever ties with the Yu family, and his demeanor turned cold. How could this biological daughter be so ungrateful? Why couldn't she learn from Xiangxiang and be a bit more filial and obedient? The more Yu Changde thought about it, the angrier he became. Xiangxiang, you needn't bother with her. Don't speak on her behalf, and certainly don't plead with her to return home. I, Yu Changde, have no such wayward daughter. Yu Jiwan's gaze turned icy, her expression devoid of emotion as she looked at him. Wayward? That pales in comparison to you, Yu Dong, who married your own daughter off to Jiyu Chengfeng, personally pushing her into the fire, even worse than a beast. Yu Changde was taken aback, his hands trembling with rage, his chest heaving violently. Worse than a beast, this unfilial daughter dared to insult her own father like that. Who gave her such audacity? Dao Shuqin hurriedly stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Yu Changde's back while casting an admonishing look at Yu Jiwan. How can you utter such treasonous words? Do you even possess a semblance of filial piety? And you've gone so far as to blacklist our numbers. Such willfulness. It's no wonder you were raised by adoptive parents, lacking proper education, completely unaware of how to honor your parents. Yu Jiwan's expression hardened, her delicate brows appearing as though cloaked in ice and snow. Ms. Dao, what ground do you have to criticize me? Is it my fault that I was mistakenly switched at birth? I'll say it again, I have severed ties with the Yu family, and there will be no further entanglements. You annoying people, I can blacklist you at will. Annoying people? Yu Jiwan had the audacity to label them as such. Yu Changde's eye surged, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu Jiwan, shouting, You ungrateful child. Yet, Dao Shuqin noticed that Yu Jiwan referred to her as Miss Dao, and earlier, she had called Yu Changde Yu Dong. How bold of you to throw a tantrum to the point of refusing to even call us parents. Dao Shuqin exclaimed, both furious and incredulous. Mother, at that moment, Yu Xingxiang suddenly spoke, her eyes glistening with tears as she pleaded, sister must have been caught up in the heat of the moment. Please don't be angry with her. Hearing Yu Xiangxiang address her as a mother, Dao Shuqin felt her heart nearly melt. Although Xiangxiang was not her biological daughter, she was always so sensible and thoughtful, calling her a mother with such warmth. If only Yu Jiwan could exhibit even 1% of Xiangxiang's virtues. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Yu Shaozi sprang toward Yu Jiwan. Yu Jiwan, have you bullied Xiangxiang enough? Now you dare to flaunt your authority over your own parents. As your second brother, I shall teach you a lesson today. As he spoke, Yu Shaozi raised his hand to strike her. However, in the next moment, Yu Jiwan's right hand firmly intercepted his. She regarded him with cold eyes. Yu Shaozi, do you really think so highly of yourself? What gives you the right to hit me? You knew I was allergic to pineapple, yet you still mixed it into my juice. I find it repulsive to be related to someone like you. Yu Shaozi, having failed to strike her, was furious. So what if you're allergic? That was ages ago. Do you really need to dredge up the past? Besides, you didn't die from it. Why are you so petty? With a resounding slap, Yu Jiwan struck Yu Shaozi across the face, leaving him in stunned disbelief, a clear mark of her handprint burning on his cheek. She actually dared to hit him, and with such force. Yu Jiwan. Yu Shaozi roared in anger, his eyes bulging. Are you seeking death? Yu Jiwan's red lips curled into a mocking smile, her gaze regarding him as if he were a joke. I merely slapped you. You didn't die, so why are you being so petty? Yu Shaozi was momentarily speechless, realizing she had turned his own words against him. He was left unable to retaliate, his face flushing with indignation. Yu Jiwan, uninterested in wasting her breath on this irritating group, turned and departed. Second brother. Yu Xiangxiang, snapping out of her astonishment, rushed to Yu Shaozi, her eyes rimmed with red. How could she hit you? Dao Shuqin hurried over, her face lined with worry. This Yu Jiwan is truly outrageous. Xiaozer, does it hurt? Mom, I'm fine. Yu Xiaozer winced, covering his face, his eyes fixed on Yu Jiwan's retreating figure. While Yu Xiangxiang's eyes shimmered with tears, biting her lip. Even if sister is throwing a tantrum, she shouldn't lay a hand on you. If only I could take that slap for you. Yu Xiaozer immediately felt a pang of sympathy, wiping her tears. Xiangxiang, don't say that. Your second brother wouldn't want you to suffer even the slightest bit. Such a good girl. Xiangxiang was truly his beloved little sister. Yu Changde, seething with rage, declared, this unfilial daughter has truly changed. In the past, even when he had torn up her acceptance letter, her most enraging moment, she had considered leaving the Yu. Now, she had the gall to insult him and strike Xiaozer. Was she truly intent on severing ties with the Yu family? Yu Xiaozer scoffed. Dad, Mom, rest assured, Yu Jiwan is merely boasting. She talks of severing ties, yet she remains on the Yu family's household register. If she has the ability, let her move her household registration elsewhere. Yu Changde furrowed his brow. I will not permit her to move her household registration. It is sheer nonsense. If a biological daughter were to move her registration, it would only spread rumors that I am a failure as a father, bringing disgrace to the Yu family. Upon reading it, his expression transformed to one of elation. Dao Shuqin hurriedly asked, what is it? Yu Changde, brimming with excitement, replied, I've received news that the elders of the Xie family have returned from abroad. Shuqin, there's no time like the present. Let us head to the Xie family immediately to discuss Xiangxiang and Jingmore's marriage. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangxiang's face turned crimson. But farther, the marriage with the Xie family is meant for sister. Yu Xiaozer sighed. My silly sister, how could Yu Jiwan ever be worthy of being the young mistress of the Xie family? She was raised by adoptive parents, living a life of hardship. She has neither the experience nor the refinement to be a proper lady. What does she have beyond her pretty face to offer? How could Xie Jingmore possibly be interested in her? Indeed, Xiangxiang, Dao Shuqin urged earnestly. You have grown up in luxury, a true heiress. Who else is fit to be the young mistress of the Xie family but you? Tell your mother honestly, do you have feelings for Jingmore? Yu Xiangxiang's face flushed deeper, shyly lowering her head. Mom, second brother, please don't say any more. I'll abide by your arrangements. Seeing her demeanor, Yu Xiaozer teased with a smile. Our Xiangxiang is becoming quite the young lady. She is starting to feel shy. Second brother, you're so annoying. Yu Xiangxiang playfully stomped her foot, though a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. Sister, oh sister, your actions just now were truly foolish. They will only cause the Yu family to resent you more. Look, even if I take your family and your Fiank, what can you do? Yu Changde contemplated for a moment and asked, Xiaozer, where is your elder brother? Have him prepare some generous gifts. Your mother and I will head to the Xie family right away. Yu Xiaozer appeared troubled. Dad, elder brother is at the company. He has been busy contacting Wan Yang, who no longer intends to continue collaborating with our Yu family. Although the company was currently under Yu Shuqi's management, he was acutely aware of Wan Yang's significance to the business. Why had she suddenly decided to cease cooperation with the Yu family? Yu Xiangxiang spoke earnestly. Dad, I also study fashion design. While I cannot compare to teacher Wan Yang's brilliance, I am willing to assist at the company if needed, to alleviate some of elder brother's burdens. Yu Changde was instantly filled with pride. Good daughter, all these years, I have not spoiled you in vain. Unlike that Yu Jiwan, who is utterly useless, only adding chaos to the family, not worth even a single one of your fingers. After finishing, Yu Changde turned to Yu Xiaozer, earnestly instructing, tell your elder brother to maintain good communication with Wan Yang. He must treat her with the utmost respect. Teacher Wan Yang is our benefactor and our savior. Upon mentioning Wan Yang, Yu Xiaozer's demeanor also turned respectful. Dad, you can rest assured. I understand. Having given his instructions, Yu Changde turned to Dao Shuqin. Shuqin, let us quickly prepare gifts, then head to the Xie family to discuss the marriage. Chapter 18. My wife and I returned. As Yu Jiwan turned the corner of the corridor and continued forward for a while, we arrived back at the private room. Xie Jingmo noticed her unusual demeanor, and his eyes darkened suddenly. What's wrong? Yu Jiwan, wishing to avoid discussing those who could dampen her spirits and not wanting to let the Yu family affect her mood, waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. By the way, she said as she took her seat, her black and white eyes locking onto Xie Jingmo's, her eyelashes fluttering. I meant to ask you during dinner, what do Grandma and Grandpa like, or do they have any hobbies? Let us buy some gifts later. She understood that with the Xie family's status, Grandma and Grandpa lacked for nothing. However, as it was their first meeting, it was essential to express good intentions and proper etiquette. One could not arrive without gifts, could they? Thus, as soon as dinner concluded, Yu Jiwan pulled Xie Jingmo to a nearby luxury mall. Xie Jingmo had intended to inform her that he was already prepared, but seeing Yu Jiwan dragging him through the mall, reminiscent of a young couple shopping together, he merely raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent and letting her lead him around as she selected gifts. After purchasing the presents, the couple made their way to the Xie family estate. On the way there, as Xie Jingmo drove, his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Xiao Chen. This fellow was notoriously unproductive, and Xie Jingmo initially had no intention of responding. However, he glanced at Yu Jiwan in the passenger seat and lazily said, "Dear, could you reply to this message for me? It's inconvenient for me to do so while driving. You still remember the lock screen password, right?" Yu Jiwan, I remember. His phone was placed on the center console, and she picked it up, entered the password 161027, and unlocked it. The lock screen and wallpaper featured a photo of the two of them. Feeling a tad uncomfortable, Yu Jiwan raised her hand to touch her ear. Embarrassed, she opened WeChat and saw that her name was at the top of his contacts, labeled as a wife, prompting her to awkwardly touch her earlobe. She quickly clicked on the chat with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, Moji. Xiao Chen, what are you up to? Let us go out and have some fun. Aside from these two new messages, Yu Jiwan also noticed a previous conversation between Xiao Chen and Xie Jingmo from yesterday. Xiao Chen. Yu Jiwan actually agreed to marry you. Did you deceive her? Surely you did. Yu Jiwan must have been seduced by you. Xie Jingmo, stop with their Yu Jiwan nonsense. Xie Jingmo, from now on, call her sister-in-law. Yu Jiwan. What on earth was Xiao Chen talking about? Deception? Seduction? Nonsense. Surely. Why Yu Jiwan found it rather strange, yet she was mindful not to delve further into the conversation and simply stated, as Xiao Chen wants to know if you're going out to play. Xie Jingmo cast her a calm glance before replying, tell him we're heading back to the old house. Yu Jiwan replied as instructed. Within seconds, Xiao Chen responded with remarkable speed. Is the old man and old lady back? Perfect timing. I haven't visited your grandparents in a while. I'll come to the old house too. Yu Jiwan read this to Xie Jingmo. He replied in a languid tone, unconcerned and relaxed. Tell him, my wife and I are returning together, and he shouldn't be intruding. Yu Jiwan, how could she possibly say that? Noticing her expression of discontent, Xie Jingmo teased, raising an eyebrow, then just say I'm his wife, and he can't expect a reply while I'm driving. Yu Jiwan, ignoring his suggestion, she responded directly. This is Yu Jiwan. He is currently driving and can't reply. A sudden silence fell on the other end. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Chen finally replied. Xiao Chen. Holy moly. It's sister-in-law. Xiao Chen, so it's your phone in her hands. Xiao Chen, sister-in-law. Hello, I'm Moji's friend. My name is Xiao Chen. Hi, sorry for the intrusion. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect our first conversation to be on WeChat. How rude of me. Xiao Chen, it seems you and Moji are quite affectionate. I am relieved. Let us all hang out sometime. I want to be a third wheel and disturb you too. Wishing you and Moji a blissful marriage and early blessings. Reading through the barrage of messages, particularly the phrases "a quite affectionate ear" and "the early blessings," it caused Yu Jiwan's lips to twitch. She didn't relay every word to Xie Jingmo. Instead, she cleared her throat and summarized. Xiao Chen said he wouldn't disturb you any longer and that you should focus on what you're doing. Knowing Xiao Chen's loquacious nature, Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, smirking. Is that all? Yu Jiwan shook her small face resolutely. That's all. The man chuckled softly, his voice indulgent. Well then, if my dear says that's all, then it is. Even if there were more, I'd choose to remain blissfully ignorant. Yu Jiwan, upon arriving at the Xie family estate, the intricately carved doors swung open, and after several minutes of driving through the estate, they reached the main house. Without waiting for the servants to announce their arrival, Grandpa Xie and Grandma Xie, upon hearing the sound of the car engine, could no longer sit still. They hurried to the door, eagerly peering outside. They had arrived. Their grandson had finally brought someone home. The rest of the Xie family, who had been seated in the living room, were also drawn by curiosity and gathered around. They watched as the black car came to a halt. Xie Jingmo exited first, then circled to the passenger side, kindly opening the door himself. A girl clad in a lake green dress stepped out of the vehicle, tall and slender, her skin as pale as snow, her beauty evident from afar. Sensing she might feel anxious, Xie Jingmo immediately took her hand as they approached. As they drew near, it became apparent that the girl was strikingly beautiful, her face reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, her eyes sparkling like clear spring. Under the gentle sunlight, her ethereal aura was breathtaking, appearing almost otherworldly. Beside her, the man stood tall and elegant, radiating a noble charm. His lazy, languorous peach blossom eyes brimmed with indulgence and affection. The two, hand in hand, looked perfectly matched, as if they were a pair destined by the heavens. Upon witnessing the scene, Grandma Xie could hardly contain her joy, her smile beaming with delight. Grandpa Xie was equally elated, grinning so widely that even his old leg pains seemed to vanish. Xie Jingmo led Yu Jiwan before them. Grandma, this is Jiwan. Yu Jiwan's eyes sparkled with clarity as she greeted softly. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma. What a good girl. Grandma Xie replied joyfully. Although advanced in years, she carried herself with elegance and grace. Adorned with a stunning imperial green jade bracelet, her gaze toward Yu Jiwan was warm and inviting. Jiwan, were you tired from the journey? Don't feel shy. Grandma and Grandpa are just delighted to see you. We've been looking forward to your visit. Grandpa Xie, with a few strands of grey in his hair, leaned on a finely crafted lion head cane and tapped it with dissatisfaction. His voice robust. We've made you suffer, Jiwan. Grandma and I will certainly make it up to you. Yu Jiwan immediately shook her head. Grandpa, I'm not suffering. She was also eager to obtain the marriage certificate quickly, wishing to transfer her household registration from the Yu family as soon as possible. Chapter 19. It is a blessing from my brother to marry you. The elderly lady, having long forgotten about her own grandson, affectionately grasped Yu Jiwan's hand, saying, Wan, come, let us go to the living room and have a chat. The old gentleman chuckled. Grandpa and Grandma will introduce you to some people. Left behind, Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you talking about, Grandpa? At that moment, the parrot perched by the window suddenly squawked. Get married. Wedding night and candles, may you bear children soon. Wedding night. Yu Jiwan instinctively turned to look. What was the parrot saying? Wedding night and candles. The elderly lady cast a glance at the parrot, feeling utterly embarrassed. I have no idea where it learned such nonsensical phrases. Yu Jiwan thought to herself, Pang, what a unique name. Not far away, Xie Yunju sighed, mourning the loss of Pang's original name, Pineapple, for 3 seconds. Furthermore, as for the comment about not knowing where it learned those words, it was evident that it had picked them up from the old couple's daily chatter. At that moment, the servants began unloading the gifts brought by the two from Xie Jingmo's car, an impressive array of presents. In addition to some exquisite supplements and tea sets, Yu Jiwan had heard from Xie Jingmo that Grandma adored flower arrangement, so she had specially purchased a pair of exquisitely crafted vases at a considerable cost. Knowing that Grandpa enjoyed playing chess, She had also bought a set of white jade chess pieces and board.as. The elderly lady beamed at the meticulously chosen gifts. Her face radiated joy. My dear child, you are truly thoughtful. Both Grandma and Grandpa are very fond of these. The old gentleman cherished the gifts, wishing he could immediately flaunt them to his old friends. Look, this is a chess set gifted by my granddaughter-in-law. You don't have a granddaughter-in-law, do you? Moreover, the fact that Wanwan had selected gifts so well suited to their preferences clearly indicated that she must have consulted with Jingmore, perhaps even that the couple had chosen them together. It seemed their relationship was quite harmonious, which filled the old gentleman's heart with reassurance. With Jingmo's parents having passed away early, and both he and his grandmother being of advanced age, it was uncertain how much longer they would remain in this world. Now, with Wanwan accompanying Jingmore, the young couple would support each other as they journeyed through life, allowing him and his old partner to rest easy. Once they entered the living room, Xie Jingmore introduced Yu Jiwan to the other family members. She greeted each one in turn. The Xie family had 3 children. Jingmore's father was the eldest, but unfortunately, after marrying and having children, both he and his wife had passed away, leaving behind their only son, Xie Jingmore. Jingmore also had a second uncle and aunt, who had a pair of twins, a sister named Xie Yuntang and a brother named Xie Yunju. Xie Yunju had always felt disgruntled, believing he ought to be the elder brother instead. Additionally, Jingmore had an aunt who was currently seated on the sofa with her husband. They were a childless couple who had been married for years without having children, yet their affection for one another was palpable. These individuals constituted Jingmore's closest family. The old gentleman also had other siblings, leading to some extended family members scattered across various cities, with some even residing overseas. Today, as Jingmore brought his newlywed wife back to the ancestral home, the title of Madame Xie was self-evident in its significance. Even if some relatives were far away, they would undoubtedly make the effort to return and meet the new madam. Though time constraints might prevent an immediate reunion, Jingmore assured her they would gradually meet everyone in due course. Yu Jiwan nodded, having previously heard that the passing of Jingmore's parents was a rather sensitive topic within the Xie family, seemingly shrouded in some untold secrets. Now it appeared to be true. Among all present, even the old gentleman and lady had not mentioned a single word about their deceased son and daughter-in-law. After meeting her second uncle, aunt, and aunt's husband, Xie Yuntang approached with a radiant smile, dressed in a pale moon-white chapao, and said, "Sister-in-law, I am Yuntang. It is truly a blessing for my brother to marry you." Yu Jiwan was momentarily taken aback. Was she implying that Jingmore had married her? Yet Jingmore appeared indifferent, lazily curling his lips. Indeed, it is a blessing. Yu Jiwan thought to herself, is he performing acts of affection in front of Grandpa and Grandma? Surely it cannot be that he married me. Xie Yuntang, with her exuberant personality, quickly undid herself to Yu Jiwan. She affectionately linked her arm with Yu Jiwan's, saying, "Is sister-in-law, let us exchange WeChat later for easier communication." Yu Jiwan nodded. All right. Wait a moment. She suddenly noticed that the moon-white chapao Xie Yuntang was wearing was one she had designed. Seeing Yu Jiwan gaze at her attire, Xie Yuntang's eyes lit up as if she had encountered a kindred spirit. "Sister-in-law, do you also find this dress beautiful? It was designed by Warnian. I absolutely adore her creations. And Warnian has never shown her face. How mysterious. It is a pity that she only collaborates with the Yu family. Alas, I truly dislike the Yu family, yet for Warnian, I had no choice but to endure and purchase the clothing from them. Sister-in-law, I do not mean to disparage the Yu family, but it is simply infuriating that they neglect you, the genuine heiress, in favor of the false heiress, Yu Xiangxiang. I simply cannot abide by their favoritism. Moreover, I heard my brother mention that you have severed ties with the Yu family. Sister-in-law, well done. From now on, we are your family. We will stand by you." Yu Jiwan was momentarily stunned, a warm sensation akin to a soothing spring bubbling within her heart. Family support. Such words were exceedingly rare and profoundly moving for her. "Yuntang, thank you. Rest assured, Warnian will not collaborate with the Yu family any longer." Xie Yuntang was momentarily taken aback before her face blossomed with delight. "Sister-in-law, do you know Warnian? By the way, you also studied fashion design, so you must know Warnian. What does she look like? How old is she?" Yu Jiwan suddenly realized she had inadvertently let something slip. feeling a bit awkward about whether to reveal her identity as Warnian to everyone. Just as she was caught in this dilemma, Xie Jingmore interjected, All right, enough chatter. Let your sister-in-law rest for a while. Xie Yuntang was perplexed. What? Brother, can talking tire her out? In the future, there will be plenty of times when our brother prioritizes romance over siblings. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. What does it mean to prioritize romance over siblings? Xie Yunju glanced at Yu Jiwan with a charming smile, his handsome features accentuated by a playful smirk. Sister-in-law. Hello. I am Xie Yunju. I have long admired your name, and today we finally become family. Long admired her name, finally becoming family. Yu Jiwan's delicate brows furrowed in confusion. You knew me before? Chapter 20. The reasons behind Xie Jingmore's affection for Yu Jiwan suddenly, the smile on Xie Yunzhou's face froze. Oh no, he had let something slip. Xie Jingmore lazily lifted his eyelids and cast a warning glance in his direction. A cold sweat broke out on Xie Yunzhou's back. His loose lips had betrayed him. Sister-in-law, you and my brother have a marriage pact, so of course I know about you. Yu Jiwan exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Although we weren't in the same class, our classrooms were right next to each other. Don't you remember me? Yu Jiwan pondered for a moment and replied, I think I do recall something. Xie Yunju raised his chin triumphantly. Even though you and sister-in-law are from different years, she certainly remembers you. Xie Jingmore smirked, so one recalls me so distinctly. Yu Jiwan shot him a glance, of course. After all, it was difficult not to remember someone as remarkable as him. In truth, she had been somewhat reclusive back then, not overly concerned with her classmates, but Xie Jingmore, he was simply too different. The memory that stood out most vividly was of him being publicly reprimanded for fighting, his name plastered on the bulletin board for the entire school to see. The very next day, he stood before all the students and teachers, having achieved the top score in several subjects and delivering a speech. He embodied both the model student and the rebellious one. With his striking good looks and untamed spirit, coupled with excellent grades, he attracted the admiration of many girls. He was the quintessential prodigy, dazzling and full of vigor. Even though they weren't in the same year, she frequently heard his name echoing through the campus. Fearing he might slip up again, Xie Yunju quickly shoved a few orange segments into his mouth to silence himself. In truth, he had been the first to learn about Yu Jiwan. That year, upon entering high school, he heard whispers of a stunning girl who had ranked first in her grade, significantly ahead of the second place. However, her family circumstances were dire. Her father was a gambler who wanted her to quit school and work, while her mother was indifferent, focusing solely on her younger brother. The teachers, unable to bear the thought of such talent being squandered, visited her home, explaining that with her top grades, she could attend high school for free and even receive a scholarship. Only then did her father reluctantly agree to let her continue her education. Xie Yunzhou's curiosity led him to check the rankings, discovering that the girl who topped the list was named Yu Jiwan. That evening, he casually mentioned this to his brother, who had only then learned of her existence. Of course, Xie Yunju could tell that his brother initially viewed Yu Jiwan with mere admiration and sympathy, appreciating her ability to excel despite her challenging home life, but he had no other thoughts about her and did not pay her much attention. Then one evening, while he and his brother were playing basketball, they stumbled upon a scene where a boy was confessing his feelings to Yu Jiwan. The boy, clearly a wealthy slacker, grinned foolishly. Yu Jiwan, be my girlfriend. The girl replied coolly, I don't date. The boy persisted, don't be so quick to refuse. Aren't you in need of money? If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll give you money to spend, buy you clothes and a phone. Yu Jiwan furrowed her brow, turning to leave. The boy blocked her path, brazen and unreasonable, still grinning. Yu Jiwan, don't be stubborn. I know you want to escape your parents and your original family. I'm helping you. I have plenty of money, he continued, And not only can I take you in, but I can also give you money to spend. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend and show me some affection, it'll be mutually beneficial, wouldn't you say? Here, I have a card with 20,000 yuan on it. Consider it pocket money, a token of my sincerity. Yu Jiwen didn't even glance at the card. She looked at the boy, her gaze as frigid and indifferent as a handful of snow resting on a winter eve. Once she had walked away, he regained his composure and stormed off, furious and intent on confronting her. How dare she insult him? Xie Yunju, witnessing this scene, was utterly astounded. No wonder she was the top of her class. She was indeed impressive. What shocked him even more was that when the boy, in a fit of anger, sought to confront Yu Jiwan, his brother stepped in front of him with a bemused expression. Rejected in your confession, are you now furious? What, do you still wish to trouble the girl? Upon seeing Xie Jingmore, the boy's bravado instantly evaporated, and he chuckled awkwardly, backing down in submission. Xie Yunju also found such behavior intolerable. What kind of prowess was it to trouble a girl? At his brother's gesture, Xie Yunju warned the boy, I don't say one thing and do another. If anything happens to Yu Jiwan, I'll hold you accountable, understood? The boy's face paled with fear, and he dared not defy the warning. Scurrying away in defeat, Xie Yunju could discern that his brother's intervention was motivated by a hint of compassion for Yu Jiwan, but more so by a profound admiration for her indomitable spirit and resilience. He was convinced that, at that moment, his brother harbored no ulterior motives for Yu Jiwan beyond admiration. However, something must have transpired later on, for after a couple of months, his brother suddenly developed feelings for her. Xie Yunju was left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Something felt amiss. He was certain that his brother would not easily fall for someone. Even if he did, he would remain unyielding and free from emotional entanglements, continuing to be the exalted and spirited prodigy, unbound and unperturbed by feelings. Yet, when his brother fell for Yu Jiwan, Xie Yunju realized with astonishment that his brother's affection for her manifested in an entirely different light. He too could feel vulnerability and awkwardness. A deity had descended from the heavens, merely to elevate her, sacrificing both heart and soul in the process. Chapter 21. After 8 years of perseverance, he finally took a step closer to Yu Jiwan. Xie Yunju was perplexed as to why his brother was so enamored with Yu Jiwan, and he remained oblivious to the intricacies of their relationship. Unfortunately, during that time, a multitude of male suitors were vying for Yu Jiwan's affection. Despite her humble background, aloof demeanor, and solitary nature, her stunning beauty and exceptional academic prowess, she consistently ranked first in her class, rendered her a magnet for admirers. While Yu Jiwan consistently articulated her reasons for rejection. She was focused on her studies, adhered to school regulations, and had no intention of entertaining any romantic pursuits. Thus, his brother initially refrained from overtly pursuing her. When Xie Yunju discovered that his brother harbored a secret crush, he was utterly astonished. A secret crush, his brother, with such an attractive visage, was engaging in unrequited love. What a waste! Yet, it was undeniable that Yu Jiwan was genuinely resolute in her commitment to her studies, determined to secure scholarships each year, ensuring she wouldn't be coerced into dropping out by her father, thereby enabling her to complete high school and eventually gain admission to university, step by step extricating herself from her stifling family background. Consequently, his brother confronted Yu Jiwan's gambling farther, ensuring he would never dare to lay a hand on her again. He also discreetly provided financial assistance to Yu Jiwan through her aunt, enhancing her quality of life. These were merely the actions that Xie Yunju was aware of. Beyond these known deeds, his brother had undertaken numerous other initiatives in silence. Then an unexpected turn of events occurred. Yu Jiwan was revealed to be the true heiress of the Yu family and was subsequently reclaimed by them. His brother had always held contempt for the engagement with the Yu family and had repeatedly urged their grandfather to annul the betrothal. Now, he discovered that Yu Jiwan was, in fact, his legitimate fiancée. It was as if a glimmer of hope had emerged from a seemingly bleak situation. Xie Yunju felt genuinely elated for his brother. However, just days after Yu Jiwan returned to the Yu household, she explicitly stated, I do not have feelings for Xie Jingmore, and I do not wish to fulfill the engagement. I want my sister Xingxing to marry Xie Jingmore instead. Xie Yunju was taken aback, unable to fathom how, after his brother's first foray into love, he could be met with heartbreak before even having the chance to profess his feelings. Initially, Xie Yunju believed his brother would ultimately relinquish his affections. Indeed, his brother did experience a period of despondency, yet, remarkably, he continued to care for Yu Jiwan in secret, nurturing his unrequited love for her. He even inquired about her university aspirations, choosing not to study abroad and instead applying to the same prestigious institution that Yu Jiwan aimed to attend. Subsequently, when Yu Xiangxiang fell ill and took a leave of absence from school, Yu Jiwan also suspended her studies for a year. Reported after Yu Jiwan completed her college entrance examination, she unexpectedly altered her application choices, opting not to apply to that esteemed university. His brother was left puzzled by her sudden change of heart but unconditionally trusted her, confident that she would not easily abandon her goals, believing her decision was born of necessity. Fortunately, the two institutions were located just a street apart, and when Yu Jiwan began her freshman year, his brother was already in his third year, frequently visiting her campus. At first, many presumed he was merely seeking out a romantic interest, and this rumor spread widely. Xie Yunju found it absurd. If Yu Jiwan were to discover that his brother was supposedly dating someone, it would only diminish his brother's chances with her. Thankfully, his brother quickly clarified, asserting he was visiting friends, though in truth, it was a guise to steal glances at the object of his affection. Reflecting on the past years, Xie Yunju found the orange in his mouth to be oddly bittersweet. Fortunately, at present, Yu Jiwan had consented to marry his brother. After 8 years of endeavor, his brother had finally moved a step closer to Yu Jiwan. However, he couldn't help but feel that Yu Jiwan did not harbor romantic sentiments for his brother. As the elderly couple reveled in the joy of their grandson and granddaughter-in-law obtaining their marriage certificate, their smiles remained unwavering. They summoned the butler to bring forth the list of betrothal gifts. Wan, although you and Jingmore have already obtained your certificate, the formalities cannot be overlooked. These betrothal gifts have been thoughtfully prepared by your grandparents. Do take a look and let us know if you like them. The list was thick and grand, adorned with auspicious red paper, exuding a sense of formality. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. She had not anticipated there would be betrothal gifts. Xie Yuntang and Xie Yunju, true to their twin nature, leaned in with curiosity, exclaiming, "Wow, sister-in-law, do see what treasures await." Yu Jiwan cast a glance at Xie Jingmore. Her instinctive reliance on him was clearly appreciated. His eyes sparkled with warmth as he reassuringly squeezed her hand and began to unveil the list of gifts. As Yu Jiwan peered down, she was met with an extensive array of properties. There were 2 estates of distinct styles, 4 villas, 2 riverside apartments, a private island, several shops, 2 jewelry stores, and 2 auction houses, each directly bestowed upon her. In addition to luxury vehicles, there were countless exquisite jewelry pieces, including gold, silver, diamond, and pearl ornaments. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The subsequent pages detailed stocks and funds. Given the vast scale and promising trajectory of the Xie Group, even a mere 1% stake would translate into a continuous influx of substantial wealth. Suddenly, the betrothal list felt as though it weighed a ton in her hands. This was overwhelmingly extravagant. She glanced at Xie Jingmore, silently conveying her discomfort. She felt unworthy of such lavish gifts and hesitated to accept them. Moreover, she was not even his legitimate wife and would inevitably face divorce in the future. Xie Jingmore discerned her thoughts at a glance, his playful eyes narrowing slightly, his demeanor growing cool. When he remained silent, Yu Jiwan, feeling anxious, shot him another pleading look, silently urging him to assist her. Receiving her unspoken message, Xie Jingmore turned to his grandparents and leisurely stated, "I believe this is insufficient. We should add more." Yu Jiwan's expression instantly shifted to one of disbelief. What did he just say? Her grandparents beamed at Xie Jingmore's words, their delight palpable. Excellent, excellent. They believed there could never be too many betrothal gifts for their granddaughter-in-law. Their only desire was to ensure that one felt cherished. Subsequently, the elderly couple and Xie Jingmore added several more pages to the already opulent list. Yu Jiwan cast a reproachful gaze at his retreating figure, feeling exasperated by his actions. Sensing her forlorn gaze, Xie Jingmore turned back, feigning innocence as he asked, "What is it?" Yu Jiwan could only remain silent. After perusing the betrothal gifts, the matriarch instructed a servant to bring forth a potted plant. a unique creation, a persimmon tree crafted from pure gold. The trunk and branches were solid gold, and the vibrant red persimmons were made from polished Hachin jade. Appearing adorable and festive, the matriarch affectionately grasped Yu Jiwan's hand, saying, "Wan, this is a delightful little item we came across at an auction abroad yesterday. We found it amusing and decided to acquire it for you. May you, dear Wan, find your path unhindered after parting with the Yu family, leading a life filled with peace and prosperity, with everything going your way." Yu Jiwan felt her eyes welling up with emotion, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. When she returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, her grandfather, the late Mr. Yu, had been kind to her, the only member of the family who treated her with warmth. However, that joy was short-lived. He passed away just 6 months later. Since then, she had not encountered any elder who would tenderly hold her hand and express heartfelt wishes for her well-being. Though the matriarch referred to it as a mere trinket, the gold and jade alone indicated the considerable sum spent on it. "Thank you, grandmother, thank you, grandfather," Yu Jiwan managed to choke out, her voice thick with emotion. "Good child, we are family. There is no need for such formalities," the matriarch said, tenderly stroking her cheek, wishing to lift her spirits. She then added with a smile, "There's also a sapphire necklace that I thought was beautiful. I acquired it as an additional gift for you." Xie Yunju, ever the chatterbox, eagerly joined in to lighten the mood. "Grandma, since you and Grandpa have showered sister-in-law with gifts, what have you brought for my brother?" He was desperate to avoid an awkward silence. The elderly couple exchanged glances, suddenly realizing their oversight. The grandfather tapped his cane, clearing his throat with a cough. "Let's not discuss other matters during such a joyous occasion." Xie Jingmore and Xie Yunju shared a bemused. It was amusing how they were so preoccupied with their granddaughter-in-law that they had momentarily forgotten their own grandson. Xie Jingmore raised an eyebrow but remained unfazed though he took Yu Jiwan's hand, looking down at her with a lazy smile in his charming eyes. "It cannot be helped. Our Wan is simply so endearing, deserving of all the affection." His tone was so natural, as if it were given that she was the most precious person in the world, as though he believed she was inherently worthy of love. Yu Jiwan felt her heart tighten, a gentle warmth enveloping her, akin to the effervescence of carbonated drink bubbles. Her eyes, shimmering with moisture, remained fixed on the man before her. She realized that Xie Jingmore often praised her, and it seemed he did so frequently. At that moment, a servant rushed in to announce, "Grandfather, grandmother, Mr. Changder and Mrs. Dao Shuqin have arrived. They are waiting at the entrance and wish to pay a visit." Chapter 22. The young lady of the Xie family. Has Xie Jingmore married? Upon hearing the names of Yu Changder and Dao Shuqin, the once warm and lively atmosphere in the living room suddenly turned frigid. Xie Jingmore immediately cast a glance at Yu Jiwan. On the girl's exquisitely pale face, there was no trace of emotion stirred by the mention of Yu Changder and Dao Shuqin. She had relinquished any longing for familial affection and felt no sorrow or distress due to their presence. She would no longer grant them even a sliver of opportunity to inflict harm upon her. She had utterly given up on the Yu family and was completely indifferent to them. Suddenly, Yu Jiwan felt a warmth on her shoulder. She looked up to find Xie Jingmore resting his arm around her shoulder, his demeanor exuding a sense of unconditional support and protection. Yu Jiwan couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. He truly was an exemplary and devoted husband, wasn't he? Upon hearing the servant's report, Xie Yunju scoffed in disbelief. "A special visit? How dare Yu Changder and Dao Shuqin come here?" It was akin to a perfectly pleasant banquet. Suddenly, Xie Yuntang also rolled her eyes in disdain at the mere mention of the Yu couple. Clearly, the elder and matriarch were deeply concerned for Yu Jiwan. "Wan, do you wish to see them?" the matriarch inquired, clearly prioritizing her feelings. Yu Jiwan shook her head, unwilling to lay eyes on that bothersome Yu family even once more. Observing this, the matriarch issued a decisive dismissal. "Then they shall not be received." This left no room for sentiment. She regarded Yu Changder and Dao Shuqin as mere refuse to be cast out. The servants were momentarily stunned, unable to suppress their admiration. The weight of their young lady in the eyes of the elder and matriarch was truly substantial. In an instant, the servants regarded Yu Jiwan with even greater respect. Meanwhile, outside the old residence, Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin stood nervously, laden with lavish gifts, as they awaited the servant to usher them in. Changde, Dao Shuqin suddenly voiced her concern. Do you think it might be a bit too forward for us to come uninvited to discuss the marriage? How could that be? Yu Changde puffed out his chest. This is the marriage agreement set forth by our fathers. It cannot be in vain, we are merely fulfilling our commitment. However, as he said this, Dao Shuqin frowned, but initially, our father's intention was for that wretched girl Yu Jiwan to fulfill the engagement with the Xie family. When Yu Jiwan returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, the elder of the Yu family had doted upon her and cheerfully proposed for her to marry Xie Jingmore. Yet, they had secretly deceived Yu Jiwan, persuading her to reject her grandfather's proposal and to express her disinterest in Xie Jingmore, suggesting instead that her sister Xiangxiang marry him. Oh, don't think too much about it. The position of young lady of the Xie family belongs to Xiangxiang. Yu Changde lamented, I don't know what happened, but ever since our father passed away, the Xie family has grown increasingly distant from us, and they seem to regard us with disdain. Now we can only cling to this marriage agreement to us. Xiangxiang is so filial and sensible. Once she becomes the enviable young lady of the Xie family, won't she be able to assist her maternal family? At that point, we shall anticipate our rise to prominence. Yu Changde was focused on the interests of the family, while Dao Shuqin was concerned for their daughter's happiness. Smiling, Jingmore is not only exceptionally handsome but also the most outstanding heir in the history of the Xie family. For Xiangxiang to marry such a man, her future will be filled with untold blessings, leaving others with nothing but envy and jealousy. Indeed, thus, we must finalize Xiangxiang's marriage today. As they spoke, the servant who had gone inside to announce their arrival emerged. Yu Changde's spirits lifted, and he addressed the servant, Please lead us in quickly. We wouldn't want to keep the elder and matriarch waiting. However, the servant remained rooted to the spot, his demeanor cold. I am afraid, sirs, that our elder and matriarch have stated. How could that be? Did you misunderstand the message? The servant remained silent. This is the direct order of our matriarch. A dismissal. Dao Shuqin's heart raced with panic as she anxiously turned to Yu Changde. Changde, what is going on? Even though the Xie family had grown increasingly distant since the elder's passing, one must understand that one does not strike at a smiling face. They had arrived with gifts, yet the matriarch disregarded hospitality and issued a dismissal. Was this not tantamount to driving them away? Was it a complete severance of ties, leaving no room for sentiment? Could it be, had they offended the Xie family in some way? The mere thought of this possibility sent cold sweat down Yu Changde's back. He forced himself to remain calm and turned to the servant, tentatively inquiring, May I ask why the matriarch issued a dismissal? Is it because she has an important matter and lacks the time to see us? Or is there another esteemed guest present? The servant, taken aback that Yu Changde had indeed guessed correctly, did not conceal the truth. Indeed, there is a distinguished guest present. Hearing this, Yu Changde exhaled in relief. As long as they hadn't offended the Xie family, everything could be resolved. He pressed further. Would it be possible to reveal who this esteemed guest is? The servant replied, Of course. It is our young lady of the Xie family. A thunderclap. The heavens had split open. The young lady of the Xie family, Xie Jingmore, is married. After delivering the news, the servant was called away by another servant and paid no heed to the expressions on Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin's faces, swiftly retreating. In that moment, Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin stood outside the Xie family's old residence, as if struck by lightning, each more stupefied than the other. It was Dao Shuqin who regained her senses first, frantically gripping Yu Changde, the young lady of the Xie family. Xie Jingmore is married? Yu Changde's complexion drained of color, as if a beautiful dream had been shattered. When did this happen? How did we not hear a whisper of it? Dao Shuqin paced anxiously. What will happen to our Xiangxiang? She is meant to be the young lady of the Xie family. Who has Xie Jingmore married? Yu Changde was equally frantic. If Xie Jingmore had married another woman, How could the Yu family hope to climb the social ladder? Suddenly, Yu Changder's gaze caught sight of something, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Wait, don't panic, Shuqin, look, whose sports car is that?" Dao Shuqin followed his gaze and, after a few moments of, "It is indeed Xie Yunzhou's car. This indicates that Xie Yunzhou has also returned to the Xie family residence. I said it all along, Xie Jingmore has never been interested in women. How could he suddenly marry without a whisper of news? The young lady of the Xie family mentioned by that servant must surely refer to Xie Yunzhou's girlfriend." Dao Shuqin was bewildered. Is Xie Yunzhou's girlfriend? Is that so? The more Yu Changder pondered, the more plausible it seemed. It must be. Xie Jingmore has no girlfriend. How could he suddenly bring a woman back to the old residence? Xie Yunzhou is different. He has been dating for years and is now bringing his girlfriend home to meet the grandparents. It makes perfect sense, which is why the matriarch could not see us and issued a dismissal. In the Yu family living room, Yu Shaozer was restless, unable to sit still. Yu Xiuqi, the elder brother, remained composed, seated on the sofa with a document in hand, but it was evident his mind was elsewhere. Since the afternoon, Yu Shengxiang had been blushing, her heart racing with excitement. Upon seeing Yu Changder and Dao Shuqin return, Yu Shaozer was the first to rush over. "Dad, Mom, what happened? Has the marriage been finalized? When will Shangxiang and Xie Jingmore get married?" "Next month." Chapter 23. Yu Jiwan sensed something amiss. Upon hearing that she was to be married next month, Yu Shangxiang's face flushed crimson. However, Yu Xiuqi detected a discrepancy and rose to his feet. "Xie Yunzhou has brought his girlfriend back to the ancestral home, and the elder Xie couple finds it inconvenient to meet us." Dao Shuqin, feeling uneasy, remarked, "Changder, I still believe that the maid's words regarding the Xie family's young mistress are suspicious." Yu Changder reassured her, "Do not overthink it, nor frighten yourself. Xie Jingmore is already betrothed. One is that troublesome girl, Yu Jiwan, and the other is the precious Shangxiang. Who do you think he would prefer to fulfill his engagement with? Surely, it would be Shangxiang." Yu Xiuqi nodded in agreement, reasoning, "A father is correct. Shangxiang and Yu Jiwan are worlds apart, one raised in luxury, the other in poverty. Xie Jingmore would undoubtedly choose Shangxiang. How could he possibly be interested in Yu Jiwan?" Yu Shangxiang bit her lip, her hands nervously entwined, "But I can't shake the feeling that Jingmore's attitude towards me is quite cold. To this day, she had yet to obtain even his phone number or WeChat ID, let alone exchange a single word." Yu Shaozer consoled her, "Silly Shangxiang, he is indifferent towards all women, that is simply his aloof nature. Besides, I have a feeling that it is precisely because of your engagement that he maintains distance from other women. Thus, once you are married, you can cultivate your feelings, it will be the same." Yu Changder chuckled, "Indeed, your second brother speaks wisely. Tomorrow, your mother and I shall pay another visit to the Xie family to finalize your marriage." Dao Shuqin furrowed her brows, still feeling quite uneasy. At the Xie family's ancestral home, Xie Yunzhou sat nearby, watching as his brother peeled an orange for Yu Jiwan and whispered to her. Were it not for their grandparents calling him, his gaze would hardly waver from her. TSK. Where was the indifference he typically displayed before other women? Anyone who claimed that his brother was uninterested in the opposite sex would have to answer to him. Xie Yuntang, sitting beside him, kicked Xie Yunzhou playfully, commanding with ease, "Stop staring and peel me an apple." Xie Yunzhou immediately retaliated, "I don't think just because I'm your brother, I'll indulge you." Xie Yuntang. Are you rebelling? The elder lady shot a stern glance, the old man's cane stirred restlessly. Xie Yunzhou quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I am a gentleman, I shall not quarrel with a lady today." He then shot a furtive glare at Xie Yuntang. "Keep it up, Xie Tang." Xie Yuntang laughed until her stomach hurt, grasping Yu Jiwan's hand. "Sister-in-law, did you see? Xie Xiaoju is at the bottom of our family's food chain, you can command him whenever you please." Xie Jingmore, overhearing, cast her a sidelong glance, languidly remarking, "Does your sister-in-law need to command him?" Xie Yuntang smacked her forehead in sudden realization. "Sister-in-law, I misspoke. You should feel free to command my brother directly." Yu Jiwan, she turned to look at Xie Jingmore, who was offering her a peeled orange with a smile. his voice deep and alluring. Did you hear that, Mrs. Xie? Remember to command me if you need anything. His fingers, long and delicate, seemed almost like exquisite art, and even the peeled orange appeared immaculate. Yu Jiwan felt as though her heart was gently caressed by a feather, ripples of warmth spreading through her, creating a lingering sensation that left her trembling. She gazed at him for several seconds before accepting the orange from his palm, whispering, I understand. I actually have a request. You're blocking my view of my grandparents. Could you please step aside a bit? Xie Jingmo. Upon witnessing his surprise, Yu Jiwan's lips curled into a playful smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. I was just teasing you. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow in astonishment, seemingly incredulous. After a few seconds, he swallowed hard, chuckling softly with indulgence. His lovely wife had suddenly turned playful. It was delightful, and he found himself wishing for more of her spirited nature. He cherished her vibrant, mischievous demeanor. Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingmo were invited to stay for dinner with their grandparents, along with the second uncle and aunt, the aunts and uncles, Xie Yuntang and Xie Yunju, a large family gathering that remained harmonious throughout the meal. After dining, Yu Jiwan spent some time conversing with the elders before accompanying Xie Jingmo to the room he had once occupied. The room, located on the second floor, had been his residence until he went to university. Yu Jiwan curiously explored the space. It was impeccably tidy, with furnishings untouched. For instance, the bookshelf displayed an array of intricate mechanical models and various certificates. However, Yu Jiwan pondered, there's not a hint of pink in this room. Xie Jingmo. Pink? Yu Jiwan blinked. I sensed that you quite like pink items. For example, your WeChat avatar and your apron feature pink rabbits. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow. You mean that? He leaned lazily against the desk, tilting his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. I don't particularly like pink. I simply like that rabbit. Hearing this, Yu Jiwan became even more intrigued. Who had drawn that cute little pink rabbit that captivated him so? Yu Jiwan realized her curiosity had shifted dramatically. Just yesterday, she had been indifferent towards the rabbit, but today, she found herself increasingly curious. On the desk lay a photo album, which Yu Jiwan picked up to peruse, discovering childhood photos of Xie Jingmo. In the pictures, he appeared no older than 2 or 3, exquisitely adorable, resembling a finely crafted figurine, truly a handsome child. In the photos, there was a man and a woman, whose features bore some resemblance to Xie Jingmo. Could these be his parents? Yu Jiwan wished to inquire but feared it might evoke sadness in him. After all, with his parents having passed away, it must be a painful topic for him. To her surprise, Xie Jingmo took the initiative to explain, his tone devoid of any turmoil, as if he had long come to terms with it. The people in the photos are my parents. Yu Jiwan glanced at him, awkwardly changing the subject. You were quite handsome as a child. Upon hearing this, the man's charming eyes sparkled, his demeanor languid yet flirtatious. Am I not handsome now? Yu Jiwan, he sighed dramatically, feigning self-reproach. It's my fault for not meeting the standards of a lady's aesthetic. Yu Jiwan. Not at all, you are still exceptionally handsome in my eyes. As soon as she uttered those words, a low, sultry chuckle escaped the man's throat, the sound rich and husky, exuding a carefree delight that was undeniably alluring. So, I am indeed in your aesthetic favor, Wan. Yes, this is the first time you've complimented me. I must jot this down. Yu Jiwan. How could he be like this? She decided to ignore him and continued flipping through the album, noting the warmth of his family atmosphere. In many of the photos, his father either embraced his mother's waist or draped an arm around her shoulders, their affection radiating brightly, even little Xie Jingmo appearing somewhat neglected. Yu Jiwan couldn't help but smile. However, as she turned a few more pages, she noticed something troubling. In the photos, while Xie Jingmo's father looked at his mother with adoration, she appeared distant, instinctively leaning away from him, as if repulsed. This was not a singular occurrence, nearly all the images exhibited this coldness. Yu Jiwan's brow furrowed slightly. Just the previous night, when Xie Jingmo washed her intimate garments, he mentioned that his mother had never washed her own clothes, as his father always did. At that moment, she had thought their relationship was filled with love, yet now, looking at these photographs, it seemed not quite so affectionate. Why Yu Ji-wan was suddenly reminded of the untimely death of Xie Jingmore's parents, a topic the Xie family preferred to avoid. What could have transpired? Chapter 24. He merely wished to indulge her, to nurture her delicate sensibilities, gently coaxing them into bloom. Why Yu Ji-wan set down the photo album, her countenance a tapestry of confusion as she turned her gaze towards Xie Jingmore. To her astonishment, he truly produced a small notebook from the drawer, inscribing a line "Sad smiley on the evening of September 23rd, 1-1 praised my aesthetic sense. Yu Ji-wan. What on earth was he doing? Was he actually writing this down in a notebook, and that playful emoticon, what was that all about? Yu Ji-wan regarded him with an expression of utter complexity. Xie Jingmore casually twirled the pen between his fingers and raised an eyebrow, his demeanor unruffled. What's the matter? Is my writing incorrect? Yu Ji-wan, it's not that it's incorrect. Indeed, it was a true recounting of the earlier exchange. However, was it really necessary to jot it down in a notebook? Xie Jingmore responded with a faint air of humility, placing the pen down. My fault, I indeed should not have recorded it this way. With that, he retrieved his phone, snapping a photo of the inscription and promptly posted it to his social media. Yu Ji-wan. The man's enchanting eyes curved into a sly smile, languid and teasing. Thank you for the reminder, Mrs. Xie. Paper and pen are no longer in vogue. What's trending now is recording direct. This was an outrageous reversal. At that moment, Xie Jingmore's post had already ignited a flurry of comments. Xie Yunju, he, Xie Yuntang, he, old master, he, old madam, he, Xiao Chen. Holy crap, Qinan, get over here right now. Qinan, my dog eyes have gone blind. Xiao Chen, brother Mo, tell the truth. Did you hold a knife to Yu Ji-wan's neck to make her say that? There's no way she'd praise you on her own. Qinan, you foolish dog, don't court death. Brother Mo is currently love-struck and cannot bear such words. However, it was too late. Xie Jingmore fixated on Xiao Chen's comment, narrowing his eyes, and with an air of haughty elegance, he added him to his blacklist. Xiao Chen. What the heck? Yu Ji-wan found herself ensnared by Xie Yuntang, adding her on WeChat. Naturally, Xie Yunju followed suit, along with the old master and old madam, all adding her contact information and pulling her into the family group chat. Initially, Yu Ji-wan felt a bit apprehensive, but upon entering the group, she was greeted with warm welcomes and friendly inquiries. The elders generously sent her red envelopes, filled with kindness. Especially Xie Jingmore, who, while she replied to the elders, would lazily send a message of his own, as if to provide her with steadfast support. The anxiety that had knotted within Yu Ji-wan dissipated like mist in the morning sun. Time passed, and it was soon time for Yu Ji-wan and Xie Jingmore to take their leave. The old master and old madam, reluctant to part, clasped Yu Ji-wan's hands, reiterating their hopes for her frequent visits. Of course, their beloved grandson was to accompany her as well. After all, who would chauffeur her home? Xie Jingmore. Chauffeur? Yu Ji-wan suppressed a laugh, biting back her amusement. She listened attentively to her grandparents' admonitions, nodding in agreement. On the road back to Lanchi Garden, Xie Jingmore remained at the wheel. While Yu Ji-wan sat in the passenger seat, her gaze subtly drifting towards the thin notebook on the back seat. Upon flipping to the first page, she encountered that powerful, vigorous handwriting. On the evening of September 23rd, 1-1 praised my aesthetic sense. He had even brought the notebook along to Lanchi Garden. Yu Ji-wan's lips twitched. She could scarcely fathom that Xie Jingmore could engage in such childish antics. Truly, he was like a child. Recalling his earlier act of photographing and posting to his social media, Yu Ji-wan felt compelled to take a look. She opened her WeChat, with Xie Jingmore pinned as a top contact, and clicked on his avatar, entering his social media feed. The next moment, her eyelids fluttered in disbelief. What was his cover photo? That glaringly red object was blinding. Yu Ji-wan abruptly lifted her head, gazing incredulously at the man in the driver's seat. What on earth is that cover photo on your social media? Xie Jingmore shot her a sidelong glance, wearing an expression that seemed to say, You finally noticed. An answered evasive. The point is, why on earth did you set our marriage certificate cover as your social media cover photo? That's just too strange. As dusk settled, the the brilliant glow of neon lights danced along the contours of the man's strikingly handsome face, rendering him even more captivating. His pale, slender fingers tapped gently on the steering wheel, his tone languorous, the final note rising lightly. Is that truly strange? I was thinking of wearing the marriage certificate around my neck starting tomorrow, Yuji-wan. His tone was devoid of jest, seemingly earnest. Wearing the marriage certificate around his neck, the image was too surreal for her to contemplate. Why, Yuji-wan immediately interjected, No, that's really unnecessary, that would be far too odd. Setting it as a social media cover photo is one thing, it's quite alright as it is. The man's enchanting eyes narrowed playfully. Since my wife approves, I shall comply and keep it as my cover photo. Yuji-wan. It felt as though she had fallen into his subtle trap. Mr.Luzon once remarked that if one wished to open a window in a house, most would object, but if one proposed to dismantle the roof, others would relent and allow the window. Hadn't he Jingmore just employed this tactic on her, by setting the marriage certificate as his cover photo? She found it odd, yet upon his suggestion of wearing it around his neck, she retreated, conceding that a cover photo wasn't so bad after all. Truly, he was a master of business, cunning, exceedingly cunning. Why, Yuji-wan regarded him with a look of reproach, resembling that of a villain. The man's lips curved into a smile, his eyes softening with tenderness. Were you still anxious before coming to the old residence? Are you still anxious now? Yuji-wan paused, shaking her head. I'm not anxious anymore. Grandpa and Grandma are very kind to me, and Yuntang and Yunju welcomed me warmly. The family and affection she had longed for had manifested within the Xie household. And it was not mere pretense, it was genuine warmth towards her. As they approached an intersection, Xie Jingmore turned left. Shall we come here more often in the future? Yuji-wan nodded. That sounds good. Xie Jingmore chuckled lightly. What if Grandpa and Grandma invite you to stay overnight? Yuji-wan, that would be fine too. Xie Jingmore cast her a glance, his gaze deepening. What if they wish to see you daily, urging you to reside in the old residence, which is quite far from your school? Would you still be willing? Yuji-wan pondered for a moment and replied, Actually, that would be fine. I could manage the inconvenience of school myself. Upon hearing this expected response, Xie Jingmore's brow furrowed slightly, his deep, resonant voice taking on a more serious tone. Wan, you have the right to say no. If anything makes you feel uncomfortable, forced, or displeased, you are free to express that. The moment his words fell, Yuji-wan felt as though her nerves had been tugged sharply. Her delicate fingers unconsciously tightened around the seatbelt before her, as she turned to face him, her eyelashes fluttering. I just feel that Grandpa and Grandma are very kind to me, as are Yuntang and Yunju. They treat me well, and I want to cherish that and reciprocate their kindness. As Xie Jingmore found a place to park by the roadside, he leaned over, affectionately ruffling her hair, his dark, enchanting eyes locking onto hers without wavering. They will always treat you well. Yuji-wan felt her heart pound vigorously, her eyes stinging with warmth. I and the Yu household. When Yu Shengxiang fell ill and took a leave of absence from school, Yu Shuji and Yu Shaozi disregarded her wishes, insisting she also take a break, claiming that as the elder sister, it was her duty to care for her younger sibling. After her college entrance exams, Yu Changde dismissed her opinions, forcibly altering her choices, stating she must yield to Yu Shangxiang and not attend a university better than hers. Dao Shuqin paid no heed to her desires, coercing her into in the Yu household. She had no right to refuse. She was compelled to do what she did not wish to now. However, Xie Jingmore was telling her that she did not need to force herself, nor should she feel compelled to comply. She had the right to say no, and even if she did, her grandparents would continue to love her. Wan. Xie Jingmore gazed silently at her face, his long, fair fingers tenderly brushing through her soft hair. My family adores you. It is because you are inherently deserving of love, they will always treat you well. So do I. His girl had endured countless trials and tribulations in the care of her foster parents and in the Yu family. Sometimes, those deprived of affection, upon receiving even the slightest warmth, feel an overwhelming urge to reciprocate, even at the cost of their own comfort. Sejong wished for her to become accustomed to being loved. He wanted her to feel empowered to refuse what she did not wish to do. He did not want her to feel constrained or suppress herself. He simply wished to indulge her, to pamper her, nurturing her delicate sensibilities and instilling in her a sense of deservingness, bit by bit. Chapter 25. On Wanyan back at Lanchi Garden, in the living room, Yu Ji-wan sat on the sofa, cradling a cup of water in both hands, sipping delicately while occasionally stealing glances at Sejong. The words he had spoken to her in the car echoed in her mind, and the stirring in her heart had yet to subside. To be able to converse with her in such a manner, he truly was a good person, a remarkably good person. She found herself hesitating over whether or not to share something with Sejong. Just as she was grappling with her thoughts, she suddenly noticed him pulling out his little notebook and pen from somewhere, jotting down a line of text. What could he possibly be recording now? Yu Ji-wan's expression darkened as she leaned in, only to read sad smiley on the evening of September 23rd. Wanyan stole several glances at me instantly. Yu Ji-wan felt a rush of embarrassment. I did not steal glances at you. I have something I wish to tell you. Sejong cast her a sidelong glance, unhurriedly writing another line sad smiley denying after stealing glances. How adorable. Yu Ji-wan's face flushed crimson. Adorable, where was the adorableness in that? She insisted, Sejong, I genuinely have something important to discuss. Having been chastised by his wife, Sejong tucked away his notebook with satisfaction, relishing her forthright demeanor. I am all ears, my lady. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. Yu Ji-wan took a sip of water to compose herself before asking, the light blue chapeau Yuntang wore today was designed by Wanyan. Do you know of the designer Wanyan? Sejong's eyebrows lifted slightly, a hint of amusement glimmering in his peach blossom eyes. Of course, Wanyan is quite renowned, and also quite enigmatic, possessing exceptional design skills. I am quite fond of her. Yu Ji-wan was taken aback, nearly spilling her water in disbelief as she gazed at him, wide-eyed. You like Wanyan? Indeed, he replied languidly from the sofa, resting his forehead on his hand. His white shirt casually unbuttoned at the collar, exuding an alluring charm from his collarbone to his Adam's apple. His languid, smiling peach blossom eyes were fixed directly on Yu Ji-wan, the curve of his lips suggesting something deeper. I am exceedingly fond of Wanyan. I am her loyal fan. If I ever have the chance to meet her, I would certainly ask for her autograph, a photograph, and perhaps even a hug. Yu Ji-wan was utterly astonished, her pupils dilating in shock. She had never anticipated that Sejong, of all people, would be such an ardent admirer of Wanyan, yearning for autographs and embraces. It was completely unexpected. Incredulously, she asked, you too believe Wanyan's designs are exceptional? Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Naturally, I have followed every collection Wanyan has released. Her level of artistry far surpasses that of her contemporaries. She is immensely talented and gifted. Yu Ji-wan's eyes widened once more, astonished. He had kept tabs on every one of her designs. This was beyond mere fandom, it bordered on obsession. While many admired Wanyan's work, Yu Ji-wan had grown accustomed to the attention and was grateful for it. Yet, for some reason, when Sejong declared his feeling a bit awkward, Yu Ji-wan raised a hand to touch her earlobe, her eyelashes fluttering. Well, I mentioned to Yuntang today at the old residence that Wanyan will no longer collaborate with the Yu family. Are you curious as to how I know this? Oh? Why is that? Yu Ji-wan met his gaze, her eyes shimmering brightly. The public is quite curious. Each time Wanyan. In truth, Teacher Liang has been accepting the awards for me, as I am Wanyan. Sejong appeared genuinely astonished, his posture straightening. You are Wanyan. Yu Ji-wan puffed out her cheeks. Why does your surprise seem so exaggerated? Sejong raised an eyebrow. Exaggerated? I assure you, I am genuinely surprised. 2 years prior, upon discovering that Yu Ji-wan was indeed Wanyan, he had been taken aback, the moment he first laid eyes on Wanyan's designs during a newcomer competition, he felt an uncanny familiarity in her style. It resembled Yu Jiwan's. After conducting a discreet investigation, he confirmed his suspicions. Subsequently, he attended every competition Wanyan participated in, silently witnessing each of her triumphs and significant moments. Only the wind knew that he had observed her claim every championship, every monumental occasion. He had followed and cherished every design she published, believing more than anyone else that no circumstance could dim her radiance. She was, without a doubt, a luminous presence. Xie Jingmo regarded the girl before him, his gaze dark and profound. Why reveal such an important truth to me? Yu Jiwan pressed her lips together, candidly stating, "You are the first person I have willingly chosen to confide in about Wanyan." Xie Jingmo's expression shifted, his eyes deepening almost instantly. Yu Jiwan continued, "I have severed ties with the Yu family and will no longer assist them. I aspire to establish my own fashion design studio, where I will create design drafts daily. Since we now share a roof, it is only a matter of time before you uncover the truth, thus, I thought it best to inform you now." Xie Jingmo's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. "You intend to open your own studio?" Yes. This had been her goal for quite some time, and she had been diligently saving for it. Over the past 2 years, she had been creating designs for the Yu family under Wanyan's name primarily to assist them, which meant her fees had been modest, leaving her with little savings. Additionally, she had covered her cousin's medical expenses during her hospitalization, which had depleted her funds. However, she was close to accumulating enough to launch her studio. By accepting design commissions from other companies, she would soon have sufficient funds to establish her own fashion studio. As Yu Jiwan contemplated her plans, Xie Jingmo suddenly interjected, the depth of his dark eyes locked onto hers, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I shall invest in you." Yu Jiwan was taken aback. "You will invest in me?" Furrowing her brow, she probed, "Is this because of our marital connection, that you wish to support me?" The man, with his strikingly handsome features, lounged languidly on the sofa, his elegantly structured fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, exuding an air of nonchalance and charm. "Rest assured, my lady, I never engage in unprofitable ventures. I just mentioned that I am a devoted fan of Wanyan, greatly admiring her work and understanding her well. Thus, I believe that with your talent and reputation, an investment from me will yield significant returns in the future." Yu Jiwan gasped softly. "You hold such high regard for me?" Xie Jingmo affirmed, "Of course. The Yu family serves as the best evidence. If the Yu family's fashion brand could experience a resurgence thanks to Wanyan, it was a testament to her prowess and influence. Why Yu Jiwan hesitated, but what if it ends up being a financial loss in the future? With a raised eyebrow, he replied, "What is there to fear? I will cover any losses." Yu Jiwan blinked in surprise, processing his words. "But you just said that you never partake in unprofitable ventures." An unexpected silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, Xie Jingmo chuckled softly, a mix of resignation and indulgence evident in his laughter. "Wanyan, I trust in your abilities and my judgment. Moreover, I firmly believe that your studio will not incur losses. So, pursue your aspirations boldly," he encouraged. Hearing the certainty in his voice, Yu Jiwan felt a shift within her, her worries dissipated, replaced by a surge of determination. If even Xie Jingmo, a top-tier business magnate, believed in her, how could she not feel invigorated? It was well known that the industries and sectors under the Xie family were rife with potential for growth, all aimed at expanding their commercial empire and generating profit, a feat undoubtedly linked to Xie Jingmo's leadership and decision-making skills. She had every reason to trust his judgment. Then, the man tilted his head slightly, a lazy smile playing on his lips as he extended his right hand toward her. "Boss Yu, will you accept my investment?" Chapter 26. The self-cultivation of a domestic chef. Yu Jiwan stared at the man's hand for a few seconds, steeling her heart before firmly grasping it. "Pleasure to cooperate. I will diligently manage the studio, earn a good income, and ensure your investment does not go to waste." Xie Jingmo curved his lips into a smile. "Before that, there is a matter of greater importance." Yu Jiwan inquired, What is it?" No sooner had she spoken than she was unexpectedly swept into the man's embrace. Why Yu Ji-wan froze momentarily. What are you doing? Their bodies pressed closely together, the warmth of the man's body radiating through the thin fabric of her clothing, as if their skin were melting. The proximity sent a jolt through Yu Ji-wan, her heart tightening, thoughts momentarily blank, then racing wildly. Teacher Wan Yang. He finally spoke, tightening his embrace around her. I really like you. Very much. I am your loyal fan. His voice was low and magnetic, yet there lingered a hint of desolation. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, and in that moment, Yu Ji-wan felt as though her body had been electrified. He truly adores Wan Yang. He even seeks autographs, photographs, and hugs. The surroundings were eerily quiet, held in Siejingmore's arms. Yu Ji-wan listened to the rhythmic thumping of his heart, felt the heat emanating from him, and was captivated by the pleasant woody fragrance that enveloped her senses. Her delicate lashes fluttered as, almost unconsciously, she raised her arms to return his embrace. Thank you for your admiration. In that first moment of holding Siejingmore, Yu Ji-wan could only think one thing. His waist was incredibly alluring. Having studied fashion design, she possessed a keen understanding of the human form. Previously, when she had accidentally glimpsed his sculpted abs and waistline, she had marveled at their perfection. Now, enveloping him, she noted how slender and powerful his waist was, devoid of any excess flesh. It was utterly enticing, exuding an overwhelming sexual tension. She couldn't help but wonder how his abs would feel to the touch. Wait, Siejingmore's affection for Wan Yang was so pure, yet here she was, indulging in such frivolous thoughts. How rude of her. A wave of embarrassment washed over Yu Ji-wan, and she hastily pushed him away, her gaze flitting nervously. Ahem, so you really are quite fond of Wan Yang. Siejingmore's gaze settled on her face, his brows slightly raised. Why is your face so flushed, my lady? Yu Ji-wan was taken aback, raising a hand to touch her face, which indeed felt warm, intensifying her embarrassment. It's not my fault. You suddenly pulled me in, and I couldn't breathe. It's just a reaction. Certainly, it wasn't because Siejingmore's waist was so delightful to hold that her cheeks burned. After her stubborn retort, she ignored his reaction and dashed upstairs. It's getting late. I need to shower and sleep. After her shower, Yu Ji-wan sat on the bed, contemplating the tasks ahead of her in the coming days. When the sound of running water from the bathroom ceased, and Siejingmore had yet to emerge, Yu Ji-wan's heart skipped a beat as a sudden realization struck her. She flung back the covers and rushed towards the bathroom. Why was he washing her undergarments again? Why are you washing my clothes again? Yu Ji-wan rushed over to find him diligently cleaning her intimate garments, ensuring they were impeccably spotless. Shame washed over her, and she felt a flush of heat rise to her head. In just a few days, he would know exactly what all her undergarments looked like. Noticing her hurried approach, her nightgown askew, Siejingmore raised a hand to adjust her collar. Catching a glimpse of her delicate collarbone, his gaze darkened momentarily, lingering there for a couple of seconds before he lazily lifted his eyelids to meet her eyes, his tone nonchalant. My lady, you must be quite busy with the studio lately. Since you are out there striving to earn a living, I suppose I shall take it upon myself to prepare your meals and wash your clothes. Yu Ji-wan could only respond. Was he not being excessively dutiful? She scrutinized him from head to toe, pondering whether he had been diligently studying something akin to the self-cultivation of a qualified domestic chef. Or perhaps he harbored a peculiar penchant for serving others. Just yesterday, Siejingmore had expressed his willingness to cater to his wife's every need, ensuring she never had to lift a finger. It seemed she would truly become a lady of leisure. Well, Yu Ji-wan shot him a sidelong glance, mumbling, if you wish to wash, then wash. It's you who will tire yourself. The man chuckled softly, his voice seductive, half teasing, half serious. How could I tire? Each time I wash clothes for one, I do so with a smile. Washing with a smile, Yu Ji-wan imagined the scene and felt her face flush crimson. She didn't want to engage with him any longer. In the following days, with minimal classes at school, Yu Ji-wan busied herself with registering the studio. Together with Siejingmore, they named the studio Jinghong, which would also be the name of their future fashion brand. Her grandparents had bestowed upon her several shops as part of her dowry, including a jewelry store and a cosmetics shop, all located in bustling, commercial areas. Yu Jiwan scouted the vicinity, ultimately leasing a suitable storefront to serve as Jinghong's inaugural flagship store. Subsequently, Yu Jiwan began procuring supplies, though she need not run about herself. Xie Jingmore had Uncle Fu assist her, allowing her to merely compile a list while Uncle Fu arranged for the servants to handle the purchases. The challenging aspect was recruiting personnel. Assistants were manageable, but positions like operations directors proved more difficult to fill. Initially, Yu Jiwan interviewed several candidates, none of whom met her expectations, until she encountered He Zaiwei, a composed woman in her 30s, exuding intellect and charisma. Yu Jiwan's interest was piqued, and they engaged in extensive discussions. It became evident that He Zaiwei was not only highly professional and experienced but also possessed unique insights into the operation of fashion brands, as well as valuable connections in the fabric and garment manufacturing sectors. According to He Zaiwei, with a solid design, she could penetrate the market and elevate Jinghong into a recognized brand. Yu Jiwan had some unpublished design sketches on her phone, which she promptly shared with He Zaiwei. He Zaiwei's brow furrowed slightly. President Yu, who provided you with these design drafts, apologies for my bluntness, but have you been misled? These designs bear a striking resemblance to a particular style. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. Whose style? He Zaiwei slowly revealed a name, Wan Yang. Anyone in the fashion design industry would undoubtedly be familiar with the name Wan Yang. He Zaiwei shook her head. These designs cannot be used. Not only the style but even the minutiae are too reminiscent of Wan Yang's work. If they were to be turned into garments, accusations of plagiarism would certainly arise. Yu Jiwan couldn't help but chuckle. Miss He, you have a discerning eye. These designs were indeed created by Wan Yang. He Zaiwei was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in astonishment. President Yu, are you implying? Yu Jiwan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, Wan Yang is our chief designer at Jinghong. He Zaiwei stood up abruptly, her face a mask of disbelief. President Yu, is this truly the case? Yu Jiwan maintained her gentle smile. It is entirely true. He Zaiwei was ecstatic, feeling as though fortune had smiled upon her. It was a stroke of luck, indeed, to think that Jinghong was a new brand, and the challenges of establishing it as a prominent name were immense, requiring steady, methodical progress. However, with Wan Yang as the chief designer, the landscape would shift dramatically, with Wan Yang's popularity and influence. Announcing that Jinghong's garments were designed by her would inevitably attract a throng of affluent socialites and celebrity patrons. Thus, Jinghong would secure its initial customer base. Yet, wasn't Wan Yang already collaborating with the Yu family? If Wan Yang partnered with Jinghong, wouldn't that lead to significant customer loss for the Yu family and cause severe financial strain? He Zaiwei gazed at Yu Jiwan in astonishment and confusion. Do you know Wan Yang? Yu Jiwan smiled slightly. You will come to know in due time. Valuing He Zaiwei's capabilities, Yu Jiwan promptly offered her the position of brand director at Jinghong and tasked her with recruiting several employees. She then contacted the garment factory to begin producing sample garments based on the designs. In the ensuing days, Yu Jiwan was busier than ever, her feet scarcely touching the ground. With He Zaiwei's presence, she finally felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to Lanchi Garden that evening, Xie Jingmore had not yet arrived. Yu Jiwan settled onto the sofa, massaging her fatigued legs, mentally calculating that tomorrow, she would finally be able to transfer her household registration away from the Yu family. At the same time, in the Yu residence. Yu Zhengfeng dashed into the living room, a stack of photographs in hand, urgency etched on his face. Take a look at who is in these photos. Chapter 27. Has she even disowned her own mother? In the living room, the 5 members of the Yu family were gathered. Yu Changder had just finished taking his medicine, after an unpleasant visit to the Xie family's ancestral home to discuss a marriage proposal, where he had been given the cold shoulder by the matriarch. He had intended to return the following day. However, a familiar bout of stomach pain had thwarted his plans, preventing him from going. At that moment, he noticed Jiyu Chengfeng rushing over with a stack of photographs. Yu Shaozer, unable to contain his impatience, snatched the stack of photos. After glancing through them, he wore an expression of disdain. Isn't he this just Yu Jiwan? Yu Xiuqi, with a keen eye, discerned the details in the photographs, noting that Yu Jiwan had been frequenting a clothing store named Jinghang. Jinghang Yu Jiwan is shopping there for clothes. Jiyu Chengfeng, gazing at the girl in the photos, recalled how Yu Jiwan had blocked him recently, engaging in this game of cat and mouse, which left him feeling both infatuated and frustrated. This petty woman, so easily consumed by jealousy, he had severed ties with those younger sisters long ago. When had he, the esteemed young master Jiyu, ever lowered himself to such a degree for a woman? Yu Jiwan had cut off all communication, and he wondered if she was pining for him, crying herself to sleep each night. Seeing Jiyu Chengfeng's mixed expression of love and resentment as he stared at the photographs of Yu Jiwan, Yu Shaozer urged him impatiently, "Come on, are you going to stare a hole through the photos or what? Just tell us what's going on with these pictures." Yu Changde, seated on the sofa, also pressed, "Chengfeng, speak up." Dao Shuqin, with a motherly affection, embraced Yu Xiangxiang and urged, "Yes, Chengfeng, do tell us. What has that wretched girl Yu Jiwan done now?" Jiyu Chengfeng was aware that Yu Jiwan, the true daughter of the family, was not favored, but at that moment, witnessing Dao Shuqin's tender interaction with Yu Xiangxiang while berating Yu Jiwan, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and flicked the photographs with his finger. "A friend of mine happened to spot Yu Jiwan on the street and sent these to me. My friend mentioned that Jinghang is a newly established clothing brand. Why Yu Jiwan isn't he just buying clothes? She's been frequenting that store, which likely means she has some connection to it." Yu Changde took the stack of photographs, his expression grave, connected to her. Suddenly, Yu Xingxiang recalled something, gasping in surprise as she covered her mouth. Could it be that sister has applied to be a designer at that clothing store? Dao Shuqin immediately expressed her discontent. That wretched girl, the Yu family's main business is apparel, and instead of working as a designer for our family's company, she chooses to work for someone else. What kind of sense does that make? Yu Changde's dissatisfaction with Yu Jiwan intensified, and he slammed the photographs onto the coffee table in anger. That traitor, I've criticized her design skills compared to Shengxiang's, but to abandon her own family's company for another. Is she harboring resentment? Does she intend to aid Jinghang in opposing the Yu family? Yu Shaozer scoffed. Father, you're overthinking it. With Yu Jiwan's abilities, how could she possibly compete? Our family has Wan Yang. Sure, Yu Jiwan has studied fashion design for a few years, but what can she possibly compare to the renowned Wan Yang and Jinghang? It's an unheard of brand. Does Yu Jiwan really think she can help them stand against the Yu family? She is daydreaming. At the mention of Wan Yang, Yu Changde immediately turned to Yu Xiuqi. Xiuqi, has Wan Yang responded to us yet? Yu Xiuqi shook his head solemnly. Not yet. He reflected on his respectful demeanor towards Wan Yang and how he had never dared to offend her. Yet, Wan Yang still refused to acknowledge him. Yu Shaozer stroked his chin thoughtfully. If you ask me, Wan Yang has never collaborated with other brands, only with our Yu family. This indicates her preference for us. Perhaps the reason she hasn't replied to elder brother's messages is due to some issues on her end. Yu Changde nodded pensively. That is a possibility. After a moment, he glanced again at the image of Yu Jiwan entering Jinghang, his anger flaring. That scoundrel, working for another company without any sense of duty as a member of the Yu family. Yu Shaozer retorted coldly. Duty? She clearly doesn't regard us at all. She might even be contemplating moving her household registration from the Yu family. Yu Changde pondered briefly before instructing a servant to retrieve the household registration book from the study on the second floor. Moments later, the servant rushed back down, flustered. No, it's bad, sir, the household registration book is missing. What do you mean missing? Yu Changde shot up from the sofa. Even the typically calm Yu Xiuqi's expression changed. The household registration book has always been in the study. How could it vanish? The servant replied. Young master, I searched the study several times but couldn't find the household registration book. Yu Shaozer grew anxious. The last time we used the household registration book was to apply for a business license. Did we accidentally leave it somewhere? Yu Shuqi shook his head. That's not possible. I remember clearly that I put the household registration book back in the study myself. Yu Chengfeng, though not a member of the Yu family, felt a sudden sense of foreboding at the news of the missing household registration book. Beside him, Yu Xingxiang bit her lip and spoke up. Dad, Mom, elder brother, second brother, I suddenly thought, could it be that sister took the household registration book with her when she left? How could she do such a thing? Mom and Dad have always treated her so well. Dao Shuqin's heart ached with anger upon hearing this, and suddenly, her expression turned pale as a thought struck her. If Yu Jiwan had indeed run away and taken the household registration book, was she planning to sever ties with the Yu family? Was she truly willing to disown even her own mother? How could she be so cold-hearted and ruthless? Yu Shaozer laughed mockingly. Well, it seems she has finally grown wings and truly intends to move her household registration away from the Yu family. Yu Chander's face darkened with fury. Absurd, utterly absurd. If this gets out, what will people think of the Yu family? They will only see us as a laughingstock, claiming that I, Yu Chander, have failed in raising my daughter. Where will I put my face? Xiuqi, you must go and reapply for the household registration book immediately. Render the one in Yu Jiwan's possession void. We absolutely cannot allow her to transfer her household registration. Yu Shuqi nodded promptly, agreeing with his father's stance against Yu Jiwan's potential actions. Though he held no affection for her, she was still his blood sister, and transferring her household registration would be nothing short of disgraceful. Yes, father, I will go and reapply for the household registration book at once, ensuring that Yu Jiwan cannot act recklessly. At Langxiyuan, Yu Jiwan sat on the sofa in the living room, replying to messages on her phone. Hearing the sound of an engine, she recognized that Xie Jingmore was returning from work. She felt too lethargic to move, merely glancing up casually. However, the next moment, she was taken aback to see the tall figure of a man entering the living room, his right hand holding two dark red book-like items that looked like household registration books. Yu Jiwan froze momentarily, realizing what they were, and a spark of excitement lit up her eyes as she sprang to her feet, rushing towards him. What do you have in your hands? Is my household registration being transferred? Chapter 28. The household registration has been transferred. Observing the girl sprinting towards him with sparkling eyes brimming with excitement, Xie Jingmore raised a hand to adjust his tie, his peach blossom eyes holding a smile that was both teasing and inexplicably perilous. Just a moment ago, it seemed as though I were invisible, and now you're suddenly so enthusiastic. Yu Jiwan halted her steps, aware that her intentions were somewhat too conspicuous. Embarrassed, she touched her nose but, recalling her household registration, hurriedly dashed to stand before him. You finally returned from the company. The man lowered his gaze to her, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. What do you mean by that? Were you specifically waiting for me? Yu Jiwan nodded her head vigorously. Yes, I was waiting for you. She lied with a straight face, betraying no signs of deceit. Then, she stealthily glanced at his right hand, feigning curiosity. Oh, what is that you're holding? Xie Jingmore was already aware of her intentions. He lazily shot her a sidelong glance before striding over to the sofa. Yu Jiwan immediately followed him, trailing behind like a devoted shadow. Why aren't you speaking? This was the first time Xie Jingmore had experienced such clinginess from her. He raised an eyebrow lightly, removed his tie, and unfastened two buttons of his shirt with fingers that were distinctly elegant, his throat's Adam's apple prominently alluring, exuding an irresistible languor. He settled onto the sofa, his peach blossom eyes glinting with a teasing smile. Mrs. Ye, your demeanor almost leads me to believe that my status in our household is exceedingly high. Yu Jiwan responded with a puzzled expression. What do you mean by that? It sounded as if she was constantly bullying him or enslaving him. Not at all. Your position in this household has always been esteemed, you know. She joined him on the sofa, her gaze fixated on the two household registration books in his right hand, nearly reaching out to snatch them. Let me see them quickly. The man remained unfazed, resting his left hand casually against his forehead, lifting his eyelids to glance at her. There's a question that has piqued my curiosity for many years. Many years? Yu Jiwan blinked her eyelashes, her own curiosity ignited. What question? Xie Jingmore's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, his tongue touching the roof of his mouth, his tone casual yet imbued with an undercurrent of authority. When you returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, you claimed to dislike me, did not wish to fulfill our engagement, and even suggested that Yu Xiangxiang marry me. He let out a short, exasperated laugh, as if the situation were amusingly infuriating. Dear classmate Yu Jiwan, I don't recall having provoked you in high school. If you disliked me, that would have been sufficient. Why would you want Yu Xiangxiang to marry me, Yu Jiwan gasped in surprise, her eyes widening slowly in disbelief. How could he still remember something that happened so many years ago? Truly, it was a question that had lingered in his mind for a long time. Immediately, she waved her hands in protest, feeling utterly wronged. Please don't hold a grudge against me. That had nothing to do with me, I was deceived. Xie Jingmore's expression darkened. Deceived? This is a long story. As she recalled her grandfather, a wave of sadness washed over her. When I first returned to the Yu family, my grandfather was still alive. He was very kind and treated me well, believing that I had suffered too much with my foster parents, always wanting to compensate me, wishing he could personally take care of me, and even telling the Yu family that the engagement with the Xie family was mine and that I should fulfill it. The next evening, however, Yu Chander and Dao Shuqin approached me privately, persuading me that if I refused the engagement, they would accept me as a true family member, compensating and caring for me. Having just left my foster parents' home, I genuinely longed to experience what it felt like to have loving parents, so I agreed to them. As she spoke, her eyelashes fell, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that time, she listened to her classmates discussing their parents. One classmate spoke of a long-awaited gift from her father, another recounted a trip to a theme park with her mother. She would listen and feel a pang of envy deep within. She had held countless dreams and expectations for Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin, yet later, they repeatedly shattered all her hopes. Suddenly, the man's warm, dry hand enveloped hers. Yu Jiwan was momentarily taken aback, and upon meeting Xie Jingmore's deep, lingering gaze, she felt a rush of emotions. He grasped her hand with one, while the other gently caressed her cheek. Wan, they didn't cherish you. It was their blindness. Your unique affection will surely come. Yu Jiwan's heart jolted sharply. As he spoke those words, his eyes brimmed with boundless tenderness and concern, wrapping around her like a protective net, shielding her from all external harm and malice. Under Xie Jingmore's gaze, her heart tightened uncontrollably, and the sorrow and bitterness she had felt moments ago began to dissipate gradually. Unique affection. Yu Jiwan unconsciously raised her hand, covering the one that caressed her cheek. She stared at Xie Jingmore, her eyes shimmering with emotion, clear and sincere. At that time, I didn't know much about you, and I didn't wish to be bound by an engagement with someone I didn't understand. Moreover, my foster father was abusive and a gambler. I had witnessed such behavior since childhood, which left me somewhat averse to the idea of marriage. Thus, when I said I disliked you and didn't want to fulfill the engagement, that was indeed my genuine sentiment. However, the latter part about wanting Yu Xiangxiang to marry you was added by Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin. It was not my intention. I only later realized that I had been deceived by them. Xie Jingmore finally grasped the entirety of the situation, feeling profound pity for his girl while harboring hostility towards the Yu family. A fleeting glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and his thumb gently traced the delicate skin beneath her eye. Wan, congratulations on completely severing ties with the Yu family. Yu Jiwan blinked, her expression somewhat bewildered. What do you mean? Xie Jingmore's lips curled slightly, his peach blossom eyes twinkling with a lazy smile. Wan, your household registration has been transferred. At that moment, Yu Jiwan's eyelashes trembled violently, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. The household registration has been transferred. It truly has. Her registration has been removed from the Yu family. Yu Jiwan's heart raced with excitement, as if a butterfly had emerged from its cocoon, basking in newfound life. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she eagerly turned to the household registration books that Xie Jingmore had placed aside. Wait, her hand. It was only then that Yu Jiwan realized that when Xie Jingmore had reached out to caress her cheek, she had instinctively raised her hand to cover his. How could she have acted in such a manner? She must have been seduced by him, it had to be. Her earlobes flushed with warmth as she quickly withdrew her hand, her pale cheeks tinged with a shade of embarrassment, her eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson, as if kissed by the blush of a rose, enchanting and alluring. Fortunately, the awkward moment passed swiftly, and Yu Ji-won cast aside her embarrassment, eagerly picking up the 2 household registration books. The first one belonged to the Yu family. Upon opening it, she found the names of Yu Chander, Dao Shuqin, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Shaozer, and Yu Shengxiang. However, she was no longer among them. Her name was absent from the Yu family's household registration. Yu Ji-won quickly seized the other household registration book, her heart racing, her fingertips trembling slightly. Chapter 29, confessing to her, Yu Ji-won took a deep breath and gently opened the book. The first page revealed the name Xie Jingmo, identified as the head of the household. Turning to the second page, she found her own name, listed as the spouse of the head. Yu Ji-won stared at her name for quite some time, then flipped back to the first page to look at Xie Jingmo's name again, and then back to her own. A wave of warmth unexpectedly welled up in her eyes. She and Xie Jingmo shared the same household registration booklet. They were now one household. Her registration was no longer associated with the Yu family. She had severed all ties with them, except for the unchangeable blood that coursed through her veins. Beyond that, she would no longer have any connection to the Yu family. Looking at the household registration booklet, Yu Ji-won was overwhelmed with a mix of emotions, nearly laughing and crying at the same time. Her eyes were warm, and yet her lips could not help but curve upwards. She flipped back to the first page to glance at Xie Jingmo's name, then returned to the second page to admire her own. This action was repeated several times without a hint of fatigue. Observing her delight, Xie Jingmo found her adorable, his tone laced with amusement as he asked, "Are you happy?" Yu Ji-won nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes." The corners of Xie Jingmo's mouth subtly lifted upon witnessing her joy. However, the next moment, she excitedly declared, "When we divorce in a year, my household registration will promptly be separated from yours. You needn't worry." The smile on the man's face instantly vanished, and his jaw tightened slightly as he gazed at her with his emotionally detached peach blossom eyes. After a prolonged silence, he spoke in a flat tone, "Do I seem like someone who resents you being on my household registration?" Yu Ji-won was taken aback. He averted his gaze, his voice growing colder than usual as he added, "Let us discuss what happens in a year when the time comes." The pressure, deeply buried yet now surfacing, emanated from his authoritative presence, leaving Yu Ji-won momentarily unsettled. A sense of confusion washed over her as she blinked away the moisture gathering in her eyes. Why did it feel as though he was no longer happy? She stared at him for several moments. The man's fair complexion and handsome, ethereal features betrayed no emotion, leaving her unable to discern whether he was upset. Yet, when he was not smiling, his languid, affectionate peach blossom eyes appeared cold and distant, devoid of warmth. However, moments later, Yu Ji-won was surprised to find Xie Jingmo donning an apron adorned with cute, pink rabbits, having decided to cook for her himself rather than allowing the servants to do so. He prepared numerous dishes that she adored, celebrating her departure from the Yu family's household registration. Yu Ji-won's heart melted at his thoughtfulness, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Thank you. You are too wonderful." He truly was an exceptionally kind person. In her emotional state, she ended up eating 2 extra bowls of rice, her black and white eyes fixed on Xie Jingmo across the table. "By the way, wasn't my household registration supposed to be transferred tomorrow? How is it already sorted today?" The man lazily lifted his eyelids. "I intended to give you a surprise." He had utilized his influence to arrange a special channel for her household transfer. He wanted to surprise her, yet she was preoccupied with thoughts of divorce. A heartless woman, indeed. It was clear that punishment was in order. To discipline Yu Ji-won, Xie Jingmo maintained a stern expression while preparing dinner, serving her dishes with the same cold demeanor. Later, when he washed her undergarments, he resolved to refrain from smiling altogether. Unaware of her punishment, Yu Ji-won finished her meal contentedly. Suddenly, she remembered that the Yu family's household registration was still in her possession, and it irked her to no end. The transfer required notifying the Yu family, warning them that she no longer had any ties to them and that they should not presume to act as her family, attempting to criticize or reprimand her. They were unworthy. Of course, Yu Jiwan had no intention of personally returning the household registration to the Yu family. Instead, she arranged for a local courier service, ensuring that within an hour, the household registration would reach the Yu residence. Once they opened it, they would immediately realize that her registration had been transferred. Whether the Yu family reacted with anger or fury was of no concern to her. Naturally, she chose the option for the recipient to pay the shipping fee, ensuring that she would not spend another penny on the Yu family. After sending the package, Yu Jiwan returned to the living room, only to be greeted by a delightful, sweet aroma wafting through the air. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Xie Jingmo was in the kitchen baking small cakes. And not just any cakes, green grape matcha, that was her absolute favorite flavor for cakes and candies. Her Weibo account was even named a bowl of green grape. To her astonishment, Xie Jingmo could bake desserts, demonstrating an unexpected domesticity. Strangely, throughout the cake-making process, he maintained a stoic expression, presenting the finished product to her with an impassive demeanor. Why Yu Jiwan blinked in confusion, her eyes glistening with curiosity. Are you unhappy? He replied, no. Yu Jiwan tilted her head in puzzlement. Do you like green grape-flavored cakes too? He responded, yes. Her eyes lit up, her exquisitely painted brows brightened with surprise. What a coincidence. I love green grape flavor. There's a cake shop in the eastern part of the city. Their green grape cheese rolls are particularly delicious. Xie Jingmo, still punishing her, responded tersely with a noncommittal hum. Without pausing to rest, he returned to the kitchen, maintaining his cold demeanor as he prepared 2 green grape cheese rolls for her. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. In the end, she found herself indulged to the point of being stuffed, yet, she had to admit that Xie Jingmo's culinary skills surpassed those of the cake shop in the Eastern District. What surprised her even more was that she and Xie Jingmo not only shared the same tastes in meals but also in desserts. After finishing the small cake, Xie Jingmo excused himself to his study to handle work. Yu Jiwan bounced back to her bedroom, feeling genuinely happy. Her studio preparations were nearly complete, and it would soon open officially. Additionally, her household registration had been successfully transferred from the Yu family. Since leaving the Yu family, everything had been gradually improving, and her life was steadily returning to normalcy. Why Yu Jiwan logged into her Weibo account and posted a status reflecting her mood. A bowl of green grape, a happy day. After posting, she set her phone down and prepared to take a shower. Having already gathered her change of clothes, suddenly, her phone chimed, indicating that her previous post had received a comment from he to MW: To MW, unhappy, or what happened? Yu Jiwan sent him a private message, inquiring, what's wrong, what happened? After a few moments, he replied, seemingly having edited his message several times before finally sending, she always wants to leave me. Yu Jiwan suddenly understood. It was related to the girl he had a crush on. Indeed, after so many years of mutual following, aside from that girl, nothing else seemed to affect his mood so easily. A bowl of green grape. Last time you said you were together, are you trying to date? To MW, no, she doesn't know I have a crush on her. A bowl of green grape. Then how did you end up together? To MW, a flash marriage. A bowl of green grape. What explosive words! How had they gone from a sweet crush to marriage all of a sudden? A flash marriage, no less. Wait, she and Xie Jingmo had also suddenly entered into a flash marriage. It was no wonder she and to MW had such a strong connection as long-time online friends. Even their flash marriages were in sync. Why Yu Jiwan pondered for a moment and typed, how has your time together been? He responded immediately, not bad. A bowl of green grape. What do you think her impression of you is? Does she enjoy spending time with you? To MW, she is a straight shooter, not very perceptive. Yu Jiwan thought, why did it seem like he harbored such deep resentment? After careful consideration, she offered him some advice. A bowl of green grape, since you're getting along well, why not try to take a step further? A bowl of green grape. She doesn't know you like her yet, why not try confessing your feelings? Chapter 30. After the news about her graduation photo featuring Xie Jingmo and Yu Jiwan was sent out, it took quite some time for a reply to come back. To MW. If, for some reason, you become friends with a man you previously paid little attention to, and your interactions are quite harmonious. To MW, now this man confesses to you, stating he has silently liked you since high school. Would you feel troubled? Yu Jiwan was momentarily taken aback. A man she had previously overlooked was confessing his feelings, claiming he had harbored a secret admiration for her since their high school days. A bowl of green grapes. Troubled? I shouldn't think so. A bowl of green grapes. He merely liked me in silence. He hasn't harmed me nor done anything unreasonable, so why should I feel troubled? To MW. All right then, a rabbit. He sent the familiar pink bunny emoji, appearing quite pleased. Why Yu Jiwan was aware that MW had a girl he had been secretly in love with for many years, but the specifics were unclear. From the recent chat, it seemed that his admiration had begun in high school. What a time of youthful exuberance that was. Why Yu Jiwan couldn't help but reminisce about her own high school days. With a spark of excitement, she rummaged through her drawer for her graduation photos, which included class group shots as well as individual ones, such as those with her desk mate, some taken in front of the teaching building, others beneath the lush camphor trees. Just by looking at the photos, Yu Jiwan could almost hear the cicadas buzzing from that summer. During that time, all the seniors were busy taking graduation photos, so the background featured other students too. Some extroverted students would pass by, enthusiastically posing with peace signs, their smiles radiant and youthful. Why Yu Jiwan gazed at these old photographs, her lips curling into a smile. As she continued to look, her brow suddenly furrowed. In one of the photos taken under the camphor tree, she was posing for the camera while a tall boy with a striking profile passed by in the background. How remarkably similar he looked to Seojingmore. Yu Jiwan leaned in for a closer look. It wasn't a trick of the eyes. The resemblance to Seojingmore became increasingly apparent, but during her senior year, Seojingmore was already in his second year of university. How could he have returned to high school? Just then, the bedroom door swung open. Seojingmore returned from his study, having finished his work. Why Yu Jiwan immediately turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of discovery. Do you know what I just found out? We actually took a photo together back in high school. Seojingmore raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Yu Jiwan dashed over, holding the photo up to him. Look. The man cast his gaze downwards. The girl in the photograph had captivating eyes, radiant and beautiful, making it hard to look away. He smirked, his voice smooth and laced with amusement. "Yar11 is truly stunning." Who prompted him to praise her? Yu Jiwan saw that he hadn't noticed herself in the photo and anxiously pointed it out. Look here, this boy passing by. Could it be you? Seojingmore followed her finger's direction, as if only just realizing it, and slowly elongated his tone in surprise. "Oh, it really is me." Yu Jiwan, skeptical, asked, weren't you already in university at that time? Why did you suddenly return to high school? The man casually closed the bedroom door, his handsome face serene, as he replied lightly, "I can't quite recall. I must have had some business to attend to at school." Yu Jiwan responded with an "oh," realizing the coincidence. It was quite serendipitous that he happened to be back at school on the day she was taking her graduation photos, passing by just as she was posing, resulting in such an early shared snapshot. Such is the nature of fate. The Yu family had invited Ji Yu Chengfeng to stay for dinner. Yu Chandra sat at the head of the table, assuring Chengfeng, "Rest assured, Yu Jiwan's household registration cannot be transferred. I still hold authority over her marriage. Your union with her will proceed, and you shall be our son-in-law." Dao Shuqin chimed in, "Indeed, Chengfeng, come, eat more dishes. It is a blessing for Jiwan to marry you." Yu Shengsheng teased, "Then you must treat my sister well in the future, brother-in-law." Ji Yu Chengfeng felt a wave of comfort wash over him upon hearing the term brother-in-law. Although he typically disdained Yu Shengsheng's pretentiousness, he now found her quite endearing. Yu Shaozi scoffed, "Chengfeng, you must not indulge that brat too much. Her temperament is poor, and discipline is necessary." Ji Yu Chengfeng confidently replied, "Don't worry, she listens to me." Throughout their 3 weeks of dating, Yu Jiwan had never thrown a tantrum, being exceedingly docile. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yu Jiwan genuinely liked him, rejecting other men while accepting his pursuit. behaving quietly and obediently in his presence. Surely, once married, she would fulfill the role of a devoted wife and mother. Dao Shuqin grew increasingly fond of Jiyu Chengfeng. Despite his playboy tendencies, he was a solid match for Yu Jiwan. Most importantly, once their marriage was finalized, Yu Jiwan would no longer be a contender for the position of Xie family's young mistress against Xiangxiang. This would allow Xiangxiang to fulfill her wish of marrying Xie Jingmo. Dao Shuqin smiled, urging Jiyu Chengfeng to eat more, continually addressing him as her son-in-law. At that moment, Yu Shuqi returned from outside, striding towards the dining table. Mom and Dad, the household registration book has been reapplied for. Yu Chander finally set his worries aside, declaring, good, as long as it is reissued, the one Yu Jiwan took will be rendered void. Let's see how she can transfer her registration. As long as she remains in the Yu family, I am her father, and I have the right to manage her. Dao Shuqin instructed the maid to add another set of chopsticks. Xiuqi, you've been busy. Come sit and eat. Yu Xiangxiang sweetly called out, Big brother, hurry and take a seat. This black pepper steak, your favorite, was specially prepared for you. Yu Shuqi felt a warm glow in his heart. Xiangxiang is so considerate. This was the little sister he cherished, unlike that troublesome Yu Jiwan who always sought to create mischief for him. Suddenly, a maid rushed in from outside, reporting, Young master, there's a local express delivery. They say it's a document and it's cash on delivery. Yu Shuqi frowned. Local express delivery. Yu Shaozi put down his bowl and chopsticks, looking bewildered. Who bought something? And cash on delivery. Yu Shuqi replied, I'll go take a look. After stepping outside, he paid the delivery man. Such tasks were usually handled by an assistant. When had he, the esteemed eldest son of the Yu family, ever done such a thing? He was curious about the package's sender, wondering if it was intentionally meant to vex him. Upon paying, Yu Shuqi returned to the living room with the package. Why Yu Shaozi could hardly contain his impatience. Big brother, quickly see what it is. Yu Shuqi opened it, extracting a dark red, square booklet from the envelope. Yu Shaozi gasped, it's the household registration book. Hearing this, Yu Chander abandoned his meal, hastily approaching, is it our family's household registration book? Dao Shuqin, Yu Xiangxiang, and Jiyu Chengfeng also gathered around. Yu Shaozi chuckled nonchalantly, I told you, it must be the household registration book that was accidentally lost during the business license application process. Now a kind soul has sent it back to us. Yu Jiwan must not have the wit to take the household registration book. Yu Chander anxiously urged, Xiuqi, quickly open it and check. Yes, Yu Shuqi complied, flipping it open. The first page bore Yu Chander's name. Dad, it is indeed our household registration book. Yu Shuqi continued to flip through, finding Dao Shuqin's name on the second page, his own name on the third, Yu Shaozer's on the fourth, and on the next page was the name of that troublesome girl, Yu Jiwan. However, as Yu Shuqi turned the page, his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 31. The Yu family was thrown into a frenzy, demanding that Yu Jiwan return her household registration. Her name was conspicuously absent from the household registration book. Flipping the pages revealed Yu Xiangxiang's name, while the page for Yu Jiwan was mysteriously missing. Yu Shuqi's expression instantly tightened, disbelief washing over him as he flipped through the book multiple times. There were pages for his father, his mother, himself, Shaozi, and Xiangxiang, but no trace of Yu Jiwan. She had truly relocated her household registration. Yu Chander felt a wave of darkness cloud his vision, nearly fainting from rage. Wretched, how dare she engage in such absurdity? Dao Shuqin hurriedly supported him, both furious and anxious. Xiuqi, have you truly seen it? That wretched girl has really moved out. Yu Shuqi clenched the household registration book tightly, his gaze seething with an intensity that could burn a hole through the paper. Mother, I have checked it several times. Yu Jiwan is no longer on the register, only the 5 of us remain. Yu Shaozer's face darkened severely as he snatched the book, flipping through it himself, before slamming it shut in frustration. Well, I certainly underestimated her. She has truly grown capable. Yu Xiangxiang watched the scene unfold, her eyes flickering. Sister, have you truly forsaken this family? Have you even relinquished your identity as the eldest daughter of the Yu family? Ji Yuqingfeng's expression turned grave as well. How peculiar, how did she manage to relocate her registration? Yu Chander's hands trembled with anger as he fumbled several times before retrieving his phone from his pocket, dialing Yu Jiwan's number. The result was a disheartening message. The call could not be completed. It dawned on him then that Yu Jiwan had blocked them all. His heart twisted in anguish, and with a forceful crash, he hurled his phone to the ground, shattering the screen into fragments. This ungrateful child. Is she intent on driving me to my grave? Chander, calm yourself. Dao Shuqin exclaimed, hastily steadying him and attempting to soothe him. How can that wretched girl be so heartless, rejecting even her own father and her own mother? Is she so eager to sever ties with the Yu family? Yu Shaozi was fuming, his lungs burning with indignation. Not only has she moved out of the Yu family, but she has also completely severed our father-daughter, mother-daughter, and sibling relationships. Legally, we are no longer connected. Dao Shuqin was momentarily taken aback, a sudden pang of pain piercing her heart. How joyous she had been when Yu Jiwan returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, relocating her registration from her foster parents to the Yu household, her eyes sparkling with hope as she looked at her mother, affectionately calling her mom, filled with warmth and dreams. When had it all changed? The gaze she directed towards her mother had gradually morphed into one of sorrow, disappointment, numbness, and despair, devoid of any anticipation. A feeling of suffocation enveloped Dao Shuqin, as if her chest were filled with a sponge soaked in water, rendering her breathless. Had she, as a mother, failed in her role? Had she been too biased? Had it driven her biological daughter to the point of severing all ties, refusing to acknowledge her as a mother? Suddenly, the sound of muffled sobs filled the living room. Dao Shuqin turned her head in alarm. Xiangxiang, my precious daughter, why are you crying? Yu Xiangxiang, sensing the self-reproach and reflection in Dao Shuqin's eyes, sobbed, it's all because of me that my sister relocated her registration. Mother, please let me leave this home, let me return to my original family. Perhaps if I go, my sister will be willing to come back. At the mention of Yu Xiangxiang wanting to leave, the fleeting feelings of guilt and compassion for Yu Jiwan that had surged in Dao Shuqin's heart were instantly suppressed as she grasped Xiangxiang's hand with concern. Silly child, what nonsense are you speaking? This is your home, and I am your mother. Where do you think you can go? Yu Shaozi rushed over, his eyes wide with urgency. Xiangxiang, do not speak such foolishness, you will always be my beloved sister. Yu Shuqi added, Xiangxiang, can you bear to leave your elder brothers? Yu Xiangxiang's eyes were red from crying, tears cascading down her cheeks. Of course I cannot bear to. But Yu Chander's face was etched with pain. Xiangxiang, your biological father is abusive and a gambler. Although he is in prison now, he has not yet been released. Furthermore, your biological mother favors boys over girls, only caring for your brother. How could she possibly care for you? What kind of life would you have in such a harsh household? Yu Xiangxiang's tears brimmed in her eyes. If my sister could endure that life, so can I. Dao Shuqin, desperate, grasped her hands. My dear, your sister has grown accustomed to hardship. She has always faced that kind of life. You, however, have had the finest of everything from your youth, a true princess. How could a mother bear to see you suffer? Do you remember? When Yu Jiwan returned to the Yu family, she was worried you would be mistreated by your biological parents, and she supported the decision to keep you here. Xiangxiang, stay in the Yu family, and do not speak of leaving again. It pains me to hear it. Yu Xiangxiang's tears flowed freely, and she threw herself into Dao Shuqin's embrace. Mother. Ji Yuchengfeng watched Yu Xiangxiang's melodramatic display, his brows knitting together. Are you done with your emotional performance? If you could just leave like Yu Jiwan, I might admire you a bit. Yu Xiangxiang stiffened, shrinking further into Dao Shuqin's arms, her cries growing more pitiful. Mother, I will leave right now. Please do not try to stop me. Yu Shaozi's eyes widened in anger, nearly striking Ji Yuchengfeng. Be quiet, do not speak to Xiangxiang that way. Yu Xiuqi's expression turned serious, standing protectively. Xiangxiang is my sister. Chengfeng, mind your tone. Ji Yuchengfeng scoffed. Fine, let's return to discussing Yu Jiwan. She has completely severed ties with you all. Can you still act on her behalf regarding the marriage alliance? Yu Chander's face darkened, slamming his hand on the table. The marriage alliance will certainly proceed. I will ensure she relocates her household registration back. Dao Shuqin's expression was troubled. How will you make her return? We cannot even reach her by phone. And the household registration book, that girl must have sent it back. The return address is also ambiguous. Where can we find her? The stack of photos that Jiyu Chengfeng had brought remained, depicting Yu Jiwan entering and exiting the Jinghong clothing store, along with promotional materials from the store. Yu Chander's rage ignited. I will make this unfilial daughter understand the consequences of defying her father. Since Jinghong's promotional materials state the grand opening is in 10 days, Xiuji, move our Yu brand's new product launch up by half a month to coincide with Jinghong's opening. Yu Shuqi paused. Farther, do you mean, Yu Chander declared, it will be easy for our Yu brand to suppress a newly established label. I intend for Jinghong to collapse before it even begins. Whether Yu Jiwan works there or has been hired as a designer, as long as Jinghong fails, she will find herself without means of support and will have no choice but to return home. Ji Yuchengfeng's eyes widened in shock. He had intended to intervene. While Yu Jiwan, a young woman, had only just secured a job, there was no need to push her to such extremes, but then he reconsidered. If Jinghong were to collapse, Yu Jiwan would lose her job and be left utterly vulnerable, with no money to her name. At that point, the only person she could rely on would be him, thus, Yu Jiwan would have no choice but to submit to him. Jiyu Chengfeng felt a surge of determination, gritting his teeth and no longer opposing Yu Chander. Yu Shuqi's expression hardened as he nodded. I understand, father, I will handle it immediately. Jinghong will not be allowed to open. With Wan Yang at the helm, the Yu brand was a leading force in the industry, and suppressing an obscure new brand would be a mere trifle. Yu Shaozi gritted his teeth, venting his frustration. When that wretched girl returns in disgrace, I will make her apologize for relocating her registration. Nearby, Yu Shengxiang observed the Yu family's ruthless intent toward Yu Jiwan, devoid of any compassion, a flicker of triumph flashing in her eyes. Sister, oh sister, this is how your biological parents and brother truly love you. This is the consequence of your refusal to listen to me. While Yu Shengxiang lowered her gaze to the stack of photos featuring Yu Jiwan, suddenly noticing something, her expression tightening. Is my sister wearing a ring on her hand? Chapter 32. Calling Yu sister-in-law face to face. A ring. Dao Shuqin looked over in astonishment. Once she discerned its nature, her heart sank. It's undoubtedly a ring, and it's on her ring finger. What on earth is that wretched girl trying to do? A wedding ring is not something one simply adorns. Could it be that she, Aunt, Jiyu Chengfeng interjected at the opportune moment, a roguish smile playing on his lips. Wan is wearing it on purpose. She wishes to provoke my jealousy. Dao Shuqin was perplexed. Wearing it on purpose, Jiyu Chengfeng explained. I had previously acknowledged a few adopted younger sisters, and she felt uncomfortable about it. Thus, she donned this ring, hoping to lead me to believe she has wed, thereby inciting a twinge of jealousy in me. Rest assured, Aunt, I have severed ties with those younger sisters. Dao Shuqin exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely a tantrum. She had nearly believed that Wan was truly marrying someone else. Upon hearing this, Yu Shaozi felt a wave of disdain wash over him. This Wan, they had pressured her into accepting Jiyu Chengfeng's pursuit, yet it appeared she had genuinely developed feelings for him, even regarding his adopted sisters with concern. Yu Chander assumed an authoritative demeanor, declaring, enough with the concern over rings. Xiuji, you shall handle the suppression of Jinghong, ensure that ungrateful daughter returns obediently. Yu Xiuji replied, yes, father. That morning, Wan was busily making final preparations for the opening of Jinghong. After all, Xie Jingmo had invested a considerable sum, and she could not allow him to incur losses. When renting the shop, she had intentionally spent a bit more to secure a spacious and well-lit venue. Several garments had already been crafted according to her designs and were displayed in the store. Among them was a particularly exquisite gown, for which she had overseen every detail, from the fabric to the embroidery and the jewels adorning it. This gown was to be the Pi-Seeder assistance on opening day. As Wan conducted her final checks, the other employees were busily attending to their tasks. Suddenly, He Tsaiwei hurried over, lowering her voice. Boss, have you heard? The Yu family has advanced their new product launch by half a month, coinciding with our opening day. He Tsaiwei's expression was tinged with worry. The Yu family was a prominent brand, and their launches always attracted considerable attention. Now, with their event coinciding with Jinghong's opening, public interest would undoubtedly gravitate towards the Yu family, leaving Jinghong in obscurity. What He Tsaiwei pondered, UGWAN had already considered, yet, her delicate, fair face bore no signs of anxiety, the corners of her lips curled upward slightly, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Do you understand my relationship with the Yu family? He Tsaiwei was taken aback and nodded. I do. After all, the Yu family was also a prestigious lineage, having publicly acknowledged their true daughter when she was returned home. However, since her return, it seemed she had not enjoyed much favor, as the family had consistently favored the false daughter. He Tsaiwei felt a heaviness in her heart. Now that the Yu family has moved their launch date, it could very well be deliberate, perhaps aware of your connection to Jinghong and targeting you. UGWAN's slender fingers glided over the luxurious gown, a hint of mockery dancing in her crimson lips. What is meant to come will come, let us show them who will truly falter. He Tsaiwei felt a stirring within her heart. For some reason, this girl before her, though quite young, exuded a calmness and poise that seemed beyond her years, perhaps a result of having endured numerous trials. However, as UGWAN spoke, He Tsaiwei suddenly recognized a crucial factor. The public's interest in the Yu family's launch stemmed largely from their desire to see what WAN Yang had crafted next, as she was the Yu family's most prominent figure. Yet now, with WAN Yang collaborating with Jinghong as its chief designer, could the Yu family maintain its former glory without their significant asset? At the headquarters of the Yu family, Yu Shaozi burst through the door of the president's office, brimming with excitement. Elder brother, do you know who I just encountered while dining out with Shengxiang? Yu Shaozi raised his head from a pile of documents, eyeing the exuberant Yu Shaozi and Shengxiang as they entered. Who did you meet? Yu Shaozi, his face aglow with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Miss Xie Yuntang from the Xie family. He rushed to the desk, his hands resting upon it as he beamed at Yu Shaozi. While Shengxiang and I were dining, we spotted Xie Yuntang with her friends. We were just a few steps behind them and overheard her say, of course, I will support my sister-in-law's clothing brand. Xie Yuntang's mention of sister-in-law must refer to Shengxiang. On the day of the new product launch, Xie Yuntang will come to support our Yu family. Yu Shaozi's heart leapt with joy. Is that truly the case? Yu Shaozi confirmed. Absolutely. Xie Yuntang specifically mentioned sister-in-law and clothing brand. Every detail aligns with Shengxiang. Shengxiang, feeling bashful, lowered her head, her face aflame. She hadn't expected Xie Yuntang to refer to her so directly. Yu Shaozi analyzed the situation gravely. Xie Yuntang has frequently purchased from the Yu family's collections and appreciates WAN Yang's designs. However, she has never attended a Yu family launch before. That she chooses to come this time is indeed an honor. It is worth noting that Xie Yuntang hailed from an exceptionally prominent background, arguably the most esteemed socialite in the capital. Among the myriad of elite daughters, none surpassed her in beauty, nor could any rival her lineage. Such a daughter of privilege gracing the Yu family's new product launch would undoubtedly elevate the family's standing. Moreover, Xie Yuntang herself ran an entertainment agency, having propelled numerous male and female stars to fame, earning her the title of benefactor among many netizens, with millions of followers on Weibo. If she dressed her female stars in Yu family gowns for the red carpet, the Yu family would surely bask in newfound glory. Yu Shaozi sighed. Alas, when Shengxiang and I walked behind Xie Yuntang, she didn't see us. Upon hearing her say sister-in-law, I had intended to greet her, but Shengxiang shyly pulled me back. Shengxiang stamped her foot in embarrassment. Second brother, in that situation, how could I possibly have the courage? Yu Shaozi teased. Then Shengxiang, what if on the day of the new product launch, Xie Yuntang calls you sister-in-law in person? Shengxiang's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Second brother, you're incorrigible. Yu Shaozi burst into hearty laughter, and Yu Shaozi joined in with a chuckle. Do not tease Shengxiang, she is a young lady and easily flustered. I will prepare thoroughly to welcome Xie Yuntang's arrival. In the blink of an eye, the day arrived for Jinghong's grand opening, coinciding with the Yu family's new product launch. Chapter 33, Hurry and bring out the new collection. At the venue of the Yu family's new product launch, the lights glimmered, and the decorations exuded opulence. Yu Shuqi had invited all the fashion media representatives, aiming to amplify the Yu brand's influence and simultaneously suppress any coverage of Jinghong. In addition to the media, numerous VIP clients of the Yu family, predominantly affluent young ladies and esteemed matrons, were also in attendance, resplendent in their elegant attire, as they frequently purchased the haute couture dresses from the Yu collection. Below the stage, journalists jostled for space, cameras at the ready, creating a bustling crowd that was nearly impenetrable. In a corner, several reporters engaged in hushed discussions. By the way, why has the Yu family's product launch been moved up by half a month? Who knows? Perhaps the Yu family has greater confidence in this season's new collection. To put it plainly, they are confident in Wan Yang. Maybe the great designer has crafted something truly extraordinary. Oh my, I can't wait to see it. I am also a fan of the great Wan Yang. I'm genuinely curious, with so many fashion brands, why does Wan Yang only collaborate with the Yu family? I know a little about that. Back when the Yu family was at a low ebb, it was Yu Shuqi who sought out Wanyan. To everyone's surprise, she agreed without even considering other major brands, opting solely to work with the Yu family. TSK, the Yu family must have accumulated considerable fortune in their past life to have such good fortune fall into their laps. Speaking of which, what does Wan Yang truly look like? All I know is that she is a woman. Sure, the launch is starting, stop talking. In previous product launches, the brand's director would typically take the stage, but this time, Yu Shuqi placed particular importance on the event and personally took the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Yu family's new product launch. Today, we shall unveil a brand new collection of haute couture dresses. After some cordial exchanges, Yu Shuqi introduced the design philosophy behind the dresses, emphasizing that these creations were crafted by the Yu family's designers. Subsequently, staff dressed in coordinated attire wheeled out the racks adorned with the gowns. As each exquisite dress was revealed, the journalists immediately focused their cameras on the stage, capturing every moment with fervor. However, it wasn't long before some reporters sensed an incongruity, and their enthusiasm for taking pictures began to wane. Something seems off, these designs do not resemble Wan Yang's style. I agree, they don't look like it. Yu Shuqi just mentioned that these are the works of other designers from the Yu family. Wan Yang's designs are surely saved for the grand finale. You make a valid point, but I'm still anxious. Let us bring out the great Wan Yang's creation soon. Even the VIP ladies in the front row appeared rather disinterested in the dresses showcased on stage. After all, the designs were too conventional, lacking any striking features, and failed to captivate attention. Observing the crowd's reaction, Yu Shuqi became increasingly convinced of Wan Yang's significance to the Yu family. After the first batch of new dresses was displayed, Yu Shuqi returned to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the next collection we are about to unveil is rather special. It is designed by my sister, Yu Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang is an exceptional talent in our design department and was previously the third-place winner in a newcomer design competition. We hope her creations will win your admiration. As the announcement was made, staff once again wheeled out the racks adorned with gowns. Upon hearing that the designer was Yu Shuqi's sister, the journalists craned their necks in curiosity. They were certainly familiar with Yu Xiangxiang, the second young lady of the Yu family, also known as the false heiress, had she truly joined the Yu family's design department. What about the true heiress of the Yu family? The VIP ladies also graciously turned their attention to the stage, nodding in approval. Indeed, as expected of the Yu family's second young lady. Her designs are far more appealing than the previous collection. I've heard that the true heiress of the Yu family also studies fashion design, but her skills are likely inferior to this second young lady. Not likely. It is certain, fortunately, the Yu family has such a talented second young lady, their future will undoubtedly flourish. Beside them, a young lady in a red gown rolled her eyes in exasperation. But, you all sure know how to flatter. I find this second young lady's designs rather mediocre. How can you praise them so extravagantly? The group of socialites who had just praised the designs suddenly felt awkward. Qin Wu, why must you be so blunt? Aren't you afraid of offending anyone? The young lady named Jean Wu huffed, I know you all too well, you're only complimenting Yu Shengsheng because she is President Yu Shuqi's sister, while you're stepping on the true heiress who is not favored. Regardless, I came here to purchase dresses, so I will choose what I like. These uninspired designs on stage and not even worthy of a single finger, no, not even a single toe of Wan Yang, they certainly do not catch my eye. A young lady in a blue gown nodded in agreement. Though Qin Wu speaks plainly, she is not wrong. Yu Shengsheng's designs are indeed lackluster and fail to ignite my desire to purchase. Meanwhile, in a corner backstage, Yu Shengsheng had been covertly observing this situation on stage. Upon hearing the VIP client's comments, her eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. Second brother, I've tried my utmost, yet I still cannot compare to Master Wan Yang. What should I do? I genuinely wish to alleviate the burden on my family. Am I truly that useless? Yu Shaozer hadn't he anticipated that the audience would be so dismissive of Shengsheng's designs. It seemed that she would ultimately struggle to shoulder the family's responsibilities. Shengsheng, you are already remarkable in your own right. Wan Yang possesses extraordinary talent and is a once-in-a-lifetime designer. It is entirely normal that you cannot match her. Truly, Shengsheng, trust your second brother, you are already impressive. If it were Yu Jiwan up here, she would undoubtedly face far harsher criticism. Those socialites would tear her apart. Upon hearing this, Yu Shengsheng managed to smile through her tears. Second brother, I knew you cared for me the most. Of course, who else would I care for if not you? Yu Shaozer patted her shoulder and resumed his watch of the stage. Meanwhile, several impatient young ladies from the affluent circles in the VIP section had grown restless. President Yu, please stop teasing us, we've been sitting here for half an hour, quickly showcase Wan Yang's designs. Yes. We want to see what new creations Wan Yang has in store. I absolutely adore Wan Yang's designs infused with traditional Chinese aesthetics. If this new collection features such elements, I will certainly place an order on the spot. Not only the socialites but also the journalists eagerly awaited the reveal. Yu Shuqi was not oblivious, he could clearly see that the majority were here for Wan Yang. The more this was the case, the more he could not afford for the news of Wan Yang's refusal to continue collaborating with the Yu family to leak out. Otherwise, the Yu family would suffer significant losses. However, Yu Shuqi's brow furrowed as he occasionally checked his phone, noting that Wan Yang had yet to respond to his messages. As the situation grew increasingly critical, Yu Shuqi clenched his teeth, realizing he had no choice but to push forward. Chapter 34. What a spectacle, what a grand display. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Yu Shuqi exclaimed with a pained expression, I sincerely apologize, but teacher Wan Yang has been unwell for some time and has been recuperating, which has prevented her from participating in the design of this season's new collection for the Yu family. However, rest assured, teacher Wan Yang's health has improved significantly, and her works will certainly feature in our next season's launch. Please look forward to it. What? Wan Yang is ill? It was not until they heard Yu Shuqi mention Wan Yang's recovery that the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Goodness, that was terrifying. Thankfully, it's not serious. We all wish the divine Wan Yang a swift recovery and eagerly anticipate her new creations. Indeed, the relationship between the Yu family and the divine Wan Yang seems quite amicable. They probably communicate daily. Wait a minute, if Yu Shuqi already knew that Wan Yang was ill and unable to design new garments for you, why didn't he mention it sooner? If he had, I wouldn't have bothered coming to today's launch. Exactly. A lavishly dressed lady from the VIP section rose, visibly displeased. If there are no works from Wan Yang at this launch, President Yu, why didn't you issue a statement earlier? You've wasted my trip. Another young lady echoed her sentiments. Seriously, why not say it earlier? Is this not misleading us into thinking we DC Wan Yang's brand? I came here primarily for Wan Yang's work, only to find it was all for naught. What a waste of our time. Fortunately, the media reporters were somewhat indifferent. After all, the Yu family is a prominent brand in the country. regardless of whether Wan Yang had new works or not, they would still attend the Yu Family's launch to capture the news. However, the socialites in the VIP area, who were both wealthy and influential, felt deceived by the unexpected turn of events, and murmurs of discontent filled the air. Yu Shuchi remained composed, having anticipated such a reaction. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. Although we do not have a new work from Wan Yang today, Miss Xie Yuntang will grace us as a surprise guest at our Yu Family's new product launch. At the mere mention of Xie Yuntang's name, the disgruntled socialites fell silent. Who does not know Xie Yuntang, the eldest daughter of the Xie family, granddaughter of the venerable Xie patriarch and matriarch, and cousin to Xie Jingmore? Not only is she renowned for her stunning beauty, but her illustrious lineage makes many eager to forge connections with her. Furthermore, Xie Yuntang has established her own entertainment agency, successfully promoting numerous stars, showcasing her exceptional capabilities. If Xie Yuntang truly attends today, they would certainly seize the rare opportunity to befriend her. Wow, will Miss Xie really come? I know she frequently purchases haute couture dresses from you. To be precise, she buys garments designed by Wan Yang. Xie Yuntang is quite fond of Wan Yang. Impressive, Yu has managed to invite even the eldest daughter of the Xie family. The title of the country's premier fashion brand surely belongs to you. While the crowd engaged in discussions, Yu Shuchi approached the side stage and quietly inquired of Yu Xiangxiang, "Has Xie Yuntang arrived yet?" Yu Xiangxiang shook her head, "Not yet. Second brother has gone outside to wait for her." As they conversed, Yu Shaozi returned, looking frantic, with no one following him. "Eldest brother, Xie Yuntang still hasn't arrived. Is she delayed on the way?" Yu Shuchi remained relatively calm. "Perhaps she will be here shortly." "No need to worry. How is Jinghong doing?" At the mention of Jinghong, a hint of disdain flickered in Yu Shaozer's eyes as he scoffed. "Eldest brother, rest assured, I have someone keeping watch there. Jinghong is rather desolate. They've only invited a couple of media outlets, and hardly anyone is paying attention. To be so lackluster on opening day, just wait for them to close shop. That wretched Yu Jiwan should not expect to last at Jinghong." Yu Shuchi nodded in satisfaction, his gaze resolute. "Why, Yu Jiwan, you shall return and admit your mistakes just as you left." Just then, a bespectacled reporter in the audience exclaimed loudly, "Everyone, look, Xie Yuntang just posted a Weibo, recommending a clothing brand." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly retrieved their phones, and indeed, they saw Xie Yuntang's post. It was filled with praise, adorned with ornate language and an enthusiastic tone, personally endorsing a clothing brand. Initially, many assumed she was endorsing Yu. However, upon closer inspection, they realized she was promoting a brand called Jinghong. Jinghong? What brand is that? It seems to be a newly established clothing brand. Oh my goodness, Miss Xie must be quite fond of Jinghong, praising it with hundreds of words without a hint of repetition. Strange, wasn't she supposed to come to you? Why is she promoting such a small brand? Meanwhile, Yu Shaozi, who had been reveling in the thought that even without Xie Yuntang's physical presence, she was already promoting Yu on Weibo, suddenly found himself dismayed as the crowd began discussing Jinghong. His smile faltered, and his expression soured. "Eldest brother, what's going on?" Yu Shuchi had already pulled out his phone, his eyes widening in shock as he read the post, utterly bewildered. Did Xie Yuntang accidentally post the wrong endorsement? How could she promote Jinghong? Yet, even more shocking revelations followed. After Xie Yuntang's endorsement, the stars from her agency eagerly retweeted her post. These were all trending celebrities with millions of fans, and the collective retweeting would surely have a tremendous impact. The name Jinghong instantly soared onto the trending topics. The media reporters and socialites alike were left in stunned silence. Oh my goodness, what kind of entity is Jinghong that has garnered such enthusiastic promotion from Miss Xie? This spectacle, this grandeur, is simply astonishing. I can't contain myself, I must go see Jinghong. Wait. Did you notice that at the end of Miss Xie's Weibo post, she mentioned she is currently at Jinghong's main store? Or wasn't Yu Shuchi just saying that Miss Xie was the surprise guest for Yu's launch? Why is she at Jinghong? Do we really need to ask? Someone must be lying. Xie Yuntang is publicly endorsing Jinghong and stating she is at their main store, clearly showing she doesn't care about you. Otherwise, why would she delay her arrival? The impatient VIP ladies could no longer contain themselves. They turned to glare at Yu Xiuqi. President Yu, you first concealed that there would be no works from Wan Yang at today's launch, and now you falsely claimed that the eldest daughter of the Xie family would be attending US event, repeatedly deceiving us. Do you intend to toy with us? Is toying with your VIP clients the modus operandi of you? Let us go see Jinghong. Since there is no display of Wan Yang's designs today, why are we still here? As their words left her lips, many stood up in indignation. Even the reporters could hardly stay, as there was nothing left to capture without Wan Yang's designs on display. Observing the unfolding chaos, Yu Xiuqi quickly intervened. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait. However, no one paid him any heed, and he failed to halt their departure. Within moments, the venue was left eerily quiet, having transformed from a bustling event into a desolate space. Only a few staff members exchanged bewildered glances, wondering how it had come to this. Eldest brother, what should we do now? Yu Xiaozhe fretted, like a headless fly in a frenzy. Damn it. Why did Xie Yuntang recommend Jinghong? Yu Xiangxiang furrowed her brow, her expression equally grim. Why Yu Xiuqi's demeanor darkened, although the launch ended abruptly. The news of Wan Yang's refusal to continue cooperating with you has not been disclosed. Everyone still believes she is with you, thus the company will incur no losses. Let us head to Jinghong and deliver a grand gift. He had been keeping a close watch on Jinghong these past few days, having noticed that the garments displayed bore a striking resemblance to Wan Yang's designs, clearly plagiarizing her work. What audacity, to dare copy Wan Yang! He intended to uncover Jinghong's true nature and ruin its reputation. Chapter 35. I am the owner of Jinghong. Despite many reporters being dismissed by the Yu family, He Zaiwei managed to invite 2 media outlets through her own connections. After all, the announcement of Wan Yang becoming the chief designer at Jinghong deserved to be publicized with great formality. Inside the store, Xie Yuntang linked her arm with Yu Jiwan's and whispered, "Sister-in-law, I took the liberty of promoting Jinghong on Weibo. I hope you don't mind." Yu Jiwan, far from being overly sensitive, replied, "Of course not, you are helping me." Xie Yuntang smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling with joy as she embraced Yu Jiwan. "You are truly wonderful. Jinghong will certainly thrive, and as its owner, you will earn a fortune." Not far away, He Zaiwei was genuinely curious about her employer. Who exactly was she that she could enlist Wan Yang as the chief designer? Even the esteemed eldest daughter of the Xie family held her in such high regard, indicating her extraordinary status. At that moment, an excited security guard rushed in. "Boss, director, there are numerous luxury cars outside. It seems we have distinguished guests." He Zaiwei immediately turned to look outside and indeed saw an array of lavish vehicles. Elegant socialites and affluent ladies were disembarking and making their way directly to Jinghong. Just then, another security guard hurried in, breathless with excitement. "Boss, a multitude of reporters has arrived. They claim to be here to cover our grand opening." Yu Jiwan instantly realized that Xie Yuntang's promotional Weibo post had made an impact. She exchanged a knowing glance with He Zaiwei, who nodded in understanding, then efficiently instructed the staff to prepare for their duties. As the reporters approached, the first thing they noticed was the spacious and brightly lit Jinghong store, adorned with an air of modern elegance. The chandeliers and seating arrangements were fashioned into uncommon geometric shapes, exuding a chicness that rivaled international luxury brands. It was far from a mere boutique. Most astonishingly, perhaps as a gesture for the grand opening, Jinghong had thoughtfully arranged a small runway for models to showcase the collection, presenting the garments in the best lighting and ambience, offering a comprehensive display of Jinghong's designs. "My goodness!" exclaimed the visiting socialites, instantly captivated. "What a delightful surprise. At first, I thought it was some obscure brand, but it appears so sophisticated and upscale." There's even a runway. This is far more refined than the Yu family's presentation. Seeing the garments worn by models truly showcases their allure. And these clothes? I find them genuinely beautiful. They are even more stunning than the new releases from the Yu family's major brands. This is completely unexpected. Impressive, Jinghong. No wonder the eldest daughter of the Xie family is assisting with promotion. You certainly have talent. The media reporters eagerly raised their cameras, directing them at the models and the garments, snapping pictures with fervor. As each piece was unveiled, the audience remained entranced, exhibiting no signs of aesthetic fatigue. Every ensemble, every collection, evoked a sense of wonder and anticipation. Gradually, the final piece eater assistance made its entrance. It was an exquisitely opulent white gown, ethereal to the core, as if shrouded in celestial mist. The fabric was remarkably unique, light as a whisper of fog, yet reminiscent of flowing clouds, adorned with scattered diamonds that sparkled as if sprinkled with starlight. Most breathtaking of all, the hem was embroidered with silver threads, weaving intricate patterns of traditional elegance that danced with the model's movements, reflecting a soft, ethereal glow, as if draped in moonlight. The diamonds scattered across the skirt resembled a shattered galaxy, their brilliance radiating magnificently. The combination of ethereality and grandeur was simply awe-inspiring. In that moment, both the media reporters and the affluent ladies were left spellbound, taking a considerable time to regain their composure as waves of admiration erupted around them. How beautiful! Help! This gown is too stunning. I can't take my eyes off it for a second. What a unique style! The ethereality and opulence blend flawlessly, without a hint of discord. This design is remarkable. Is this also a new piece from Jinghong? It is utterly captivating and shocking. Just then, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Xiangxiang arrived, witnessing the unveiling of the gown, their gazes instantly drawn to its splendor. Yu Xiuqi felt an overwhelming pressure. The design standards at Jinghong were exceptionally high, leaving him with an unsettling sense of rivalry. Yu Xiangxiang gazed longingly at the gown, utterly enchanted. It was breathtakingly beautiful, and she yearned to possess one herself. Meanwhile, Yu Shaozi clenched his fists in frustration, his expression darkening as he listened to the praise surrounding him. Earlier, during the Yu family's press conference, no such compliments were offered, yet here at Jinghong, the admiration flowed freely, overshadowing the Yu family's efforts entirely. At that moment, He Zaiwei approached the model, addressing the crowd with a resonant voice. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand opening of Jinghong. This gown being presented by the model is our showstopper for today, aptly named Jinghong. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in appreciation. What a fitting name! A fleeting glimpse of Jinghong, unforgettable, a sight to behold for a lifetime. Wow, the name mirrors the brand. Is it conveying the intention to craft beautiful garments for our customers? Jinghong is no ordinary brand. This showstopper far surpasses all the new releases the Yu family presented today. At this, Yu Xiuqi and Yu Shaozi's expressions grew even more sour. The entire press event, meticulously organized by the Yu family, seemed to pale in comparison to a single dress from Jinghong. The attendees remained immersed in the enchantment that Jinghong had brought forth. By the way, who is the designer of this gown? They are truly remarkable. It must be someone of extraordinary talent. I can't shake the feeling that the design style of this gown seems somewhat familiar. To be honest, I feel the same way. Hearing the murmurs around him, Yu Xiuqi couldn't help but smirk internally. Of course, it was familiar. This was a copy of Wan Yang's work. Yu Jiwan worked at Jinghong. Did she not realize that this gown was inspired by Wan Yang? If so, she had dared to plagiarize her work. As a designer, being accused of plagiarism is the most fatal blow. It would not only ruin her reputation but also render her incapable of surviving in the industry thereafter. Yu Xiuqi cast a cold glance at Yu Jiwan, his expression devoid of any warmth typically reserved for a sibling, as though he were intent on destroying her reputation and leaving her with nowhere to turn but to the Yu family, meekly seeking their favor, never daring to defy them again. Director Yu Xiuqi stepped forward, his demeanor icy. Who are the owner and designer of Jinghong? Only then did others notice that members of the Yu family had indeed arrived at Jinghong. He Zaiwei, upon catching sight of Yu Xiuqi, felt a surge of caution wash over her. What business do you have here, sir? Yu Shuqi straightened his sleeves, stating, I need to speak with the owner of Jinghong. I have something important to discuss. He Zaiwei frowned slightly, about to respond when Yu Jiwen raised her hand to stop her. While Yu Shuqi lifted his gaze, only to meet Yu Jiwen's cool, composed demeanor as she stepped forward with a demeanor both dignified and unyielding. Her frosty gaze swept over him, her voice as chilling as winter frost. I am the owner of Jinghong. Chapter 36, slapping the Yu family in the face. As the words fell, Yu Shuqi was left momentarily stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief, unable to maintain his usual composure. Yu Shaozi and Yu Shengsheng were equally incredulous. What, that wretched girl, Yu Jiwan, is actually the owner of Jinghong? How is that possible? They had always assumed that Yu Jiwan was merely working for Jinghong, yet she was, in fact, its proprietor. Upon hearing Yu Jiwan's revelation, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Is this young lady truly the owner of Jinghong? She is so youthful and beautiful. I never expected the founder of Jinghong to be such a young girl. She is truly remarkable. Indeed, one can discern an entirely different aura about her. Suddenly, a well-dressed lady murmured in confusion, why does the owner of Jinghong seem so familiar? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. I also find her familiar. Oh, I remember now, isn't she the true daughter of the Yu family? What, by the heavens, it truly is this, the expressions of those around shifted imperceptibly. It is well known that the Yu family specializes in the fashion industry, and now their true daughter has ventured out on her own to establish Jinghong, also a clothing brand. Is she challenging the Yu family? Yu Shuqi, regaining his composure from the shock, furrowed his brows tightly. How can this be? How could you possibly be the owner of Jinghong? Where did you acquire the funds to open a store? Yu Jiwan cast a light, mocking glance in his direction, her brows raised in derision. Why would I need to explain where my money comes from to someone as irrelevant as you? How dare you presume to question me? Yu Shaozi, feeling disgruntled, stepped forward. Yu Jiwan, what is this attitude you have? He Kuei, witnessing the unfolding scene, interjected sharply, Gentlemen, if you do not wish to be escorted out by security, I suggest you adjust your demeanor towards our boss. The security personnel in the store instantly fixed their gazes on Yu Shuqi and Yu Shaozi, as if ready to remove them at a moment's notice upon the boss's command. Yu Shaozi, furious, felt like he might explode. How dare he be subjected to such humiliation in front of Yu Jiwan? Yu Shuqi gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger for the time being. Very well, Yu Jiwan, since you claim to be the owner of Jinghong, I must inform you that your designs are plagiarizing Wan Yang, infringing upon our Yu family's rights. As the head of Yu, I hereby demand a public apology and the destruction of all your garments. What, plagiarizing Wan Yang? At Yu Shuqi's words, the crowd suddenly reacted. No wonder I found Jinghong's designs familiar. They resemble Wan Yang's. Goodness, they truly do. The style is remarkably similar to Wan Yang's. No way, after finally discovering such an appealing new brand, it turns out to be plagiarized. How disappointing. As public opinion began to sway against her, Yu Shuqi smirked coldly, adopting a righteous tone. It is common knowledge that Wan Yang only collaborates with the Yu family and is our exclusive designer. Now, someone has shamelessly plagiarized her work, attempting to ride on her coattails. We, the Yu family, have an obligation to seek justice for Wan Yang. His words were delivered with such conviction that the socialites and media present could not help but express their admiration. How commendable that the Yu family stands up for Wan Yang. They are truly righteous. A rare, conscientious enterprise. Just moments ago, Yu Shaozi had nearly been thrown out by Yu Jiwan's security, and now, with the tide turning, he eagerly anticipated seeing Yu Jiwan's flustered expression. How would she maintain her composure now? Yet amidst the chaos, Yu Jiwan stood there, calm and composed, exuding an ethereal grace, her face devoid of any panic, still breathtakingly beautiful. Yu Shuqi, you claim that our designs at Jinghong plagiarize Wan Yang's. What evidence do you have? Yu Shuqi responded haughtily, evidence, are you attempting to divert the topic or stall for time? I'll tell you this, the eyes of the public are the evidence. Everyone present can see that your designs bear a striking resemblance to Wan Yang's style. The crowd nodded in unison, echoing his sentiments. That's true. Anyone with eyes can perceive it. Indeed, Wan Yang's designs are characterized by a distinctive personal style. It's not easy for others to imitate. Jinghong too, why choose to plagiarize Wan Yang? That's tantamount to courting disaster. Do you know Wan Yang standing in the design world? Do you know how many admirers she has? Personally, I detest brands that rise to prominence by stepping on Wan Yang's achievements. Unless Jinghong offers an apology and an explanation, we shall unite to boycott it. Exactly, let us resist such a reprehensible brand. In mere moments, several socialites, eager to defend Wan Yang, resolved to initiate a boycott against Jinghong. As Yu Xiuqi listened to the chorus of condemnation, a glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes. Yu Jiwan, I wonder how you will recover from this, Jinghong, prepare for your downfall. He Kuei cast a worried glance at Yu Jiwan, who, glancing at her wristwatch, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. She looked at Yu Xiuqi with eyes brimming with sarcasm, as if observing an ignorant insect. Then, turning to face the cameras, her features striking and voice resonant and clear, she declared, due to time constraints earlier, I did not have the opportunity to introduce our entire collection at Jinghong. All our garments are designed by Wan Yang. Wan Yang is indeed our chief designer at Jinghong. At this pronouncement, it was as though a thunderbolt had struck the gathered crowd, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence, not a single sound breaking the stillness, with even a couple of younger journalists nearly dropping their cameras in shock. What? Did they hear correctly? Yu Jiwan just stated that Wan Yang is Jinghong's designer, and the chief designer at that. All the garments displayed in the store were designed by Wan Yang. Is this for real? In the profound silence, Yu Xiuqi's fists clenched tightly as he sneered coldly. This is utterly absurd, Yu Jiwan. Do you think fabricating such a lie will absolve you of the plagiarism accusations? Yu Jiwan shot him a derisive glance. Fabrication. Allow me to inform you that this was explicitly stated by Wan Yang herself. Explicitly stated. Suddenly, an excitable tall journalist in the crowd shouted, Look everyone, quick, check it out, Wan Yang just posted on Weibo. She mentioned that her collaboration with Jinghong has been delightful. Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly pulled out their phones, and sure enough, just a minute ago, Wan Yang had tweeted that she was thrilled to become Jinghong's chief designer. Furthermore, she noted that she had concluded her collaboration with the Yu family a month and a half prior. More importantly, Wan Yang had attached a screenshot of her chat history with Yu Xiuqi, clearly stating that she had informed the Yu family a month and a half ago about ending their collaboration and that she would never work with them again. I can't believe it, this is a Weibo post from Wan Yang herself. Goodness, Wan Yang has personally issued a statement confirming her collaboration with Jinghong. She truly is the chief designer. My heavens, everything Yu Jiwan just said was true. Wan Yang herself has verified it. Chapter 37, publicly announcing the severance of ties with the Yu family. Thus, it is not plagiarism. The garments at Jinghong were originally designed by Wan Yang. No wonder they resemble the style of the great Wan Yang. How could they not? This is Wan Yang's latest creation. What on earth is Jinghong? Even Wan Yang has been enlisted. At that moment, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Shaozer, and Yu Xiangxiang stood in stunned silence, gazing at the Weibo post released by Wan Yang, feeling as though their minds were shattering. Especially Yu Xiuqi, whose hands trembled as he clutched his phone, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. How could this be? How could this happen? Wan Yang had collaborated with Jinghong and even become their chief designer. Over the past few days, she had refused to respond to him, not a single message in reply, yet she agreed to work with Jinghong. Wan Yang had forsaken him, forsaken the Yu family. Wan Yang no longer wanted him. Yu Jiwan remained composed and unperturbed throughout. She understood that the grand opening today would be hectic, leaving no time for phone interactions, so she had scheduled a Weibo post in advance, using Wan Yang's account to announce to the world that henceforth, Wan Yang would serve as Jinghong's chief designer. The post that had just been seen was indeed pre-scheduled. Yu Jiwen turned her gaze towards the pale and dazed Yu Xiuqi, her expression suddenly sharpening as she asked, devoid of emotion, "Now, what do you have to say?" At this moment, the others in the store began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Wait. Everyone, look at the last part of Wan Yang's Weibo. She stated that she ended her collaboration with the Yu family a month and a half ago, and she has chat records with Yu Xiuqi as proof." During the Yu family's press conference earlier, Yu Xiuqi insisted that Wan Yang was unwell, that her health was poor, which is why she didn't design new works for the Yu family. A lie, it's clearly a falsehood. Are you insane? Yu Xiuqi knew full well that Wan Yang was no longer collaborating with the Yu family, yet he brazenly lied in front of everyone, which is utterly chilling. Even the thought of it is horrifying. How dare he curse the great Wan Yang with illness? The Yu family is merely exploiting Wan Yang's name to deceive us all, selling dog meat under the guise of sheep. If it weren't for Wan Yang personally declaring this on Weibo today, we might have remained in the dark for much longer. Just moments ago, Yu Xiuqi shamelessly claimed that Wan Yang would definitely present new works at the next season's launch. How disgraceful. Integrity is the cornerstone of business. The Yu family's actions are a disgrace to their credibility, shameless, despicable. Since Wan Yang will no longer be associated with the Yu family, I shall never purchase clothing from the Yu family again. Boycott the Yu family. The crowd seethed with righteous indignation as they cast disdainful glances at Yu Xiuqi, Yu Shaozer, and Yu Xiangxiang, even banding together to shun the Yu family. Yu Shaozer instantly panicked, cold sweat streaming down his back. "Brother, what are you doing?" Yu Shaozer reached out to shield Yu Xiangxiang, anxiously glancing at the dazed Yu Xiuqi. Yu Xiuqi appeared oblivious to the collective outrage, his gaze fixated on the Weibo post by Wan Yang, muttering under his breath, "Impossible, impossible." He had always shared a pleasant rapport with Wan Yang. She had previously treated him well. Moreover, when he initially approached her, she readily agreed to collaborate with the Yu family, never entertaining other brands, solely assisting the Yu family. He had even entertained the notion that Wan Yang helped him solely because she admired him, because she liked him. Now, she ignored him, yet collaborated with Jinghong. He could not accept this. He could not bear it. He simply could not. Impossible. It can't be like this. Yu Xiuqi seemed on the verge of madness, overwhelmed by the immense blow, losing all sense of his surroundings. Yu Shaozer could only tightly guard him and Yu Xiangxiang. While Yu Xiangxiang observed Yu Jiwan, who stood resplendent and radiant outside the crowd, while she and the Yu family behind her were met with derision and scorn. It was not Yu Jiwan who had tarnished her reputation, it was they who had fallen into disgrace. Yu Xiangxiang nearly ground her teeth in frustration, her eyes flashing with determination, as she tearfully rushed to stand before Yu Jiwan. "Sister, why did you take Wan Yang away from the Yu family? You know how vital she is to the Yu family. Why must you treat your own family this way? The past few days, you haven't returned home, and our parents have been worried to the point of illness. Sister, we are family, please do not retaliate against the Yu family like this, I beg you." Yu Shaozer immediately felt a pang of sympathy and grasped her arm. "Xiangxiang, such an unfilial daughter, seeking revenge on her family, showing no respect for our parents. She is not worth your humble pleading." Upon finishing, Yu Shaozer glared at Yu Jiwan with dissatisfaction. How could she have lured Wan Yang away from the Yu family, plunging them into peril? Forcing him, his brother, and Xiangxiang to become the laughingstock here, this heartless wretch, devoid of familial loyalty. After all, he was her own brother. The others in the store exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, it is often said that a fair judge cannot resolve family disputes. Yu Jiwan was the true daughter of the Yu family, having established Jinghong on her own. Was she genuinely vying against the Yu family? Was it truly, as Yu Xiangxiang claimed, a quest for revenge against the Yu family? A hint of sarcasm graced Yu Jiwan's delicate features, her lips curling into a smirk. "Am I seeking revenge on you?" Wasn't the Yu family's press conference intentionally scheduled half a month early to target Jinghong? As her words fell, the reporters suddenly had an epiphany. Wait, I was puzzled as to why the Yu family's press conference was held half a month in advance. It turns out it was to undermine Jinghong. So, it's not Yu Jiwan retaliating against the Yu family, but rather the Yu family deliberately targeting Yu Jiwan. I'm impressed, Jinghong, a newly established brand, and the Yu family, a major brand, going to such lengths to suppress them, how outrageous. Hold on, isn't Yu Jiwan the true daughter of the Yu family? Aren't they family? Amidst the rising murmur of discussion, Yu Jiwan lifted her gaze, her eyes clear and bright, locking onto the nearest camera, as she pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. Ladies and gentlemen, taking advantage of today's occasion, I would like to publicly announce something. That is, I, Yu Jiwan, have severed all ties with the Yu family, and I am no longer the daughter of the Yu family. Furthermore, I have relocated my household registration away from the Yu family. From this day forth, I hold no further association with them. At this pronouncement, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Severed ties. Household registration has been moved out. No longer associated with the Yu family. Not the daughter of the Yu family any longer. My heavens, what could have prompted this? I heard that the Yu family favored the false daughter, neglecting the true one. She must have suffered immensely, or else she would not sever ties with her own parents. This isn't mere hearsay. It is the long-standing truth in the aristocratic circle. Nearly everyone knows that the Yu family favors the false daughter, Yu Xiangxiang. Wasn't it just earlier when Yu Xiuqi and Yu Shaozi accused Jinghong of plagiarism, trying to ruin Yu Jiwan's reputation and push her to her demise? They were so harsh even in front of others. What must their private demeanor be like? Such behavior from a brother towards his sister indicates poor upbringing. I see that Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin, as parents, are hardly commendable. How strange. Yu Jiwan is their biological daughter and sister. How could they be so cruel? Some families are just like that. Their favoritism knows no bounds. That false daughter is truly remarkable, managing to keep the Yu family so submissive. Amidst the clamor of discussions, Yu Shaozi stared blankly at Yu Jiwan, his expression one of utter bewilderment. How could she publicly sever ties with the Yu family, and with such determination, without a hint of hesitation? Did she truly no longer wish to return to the Yu family? Chapter 38. The evening smoke is set to make its public debut. Listening to the critical murmurs from the crowd, Yu Shaozi surprisingly did not erupt in anger. Instead, he gazed at Yu Jiwan with a look of bewilderment, as if he were meeting her for the very first time. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangxiang bit her lip tightly, its color paling. Sister, you truly leave no room for retreat. After Yu Jiwan concluded her announcement, she showed no intention of allowing anyone to discuss her private affairs. With a slight smile gracing her crimson lips, she exuded an air of elegance. Today marks the grand opening of Jinghong, and I warmly welcome each of you. In the future, Jinghong and Evening Smoke will continue to provide you with more exquisite designs. Upon hearing this, He Tsaiwei exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby staff member. The employees, brimming with excitement, rushed outside to set off fireworks. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed into one of jubilation. The socialites immediately flocked to Yu Jiwan, encircling her like stars around the moon. Boss, I wish to purchase that stunning centerpiece piece from Jinghong. And I was the first to express interest. Yu Jiwan smiled charmingly. Jinghong has a global limited edition of only 10 sets. If you wish to purchase, please register for an appointment. He Tsaiwei, sensing an opportunity, promptly interjected, ladies and gentlemen, please register over here. A throng of eager individuals rushed forward. In no time, the pre-order requests surged. Those who failed to secure a purchase lamented, Boss Yu, 10 sets is far too few. Surely you could produce a few more. In my opinion, a global limit of 50 sets would still be modest. Yu Jiwan maintained her smile, unwavering in her stance. Jinghong's future trajectory was to embrace a high-end brand ethos, and such limited edition gowns must naturally be scarce. Furthermore, the exquisite fabrics and precious diamonds adorning the gown were exceedingly rare and costly, unsuitable for mass production. Some customers, unable to buy, sought to place custom orders for other styles, promptly upgrading to Jinghong's VIP membership. Shortly thereafter, the order registrations with the staff extended 2 months into the future. Since the Great Evening Smoke has already collaborated with Jinghong, why should I remain a member of the Yu family? I might as well cancel. Count me in, I no longer wish to be a member of the Yu family. Oh my goodness, look at the news online, the Great Evening Smoke is set to make a public appearance. What? Where can I see this? It turned out that the official Weibo account of the Jinhua fashion design competition had published a new post. First and foremost, congratulations to Jinghong on its grand opening, and congratulations to the Great Evening Smoke for a delightful collaboration with Jinghong. We are thrilled to announce some exciting news. Evening Smoke has registered for this year's Jinhua fashion design competition. Moreover, she informed the organizers last night that she will make her first public appearance at the competition. Friends eager to see the true visage of Evening Smoke, be sure to follow. This Weibo post instantly ignited a frenzy within the design community and trended on social media. Those affluent socialites enamored with Evening Smoke's designs were positively electrified. Finally, we shall see the true face of the Great Evening Smoke. With such stunning creations, Evening Smoke must possess an exceptional aura. Oh, by the way, Boss Yu, have you and Jinghong met with Evening Smoke privately? What does she look like? Yu Jiwen smiled softly. In 10 days at the Jinhua fashion design competition, you shall all find out. Yu Shaozi, squeezed out of the crowd, regarded Yu Jiwen, who was basking in the adoration of the crowd, with a complex expression. Jinghong's opening was splendid, while the Yu family's product launch had ended in dismal failure, not only failing to increase sales but also losing numerous customers. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Yu Shaozi hurriedly pulled the dazed Yu Xiuqi and Yu Shengsheng away, retreating like a mouse scurrying from the light. Just a few steps outside, Yu Xiuqi received a phone call from Yu Changde. Xiuqi, what have you done? Even through the phone, one could feel Yu Changde's uncontainable fury and distress. Do you even realize what is being said outside? They are claiming we mistreat Yu Jiwen, that your mother and I are not good people, that we show no compassion for our own flesh and blood. Yu Changde's chest heaved with rage, his voice rising in an uncontrolled tirade. What on earth have you done? How could you allow that rebellious Yu Jiwen to publicly sever ties with the Yu family in front of everyone, and to disclose the matter of her changing residency? How does the outside world perceive us now? They are laughing at us. They say your mother and I have hearts of wolves and lungs of dogs. Yu Changde's anger escalated, and even as Yu Xiuqi held the phone to his ear, both Yu Shaozi and Yu Shengsheng could hear his scathing words. Yu Shaozi furrowed his brow tightly. He had never witnessed his father this enraged. The Yu family had now become the subject of gossip for others. On the other end of the line, Yu Changde's fury intensified, and regarding the company's affairs. Numerous VIP customers have called to cancel their previous orders. They wish to withdraw from the Yu family membership. Do you have any idea how much the Yu family has lost in orders and revenue? What was most infuriating was that those who exited the Yu family membership turned around to purchase garments from Jinghong. With Jinghong's opening, the Yu family was severely weakened. How could that not enrage him? What troubled him most was that Evening Smoke, of all collaborators, had chosen to partner with Jinghong. Meanwhile, Yu Shaozi listened as his father grew more incensed, while his elder brother remained in a daze. He seized the phone and replied, Dad, rest assured, those customers lured away by Jinghong, my brother and I will undoubtedly win them back. After soothing Yu Changde for a few moments, Yu Shaozi hung up and turned to Yu Xiuqi with a serious expression. Elder brother, what on earth is wrong with you? You seem utterly lost. Yu Shengsheng voiced her concern. Perhaps elder brother is deeply affected by the matter concerning Evening Smoke. Yu Shaozi was aware of how much his elder brother valued Evening Smoke. For the past 2 years of collaboration between the Yu family and Evening Smoke, it was always Yu Xiuqi who communicated with her. Taking a deep breath, Yu Shaozi placed his hands on Yu Xiuqi's shoulders, gazing directly into his eyes. Elder brother, you must pull yourself together. Evening Smoke may currently be collaborating with Jinghong, but that doesn't mean she will always do so. Evening Smoke has always worked with us, and her sentiments toward us run deeper. She is merely being swayed by Yu Jiwen at this moment. We have a significant opportunity to win Evening Smoke back. The dazed Yu Xiuqi, upon hearing the prospect of reclaiming evening smoke, seemed to awaken suddenly, a faint glimmer igniting in his once dull eyes. Is that truly possible? Yu Shaozi affirmed, absolutely. Evening Smoke is set to make her public appearance at the Jinhua fashion design competition, so we shall approach her with sincere intentions, persuading her to leave Yu Jiwan and Jinghong to rejoin us. Recalling that Evening Smoke was soon to make her debut, Yu Xiuqi's gaze sharpened, his focus returning. He did not believe that Yu Jiwan's relationship with Evening Smoke could rival his own. Throughout these past 2 years, any matters concerning the Yu family had been relayed through him to Evening Smoke. He even understood her texting habits. In other words, he had the closest relationship with Evening Smoke. Yu Jiwan was merely an interloper. Agreed. Yu Xiuqi's demeanor finally returned to normal, speaking with newfound conviction. We will win Evening Smoke back, making her abandon Jinghong and teach Yu Jiwan a harsh lesson. Does Yu Jiwan wish to compete with him for Evening Smoke? A mere dream. Does Jinghong aspire to rival the Yu family? An even more deluded fantasy. Chapter 39. What madness is this? Upon witnessing that Yu Xiuqi had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, Yu Shaozi let out a sigh of relief. This is how it should be, brother. Pull yourself together, our chances of success are quite substantial. Yu Shangxiang sweetly added, indeed, dear brother, Wan Yang shares the closest bond with you, and if you engage her in a heartfelt conversation, you are certain to win her back. Yu Xiuqi nodded, no longer adrift in despair over Wan Yang's abandonment. His mind began to clear, though his brow furrowed slightly. It's peculiar. On that day, Xie Yuntang remarked, of course I have to support my sister-in-law's clothing brand, yet he turned to Jinghong instead. Could it be a sinking feeling gripped Yu Xiuqi's heart? Could it be that Xie Yuntang's sister-in-law refers to Yu Jiwan? Yu Shaozi's expression shifted in an instant, shock evident on his face. Yu Shangxiang, her legs weakening, nearly collapsed to the ground, her mind swirling in confusion. Impossible, he vehemently shook his head. How could that be? Yu Jiwan is not worthy. The only person Xie Yuntang would address as sister-in-law would be the wife of Xie Jingmo, and how could Xie Jingmo possibly hold Yu Jiwan in regard? Moreover, Xie Jingmo and Yu Jiwan have no connection. They are hardly acquainted. Suddenly, a realization struck Yu Shaozi, and he clapped his hands together. I understand, Xie Yuntang has always held an admiration for Wan Yang's designs. Perhaps he caught wind of some insider information and learned that Wan Yang has become the chief designer at Jinghong, prompting him to divert his attention there. Yes, that must be it. Yu Shaozi grasped Yu Shangxiang's arm. Shangxiang, do not panic. Aside from her superior looks, Yu Jiwan possesses nothing that surpasses you. Xie Jingmo is not the type to be swayed solely by appearances. He would never, under any circumstances, be drawn to Yu Jiwan. Rest assured, the position of the Xie family's young mistress is destined to be yours. Yu Xiuqi concurred, feeling that Xie Jingmo and Yu Jiwan were as unrelated as could be. Suppressing his lingering doubts, he nodded. Shaozi speaks wisely. Xie Jingmo and Yu Jiwan are hardly acquainted, and as for Xie Yuntang, his admiration for Wan Yang's designs surely led him to Jinghong. Shangxiang, fret not. Our parents and your elder and younger brothers will ensure that you marry Xie Jingmo as you desire. Yu Shangxiang, displaying a demeanor of understanding and maturity, replied, elder brother, younger brother, I trust what you say. You are my dearest family. Yu Xiuqi reassuringly patted her shoulder, then narrowed his eyes slightly. As for Yu Jiwan, where did she procure the funds to open a shop? It must be borrowed or perhaps a loan. Yu Shaozi scoffed, regardless of how she acquired the funds, once we reclaim Wan Yang, leading to Jinghong's bankruptcy, Yu Jiwan will face ruin and insurmountable debt. By that time, Yu Jiwan would have no choice but to return to the Yu family. For reasons unknown, the recollection of Yu Jiwan publicly severing ties with the Yu family and her icy demeanor stirred a sense of suffocation within Yu Shaozi. Previously, her gaze had been filled with familial affection and longing, yet now it had turned so cold. Yu Shaozi could not fathom the source of his discomfort, but he was resolute in not allowing Yu Jiwan to relocate her household registration. He was also averse to hearing her speak of severing ties. It was unbearable. He was determined to compel Yu Jiwan to return to the Yu family, to continue being a member of the family, and to be his sister under his guidance. Within the Jinghong boutique, the establishment was bustling with customers, leaving Yu Jiwan too occupied to attend to Xie Yuntang. In a nearby lounge, stocked with refreshments and snacks, she suggested that Xie Yuntang take a moment to relax. Understanding her predicament, Xie Yuntang did not press further and cheerfully made his way to the lounge. He Tsaiwei approached with an order in hand. "Boss, take a look at today's sales figures and our inventory." Yu Jiwan lowered her gaze. Suddenly, an excited male voice called out her name, Yu Jiwan. She looked up, her brow furrowing in discontent. It was Ji Yu Chengfeng. Having seen the news about Jinghong and the Yu family's press conference online, he was aware of everything that had transpired that morning. Most astonishing of all was the revelation that Yu Jiwan was the owner of Jinghong. Ji Yu Chengfeng hurried over, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "How did you manage to open this shop? Where did you acquire the funds? Who financed you?" Yu Jiwan sent a discreet glance to He Tsaiwei, signaling her to attend to her duties. He Tsaiwei nodded and stepped aside. "What I do with my finances is of no concern to you," Yu Jiwan replied, her expression impassive, her eyes as cold as freshly fallen snow. Ji Yu Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Yu Jiwan had previously been jealous of his relationships with his younger sisters, thus her frosty demeanor. Feeling uncomfortable, Ji Yu Chengfeng let out a reluctant huff, for the first time lowering himself in front of a woman. "All right, I've cut ties with those younger sisters of mine, so please cease your sulking. As the esteemed young master of the Ji Yu family, I have made this concession for you alone. You should be content. Women who ask for too much are not wise." Yu Jiwan regarded him with a look of utter bewilderment. What madness was this? "What does it matter to me whether you sever ties or not?" She took a step back, wishing to distance herself from his absurdity. Ji Yu Chengfeng, noticing her retreat, suppressed his irritation. "Yu Jiwan, stop playing hard to get. Let us be honest, you haven't seen me or heard my voice in days. You must be longing for me." A devilish grin spread across Ji Yu Chengfeng's face as he opened his arms, patting his chest. "Come now, let me embrace you and ease your yearning." Yu Jiwan's expression turned incredulous. "What is wrong with you?" She regarded him with a gaze that suggested he was mentally unhinged. "Ji Yu Chengfeng, I'll say this once more. We have broken up, and there is no longer any connection between us. Do not trouble me again." At the mention of their breakup, Ji Yu Chengfeng's annoyance flared, his brows knitting together. "Yu Jiwan, a little feigned irritation is charming, but excessive fussiness becomes bothersome. I know you harbor feelings for me, and I find myself somewhat intrigued by you as well. Why not simply reconcile?" At his words, Yu Jiwan's lips curled into a scornful smile. "Who said I liked you?" Ji Yu Chengfeng scoffed dismissively, his confidence unshaken as he stuffed his hands into his pockets. "Even now, you still deny it. If you didn't like me, why did you accept my pursuit? You have countless suitors, why did you only agree to me? Is it not because you like me?" Yu Jiwan nearly forgot about that matter. Her expression grew cold. "I did not willingly accept your pursuit, it was forced upon me by the Yu family. They claimed it was to foster cooperation between the Ji Yu and Yu families, pressuring me to accept you, but in reality, it was because they resented my interference with Yu Shengsheng's engagement." "What?" Ji Yu Chengfeng's brow furrowed, the carefree attitude evaporating as tension gripped his body. "Are you saying the Yu family coerced you into accepting my pursuit?" Yu Jiwan affirmed, "Yes, had it been my own will, I would never have agreed." Her clear words struck Ji Yu Chengfeng like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through him as his blood ran cold. Chapter 40. After a torturous pause of several seconds, Ji Yu Chengfeng finally regained his voice, his eyes fixed upon her with unwavering intensity. "I don't believe you, you must be doing this on purpose to provoke me." Yu Jiwan's gaze remained as tranquil as a still lake, akin to a serene pool illuminated by moonlight. "If you do not believe me, you may confront the Yu family for verification. Or you could simply call them now. The truth will be revealed. Stop talking." Ji Yu Chengfeng abruptly interrupted her, his eyes tinged with crimson, akin to a thief covering his ears in denial. I refuse to believe it. With that, he turned and dashed out. Yu Jiwan was left bewildered, wondering if this young master was merely performing in a drama. After Jiyu Chengfeng fled, he ran all the way to his parked car. It was midday, and the sun blazed down fiercely. Yet, he remained oblivious to the heat, panting and standing beside his vehicle with a vacant stare. Though he vocally expressed disbelief, deep within, he recognized that Yu Jiwan would never stoop to deceive him. Her earlier words echoed in his mind, according to my own will, I would never agree to you, not at all. It was the Yu family that coerced her. It was not by her own volition. She never liked him. From the very beginning, she had no affection for him. Everything was merely his one-sided yearning, a solo performance. When she said they should part ways, she truly meant it. She was not jealous of his sister. She never felt jealousy for him at all, that heartless woman. Jiyu Chengfeng was engulfed in a tempest of anger and sorrow. In a fit of rage, he kicked the car door, only to stub his toe painfully, causing him to crouch down and cradle his foot, tears nearly spilling forth. Fine, if Yu Jiwan doesn't like me, then I shan't harbor any affection for her either. What is so impressive about that? I am not lacking in women. In defiance, Jiyu Chengfeng fumbled for his phone, his fingers nearly obliterating the screen as he called his sister Qianqian. Come out and accompany me. Bring a few more people. Inside the bar's private room, the atmosphere was intoxicating, the music deafening, filled with a languor of men and women. Jiyu Chengfeng sat in the center of the sofa, flanked by two alluring women on either side. The woman to his left, named Qianqian, leaned against his arm delicately, her breath fragrant. Young Master Jiyu, would you like some grapes? Since entering the room, Jiyu Chengfeng had worn a frown, as if burdened by some weighty concern, and instinctively replied, I prefer green grapes. Qianqian obediently swapped them for green grapes, feeding them to him with a flourish reminiscent of fragrant leaves. The moment he caught a whiff of the green grape scent, he abruptly came to his senses, recalling that it was Yu Jiwan's favorite. After pursuing her for 3 months, he had gleaned some knowledge about her likes, her fondness for green grapes, as well as green grape-flavored cakes and candies. He himself had no particular affection for green grapes. How could he have unconsciously mentioned them? It was all due to that detestable woman, Yu Jiwan. Jiyu Chengfeng's expression darkened. I don't want them anymore. Switch to regular grapes. Qianqian was taken aback, glancing at him in confusion before obediently replacing the grapes and feeding him again. She then nestled into his embrace, her slender fingers tracing gentle circles on his chest. Young Master Jiyu, why haven't you sought me out lately? Jiyu Chengfeng replied, I won't make that mistake again. I shall frequent you. Qianqian let out a playful laugh, tilting her chin in an attempt to kiss his cheek. Instinctively, Jiyu Chengfeng turned his head away, avoiding her. Qianqian stared at him in bewilderment. Young Master Jiyu, once again, Jiyu Chengfeng's subconscious actions infuriated him. Yu Jiwan did not care for him, so why should he attempt to redeem himself? What are you dawdling for? Continue. Jiyu Chengfeng shot a glance at Qianqian. Immediately, she tilted her head and planted a kiss on his cheek with a soft sound. Subsequently, Qianqian began to trail kisses downwards, aiming for his lips. However, just as her lips were about to meet Jiyu Chengfeng's, he abruptly shoved her away and shot to his feet. Qianqian fell back onto the sofa, utterly perplexed. Young Master Jiyu, what is wrong? The others in the room noticed the commotion and turned to see what had transpired. Jiyu Chengfeng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, his eyes bloodshot with rage. How utterly tiresome, there was no enjoyment in it at all. What had once been his favorite pastime now held no allure, rendering it tedious and dreary. The others in the room, amused, began to jest. What is the matter, young Master Jiyu? Is Qianqian's kiss not sweet enough? Then you should indulge in a few more. Har har har, Qianqian, why aren't you taking the initiative to kiss him? TSK, could it be that Brother Phone is thinking of that woman, Yu Jiwan? As soon as the words left their lips, Jiyu Chengfeng's gaze shot towards the speaker, his eyes icy and voice cold. Get out. All of you, leave. The raucous laughter ceased abruptly, and everyone exchanged glances, bewildered by Jiyu Chengfeng's sudden outburst. What was the matter with this young master? None dared to provoke him further, hastily rising to exit. The once noisy room fell silent. Gu Chengfeng slumped back onto the sofa, tilting his head back, his weary hand covering his eyes. Yu Jiwan did not care for him, she had never cared for him. How utterly preposterous, she had never held any affection for him from the very start. What, then, were the 3 weeks of their relationship? He refused to believe that she had never felt a flicker of affection for him. After all, he was her first love. Yu Jiwan had even gifted him a red pin bracelet. The red pin bracelet. Suddenly, Gu Chengfeng sat upright, carefully retrieving the 18 red pin beads from his pocket. That day in the private room, when Yu Jiwan severed the bracelet and ended their relationship, he had gathered all the scattered beads. Narrowing his eyes, he dialed Wei Chen, requesting that he bring a string to rethread the bracelet. Wei Chen, a close friend of Gu Chengfeng, was baffled by the sudden request for a mere piece of string. Finally arriving at the private room, he pushed the door open. "Brother Feng, what do you need a broken string for?" Gu Chengfeng placed the red pin beads on the table, not lifting his gaze as he replied, "Just hand me the string." Wei Chen passed it over, skepticism etched on his face. These red pin beads seemed oddly familiar. Where had he seen them before? Gu Chengfeng accepted the string and meticulously began to thread the red pin beads. However, his hand slipped, causing 2 beads to tumble to the floor. In a panic, he kicked the trash can, retrieving 1 bead, while the other rolled beneath the sofa. Without a second thought, he knelt down, reaching beneath the sofa to retrieve it. Wei Chen stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Was this really Gu Chengfeng? Had he been possessed by some filthy spirit? Was he truly so invested in a mere bead? Gu Chengfeng stretched his hand repeatedly, finally recovering the lost bead, gently blowing away the dust before wiping it with a wet tissue and threading it onto the string. Once all 18 beads were strung together, he tied a knot, finding it somewhat unsightly. He undid it and retied it, yet it remained unattractive. Ultimately, Gu Chengfeng grew weary of the endeavor and contentedly donned the red pin bracelet on his wrist. Wei Chen stared, flabbergasted. "Wait, isn't this the red bean bracelet that Yu Jiwan broke in the private room that day? When did Brother Feng pick it up?" "No way, if you break it, it's on you." He refused to believe that during their 3 weeks together, Yu Jiwan had felt no inclination towards him. Perhaps, unbeknownst to herself, she had indeed developed feelings for him. Exactly, Yu Jiwan must have already harbored feelings for him, only she remained oblivious to them. He needed to uncover the evidence of her affections. He would evoke the hidden love within Yu Jiwan, making her fall in love with him all over again, loving him with an all-consuming passion. Next chapter, Mr. Xie will make his appearance. Chapter 41. Thank you, madam, for granting me this title. In the lounge of the Jinghong flagship store, Yu Jiwan brought some desserts over to Xie Yuntang. "Yuntang, thank you for helping to promote today." Xie Yuntang waved her hand nonchalantly. "I merely did a little promotion, but the orders have surged. The customers are willing to spend, primarily because sister-in-law is remarkable. She managed to invite Wan Yang as the designer. Besides," she continued, "my brother and Xie Xiaoju went abroad on a business trip a couple of days ago and haven't returned yet. Naturally, I must come and support sister-in-law. By the way, will they be back tomorrow?" Yu Jiwan nodded. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be. A couple of days ago, Xie Jingmo was scheduled to travel abroad to negotiate a substantial project worth over 10 billion with foreign partners. He had expressed a desire to postpone the trip to assist her with the grand opening of Jinghong. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. Was the opening truly worthy of him delaying work? Wasn't that akin to using a cannon to shoot at a mosquito? Moreover, it was a project worth over 10 billion. Its significance was self-evident, yet, Xie Jingmo seemed entirely unconcerned, asserting that her Jinghong's opening was of greater importance. Yu Jiwan felt as though she could kneel before him in gratitude. A new store like Jinghong was hardly worth a fraction of that enormous sum. How had he come to the conclusion that Jinghong was more important? Most crucially, this business trip had been arranged 2 months prior, and it would be quite improper to cancel at the last minute. Thus, Yu Jiwan firmly urged Xie Jingmo onto the private plane, ensuring he adhered to his travel plans. She had considered that perhaps Xie Jingmo placed such importance on Jinghong's opening because he had invested in it, fearing she might falter and incur losses that would affect him. However, the moment that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it, for Xie Jingmo was not one to be concerned with such trifling gains. He must have been genuinely caring for her, even sensing that the Yu family might create a scene, wishing to offer her support. Truly, he was an impeccable husband, devoted beyond measure. Even though she was merely his nominal wife, he tended to her every need. It made her contemplate genuinely marrying him. As for why Xie Xiaoju had also gone abroad, the truth was he was participating in a racing competition. He had a penchant for racing, a pursuit that could be quite costly, yet Xie Xiaoju lacked nothing but financial resources. He had established his own racing club and had won several championships. Recently, an international racing event coincided with Xie Jingmo's business trip location, so he eagerly accompanied his brother. Xie Yuntang lamented, "What a pity that my brother and Xie Xiaoju won't witness the grand opening of Jinghang today." Just as she finished speaking, a nonchalant voice chimed in with a laugh, "Who says we won't see it?" Yu Jiwan was taken aback, momentarily thinking she had misheard, and turned in astonishment. There stood Xie Xiaoju, flamboyantly leaning against the lounge doorframe, a trophy in hand. Upon noticing their gaze, he playfully touched his forehead with his index and middle fingers, then waved forward, grinning with carefree abandon. Such ostentation, Yu Jiwan spared him but a glance before quickly shifting her gaze elsewhere, only to spot Xie Jingmo. The man was on the phone, seemingly discussing work, his thin lips occasionally uttering obscure terminology. His phone was held to his ear, his fingers elegantly poised, the black shirt sleeves rolled up to reveal his well-defined, pale arms, veins subtly prominent, exuding an undeniable allure, as though he held not a phone, but a woman's waist. Although he was engaged in conversation, his enchanting peach blossom eyes were fixed intently on Yu Jiwan, the gaze dark and imbued with a hint of aggression and possessiveness. That overwhelming desire seemed to swell like a tide of longing, threatening to engulf her, akin to a predator tightly ensnaring its prey, yearning to consume her whole. Yu Jiwan's heart skipped a beat, her eyelashes fluttering in rapid succession, instinctively avoiding his gaze, unable to meet his eyes any longer, her chest, inexplicably warm. He Caiwei was also present, evidently aware that Xie Jingmo and Xie Xiaoju had come to seek out Yu Jiwan, which prompted her to guide them to the lounge. At that moment, He Caiwei's heart was in turmoil. Xie Jingmo, the formidable and esteemed figure whom countless aspired to meet, what kind of identity did her boss possess that even Xie Jingmo sought her out? He Caiwei swallowed her astonishment, trembling as she turned to pour tea. Xie Yuntang, shaken from her surprise, asked, "What brings you back early? Weren't you supposed to return tomorrow?" Xie Xiaoju smiled broadly, "As for me, I finished my race yesterday, and as for our brother, he hastened the work progress overnight and finally finalized the critical aspects of the project this morning. The remaining tasks have been delegated to his managers and project team." "And why was our brother in such a hurry?" he added with a teasing tone. "Of course, it's because he's eager to return to see sister-in-law." His words were playfully convoluted, both cheeky and brazen. "Yu Jiwan," Xie Yuntang chimed in, I understand. Yu Jiwan, having just finished his call, Xie Jingmo noticed the smiles on Xie Xiaoju and Xie Yuntang's faces. He raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to Yu Jiwan, his voice lowered in self-mockery. "Oh dear, now everyone knows I'm a devoted husband. Where shall I hide my face, Mrs. Ye?" Yu Jiwan, what devoted husband nonsense. Before she could respond, he sighed dramatically, "Well, who needs face when I have my wife?" Yu Jiwan's cheeks flushed deeply, her earlobes inexplicably reddening. He Caiwei returned with 2 cups of tea, placing them on the small table in the lounge. As she raised her head, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something silver adorning Xie Jingmo's hand. Upon closer inspection, she noticed he wore a plain ring on his ring finger. Xie Jingmo is married. He Caiwei's heart shattered once more. What earth-shattering news was this? Wait, the style of that plain ring. During the past few days of preparing for Jinghang's opening, He Caiwei had seen Yu Jiwan daily and had noticed she wore a similar plain ring. The ring on Xie Jingmo's hand was identical to Yu Jiwan's, both were matching wedding bands. This revelation sent He Caiwei's thoughts into a frenzy, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Upon seeing He Caiwei's expression, Yu Jiwan instantly realized she had discovered something significant. He Caiwei was typically composed and perceptive, yet now wore an expression of disbelief, clearly having observed something crucial. Yu Jiwan had not intended to divulge her personal matters, but fearing Xie Jingmo might become sensitive and think she disdained him, she sighed, deciding to soothe his fragile heart. She introduced to He Tsaiwei, "This is my friend Xie Yun Tang, and this is Xie Xiaoju, you must have heard their names. And this," she glanced at Xie Jingmo, clearing her throat before continuing, "is Xie Jingmo, my husband. He may occasionally come to the store looking for me, so I wanted to inform you in advance." In an instant, He Tsaiwei's pupils dilated with shock. Did she hear that correctly? Was this something she could fathom? He Tsaiwei was utterly flabbergasted, struggling to maintain her composure. "All right, understood, boss, I got it." As she exited the lounge, her legs felt weak, and her spirit seemed to float away. Her boss was indeed no ordinary person. She was Xie Jingmo's new wife. In the lounge, Xie Jingmo's lips curled into a slight smile as he casually unbuttoned two of his shirt buttons, exuding an air of relaxed charm. He gazed at Yu Jiwan, his languid, flirtatious eyes brimming with mirth. "Thank you, madam, for granting me this title." Chapter 42, The First Kiss Stolen by the Lady Yu Jiwan. What distinction is there in titles? Xie Yunju wore a knowing smile reminiscent of a doting aunt, signaling to Xie Yuntang with a glance, "Oh dear, I just arrived at my sister-in-law's shop and am utterly unfamiliar with everything. Would you kindly show me around?" The implication was unmistakable. He intended to grant his brother and sister-in-law a private moment together. Xie Yuntang, in perfect sync with his thoughts, nodded eagerly. "Let us go. I'll guide you through." As they conversed, they strolled outside. Xie Yunju handed his trophy to Xie Yuntang. "Here, Xie Xiaotang, play with my trophy." Xie Yuntang examined it briefly. "How could someone like you win a championship? You didn't crash, did you? No injuries?" Xie Yunzhou's expression darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting? Of course not." Xie Yuntang haughtily huffed. "That must be the talisman I requested for your safety at work." Xie Yunju retorted, "It's clearly due to my superior skills." Xie Yuntang scoffed, "With your so-called skills, do refrain from boasting. It is rather embarrassing, Sai. One must discipline a younger brother early on. It's best to subdue him in childhood, lest he grow rebellious in adulthood," Xie Yunju interjected. "Xie Xiaotang, how many times must I remind you to call me brother? Don't think I wouldn't dare to hit you." Xie Yuntang, equally obstinate, pondered how it was that despite being born on the same day, he had grown so much taller than her. The two engaged in playful banter, pinching and twisting each other as they left the lounge, even remembering to close the door behind them. Yu Jiwan observed their interaction and found it quite amusing. While racing was indeed perilous, Xie Yunzhou's passion for it was evident. Xie Yuntang might tease his skills, yet her concern for him was palpable, having sought a talisman for his safety. Conversely, Xie Yunju had willingly shared his championship trophy with Xie Yuntang for her enjoyment. It was no wonder they were twins, inherently close. Intrigued, Yu Jiwan inquired of Xie Jingmo, did they frequently bicker as children? Xie Jingmo responded with a thoughtful millimeter, his gaze appraising her. It had only been 2 days since they last met, yet she appeared somewhat diminished. He needed to ensure she regained her vitality. Yu Jiwan's eye sparkled with curiosity. "Then I presume Xie Yuntang often emerged victorious in their verbal sparring matches. Am I correct?" Xie Jingmo replied, "About right." Yu Jiwan continued, "And they just then, the man leaned in closer, their proximity shrinking drastically, close enough that a slight tilt of his head could result in a kiss." Yu Jiwan's heart raced. "What are you doing?" The man regarded her with a teasing smirk. "Wan Juan is so concerned about them, why not inquire about my affairs?" The closeness was overwhelming. The warmth of his breath brushed against her skin, sending shivers down her spine. She instinctively retreated, attempting to create distance. "What could you possibly want to ask?" Xie Jingmo almost chuckled in disbelief. As she took a step back, he advanced a step forward, exuding an irresistible allure, his eyes gleaming with lazy amusement. "What would you like to ask?" "You might as well inquire whether your husband had a crush during his school days. Or perhaps ask if your husband's first kiss still exists. Even inquire about your husband's most sensitive spot." Yu Jiwan. What was this about a most sensitive spot? Was this appropriate to discuss in broad daylight? Since the lady is too shy to ask, I shall divulge it myself. The man raised an eyebrow, his tone languid and teasing. As for the first kiss, it remains as for the most sensitive spot, he grasped Yu Jiwan's hand, as if to guide her to explore. Why Yu Jiwan's eyelids fluttered, and she quickly withdrew her hand. No need for that, really. The most sensitive area on him, where could it possibly be other than there? She had no intention of finding out. Wait, she had retreated against the door, her back pressed firmly against it, yet he continued to close the gap, drawing nearer, enveloped by his tall frame. The delightful scent of wood enveloped her senses. Yu Jiwan's heart raced inexplicably, and she nervously licked her lips. Could you please step back a bit? The delicate tip of her tongue brushed against her rosy, moist lips, glistening with a sheen of allure, and Sieging Moore's gaze darkened, his throat tightening involuntarily. He watched her intently, his deep, magnetic voice dripping with a sensual rasp. I brought you a small gift. I haven't had the chance to present it yet. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. He had returned from his business trip with a gift for her. Yet, given his effort to shorten his schedule to just 2 days, he must have been exceedingly busy. To remember to bring her a gift amidst such busyness. A wave of warmth flooded Yu Jiwan's heart. In her past, whether with her foster family or the Yu family, no one had ever held her in such regard. Let's see if you like it. The man retrieved a small, round box of black velvet from his pocket. Upon opening it, a pair of exquisite pearl earrings revealed themselves, adorned with tiny diamonds fashioned into the shape of butterflies, delicate and vibrant, exuding the essence of youthful exuberance, perfect for a girl of her age. Though Sieging Moore claimed it was a small gift, the luster of the pearls and the quality of the diamonds suggested otherwise. Why Yu Jiwan's fine lashes fluttered. What inspired you to suddenly gift me something? The man casually tilted his head, his tone nonchalant. Isn't it customary to gift one's wife? Do you like them? Shall I put them on for you? Yu Jiwan felt her heart flutter, a rush of emotion coursing through her as she gazed into his eyes, nodding. I do. I like them very much. For reasons unknown, she too wished to offer him a gift, to reciprocate his kindness. The lounge was dimly lit. Sieging Moore leaned down, gently grasping her delicate earlobe, tenderly fastening the earrings in place. Why Yu Jiwan was not particularly ticklish, however. At that moment, she felt an unusual sensitivity. The skin he touched ignited a warmth that coursed through her, a sensation both delightful and unbearable, reaching deep within her, causing her heart to constrict. Just as Sieging Moore finished adorning her ears, her phone on the table suddenly chimed. Yu Jiwan instinctively turned her head. However, the dim lighting made it difficult to gauge the distance. As she turned, her cheek brushed against his lips. Yu Jiwan froze in astonishment. Sieging Moore was equally taken aback. The soft, sweet sensation sent his pupils dilating, and his breath momentarily halted. Gradually, he straightened, his throat constricted, a lazy yet sensual smile playing on his lips. Now your first kiss is no more. It has been stolen by the lady, he paused, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he added, Oh, Wanjuan, it seems you now have to take responsibility for this. Initially shocked, Yu Jiwan's eyes widened at his words, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment. What responsibility? How can that possibly count as a first kiss? The man, completely unfazed, inquired, why wouldn't it count? Yu Jiwan, flustered, blurted out, I merely brushed my face against your lips. It's not like I kissed you with my mouth. A real kiss only counts if the lips touch. All right. Sieging Moore raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence as he replied, Oh. His gaze slowly descended, landing on her rosy, glistening lips, his eyes dark and fervent, swirling with unspoken desire. So, kissing here is what counts as a first kiss, is it? Chapter 43. Is the baby reluctant to part with me? Yu Jiwan felt a sudden tightness in her heart, her spine tensed. The man's gaze was fixed on her lips, too intimate and overwhelmingly provoking, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Was he trying to? Before a complete thought could form, the man suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Why Yu Jiwan instantly held her breath, her eyes widening in disbelief as her back pressed firmly against the door. The alluring glimmer in her eyes shimmered with surprise. The man's strikingly handsome face loomed closer, and she couldn't help but clench her fingers tightly. In the next moment, he tilted his head away, abstaining from the kiss, his high nose gently brushing against her soft cheek, imbued with an inexplicable sense of playfulness. Seemingly holding back to the utmost, his voice was husky and raspy. exuding an irresistible sensuality. Baby, don't be nervous, just teasing you. Yu Jiwan exhaled sharply, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her palms, her heartbeat racing as if it might leap from her throat, her legs feeling weak. She couldn't tell if it was from anxiety or his teasing. Was he doing this on purpose, this wicked man? Wait a moment. What did you just call me? Yu Jiwan belatedly realized that his earlier address had been inappropriate. With a beguiling glint in his romantic eyes, slightly tinged with a blush, he quipped, "Baby, is that not acceptable?" Her heart fluttered, and the rhythm of her pulse quickened once more. "That term feels a bit odd." Se Jingmo replied, "What is odd about it?" Yu Jiwan remained silent, striding over to the table to retrieve her phone. Se Jingmo watched her intently, his eyes narrowing in a playful yet dangerous manner. "How did you and Jiu Chengfeng address each other back when you were together?" This peculiar line of questioning had returned. Why Yu Jiwan shot him a glance, her cheek slightly puffed. "I didn't even like him. What kind of terms could we have? I just called him by his full name." Now that she thought about it, she was a bit curious. "By the way, have you ever had a girlfriend?" "How did you address her?" "Me?" Se Jingmo raised an eyebrow lazily. "Baby, you took my first kiss. Do you really think I've had a girlfriend before?" Yu Jiwan, what was he rambling about now? And how could that even be considered a first kiss? She decided to ignore him, focusing on the messages on her phone. Yet, the man leaned back against the table, one hand in his pocket, unabashedly pressing forward. "Who sent you a message, causing my Wanwan to take advantage of me in broad daylight?" "Yu Jiwan." She felt embarrassed. "Who took advantage of you?" It was all her wretched phone's fault. If it hadn't rung, she wouldn't have turned around, and if she hadn't turned around, her cheek wouldn't have brushed against his lips. With an aggrieved expression, Yu Jiwan poked at her phone screen, and upon opening the message, her frustration grew. "It's just a spam message. Damn that spam message. It ruined everything." Today, the newly opened Jinghong performed splendidly, and the employees had been busy all day. Why Yu Jiwan wanted to treat everyone to a celebratory meal. However, with Se Jingmo, Xie Yuntang, and Xie Yunjiao still present, it was inconvenient due to their status. Therefore, she transferred money to He Tsaiwei, instructing her to take everyone out for dinner, allowing them to enjoy themselves as they pleased. "Wow, thank you, boss. Boss, I love you." The employees cheered enthusiastically, and He Tsaiwei smiled, saying, "All right, boss, I'll take everyone out." After giving a few reminders, Yu Jiwan let them enjoy their time. Then, she left the store, heading to dinner with Se Jingmo, Xie Yuntang, and Xie Yunjiao. The four of them found a nearby restaurant. After dinner, Xie Yunjiao, grinning widely, declared, "Bro, Xie Tang and I will be the two light bulbs that won't disturb you and your sister-in-law. We'll slip away now." Upon hearing this, Se Jingmo cast a rather approving glance at him. "At least you're thoughtful." Yu Jiwan, what was he talking about? After the Xie siblings departed, Yu Jiwan and Se Jingmo strolled along this path for a while. As they walked, they suddenly heard the barking of a puppy by the roadside. The sky was just darkening, and the streetlights had illuminated the area, revealing a small, yellow dog nestled in the grass. Its size was modest, its fur somewhat dirty, likely a stray. The little dog was well behaved, not aggressive, wagging its tail upon spotting them. Se Jingmo glanced at it casually before redirecting his attention back to Yu Jiwan, only to find her gazing intently at the puppy, her eyes shimmering with affection, seemingly enamored. Se Jingmo took her hand. "Do you like it? Shall we take it home and adopt it?" As soon as he spoke, he noticed the girl stiffen, her complexion slightly paling, avoiding eye contact with the dog as she withdrew her gaze. No need to adopt." She repeated her refusal twice, her tone rigid, stepping forward. "Don't look at it. Let us hurry home." Se Jingmo observed her retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Her emotions seemed off. She appeared a bit frightened, but it felt like more than just fear. What was going on? On the way home, Se Jingmo kept a close watch on Yu Jiwan's emotions. Despite her attempts to act nonchalant, he noticed her unease, which took nearly 20 minutes to truly settle down. Upon arriving at Lanchi Garden, Se Jingmo leaned over to unbuckle her seatbelt, casually remarking, "I need to return to the office for something. You rest at home first." Yu Jiwan was taken aback. "You're going back to the office at this hour?" What could possibly be so urgent? The man chuckled softly, his voice dripping with allure. Is the baby reluctant to part with me? Yu Ji-wan, just hurry and go, leave right away. Seeing this, the man shook his head, adopting an expression reminiscent of a heartbroken husband lamenting a fickle lover. He sighed, to take advantage of me and then deny it is one thing, but to be so fierce toward me is quite another. Yu Ji-wan was instantly flabbergasted, her expression frozen in disbelief. When did she ever act fierce toward him, and how many times would he bring up this matter of taking advantage? Yu Ji-wan exited the car, looking at him through the window with a serious expression, her face taut. Sejong-moor, you're sleeping on the sofa tonight. Sejong-moor. Yu Ji-wan replied expressionlessly, this is what I mean by being fierce with you. With that, she turned without looking back, striding toward the living room. Sejong-moor raised an eyebrow, his throat rolling as he chuckled softly, watching her retreating figure lazily call out, Wan was really fierce just now. Upon hearing this, Yu Ji-wan proudly lifted her chin, continuing without a glance back. But the very next second, being fierce is quite adorable. Yu Ji-wan stumbled on her feet, nearly losing her balance. She shot him a fierce glare over her shoulder. Sejong-moor, satisfied by his wife's fierce look, started the car and drove away. She was increasingly showing a little temper in front of him, which was quite delightful. Why Yu Ji-wan assumed that Sejong-moor was heading back to the office to work overtime. However, after leaving Lanchi Garden, he turned onto another road, not heading toward the office at all. Chapter 44, Unveiling Sejong-moor's Secret. Not long ago, Aunt Yu Ji-wan's daughter fell ill and underwent surgery. Last week, she was discharged after recovering, and Sejong-moor accompanied Yu Ji-wan to visit her aunt. At this moment, the car was headed towards her aunt's residence. Upon arrival, Shuingzi heard the doorbell and opened the door to find Sejong-moor standing there, instantly beaming with joy. Jing-moor, you're here. Come in quickly. As Shuingzi spoke, she glanced behind him. Sejong-moor, exuding an air of noble elegance, replied, Aunt, Wan did not come. I'm sorry for disturbing you in the evening, but it concerns Wan, and I couldn't wait until tomorrow to come. Hearing this, Shuingzi grew anxious, concerning Wan. What happened? Is she in trouble? Sejong-moor reassured her, please do not worry, Wan is fine. This evening, while we were on a stroll, we encountered a stray puppy. After leaving his aunt's home, Sejong-moor sat in the car, his brows furrowed with a heavy gloom. It was only now that he learned of the traumatic experiences Yu Ji-wan endured during her childhood with her foster parents. And oh wonder, when he had inquired about adopting a puppy earlier, fear had flickered in her eyes. He closed his eyes briefly. The 8-year-old girl, her beloved puppy, treated as a friend, was brutally slaughtered by her foster father's hand, forced to consume its flesh. At that tender age, how desolate and helpless she must have felt. When he opened his eyes again, a chilling aura enveloped him, his expression cold and fierce. He had never felt such regret before, regret for not having met her sooner, to rescue her from her torment. That scoundrel, her foster father, the man named Song Jipang, deserved far worse than mere imprisonment. Sejong-moor retrieved his phone, his face as dark as thunder as he made a call. That very night, Song Jipang received special attention and was thoroughly taught a lesson by the other inmates in the prison. Unaware of who he had offended, he was left severely beaten, terrified into submission, yet those inmates would not let him off easily, frequently reminding him of his place. In Langsiyuan, after taking a shower, Yu Ji-wan went to the study. This was a study specifically arranged for her by Sejong-moor, adjacent to the master bedroom, bright and tidy, perfect for her to sketch design drafts or engage in other pursuits. As she settled at the desk, her phone buzzed several times, all messages from Yu Shuchi directed at Wan Yang. Teacher Wan Yang, why are you collaborating with Jing Hong? Someone like Yu Ji-wan is not worthy. She even severed ties with her own parents, a truly ungrateful and disloyal person. Teacher Wan Yang, please pay attention to me, I truly cannot do without you, I need you. As long as you acknowledge me, I am willing to do anything you ask. Yu Ji-wan couldn't help but sneer. It seemed one must see the grave before shedding tears. The Jinhua fashion competition was merely 10 days away, and she planned to publicly unveil Wan Yang's identity, leaving the Yu family in utter despair. Yu Shuqi continued to bombard her with messages, and finding him bothersome, she promptly blocked him and exited her Wan Yang Weibo account. Her thoughts were consumed by Jingmo. She wished to present him with a gift to express her gratitude for his care. But what should she give? Yu Jiwen felt utterly perplexed, almost wishing to knock her head against the table. Just then, a thought struck her: why not design a piece of clothing for him? His physique was outstanding, practically a natural model. If he donned a uniform, he would undoubtedly be so striking that one could hardly look away. However, her expertise lay primarily in women's wear. She had never formally designed men's clothing. The world knew that Wan Yang had never ventured into men's fashion. Yu Jiwen propped her forehead with one hand, tapping her chin with a pen. Upon reflection, her first official design for men's wear would be for Jingmo. Such a gift would be immensely meaningful. No other man would possess this. Jingmo would be the sole recipient. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and the more she considered it, the more feasible it seemed. Very well, she would personally design a piece of clothing for him. Once the design was complete, it would certainly need to be made, but she was yet unaware of Jingmo's measurements. Yu Jiwen sprang to her feet and hurriedly dashed into the closet, clad in her slippers, rifling through Jingmo's shirts. To her dismay, they were all custom-made, lacking size tags. She rummaged through his trousers, only to find the same absence of measurements. With a pout, she refused to believe this misfortune. She continued searching until, in a moment of clumsiness, her hand inadvertently brushed against his underwear. Yu Jiwen's scalp tingled, her fingers recoiling as though scalded, her earlobes flushed crimson. She suddenly realized that her clandestine rummaging through Jingmo's clothes might appear rather perverse. Just then, the sound of an engine echoed from the garden outside. Jingmo had returned. Yu Jiwen's heart raced. She hastily put his clothes back in order and scurried back to the study, feigning intense focus on her design sketches. As Jingmo passed by the study and noticed the door ajar, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. So late, madam, are you still busy? Yu Jiwen, flustered, dared not raise her head. I have a bit of work left. You should go to bed first. Jingmo replied. Was he to keep the solitary vigil? Don't stay up too late, get some rest. Yu Jiwen pretended to be engrossed in her writing. I understand. Noticing her averted gaze, Jingmo furrowed his brow. Was she reminiscing about the stray dog they had encountered, recalling the traumas of her childhood? Was she troubled by her past experiences? She kept her head down, seemingly unwilling to let him see her expression, reluctant to reveal her sorrow in his presence. It was all right, she could display all her vulnerabilities before him. Truly, it was fine. Observing the slender silhouette of the girl, Jingmo felt a pang of tenderness as he walked over, gently ruffling her hair. Wan, it's all right. Yu Jiwen froze. Was it permissible to have secretly touched his underwear? Jingmo bent down, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. Be good, don't overthink it. Yu Jiwen, it was impossible not to overthink. She genuinely felt that her earlier action of surreptitiously touching his underwear was rather peculiar. Jingmo lightly nuzzled the top of her head, filled with affection. Don't isolate yourself, let me keep you company, all right. Yu Jiwen blinked, sensing an oddity. She looked up to find him gazing at her, his peach blossom eyes warm and tender, akin to an enchanting spirit. No, she had merely touched his underwear in passing. Why was he looking at her with such intensity? Yu Jiwen felt utterly bewildered, scratching her head in confusion. I'll finish up soon, you don't need to keep me company, let us go to bed. Jingmo assumed she was feigning strength, his gaze laden with concern. All right, I will do as you say. Yu Jiwen. Very well, let him be peculiar. She had touched it by accident, primarily to ascertain his clothing size with the intention of designing for him. The following morning, Yu Jiwen visited Jinghong. Upon arriving at the entrance, she unexpectedly encountered a fashionably dressed, well-maintained middle-aged woman exiting the store. Yu Jiwen abruptly halted, her pupils dilating in shock. This middle-aged woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Jingmo's mother. Previously, when she accompanied Jingmo to his ancestral home, she had seen photos of his family and recognized what his parents looked like. However, Jingmo's parents had passed away many years ago, during his childhood. He had also mentioned that his parents were no longer alive. The woman had already exited the store, and Yu Jiwen, horrified, turned her head to look back. the resemblance was striking. It was almost identical, in broad daylight. Yu Jiwen felt a chill run down her spine, her entire being growing cold. In a state of confusion, she fumbled for her phone and dialed Xie Jingmore. Chapter 45. He is indeed a deity. After the call was made, Yu Jiwen gradually composed herself, her gaze fixed on the receding figure of the middle-aged woman. Perhaps it was merely a case of resemblance. The woman appeared well preserved, with faint lines etched upon her face, and her features bore a striking similarity to those of Xie Jingmore's mother. Yet, could it be that it was simply a coincidence of appearance? Yu Jiwen recalled that the passing of Xie Jingmore's parents was a topic too painful for the Xie family to broach. There must be undisclosed matters entwined in this narrative. Would it be inappropriate for her to inquire about it directly with Xie Jingmore? As this thought crossed her mind, Yu Jiwen contemplated hanging up, but the call was answered almost instantaneously. Well, it's rare for Mrs. Xie to take the initiative to call me. The man's voice was deep and magnetic, laced with unmistakable mockery and jest. I suppose I should jot this down, Yu Jiwen stammered, momentarily taken aback. He was relentless, always fixated on that little notebook of his, scribbling away about trivialities. The man chuckled languidly. You may curse me in your heart, but don't forget to mention what you wish to discuss with your husband. Yu Jiwen was left speechless. How absurd, she hadn't cursed him at all, yet, the thought of directly asking him left her in a quandary. She bit her luscious lips, cheeks puffing slightly as she hesitated for several seconds before speaking. Well, I just encountered someone at the entrance of the Jinghang Gate. It was a middle-aged woman, and I noticed she bore some resemblance to your mother. As soon as the words left her lips, a heavy silence enveloped the conversation from the other end. When he finally spoke again, the joviality had vanished from his tone, replaced by an unsettling calmness. Just a look-alike, nothing remarkable. At that moment, Yu Jiwen stood at the entrance of the shop, her head bowed, her toes gently tapping the ground in a rhythmic manner. She was not naive, she could sense the shift in Xie Jingmore's emotions. Indeed, the matters concerning his parents were not something an outsider like her could comprehend. Not wishing to tread upon his sorrow, she refrained from probing further, saying, upon reflection, I also believe it must be merely a case of resemblance. She naturally veered the conversation away. By the way, there's something else I wish to inquire about. When is your birthday? Has it already passed this year? Xie Jingmore replied, surprised, my birthday. Yes, if it hasn't occurred yet, I would like to prepare a birthday gift for you in advance. In exchange, I can share my birthday with you. The man chuckled softly, his tone casual. Isn't your birthday on December 15th? Yu Jiwen gasped, how do you know? There was a brief silence on the line before his nonchalant voice responded, on the day we registered our marriage. I glanced at your ID. Yu Jiwen was taken aback, impressed by his attentiveness. She hadn't even thought to check his ID. December 15th. His voice carried a playful lilt, laden with meaning, a rather fine day. Hearing this, a smile graced Yu Jiwen's lips, her exquisitely framed eye sparkling with delight, as if basking in the radiance of spring. Indeed, it is a splendid day. Your company's lucky day also falls on December 15th. This lucky day had garnered quite a bit of attention. Rumor had it that Xie Jingmore had personally drawn the date from a pool of 365 days. On that day, he granted a paid holiday to all employees of the Xie Group and held a grand fireworks display at midnight to wish happy birthday to those celebrating on December 15th. This tradition had begun 3 or 4 years prior. Yu Jiwen cherished this lucky day, as it afforded her a small token of birthday wishes. In her previous home with her adoptive parents, she had never celebrated her birthday. Only on her brother's birthday would her adoptive mother buy a cake, though she herself never received a slice, merely standing by to watch. Later, upon returning to the Yu family, she shared her birthday with Yu Xiangxiang. The Yu family would enthusiastically organize birthday banquets, all in celebration of Yu Xiangxiang, with the little princess always taking center stage while Yu Jiwen remained in the shadows, overlooked and neglected. Heaven knew how envious Yu Jiwen had been of Yu Xiangxiang. No one had ever held her in high esteem, nor had anyone ever celebrated her birthday. She had even heard that the Janine temple in the suburbs was quite efficacious, and she had once prayed there, asking the deities for just a modicum of favor. Just a little would suffice. She was unsure whether she had received any divine attention. All she knew was that later, at an event organized by the Xie Group, Xie Jingmo had drawn the lucky date of December 15th. At midnight on that December 15th, he orchestrated a magnificent fireworks display, emblazoned with the words, "Happy Birthday to you," celebrating on December 15th. As Yu Jiwen beheld the dazzling fireworks illuminating the city, her eyes brimmed with tears, for even if it were mere coincidence, she had received a heartfelt birthday wish. She understood that the fireworks had not been specifically for her, yet she had surreptitiously claimed a slice of that birthday blessing. From that year onward, she eagerly anticipated the midnight fireworks each December 15th, as if it had become a ritual, a way to garner a birthday wish that belonged to her. For a long time, she had believed her very existence was a sin, her birth had been filled with misfortune and suffering, and even December 15th felt clouded with darkness. However, after Xie Jingmo drew the lucky date of December 15th, she gradually began to perceive her birthday in a new light, as something worth looking forward to, imbued with the essence of fortune. Xie Jingmo, I am genuinely curious. Yu Jiwan's curled lashes fluttered as her charming face lit up. How did you manage to draw December 15th from a pool of 365 days? The odds were astoundingly slim. The man lowered his gaze and chuckled, exuding a languorous charm. Perhaps it was just good fortune. At his words, Yu Jiwan's eyes curved into crescent moons, radiating brightness as she smiled. Then I wish for you to always have such good luck. After ending the call, Yu Jiwan stepped into the shop. He Tsaiwei, who had witnessed her animated phone conversation, inquired with a smile, "Boss, who were you talking to that made you so cheerful?" Yu Jiwan paused, raising her delicate finger to her lips, still wearing an unconscious smile. It suddenly dawned on her, she had been utterly immersed in joy before Xie Jingmo, vibrant and unabashed, even capable of throwing a small tantrum without the need to suppress herself. In her previous homes, whether with her adoptive parents or in the Yu family, she had always conformed and catered to others, belittled and scorned, meekly acquiescing. Oh no, Yu Jiwan furrowed her brow in dismay, her face contorting into a frown. She was increasingly convinced of Xie Jingmo's goodness. What would she do if, a year later, when it came time for divorce, she found herself unwilling to let go? Chapter 46, Mr. Xie's unexpected maneuver. After a discussion between Yu Jiwan and He Tsaiwei, it was decided that aside from the physical storefronts, the official online flagship store for Jinghang should be launched as well. The significance of the online shopping channel cannot be overlooked. During lunchtime, Yu Jiwan had a simple meal at the store. In the afternoon, she made a brief visit to the school for 2 classes. Just as she exited the school gates after class, she received a phone call from He Tsaiwei. "Boss, a peculiar customer has arrived at the store, claiming he wants to buy all the clothes." Yu Jiwan was taken aback at first, then cautiously inquired, "Such a lavish endeavor? Purchasing every item in the store would certainly require a considerable sum." The store was bustling with customers, creating quite a commotion. He Tsaiwei moved to a quieter spot and continued, "The gentleman mentioned that he would only place his order if he could meet the owner of Jinghang." Yu Jiwen raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "Meet me? Who is he?" He Tsaiwei replied, "I asked him for his name. He said he is surnamed Jiyu, and his full name is Jiyu Chengfeng." Yu Jiwan's expression turned cold. "This lunatic, what is he up to now?" "I have already broken up with him and made my stance clear. I only agreed to his pursuit out of desperation. Why is he back?" She recalled their parting day at the billiard hall, where Jiyu Chengfeng had casually remarked that he was merely playing around. What was this all about now, spending such a fortune to buy clothes just to see her? Yu Jiwan's tone hardened. "Tell him I won't see him." He Tsaiwei, seasoned and wise, sensed the complexity of the situation from Yu Jiwan's tone and lowered her voice. "The customer said that if you refuse to meet him, he will remain in the store until you agree to appear." A hint of mockery flickered in Yu Jiwan's eyes, "Then let the security guard escort him out. He should not disrupt the business." He Tsaiwei nodded. "All right, I will call security right away." At Jinghang, Jiyu Chengfeng was forcibly removed by security amidst a crowd of onlookers, leaving him utterly humiliated and furious. When had he, a man of privilege, ever endured such disgrace? This Yu Jiwan was simply taking advantage of his affection for her. In a fit of rage, he stormed over to the Yu Corporation headquarters, disregarding his assistant's attempts to stop him, and barged into the president's office. Upon entering, he was hit by a wave of alcohol-laden air, the stench overwhelming. He waved his hand in front of his nose, frowning at the sight before him. The office was a chaotic mess, littered with empty wine bottles. Yu Shuqi sat slumped in a chair, his eyes bloodshot and unshaven. Beside him, Yu Xinxiang was quietly weeping, while Yu Shaozi looked on with deep concern, snatching a half-empty bottle of liquor from Yu Shuqi's grasp. "Brother, stop drinking." Ji Yu Chengfeng stared, dumbfounded, at this disheveled scene. "What the hell, has your brother lost his mind?" Yu Shaozi retorted, "You're the one who's lost it. My brother didn't come home last night, and when Xiang and I came to check on him today, we found him in this state. After asking around, we discovered that it was because of Wan Yang that he was driven to this." Outside the office, other employees caught a whiff of the alcohol and couldn't help but sneak glances inside. Good heavens, was this truly the astute and composed President Yu they knew? How had he devolved into such a drunken mess? Yu Shaozi slammed the office door shut, cutting off the prying eyes outside. Ji Yu Chengfeng was left speechless, looking at Yu Shuqi. "You're acting like you want to die just because Wan Yang blocked you. When Yu Jiwan blocked you, you didn't even flinch." Yu Jiwan, Yu Shuqi mumbled the name, suddenly erupting with rage, his eyes wide with fury. "Don't mention Yu Jiwan to me. That harbinger of doom. That calamity, she was the one who had taken Wan Yang from him. Why hadn't she just disappeared already?" No one understood the significance of Wan Yang to him. It had been his greatest crisis since taking over the Yu Corporation. The company's development was in decline, and the board members, a bunch of antiquated fossils, openly derided him, claiming he was unfit to lead Yu, that he was merely a decorative figure, destined to ruin the company. He had endured sleepless nights, taking sleeping pills in vain, until he finally managed to persuade Wan Yang to collaborate with him. To his astonishment, she had agreed. With Wan Yang's involvement, the Yu Corporation began to flourish once more, and the board members' attitudes shifted, praising him for his capability and leadership, declaring him the best successor for Yu. His triumphs and accolades were all thanks to Wan Yang. With her by his side, he felt secure. He had envisioned them together, building Yu into the foremost brand in the nation, scaling international heights, and achieving greatness. Yet now, Wan Yang had cast him aside, she ignored him and had even blocked him. His faith was crumbling, teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Yu Shaozi hurriedly opened a window to dissipate the alcohol's scent before allowing the person outside to enter. The marketing manager, wearing an anxious expression, entered holding a report. Upon seeing Yu Shuqi's disheveled state, "Now that she has moved to Jinghong, this is detrimental to us. Furthermore, since the news broke about Yu Jiwan severing ties with the Yu family, the public perceives the Yu family as heartless and cruel to their own daughter, which tarnishes the image of Yu Corporation. The stock prices are plummeting, compounding our troubles." Yu Shuqi remained in a daze, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Why Yu Shaozi was at his wits' end. "Understood, the board will make a decision promptly. You may leave now." After the marketing manager exited, Yu Xiangxiang, her face streaked with tears, lamented, "Brother, second brother, it's all my fault. I'm utterly useless and can't help the family at all." Yu Shaozi was too overwhelmed to comfort her. Indeed, she was of no assistance. Why Yu Shuqi stared blankly at his phone, fixated on the chat page with Wan Yang. Ever since he had been blocked, his messages could no longer get through. He anxiously awaited the day Wan Yang would publicly reveal herself. He had to find a way to win her back. He even contemplated pursuing her, hoping she would become his girlfriend. Then, she would never abandon him again. Before long, time flew by, and there were less than 5 days until Wan Yang's public appearance. That morning, after having breakfast, Yu Jiwan decided to return to her high school, the first municipal high school. She had previously volunteered for the autumn sports meeting to earn credits. Unexpectedly, the event had been postponed to October. Upon her arrival at her alma mater, the playground was filled with exuberant students, bustling with energy. Yu Jiwan was responsible for recording the results of the 200-meter race. The competition was set to start in half an hour. She donned her volunteer badge, sat at the table, and took out her phone, intending to snap a picture of the school to send to Xie, as it was also his alma mater. "Jiwan." Suddenly, a handsome and youthful boy approached, beaming with a sunny smile. "You're a volunteer too." I am as well, just over there, recording the high jump results. Yu Jiwen looked up to find it was Lin Qiang, a college classmate from the same major, though they were in different classes, both studying fashion design. Lin Qiang pulled a chair over and sat beside her. By the way, Jiwen, have you signed up for the Jinhua fashion design competition? Yu Jiwen nodded, I have. Lin Qiang grinned, so have I. I know I won't win, but it's a good experience. He glanced at Yu Jiwen, his ears slightly reddening. Jiwen, how about we exchange WeChat, we can discuss the competition together. Yu Jiwen didn't particularly need to discuss anything with anyone, but out of politeness, she didn't want to refuse, so she nodded, sure. Lin Qiang was instantly elated. After they exchanged WeChat contacts, he shyly scratched his head. Jiwen, how about I treat you to lunch later, I heard there's a popular food street nearby. Yu Jiwen's heart skipped a beat. She had been pursued before and sensed something amiss. She placed her hand on the table, intending to subtly reveal her ring to deter Lin Qiang. However, she suddenly realized, where was her ring? What had happened to her wedding ring? Panic surged within her. Had she lost it somewhere? What if Xie Jingmo found out she had misplaced the ring? Would he be angry? Yu Jiwen immediately scooted her chair back, lowering her head to search the ground, hoping it had fallen nearby while she Saturday. Lin Qiang looked on, puzzled. Jiwen, what are you looking for? At that moment, a deep and alluring male voice resonated. She must be looking for this. Lin Qiang looked up in astonishment to see a man with a marriage certificate hanging around his neck standing behind Yu Jiwen. His eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Qiang exclaimed. As Yu Jiwen turned around, her expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Chapter 47, How is Madam still taking advantage of me? As Yu Jiwen gazed at Xie Jingmo, who had draped the marriage certificate around his neck, she felt utterly dismayed. How could he actually hang it around his neck? He had somehow procured a transparent plastic card holder, inserted the marriage certificate, and hung it around his neck, causing the document to dangle prominently on his chest, its bright red cover and the gleaming golden characters spelling out marriage certificate, catching the eye wherever he went. Yu Jiwen could hardly bear to look. What brings you here? And in such a ridiculous get-up, Xie Jingmo, unfazed by his peculiar appearance, raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Madam left her ring at home, so I brought it along for you. The ring. Lin Qiang had been staring in shock at the marriage certificate hanging from the man's neck, utterly bewildered. In all her life, she had never witnessed such a brazen display. Upon hearing the word ring, Lin Qiang finally regained her composure. Was the item Yu Jiwen had been frantically searching for the ring? Wait, what did this man call Yu Jiwen? Xie Jingmo took Yu Jiwen's hand and helped her place the ring back on her ring finger before casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qiang, a slight smile playing on his lips, his tone laced with subtle pressure. And you, my dear classmate, are you a friend of my wife? Upon hearing my wife, Lin Qiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Jiwen is married. When did she start dating? Her immediate reaction was one of disbelief. However, her husband was flaunting their marriage certificate around his neck. Lin Qiang swallowed hard, stammering, why you? Hello, I'm a classmate of Yu Jiwen. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. There was no way she could muster the courage to pursue Yu Jiwen any further. Having uttered her hasty farewell, she quickly made her escape. That man exuded an intimidating aura. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that Yu Jiwen's husband was none other than the renowned Xie Jingmo. But would Xie Jingmo really hang a marriage certificate around his neck? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was Xie Jingmo. How could he engage in such a devilish display of affection? As she watched Lin Qiang flee, Yu Jiwen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had extinguished a budding romance. The playground was teeming with people, and Xie Jingmo's ostentatious display of the marriage certificate was drawing far too much attention, with numerous students casting glances in his direction. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Yu Jiwen reached out to cover the certificate. Could you please take it off quickly? It's so embarrassing. The man chuckled softly, his Adam's apple bobbing. Where are your hands wandering? Why are you touching my chest, in broad daylight? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Yu Jiwen, both flustered and irritated, withdrew her hand. I meant for you to remove the marriage certificate. And why are you here at school? Xie Jingmo glanced at her hand and remarked inexplicably, it's quite soft. Yu Jiwen. Today, Xie Jingmo was not in formal attire but rather wore a loose-fitting white t-shirt that accentuated his tall and slender figure, looking clean and handsome. As the wind swept across the playground, his dark hair danced playfully, and his white t-shirt billowed, giving him the carefree air of a recent high school graduate. Nearby, there were tables and chairs set up for volunteers. He pulled out a chair, guiding Yu Jiwan to sit, then took a seat lazily beside her. My high school teacher saw my posts on social media and couldn't he believe I got married, insisting on seeing my marriage certificate. As a diligent student who respects my teachers, I naturally had to oblige. The corners of Yu Jiwan's mouth twitched slightly. A good student, who was it that got into fights during high school and was both loved and loathed by the teachers? Xie Jingmo stretched out his long legs, casting a sidelong glance at her with a half-smile. What a coincidence! As soon as I arrived, I noticed a boy adding my wife's WeChat and asking her out for a meal. Our Jiwan's admirers remain as numerous as ever. Xie Jingmo leaned closer, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. What do you think of that boy, madam? I hope I haven't interrupted anything between you. Yu Jiwan detected an undercurrent of sarcasm in his tone and, exasperated, punched his arm lightly. What do you mean by what do I think? Stop talking nonsense. I intended to use the ring on my hand to signal to him that I was already married, but alas, the ring went missing. By the way, where did I leave my ring at home? After being struck, Xie Jingmo grasped her hand gently, as if afraid she might hurt herself, and offered a comforting rub on the vanity in the master bedroom. Yu Jiwan recalled that she had taken off the ring while applying hand cream and had forgotten to put it back on afterward. With people bustling about the playground and the 200-meter race about to commence, students would soon be passing by. While Yu Jiwan looked at the marriage certificate hanging around his neck, feeling a headache coming on. How long are you going to wear that? Hurry up and take it off, it's too embarrassing. Xie Jingmo. Embarrassing? He gazed silently at her for a few seconds, his tongue tracing his cheek as he lowered his eyes. I knew it. Jiwan must not like me deep down, finding it beneath her to be married to me. Yu Jiwan was taken aback, quickly shaking her head, realizing she had been too harsh with her words and shouldn't he have said he was embarrassing. I don't dislike you, nor do I think you're beneath me. I truly don't, I was just flustered and spoke without thinking. Xie Jingmo lowered his gaze to the ground, his expression despondent, his voice filled with a sense of brokenness. What slips from the tongue often reflects one's innermost thoughts. You truly think that of me? It's all right, I won't put you in a difficult position. Jiwan needn't concern herself with my emotions, I will manage them myself. Seeing him so understanding and considerate, Yu Jiwan felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She scooted her chair closer to him, almost pressing against him, urgently grasping his hand. I truly spoke without thinking earlier, I genuinely think you're wonderful, really. Xie Jingmo glanced at her holding his hand, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, yet his expression remained sorrowful. Jiwan needn't pretend to comfort me. I truly don't mind. Yu Jiwan, growing increasingly anxious, insisted, I'm not pretending, I truly think you're amazing. Moreover, I've never hidden you away. Whenever I introduce you to others, I truly think you're incredibly wonderful. Xie Jingmo looked up at her. Really? Yu Jiwan, wearing the marriage certificate, nodded vigorously. Really? Then, Jiwan, may I ask you to call me husband? He asked cautiously, his voice low and husky, as if it might shatter at any moment. I haven't heard you say it privately before. Yu Jiwan, ho. Seeing her hesitate, he lowered his gaze in disappointment. If you don't want to, then forget it. I shouldn't impose such expectations on you, husband. Yu Jiwan called out decisively. After all, it wasn't as if she hadn't called him that before, it wasn't a big deal. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingmo paused, lifting his gaze to look at her, his voice barely above a whisper. Then, Jiwan, may I ask for another hug? Seeing him so insecure, Yu Jiwan couldn't bear to refuse. After all, it wasn't as if they hadn't hugged before. Taking a deep breath, she leaned in and wrapped her arms around his slender waist. Xie Jingmo's eyes crinkled with joy as he inhaled the soft, fragrant scent of the girl, burying his forehead comfortably in her neck. Yu Jiwan, concerned that he was still feeling low, gently patted his back in a soothing manner. Can't you have a clearer understanding of yourself? You're incredibly handsome, and your family background is excellent. Why would you think I would dislike you? Xie Jingmo buried his forehead again against her shoulder, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Because Jiwan once said she didn't like me and didn't want to marry me. His dark hair brushed against her delicate neck, sending a tingling sensation through Yu Jiwan's heart, causing it to skip a beat. She bit her lip. That was ages ago. Besides, when I said I didn't like you, I never said I disliked you. To be honest, with your status and position, who would dare to dislike you? After a few seconds of silence, the man lifted his head, his dark, deep-set eyes locking onto hers, a faint smile playing on his lips devoid of emotion. And my parents certainly do. Chapter 48. Listen to my baby. Yu Jiwan was momentarily taken aback. His parents, that this was the first time Xie Jingmo had mentioned anything about his family. How astonishing it was that someone from the Xie family, such a prestigious lineage, could be looked down upon by his own parents. Yu Jiwan furrowed her brow slightly. Why do they disdain you? Xie Jingmo tapped his fingers on his knee, his tone nonchalant. Madam, are you certain you wish to hear? Knowing such a secret means you can never divorce me afterwards. Yu Jiwan replied. Then perhaps you should refrain from telling me. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face as he pinched her cheek. Yu Jiwan, I absolutely must tell you today. Yu Jiwan's eyes, bright and clear, glistened with emotion as she mumbled, her words muffled, stop being so vulgar. She swatted at his hands, urging him to release her. Her skin was delicate and fair, as soft as silk, a sensation too delightful to resist. Xie Jingmo couldn't help but give her cheek another gentle squeeze, his tone languid. Why is your entire body so soft? Yu Jiwan thought it was as if he had touched her all over. She brushed his hand away and rubbed her own cheek. Though her parents were still alive, they treated her poorly. Xie Jingmo's parents had passed away long ago, yet it seemed they hadn't regarded him well during their lifetimes either. In a certain sense, she and Xie Jingmo shared a bond of mutual sympathy. Noticing the marriage certificate around her neck, Xie Jingmo raised his eyebrows in casual amusement. Our Yu Jiwan is truly beautiful. Even with the marriage certificate hanging around her neck, she remained stunning. Yu Jiwan's face darkened, nearly forgetting about the certificate. Don't think that your flattery will make me wear this foolishly all the time. She swiftly removed it to prevent him from hanging it around her neck again, stuffing the certificate into her bag. I'll take it for now and return it to you at home. The man chuckled lightly. You're quite strict, aren't you? Very well, then I shall heed my baby's wishes. Upon hearing my baby, Yu Jiwan felt a flutter in her heart, her earlobes warming. The 200-meter race concluded swiftly, and she successfully completed her volunteer duties. At noon, Yu Jiwan tugged Xie Jingmo towards the school cafeteria. She playfully turned to face him while walking backwards, her eyes sparkling with joy. I adored our school cafeteria back in high school. Looking at her adorable demeanor, Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow. Oh really? Yu Jiwan replied enthusiastically, absolutely. The food was not only delicious, but they would occasionally hand out free yogurt and fruit to the students. During her first year of high school, while living with her foster parents, there was a time in gym class when the girls chatted about their favorite cake flavors. When one girl inquired about her preferences, Yu Jiwan honestly shook her head, saying, I've never had cake. Despite having a scholarship and working part-time jobs, her earnings were partially taken by her foster father for gambling and by her foster mother for her younger brother. Once, when her brother had cake, he secretly offered her a piece. But their mother caught him and snatched it back. She had never experienced the taste of cake, only imagining it must be sweet. Upon hearing her confession, her classmates fell silent, their gazes filled with sympathy, pity, and even mockery. How could you have never had cake? Her family is poor, their circumstances are dire. It's all right, we all have things we haven't tried. Besides, Jiwan excels academically, she is far superior to us. What does it matter if you excel academically when you've never even tasted cake? Yu Jiwan had long understood that others' opinions were inconsequential, yet the sensitivity of adolescence rendered her pride vulnerable. A few glances and words could easily stir that delicate pride, leaving her feeling uncomfortable. Later, perhaps due to fortune, the cafeteria began distributing desserts and fruits for free to all students, including various small cakes. Even after many years, Yu Ji-won vividly recalled her first taste of cake, which was green grape flavored. From that moment on, green grape cake became her favorite flavor, a bright sweetness amidst her gloomy adolescence. The cafeteria would periodically offer complimentary desserts or fruits. Reflecting on those memories, Yu Ji-won clasped her hands behind her back, gazing at Sejong-moor as she walked backwards. When we heard the cafeteria was giving out free desserts, everyone was thrilled, speculating whether a benefactor had donated to the school. Sejong-moor kept an eye on her path, pulling her back just as she was about to step on a pebble. What about you? Were you happy? Yu Ji-won nearly stumbled into his embrace, halting her steps, her eyes narrowing playfully. Of course I was happy, thank you, benefactor. The man smirked, affectionately ruffling her hair, his teasing eye sparkling. Don't celebrate too soon. Consider what you'll have for dinner later. Yu Ji-won responded, how vexatious. In the end, Yu Ji-won selected some dishes that she remembered fondly. The two found a seat amidst the bustling cafeteria filled with students laughing and chatting, evoking a nostalgic feeling of returning to high school. As she gazed at Sejong-moor across the table, she recalled a rumor and blinked her long, curled lashes. I have a question for you. The man raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Yu Ji-won leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Did you have a crush on anyone in high school? Chapter 49. My wife. As her words fell, the air momentarily froze. Sejong-moor gazed at her, his pupils dilating slightly. Why the sudden question? Yu Ji-won lifted her chin and gestured towards a group not far away. I just saw a few boys in basketball uniforms over there, and it reminded me of high school when I watched you play on the court. At this, Sejong-moor raised an intrigued eyebrow. When was that? I can't recall the exact time. Yu Ji-won tilted her head in recollection. I passed by the basketball court one day and saw a crowd gathered. It seemed like you were competing against another class. I stopped to watch for a while. As she spoke, Yu Ji-won's eye sparkled with a glimmering light. I was standing on the periphery, and once, after you scored, you smiled and glanced our way. The young man donned a vibrant red jersey, his black hair dancing in the wind, his lips curled in a smirk, exuding an air of youthful exuberance and confidence. While Yu Ji-won could not recall the specific details of that day, the moment he smiled in their direction was etched vividly in her memory. And then someone next to me cheered, guessing that you must have been looking at a girl you liked. Isn't there a saying that after scoring, the first glance is towards the girl you fancy? Yu Ji-won gestured animatedly, recounting the scene. You have no idea, everyone was turning their heads, trying to spot who your beloved might be. Sejong-moor raised an eyebrow slightly, lazily responding with a no. So that was the occasion he remembered. Caught up in her reminiscence, Yu Ji-won scarcely touched her food, her stark black and white eyes fixed on Sejong-moor. I also looked around, but I didn't find anyone. A blind girl. Yet she recalled that there were no blind students at their school. How could he have had a crush on a blind girl? Realizing what he meant, Yu Ji-won puffed her cheeks in mock annoyance, casting him a glare. You're teasing me again. However, seeing his demeanor, she guessed that he might have genuinely had a crush on someone. It was quite surprising that someone as exceptional as Sejong-moor had experienced a secret infatuation. Perhaps that's how the tender stirrings of adolescence were, so delicate and cautious. While Yu Ji-won picked up her chopsticks and resumed eating, her mind wandering to thought, she found herself distracted, no longer savoring the delicious meal as she had moments ago, and inadvertently picked up a piece of ginger, only realizing it upon tasting it. The spicy flavor made her scrunch her face, and she quickly grabbed a tissue to spit it out. Sejong-moor offered her the drink he had just bought. Is your mouth feeling uncomfortable? Take a sip to ease it. Yu Ji-won bit down on the straw, gulping down a generous mouthful, her fair cheeks slightly puffed as she lifted her raven-like lashes to look at him. After a moment of hesitation, she could not resist asking, do you still have a crush now? Sejong-moor's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his lips curling up. If I said I still had a crush, would you distance yourself from me to avoid suspicion, or would you consider divorcing me? My dear wife need not worry. I am quite the gentleman. The only woman at my side, from beginning to end, is you. Thus, you need not avoid me, nor contemplate any thoughts of divorce in advance. R. Yu Ji-wan cradled her drink, taking another 2 gulps, suddenly realizing how sweet the beverage was. After finishing their meal, the two exited the cafeteria. They strolled around the school, and not far from the school gate, they stumbled upon a bookstore. Yu Ji-wan eagerly pointed it out to him. The owner of this bookstore is exceptionally kind. I used to come here often after school. He even reserved a special seat for me. It was here that I began self-studying fashion design. She did not reside in the school dormitory during high school, opting to commute. After classes, she often avoided going home to face her foster parents, as that household suffocated her, so she would hide in the bookstore, reading and learning design on her own. The bookstore owner, a warm-hearted middle-aged man, noticed her frequent visits and reserved a seat for her. Sometimes, when the owner was busy, she would help him tend the store. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, his demeanor relaxed. I have been here a few times as well and have occasionally seen you. Yu Ji-wan was astonished. Really? What a coincidence. The man's tone was teasing as he replied, Indeed, it is quite the coincidence. Yu Ji-wan, undeterred by this revelation, decided to enter the store. It looked much the same, unchanged, still bustling with students coming and going. The owner was absent, and his son was watching the store. Yu Ji-wan did not invite Xie Jingmo along, preferring to browse for a few design books on her own. Xie Jingmo waited for her at the checkout counter, lazily leaning against the counter while checking his phone. Not long after, the bookstore owner returned and, upon seeing the man at the counter, his face lit up with surprise. A rare guest. What brings you here? When did you arrive? Xie Jingmo turned to see the owner and smiled slightly. Just arrived. Come, have a seat. Let me get you a chair. The owner was effusive, his face crinkled with joy. You used to visit often during your freshman and sophomore years, but ever since that girl graduated high school, you rarely come by anymore. I knew it, you always come back for her. Xie Jingmo chuckled. All right, you carry on with your work, do not mind me. The owner clucked his tongue. How could I not pay attention to you? When his family faced difficulties and the bookstore was on the brink of closure, it was Xie Jingmo who provided financial assistance, enabling the bookstore to continue operating. Truly, he had encountered a benefactor. Initially, he had thought this benefactor loved learning and could not bear to see the sanctity of a knowledge-filled bookstore vanish. However, upon inquiry, he realized he had misjudged. Xie Jingmo hardly bought any books. His intentions were solely for the girl he liked. That girl, Yu Ji-wan, frequently visited the store to read and purchase books, self-studying fashion design. If the bookstore were to close, it would be inconvenient for her to continue her studies, especially since there were no other bookstores nearby. Hence, Xie Jingmo had generously intervened to keep the bookstore afloat, all for that girl named Yu Ji-wan. After Yu Ji-wan browsed the store for a while and picked up a few design books, she emerged to find Xie Jingmo conversing with the owner, her eyes widening in astonishment. You two know each other. The owner, spotting Yu Ji-wan, beamed even more. Ji-wan is here too. Wait a moment. The owner looked between Yu Ji-wan and Xie Jingmo. Did you both come together? Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow slightly, intending to flaunt their marriage certificate hanging from his neck, but Yu Ji-wan had tucked it away. He turned, taking Yu Ji-wan's hand, his charming eyes sparkling with humor as he introduced her languidly. This is my wife. The bookstore owner. My heavens, he truly managed to win her heart. The owner instantly broke into a wide grin. Wonderful, wonderful, congratulations. Yu Ji-wan was utterly bewildered. Why was the owner so overjoyed? She tugged gently at Xie Jingmo's shirt. Do you know the owner? Xie Jingmo glanced at her hand gripping his shirt, a lazy smile gracing his lips. Not well, just seen him a few times. The bookstore owner. Xie Jingmo tilted his chin slightly, pointing to a nearby spot, saying to Yu Ji-wan, isn't that where you often sat? I once saw you there drawing a little rabbit, with long, pink ears. Yu Ji-wan, he remembers even that, she had drawn so many pictures that she herself could not recall them all. After chatting with the owner for a while and reminiscing about their high school days, the two finally took their leave. On the way home, Xie Jingmo drove while Yu Ji-wan sat in the passenger seat. She was somewhat amazed that Sejong Moore had been aware of her drawing rabbits. Wait a minute, rabbits. Yuji Wan's eyes darted around as she took out her phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on Sejong Moore's profile picture. His WeChat avatar was a cute, pink rabbit drawn with a brush. Yuji Wan enlarged the image for a closer look. The more she examined it, the more she felt that this little rabbit resembled the style she had when she first learned to draw. Chapter 50. Baby Yuji Wan's heart suddenly raced, pounding fiercely against her chest. She took a deep breath and cast a furtive glance at the driver, Sejong Moore, before returning her gaze to the screen of her phone. The first time she encountered his little rabbit avatar, she discerned immediately that the artistic style lacked maturity. This immature aesthetic bore a striking resemblance to the chaotic sketches she had produced when she first ventured into drawing. To be frank, during her initial forays into artistry, she had scrawled countless haphazard images on scrap paper, so many that she could scarcely recall them. Were she to attempt recreating the rabbit now, the result would undoubtedly differ from that youthful naivete. Thus, she found herself unable to ascertain whether this little rabbit was indeed her creation. Rationally speaking, how could Sejong Moore possibly use her drawing as his avatar? What was she to him? They were hardly acquainted. Yuji Wan closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. Do not indulge in self-deception. Do not indulge in self-deception in the blink of an eye. Only a day remained until the Jinhur fashion competition, the moment when Wan Yang would publicly reveal herself. That afternoon, Yuji Wan was engrossed in sketching design drafts in her study when her phone suddenly chimed. It was an unfamiliar number. She answered nonchalantly, "Hello. Yuji Wan, it's me," came the haughty and arrogant voice of Yu Shaozer from the receiver. A chill swept through Yuji Wan's gaze as she glanced at her phone screen, confirming it was indeed a strange number. This Yu Shaozer, whom she had blocked, had the audacity to acquire a new phone number. Not granting him a chance to speak, Yuji Wan promptly hung up and blocked this new number as well, wishing to sever all ties with the Yu family. Meanwhile, the enraged Yu Shaozer, having been hung up on, was seething with anger and called back furiously, exclaiming, "She blocked me again." Yu Xiangxiang's eyes flickered slightly. "Sister, you once displayed a pitiful eagerness for familial affection. How could you now cast it aside so thoroughly? Even when the Yu family lowered their stance to reach out to you, you disdainfully ignored them." Yu Shucha's expression turned stern. "We have all lowered ourselves, yet she pays us no heed. Very well, let us see how long she can maintain this defiance. Tomorrow marks Wan Yang's public appearance. We must reclaim her. At that moment, I will make Yuji Wan weep without a place to shed her tears." As Yu Shuchi spoke, he turned to Yu Xiangxiang. "Xiangxiang, please assist me in selecting 2 suitable outfits." He intended to present himself to Wan Yang in the best and most dashing manner, leaving a lasting impression. Following that, he would endeavor to pursue her. Yuji Wan sat at her desk, stretching languidly. The clothing she designed for Sejong Moore was complete, awaiting only fabrication, yet she remained uncertain of his precise measurements. If she were to inquire with Uncle Fu, he would undoubtedly relay her question to Sejong Moore, thus ruining the surprise she intended to orchestrate. After much contemplation, Yuji Wan resolved to measure him herself. Last time, when Sejong Moore gifted her a ring, he claimed to have stealthily taken her fingers' measurements while she slept. Therefore, she could do the same while he was slumbering. What a clever idea. That evening, Yuji Wan feigned engagement in her design work, allowing Sejong Moore to retire for the night. She lingered in the study until the early hours, believing the time was ripe. From her drawer, she retrieved a soft measuring tape. Quietly, she tiptoed into the bedroom. A dim yellow light illuminated the space, casting a soft glow upon the man lying in bed, his eyes closed, breathing shallowly, as if he had indeed succumbed to slumber. Yuji Wan approached and gently nudged him, whispering, "Sejong Moore, I'm here to steal your secret stash." The man showed no sign of response. He must truly be asleep. She playfully pinched his nose and, seeing he remained unresponsive, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Carefully, she lifted his blanket and began measuring his leg length. Goodness, it was exceedingly long. Yuji Wan noted the measurement in her phone's memo, preparing to measure his hip circumference next, or perhaps it would be wiser to start with the waist. She glanced at the sleeping Sejong Moore and stealthily climbed onto their bed. However, his position rendered it challenging to obtain an accurate measurement. After several attempts, frustration mounted as she struggled to achieve precision. Just then, the man unexpectedly turned over, his arm encircling her and drawing her into his embrace, while his long legs pressed against hers. Yu Jiwan's heart raced, her entire being stiffened, rendered motionless as if caught in a vice, afraid to make a sound lest she awaken him. After a few seconds of silence, witnessing no further movement from him, she exhaled quietly, hoping to disengage his arm, yet, the moment she stirred, he tightened his grip around her. A low, husky chuckle filled the air, laced with intimacy. You promised to steal my secret stash, yet here you are measuring my waist, Yu Jiwan gasped, her breath caught in her throat, her eyes widening in surprise. When did you wake up? No, you weren't even asleep. The man suddenly rolled over, pinning her beneath him, his gaze scrutinizing her from above. You still dare to pinch my nose. The position was undeniably suggestive. Yu Jiwan was too flustered to care, retorting, why are you pretending to be asleep? With a languid demeanor, he glanced at the measuring tape in her hand, a lazy smile gracing his lips. How could I know what one is up to if I pretended to sleep? Is this a secret measurement of my waist? Yu Jiwan knew she could not confess. Designing clothing for him was meant to be a delightful surprise, and revealing it would ruin the essence of that surprise. No, it's not for the waist. I was just measuring randomly. Do you expect me to believe that, darling? Jingmo regarded her with a teasing glint in his eye, then suddenly seemed to recall something, his gaze shifting downwards with a meaningful depth. Yu Jiwan, initially oblivious to his implications, felt her heart skip a beat at the peculiar expression on his face. Don't jump to conclusions. She was certainly not measuring that area. Jingmo glanced at the measuring tape she held, his tongue grazing his palate, before reaching out to gently grasp her hand, his fingers delicately teasing her soft palm, his voice a low, sultry whisper. Baby, if you wish to know, there is no need for such measuring tools. Yu Jiwan. Chapter 51. Please, darling, stop tormenting me, will you? Yu Jiwan was on the verge of a breakdown, desperately wanting to withdraw her hand from his grasp, fearing that he might seize the opportunity to touch the most sensitive part of her body. I truly did not intend to measure your, all right, I admit it. I was curious about your waist size. Ever since I held you last time, I found your waist incredibly easy to embrace and wanted to see just how slim it is. Jingmo's enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, his tone tinged with regret. Is that all? Yu Jiwan replied with confusion. What are you regretting? Not wanting to clash directly with him, her small face radiated sincerity, her bright, glistening eyes blinking innocently as she added, yes, precisely. Your waist is exceptionally easy to hold, I meant it as a compliment to your charm. The man loomed over her, raising an eyebrow as he suddenly asked, have you ever heard the saying that people can't resist wanting to bite some? In psychology, it seems to be termed cute aggression. When people see something cute, before she could finish, the man leaned down and gently nibbled her cheek, her eyelashes fluttered, and her pupils widened in shock. Why did you bite me? He couldn't help but nibble again before releasing her, his sensual atoms apple bobbing. My apologies, madam, you are simply too adorable. I couldn't resist. Without exaggeration, Yu Jiwan's face turned crimson in an instant, even her toes curled involuntarily, her entire snowy complexion flushed with a gentle pink. How could he behave like this? In the next moment, the man's long, defined fingers clasped her slender wrist, positioning her hand on his waist, presenting himself as if offering a grand sacrifice. Did you not claim that my waist is delightful to hold? As compensation, I am always available for you, madam. Do you prefer holding me while I am clothed, or would you rather I be unclothed? Though he posed the question, he had already guided her hand beneath his shirt, allowing her soft, pale palm to make direct contact with his waist. The moment her fingertips brushed against his warm skin, Yu Jiwan's fingers trembled violently, the blush that had just dissipated began to rise again. It must be said, his waist was indeed a pleasure to touch. There was not an ounce of excess flesh, the muscle definition was flawless. It was utterly intoxicating. Yu Jiwan gulped, her delicate eyelashes quivering. Suddenly, emboldened by an inexplicable surge of courage, she playfully pinched his waist. Almost simultaneously, the man's body softened and pressed down upon her, his breath warm as he let out a low groan against her ear. His deep, sultry voice sent shivers down her spine. Yu Ji-wan shrank her neck in response, feeling as though her chest had been flattened beneath him, struggling to voice, "Wait, is your waist truly that sensitive? Are you ticklish there?" The man's temples throbbed, and as he spoke, his heated, ambiguous breath brushed against her neck, tinged with an unmistakable frustration. "You truly are oblivious. This is hardly ticklish." Yu Ji-wan replied, "What do you mean by oblivious?" In a fit of irritation, she pinched his waist again, relishing the sound of his muffled groan, an inexplicable allure emanating from him. Just as she contemplated another act of retribution, her hand was firmly captured by a large palm. The man gazed at her, his eyes glistening with a deep red hue, his voice husky and enticing as he implored, "I beg you, darling, please stop tormenting me." Yu Ji-wan's heart raced uncontrollably, suddenly realizing something, her body stiffening, her earlobes flushed like boiled shrimp, her eyelashes fluttering as she averted her gaze. You should get up and keep your distance." His dark, smoldering gaze remained fixed on her, the veins on his pale arms bulging with restraint. After observing her for quite some time, he suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace before rising to head to the bathroom. Yu Ji-wan sat up dazedly on the bed, her hand pressed against her chest, her heart pounding incessantly. Her expression was utterly vacant as she listened to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. Suddenly, it dawned on her, over the past few mornings, she had caught Siejingmore taking cold showers in the bathroom several times. She had thought it was simply due to his robust constitution and aversion to the cold. It was, in fact, about that particular matter in the mornings. Yu Ji-wan covered her face with both hands, her cheeks burning. She flopped onto the bed, burying her face into the pillow in embarrassment. When Siejingmore emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in a refreshing mist, he found Yu Ji-wan resembling a little quail, her face buried in the pillow, leaving only her rosy earlobes visible. He raised an eyebrow slightly, approaching her and gently tugging at her clothing. "What are you doing?" The girl remained utterly still. Siejingmore's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as he bent down, lifting her effortlessly, as though cradling a delicate cat, freeing one hand to gently pinch the nape of her neck. "Aren't you feeling stifled?" She lifted her damp, glistening eyes, her fair forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat from being pressed against the pillow for too long, a faint blush adorning her snow-white face. "I apologize. I shouldn't have treated you that way earlier. I momentarily forgot that you are also a normal man." Siejingmore responded. He chuckled in disbelief. "Yu Ji-wan, how abnormal have I appeared to you in the past?" Yu Ji-wan stammered, "Not abnormal. What I meant was, oh dear, it's just," at a loss for words, she found herself floundering in embarrassment. Just then, her stomach let out a sudden, loud growl. Silence enveloped the room. Siejingmore raised an eyebrow, glancing at her flat stomach. "Are you hungry?" Yu Ji-wan felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head. "Not really." Having been preoccupied with the thought of measuring Siejingmore's dimensions, she had hardly eaten dinner, and now, her stomach was grumbling in protest. The man pinched her cheek, a carefree smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Just wait, I will prepare a little something for our little ancestor." Yu Ji-wan hurriedly protested, "There's no need for such trouble." And what did he mean by a little ancestor? "Cooking for my wife is hardly a hassle," he replied nonchalantly, bending down to open the bedside drawer, retrieving a small black velvet box and placing it in her hands. "Here's a little gift I haven't yet given you." With that, he stood and exited the bedroom, leaving Yu Ji-wan sitting on the bed, blinking in bewilderment. Why was he giving her another gift? She still hadn't presented him with the clothes she had designed for him, and now he had brought her a new present. Yu Ji-wan opened the box to reveal a beautifully crafted bracelet adorned with 2 rare green diamonds shaped like grapes. She held it up to her eyes in delight. It was the grape design she adored, so charming. She slipped it onto her wrist, admiring its cuteness, and dashed downstairs in her slippers. The servants had all returned to their quarters. Siejingmore had not summoned them, opting to prepare a late-night snack himself in the kitchen. Yu Ji-wan ran over eagerly, intending to inquire about the unexpected gift, only to find heart-shaped slices of tomato arranged on the countertop. Her eyes twitched in disbelief. What on earth is this? Chapter 52. She wanted to kiss Siejingmore. It was a heartfelt stir. Siejingmore donned his pink bunny apron, his tone nonchalant and unperturbed. "I followed the recipe." "What sort of recipe instructs one to cut tomatoes into heart shapes?" Yu Jiwan had never encountered such a thing and leaned in to glimpse the recipe on his phone. Well, it appeared the recipe's image indeed depicted tomatoes fashioned into hearts. Soon, 2 bowls of visually appealing and aromatic noodles were presented on the dining table. It smells amazing. The greedy worm in Yu Jiwan's stomach was thoroughly awakened. In less than 10 minutes, 1 bowl was emptied, and she even drank the broth. Slow down, are you full? Xie Jingmo found himself utterly helpless. Even watching her eat evoked a sense of affection. Not just full. I feel as though you've fattened me up. Truly, your culinary skills are extraordinary. Yu Jiwan gave him a thumbs up. Just then, she had poured herself a cup of hot water and placed it nearby. Her hand accidentally brushed against the cup, causing hot water to spill, and the cup was perilously close to tumbling off the table. Instinctively, Yu Jiwan reached out to steady the cup. This habit had been ingrained in her from her foster parents' home. Even if she burned herself, she couldn't let the bowl fall, lest she face reprimand. The scalding water had already splashed out, and Xie Jingmo furrowed his brow, swiftly placing his hand over her hand to shield it, while using his other hand to steady the cup, moving it away to prevent the spilled water from scalding her. Your hand. Yu Jiwan's pupils dilated sharply. The man's hand that had steadied the cup was drenched in boiling water, instantly turning red and swollen, with blisters forming. The hand that had shielded her was also reddened from the splashes. Yu Jiwan immediately stood up, pulling him toward the kitchen, placing his hand under the faucet to rinse it with cool water. I'm so sorry, I'll hurry and take you to the hospital. Guilt welled up within her, and her eyes shimmered with moisture as her brows knitted in remorse. Seeing her like this, Xie Jingmo couldn't help but smirk, his tone still languid. My dear, it's merely a burn. Why do you look as though I'm on the brink of death? Yu Jiwan retorted, you're talking nonsense. She hastily spat out a sound of disapproval. Xie Jingmo took her hand and examined it closely, confirming that she had not been burned. Our beautiful Wanwan's hands, the hands that design, must not be harmed. If a cup breaks, it breaks. It's not as important as your hand, understand? Yu Jiwan's heart trembled intensely, staring at him in a daze, her eyes shimmering with tears. Doesn't it hurt, with such severe burns? Yet you still care about me. Other than the moment he was scalded when he furrowed his brow, he hadn't uttered a single complaint nor blamed her. However, with such serious burns, how could it not hurt? The man's complexion was slightly pale, yet his demeanor remained relaxed and languid, his teasing tone playful. It doesn't hurt all that much, it's just that seeing my dear like this makes me want to take a bite. May I? Yu Jiwan was speechless. Was she a peach for him to nibble on? After rinsing with cool water, Yu Jiwan intended to take him to the hospital, but Xie Jingmo insisted it wasn't necessary. Reluctantly, she retrieved the burn ointment and carefully applied it to his wounds. Let me take off your ring for now, you can wear it again once it heals. Because there were burn marks on his fingers, and one hand had blisters that needed to be protected from infection. After applying the ointment, Yu Jiwan instinctively leaned in, pursing her rosy lips to gently blow on the area. Xie Jingmo's gaze deepened, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. It was truly tantalizing. As she lay in bed, the clock approached 2 in the morning, yet Yu Jiwan had little inclination to sleep. Wanwan. Hearing the man call her name, Yu Jiwan turned to face him, her body rustling slightly. A beam of moonlight filtered through the curtain's gap, bathing the man's flawless visage in its glow, accentuating his striking bone structure and captivating beauty. Why Yu Jiwan immediately glanced at his hand, is it hurting again? I think we should go to the hospital. The man raised an eyebrow. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Don't worry, your husband is not that fragile. Yu Jiwan shot him a glance, recalling how she had removed his ring while applying the ointment. By the way, Yu Jiwan inquired, do the 2 letters MW on the ring represent the initials of our names? Xie Jingmo replied, yes. Yu Jiwan's eyes curved with a smile, resembling a moonlit night blooming flower. What a coincidence, I have an online friend I've known for years whose username is MW, also featuring those 2 letters. The man appeared to be casually conversing, an online friend you've known for several years. Yu Jiwan responded, yes, I've forgotten how we initially followed each other, but we eventually became friends who could chat. He has been secretly in love with a girl for quite some time, and it seems quite difficult for him. As Yu Ji-wan spoke, she noticed Xie Jingmore's thumb gently caressing the back of her hand, causing her to abruptly halt, her heart racing. Why are you moving around? Doesn't your hand hurt? The man chuckled softly, his voice low and playful, with a hint of indulgent affection in his eyes. My dear, I truly am not a porcelain doll. Yu Ji-wan remained silent. Noticing a strand of hair fall out of place, Xie Jingmore raised his hand to tuck it behind her ear. The distance between them subtly narrowed. The man's languid, flirtatious eyes appeared particularly enchanting in the moonlight, imbued with a tender longing that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Yu Ji-wan had noticed this before. Xie Jingmore's eyes were captivating, his nose elegantly defined, and even his thin lips, tinted a delicate rosy hue, were remarkably perfect. Perhaps because he had just drunk water, his lips glistened like jelly, appearing quite delectable. Yu Ji-wan swallowed nervously, feeling suddenly parched. Her curiosity piqued about whether his lips were soft and alluring to kiss. She remembered that last time when her cheek accidentally brushed against his lips. They felt quite soft. Yu Ji-wan's gaze uncontrollably landed on the man's lips, as if bewitched, her heart fluttering, swallowing again. Just as she contemplated leaning in to test the waters, her mind jolted awake, a wave of panic washing over her. What was she doing? How could she entertain such thoughts? In a flurry of panic, her heart raced chaotically. She dared not look at him, hastily turning away. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Xie Jingmore was in the midst of arranging her hair when she abruptly turned away, leaving his hand suspended in midair. The man squinted slightly, casting a glance at his hand frozen in space, his gaze scrutinizing her back with curiosity. After several seconds, he tentatively spoke, "Good night." The girl remained turned away, offering no response. Xie Jingmore's expression darkened. Yu Ji-wan was in a state of confusion, her thoughts in disarray. Had she developed feelings for Xie Jingmore based on his looks? How could she suddenly have the urge to kiss him? With his bracelet still adorning her wrist, Yu Ji-wan anxiously traced the two small green beads on it. Her heart refused to calm. A tumultuous storm brewed within her. This shouldn't be happening. It was far too inappropriate. Yu Ji-wan pondered deeply, realizing she needed to clarify her feelings for Xie Jingmore. Previously, she had thought he was an exceptional person, but what about now? She seemed to have no aversion to his closeness. The Jinhua fashion design competition was tomorrow. Once the event concluded, she must sort out her feelings for Xie Jingmore. The following morning, after getting out of bed, Yu Ji-wan anxiously avoided Xie Jingmore, daring not to meet his gaze. She rushed out without even eating breakfast. First, she made a trip to Jinghong, then headed to the venue of the Jinhua fashion design competition with He Zaiwei. Chapter 53, The Moment of Retribution. 1. The Jinhua fashion design competition stands as the pinnacle of domestic events, orchestrated by the National Fashion Association. The venue is adorned with an air of grandeur, illuminated by dazzling lights that create a mesmerizing atmosphere. A runway stretches before the contestants, allowing them to showcase their designs, while 6 esteemed judges, recognized masters within the industry, prepare to evaluate the participants and determine the champion in real time. Before the competition even commences, throngs of media reporters gather at the venue, not only to capture the spectacle of the fashion contest but, more significantly, to witness the rare public appearance of the elusive genius designer, Wan Yang. In a bid to reclaim Wan Yang, Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaozhe arrive early, while Yu Xiangxiang, participating as a contestant, joins them. Unable to contain their excitement, Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin accompany them, as the Yu family's stake in the fashion industry hinges upon the possibility of bringing Wan Yang back. Once the Yu family enters the venue, sharp-eyed reporters are quick to spot them, swiftly surrounding them with microphones raised. Chairman Yu, Ms. Dao, your biological daughter, Yu Ji-wan, has publicly severed ties with the Yu family. Is it due to the harsh treatment from you as her parents? Is it true that the genuine heiress has been forced to leave home, transferring her household registration, while the false heiress enjoys your favoritism? How do you respond to the claims of favoritism and ingratitude? Yu Xiuqi. Yu Xiangxiang, when Yu Ji-wan first returned to the Yu family, were you afraid her presence would threaten your position, and did you wish she? The public now accuses them of being ungrateful and neglectful towards their own daughter, all stemming from the actions of that ungrateful wretch, Yu Jiwan. Even if they favored Xiangxiang, what of it? Could Yu Jiwan not endure a little? Must she cause such a ruckus that she leaves home, turning the Yu family into a laughingstock? Irritated, Yu Chanda responds, "The severance of ties with Yu Jiwan is a private matter for our family and not suitable for public discussion. Today is a design competition. I ask you all to focus your interviews on the event." Yu Xiuqi, quick on his feet in such a grand setting, chimes in, "Indeed, the great Wan Yang will also make her public appearance today, which we all eagerly anticipate. Furthermore, the Yu family intends to reclaim Wan Yang." At this declaration, the reporters collectively gasp. The Yu family dares to attempt to lure Wan Yang back. It is well known that Wan Yang is currently the chief designer at Jinghong, a brand founded solely by Yu Jiwan. The Yu family's maneuver is evidently a direct challenge to Yu Jiwan. However, given Wan Yang's long-standing partnership with the Yu family, there is a genuine possibility of her returning. As the reporters continue their inquiries, they suddenly spot Yu Jiwan and He Tsaiwei entering the venue. A few astute reporters rush over, directing their microphones towards Yu Jiwan. Ms.Yu Xiuqi just declared his intent to reclaim Wan Yang for the Yu family. What is your perspective on this? Ms. Yu, as Wan Yang is the chief designer for Jinghong, have you met with her privately? Yu Jiwan, despite the circumstances, the Yu family is still your kin, blood ties are unbreakable. Do you truly intend to sever all ties with them? Yu Jiwan remains silent regarding the first two questions, but, at the final inquiry, she gazes at the assembled reporters with a chilling composure, her tone resolute. "Everyone, I have severed ties with the Yu family, and I wish to have no further association with them. As for family, I harbor no connection with such despicable and contemptible individuals. I shall never set foot in the Yu family again in this lifetime." Each word resonates with clarity. In the distance, Yu Chander's face flushes with anger. How dare she label them as despicable and contemptible? This wretched girl dares to utter such words in public, tarnishing the Yu family's reputation. Meanwhile, Dao Shuqin stands beside Yu Jiwan, her expression one of disbelief, tinged with a bewildering sorrow. How could this daughter of hers be so heartless? What wrongs did she commit that led to such a rift between them? The reporters surround Yu Jiwan for a few more questions, but as representatives from the organizing committee approach, they flock to inquire about Wan Yang instead. Once the reporters disperse, Yu Chander, unable to contain his fury, strides toward Yu Jiwan. "Rebellious child, who gave you the right to speak such words in public? Do you have any idea how the outside world is vilifying your mother and me? You have thrown your own parents into the spotlight. What a good daughter you are." He Tsaiwei, observing the scene, casts a worried glance at Yu Jiwan, quickly discerning the harsh reality of her past experiences within the Yu family from Yu Chander's demeanor. Yet, Yu Jiwan shows no sign of retreat, her eyes glinting with derision. "Chairman Yu, are you blind or deaf? Who is your daughter? Spare me the pretense of familial ties. I find even the slightest association with the Yu family distasteful." Yu Chander stammers, his anger rendering him speechless. Yu Shaozer strides over, his brow furrowed with discontent. "Yu Jiwan, is this how you treat your father? Do you possess no semblance of decorum? As your elder brother, it is my duty to discipline you today." With that, Yu Shaozer roughly reaches for Yu Jiwan's collar, intending to drag her away for a reprimand. However, with a resounding slap, Yu Jiwan strikes him across the face. Yu Shaozer stands frozen, stunned, until the fiery sting on his cheek returns him to reality, igniting his fury as he glares at her, bellowing, "Yu Jiwan." Yu Jiwan, her expression unyielding, replies, "What are you to discipline me? Touch me again, and you'll see what happens." The force of her slap reverberates, drawing the attention of onlookers who turn to witness the commotion. Yu Xiuqi approaches, frowning, and pulls Yu Shaozer behind him, casting a cold glare at Yu Jiwan. "Yu Jiwan, continue your defiance. I wonder how long you can maintain this arrogance. Just wait until after today. Let's see if you can still wear that smile." With that, he drags Yu Shaozer away, coaxing Yu Chander along as well. He Tsaiwei, quick-witted, comprehends the situation in an instant. Yu Xiuqi is determined to reclaim Wan Yang. They plan to retaliate against Jinghong. Anxiously, He Zaiwei turns to Yu Jiwan. Boss, is it certain that Wan Yang will continue to work with us? Yu Jiwan offers a reassuring smile. Rest assured, she will. Upon hearing this, He Zaiwei's heart lightens slightly, but then she recalls the forceful slap Yu Jiwan delivered to Yu Shaozer. The sound was so loud it startled even her, let alone Yu Shaozer, whose face had turned into a swollen mess, quite deservedly so. Chapter 54, The Moment of Reckoning. 2. After Yu Xiuqi walked away, he instructed Yu Shenxiang. Shenxiang, you two have registered for the competition. You must strive for an excellent result to bring honor to the Yu family. Yu Shenxiang obediently nodded. I will, dear brother. Yu Shaozer, clutching his swollen face, felt a surge of anger. Shenxiang was truly the good sister, obedient and sensible, unlike that sharp-tongued Yu Jiwan, who had become so acerbic and conspicuous. He was determined to force Yu Jiwan back to the Yu family, reverting her to her former submissive and accommodating self. Soon, the organizers of the Jinhua fashion design competition unveiled the list of all participants on the large screen at the venue. Reporters and spectators immediately flocked to see. After scanning the list, they could not find Wan Yang's name. Where is the great Wan Yang? Weren't we told that Wan Yang was competing? I see, the great Wan Yang must be making a public appearance today, so she is definitely using her real name. One of these contestants must be Wan Yang. Why, who could it be? Let me guess. Since Yu Xiangxiang had also signed up for the contest, the Yu family was keenly observing the participant list. To their surprise, they spotted Yu Jiwan's name. Yu Shaozer paused for a moment, then scoffed disdainfully. This harbinger of misfortune dares to compete, truly lacking in self-awareness. Yu Xiuqi cast a glance and remarked coldly, although she studied fashion design, she has not participated in a single competition over the years. Her first entry is into the fiercely competitive Jinhua award. It is utterly presumptuous. Shenxiang, Yu Jiwan is certainly no match for you. In this competition, you must trample her underfoot and vent your frustrations. Yu Shenxiang nodded. Brother, I will do my best. As the trio conversed, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, as if a sensational event had transpired. However, the crowd quickly dispersed into smaller groups. Yu Xiuqi frowned. Strange, what has happened? Yu Shaozer spotted Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin returning and eagerly inquired, Mom and Dad, while you were in the restroom, did you see what happened over there? Dao Shuqin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I overheard someone mention that it seems Xie Jingmo has arrived. Several leaders from the organizing committee personally welcomed him and escorted him to the VIP lounge. What, Xie Jingmo is here? Yu Shaozer exclaimed, inadvertently aggravating his facial injury, causing him to grimace in pain and curse Yu Jiwan internally once more. Yu Changde pondered for a moment and speculated, Xie Jingmo has never attended a fashion competition before, yet he specifically came today. Could it be for our Xiangxiang? Upon hearing this, Yu Shenxiang's face flushed crimson, her hands fidgeting nervously. Yu Shaozer clapped his hands in excitement. Dad makes a valid point. Shenxiang has only participated in the newcomer competition before. This is her first official contest following that. Xie Jingmo must be here to watch her, to witness this significant moment in her career. Dao Shuqin joyfully embraced Yu Shenxiang, her face aglow with delight. My precious daughter, I've always said that Xie Jingmo has remained distant from women all these years. It must be due to his betrothal to the Yu family. He holds you in his heart. Yu Shenxiang blushed so deeply one could boil an egg on her cheeks, bashfully lowering her head. Mom, please stop saying that. Yu Xiuqi remained silent, his thoughts solely occupied with Wan Yang. At that moment, backstage, each contestant had their own preparation room. Yu Jiwan was organizing her competition attire, having boldly adopted a new style distinct from her previous works. When she showed it to He Zaiwei failed to recognize it as Wan Yang's design, indicating how different it was from her usual style. For her, it was both an innovation and a risk. Boss, the competition is about to commence, He Zaiwei announced as she entered. Yu Jiwan nodded. All right, I understand. He Zaiwei opened her mouth, intending to inquire whether Xie had arrived, having also heard the rumors outside. If Xie were indeed present, Yu Jiwan, being his wife, should be aware, yet, seeing Yu Jiwan's calm demeanor, it appeared she was oblivious to Xia's arrival. Perhaps it was merely gossip. Soon enough, the 25th Jinhua Fashion Design Competition officially commenced. This year's competition imposed no thematic restrictions, allowing contestants to design garments in their most proficient styles, thereby showcasing the designer's true capabilities. The order of appearance for each contestant was determined by a lottery draw, and Yu Shengxiang drew the 13th position. While Yu Xiuqi expressed satisfaction. This order is acceptable. I glanced at the list, and Yu Jiwan drew the 30th slot. Appearing so late is not advantageous, as the judges and audience will be fatigued and less inclined to appreciate ordinary designs. Yu Xiaozi scoffed. Even if she went first, the judges would still overlook her creations. The judges of the Jinhua Award were notoriously stringent. For instance, the first contestant had already participated in the Jinhua Award 3 times and was a renowned designer in the industry. The model showcased his attire, while the judges rated the performance live, with a perfect score being 10 points. Some judges awarded only 7 points, and a few even scored as low as 6. Ultimately, the composite average yielded a score of merely 6. 9. Among the subsequent contestants, several remarkable designs emerged. However, the highest score attained was merely 8. 6, which underscores the judges' stringent standards. It was not until Yu Shengxiang's design graced the stage that the audience was captivated. The model donned a gown reminiscent of a forest fairy, with ethereal green chiffon cascading gracefully, adorned with an abundance of blossoms, evoking a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze, reminiscent of a princess from the Garden of Eden. The audience erupted in admiration. Wow, it is stunning, reminiscent of a princess. I absolutely adore this piece. The designer is Yu Shengxiang. Isn't she the second daughter of the Yu family? It is no surprise she has secured a place in the Yu design department, showcasing considerable talent. The judges present at the scene engaged in a discussion amongst themselves and ultimately awarded commendably high scores, culminating in an impressive average of 9. 4. Yu Xiaozi was instantly filled with excitement. 9. 4. That surpasses the scores of all the previous contestants. Shengxiang, you currently hold the highest score. Yu Xiuqi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, today's judges are particularly stringent. There is no way Yu Jiwan could achieve such a high score. Yu Chander was even more pleased. Truly, my dear daughter, you bring honor to the Yu family, unlike that ungrateful Yu Jiwan. Yu Shengxiang smiled sweetly. Mom and Dad, I will strive even harder. This was a style she had meticulously emulated from Wan Yang. Over the past 2 years, Wan Yang had designed numerous dresses for the Yu family, and the electronic design drafts had also been sent to Yu Xiuqi. She painstakingly replicated those design drafts, adding her own creative flair, ensuring that the audience would not suspect her of plagiarizing Wan Yang, while simultaneously achieving high scores in the competition. Sister, no matter what, you shall never surpass me. Among the subsequent contestants, there are those who have achieved a remarkable score of 9. 2. However, none have managed to surpass Yu Shengxiang. Yu Xiaozi, increasingly smug, proclaimed, I am imbued with exceptional confidence. Perhaps today's champion will be our Shengxiang. A score of 9. 4. The highest mark at present. On stage, the host announced the arrival of the 30th contestant. Hearing this, Yu Xiaozi sneered. Finally, it's Yu Jiwan's turn. With her talent, even scoring an 8 would be a miracle. Yu Chander scoffed. Once Shengxiang triumphs over her, the world will understand our favoritism towards Shengxiang. That wretch cannot possibly compare to her. Yu Xiaozi retorted, she is undoubtedly inferior. She doesn't even measure up to a mere finger of Shengxiang. Just as he scoffed, he was abruptly silenced the next moment, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the model showcasing a breathtaking black evening gown. The dress, with its voluminous hem, was adorned with ancient embroidery depicting a multitude of otherworldly flowers, vividly blood-red and alluring. Upon closer inspection, one could discern skulls, ethereal motifs, and various ancient, enigmatic totems intricately woven amongst the flowers. Yet, rather than evoking horror, it exuded an enchanting, mysterious allure, embodying an exquisite chill and formidable presence. As one's gaze ascended, these totems gradually faded, giving way to scattered diamonds that sparkled like stars against a black night sky, culminating at the bodice where they coalesced into a resplendent galaxy. From the depths of hell to the vastness of the cosmos, it was a metamorphosis, a rebirth. The designer opted not to adorn the model with a necklace or earrings, choosing instead to crown her with a diamond tiara. It was as if she were a queen, traversing the path of the underworld, stepping upon the otherworldly flowers, emerging from the shadows of despair. The once boisterous venue fell into an uncanny silence, as all eyes remained transfixed on the resplendent, enigmatic black gown. How utterly breathtaking! Chapter 55. Continuous slaps to the face. Mr. C arrives. How astonishing! It was unclear who uttered the first exclamation, but the audience and journalists, momentarily rendered speechless by the stunning display, finally regained their composure. It was as if a play button had been pressed, and the entire venue abruptly came to life from its prior silence. Oh my heavens, what an intense visual impact! Such a unique design style. The flower of the other shore, the ethereal realm, darkness, and the starry sky. How remarkable that these elements, when combined, evoke no sense of discord, rather, they emanate a mysterious and eerie aura, commanding presence. I absolutely adore this. I am utterly enamored with this creation. Who designed this? It is breathtakingly stunning. Yu Jiwan? My goodness, this is the work of Yu Jiwan. Wait a moment, isn't Yu Jiwan the owner of Jinghong? She can design clothing as well. Goodness gracious, such hidden depths to create something so astonishing. I had thought this was designed by Warnian. I can't believe it isn't. Master Warnian does not follow this style. Not only were the audience members and journalists in awe, but even the 6 judges seated at the panel were rendered speechless. One judge, in a fit of excitement, accidentally knocked over a water bottle on the table, oblivious to the commotion. The previous moment had seen Yu Changde and Yu Shaozi mocking Yu Jiwan, and now they stood dumbfounded. How could this be possible? This was indeed a creation of Yu Jiwan. Even Yu Shengxiang stared blankly at the stage. Why Yu Shuqi could hardly believe his eyes. Such an astonishing and enigmatic gown was crafted by none other than Yu Jiwan. Her design prowess exceeded his wildest expectations. How had he been oblivious to this talent? After the model's presentation, it was time for the judges to score. Without exchanging a word, the 6 judges focused intently and began to jot down their scores. The big screen displayed the results. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. Astonishingly, every judge awarded a perfect score. The host, overcome with excitement, nearly lost her voice. 10 points. All 10 points. My goodness, this marks the first occurrence of perfect scores in this year's Jinhua Awards. Let us congratulate contestant number 30 for achieving an average score of 10 points, temporarily securing first place. As the results were announced, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. Even those contestants who had already performed could not help but join in the applause. Impressive, just as I had anticipated. I also predicted 10 points. This dark-themed gown is truly remarkable. It deserves every bit of acclaim. Bravo, Yu Jiwan. Their highest score thus far. In an instant, she surpassed the second place, Yu Shengxiang, by a staggering 0.6 points. No way, is she out of her mind? With Yu Jiwan's exceptional design skills, how could the Yu family possibly let her go? That would be an immense loss. Who can fathom the thoughts of the Yu family, to forsake their own daughter? Have they lost their senses? At that moment, Yu Changde, overhearing the discussions around him, wore an expression more repulsive than if he had swallowed a fly. He had originally hoped for Shengxiang to bring glory to the Yu family and to trample Yu Jiwan underfoot. Little did he anticipate that this unfilial daughter would achieve a perfect score, leaving Shengxiang in her shadow. Shengxiang's score of 9.4 is utterly inadequate. Yu Shaozi is on the verge of a breakdown, resolutely refusing to accept the reality. Impossible, this must be a mere imitation of someone else's work. Yu Shuqi glares intently at the stage. How could she possibly imitate such a strikingly unique style? If she were to mimic, the judges and other designers present would undoubtedly recognize it. Moreover, elements like the flower of the other shore and skulls are so unconventional. They must surely be her original conception. Dao Shuqin gazes blankly at the stage. Her own daughter has proven to be so extraordinarily talented that upon turning her head, she caught sight of Yu Shangxiang, whose face was etched with grievance and sorrow. Dao Shuqin immediately embraced her, saying, Shangxiang, dear, it's nothing to fret over. It's merely a score, achieving a commendable 9. 4 is quite impressive. Who knows if Yu Jiwan simply stumbled upon good fortune, like a blind cat finding a dead mouse. Though her words were reassuring, Dao Shuqin's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the design showcased on stage. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I have let down your expectations. Yu Shengxiang's face was a canvas of self-reproach and sadness, yet her eyes glimmered with a venomous intensity. She had always held herself in high regard, believing that aside from her looks, Yu Jiwan was inferior in every aspect. Little did she anticipate that the harsh reality of today would strike her like a slap, awakening her to a profound sense of crisis. She had secretly emulated the design of Wan Yang, only to find herself outshone by that despicable Yu Jiwan. Suddenly, Yu Changde's expression shifted as a thought struck him. Oh dear, if Yu Jiwan is this formidable and also the owner of Jinghong, then that would indeed be like a tiger gaining wings. Alas, Xiangxiang could never compete with that ungrateful child. Yu Shuqi interjected, Father, do not worry, we still have Wan Yang. If we can bring her back, everything will be just fine. Wan Yang is our greatest support. Yu Changde felt reassured, exhaling a sigh of relief. You're right. Whatever conditions Wan Yang proposes, we shall agree to, as long as she is willing to return to the Yu family. Yu Shuqi nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on Yu Jiwan's design on stage. In the past 2 years, when the Yu family faced a crisis, Yu Jiwan had offered her assistance, and he had scoffed at her audacity, not even glancing at her design drafts. Now he found himself regretting that initial dismissal. If only he had taken a moment to look, even just a fleeting glance would have sufficed. The competition continued, yet the audience remained entranced, unable to shake off the stunning impression left by Yu Jiwan. Primarily, the subsequent contestants presented no particularly striking designs, until the final participant, who ultimately reignited the audience's interest, achieving an impressive score of 9. 3. Once all competitors had concluded their presentations, someone noticed something amiss and began to glance around. Something's wrong. Where is Wan Yang? I haven't seen the work of the esteemed Wan Yang. To be honest, I've been focused on each contestant from the very first to the last, and none appeared to resemble Wan Yang. Wait. The contestant who just received a perfect score, Yu Jiwan, could she be Wan Yang? That is impossible. Wan Yang does not possess that style. Then perhaps Wan Yang did not participate in the competition and is merely waiting to make an appearance later. That is a possibility. Oh, why is the host leaving the stage? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, they suddenly saw the host being beckoned off by someone who seemed to be a leader from the organizing committee, who exchanged a few words with the host, whose expression shifted to one of astonished joy. What could be happening? Just as the audience pondered this, the host dashed back onto the stage, excitedly raising the microphone. Dear audience members, all designs from the contestants have now been unveiled. Following an intense live competition and the judges' scoring, the highest score has been awarded to contestant number 30, Miss Yu Jiwan. Let us congratulate Yu Jiwan for becoming the champion of this year's Jinhua competition. Please welcome Yu Jiwan to the stage. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, who wholeheartedly accepted Yu Jiwan's score. The host, barely able to contain their excitement, beamed as if invigorated. There is yet another exhilarating announcement to share with you all. Indeed, we are immensely honored to have invited a distinguished guest to present the award for this year's Jinhua Award champion. What a distinguished award presenter, who could it be? Next, may I invite Mr. Xie Jingmo, president of the Xie Group, to the stage to present the trophy and certificate of honor to Yu Jiwan. Chapter 56, The Revelation. Xie Jingmo, oh my goodness. Like a thunderclap, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. A socialite in the front row, busy retouching her makeup, trembled and inadvertently snapped her lipstick against her lips, exclaiming, Did I hear correctly? Did the host just mention Xie Jingmore? Yes, yes, yes. I heard it too. Oh my. Is it really Mr. Xie? Am I dreaming? Not only the socialites present, but even the esteemed business tycoons who had been invited, along with designers and media representatives, craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the stage. After all, it was Xie Jingmore, let alone the desire to forge connections. Many would consider themselves fortunate merely to have met him once. More importantly, the Jinhua Award had previously extended invitations to Xie Jingmore, all of which he had coldly declined. What had changed this time? The Yu family was equally stunned. Xie Jingmore was here to present the award to the champion. They had thought he was merely there to support Xiangxiang in the competition. At that moment, a tall, commanding figure had already ascended the stage. Yu Jiwan gazed at that silhouette, bewildered, blinking in disbelief. Why was he here? Why hadn't he informed her in advance? The man wore a perfectly tailored black suit, exuding elegance with his tall stature and handsome features, yet his suit was unbuttoned, and he had neglected to wear a tie, with 2 buttons of his white shirt casually undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his collarbone, radiating an air of relaxed charm and allure. Particularly striking were his alluring peach blossom eyes, beckoning one to surrender, emanating an undeniable magnetism that made the hearts of the ladies flutter. However, the powerful aura surrounding him, a palpable sense of authority emanating from his very being, made it clear that even the most captivated souls dared not approach him without invitation. Since Xie Jingmore had entered the public eye, the photographers' cameras were clicking incessantly, the sound reverberating through the air. The audience below was in a frenzy, unable to contain their excitement. Oh my goodness! It really is Mr. Xie, so handsome, so charming, he is so captivating. Let us be honest, I'd love to be with him. Who wouldn't he, but would you dare? Wait, why is Mr. Xie's hand injured? It's wrapped in bandages. Oh, it really is. No wonder he is not wearing a tie. With an injured hand, he is without a woman by his side, and he has never had a girlfriend. I heard he has an unforgettable white moonlight, which is why he has been particularly distant from women. He hasn't even held a woman's hand. At this moment, the hostess had already brought the trophy onto the stage. This was the pinnacle of domestic design competitions, a monumental honor for designers, the significance of which was self-evident. Xie Jingmore picked up the trophy and certificate symbolizing honor, his profound gaze settling on Yu Jiwan as he solemnly handed them to her. Yu Jiwan suddenly felt that having him present the award was quite delightful. She earnestly accepted the trophy and certificate. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the man, with a smile in his eyes and a languorous charm, unexpectedly reached out and embraced her. Yu Jiwan was momentarily taken aback. As Xie Jingmore held her, the corners of his lips curled into a smirk, his voice sultry. Congratulations, Boss Yu. Not my lady, but Boss Yu. In light of her position, the congratulations were fitting for her honor. The first words of congratulations she heard were from him. Her red lips curved slightly, vibrant and animated. You're too kind, Mr. Xie. As soon as Xie Jingmore released her, Yu Jiwan caught a glimpse of his lips, recalling her desire to kiss him from the previous night, causing her heart to flutter, and she immediately averted her gaze. Meanwhile, the audience below, unable to hear their conversation due to the distance, were nonetheless keen observers, witnessing Xie Jingmore embracing Yu Jiwan, which instantly stirred a small commotion. Wait, didn't he say he was distant from women? Why was he embracing her? And he initiated it. He even wrapped his arm around her waist. The socialite seated in the front row had the clearest view and sensed something amiss. Am I going crazy? Why do I feel like Mr. Xie's gaze towards Miss Yu is rather peculiar? His expression as he looks at her is decidedly inappropriate. Indeed, Xie Jingmore has never attended such competitions before. Couldn't he be invited in the past, yet today he suddenly appears as an award presenter, even embracing her. Could it be that he came specifically for Yu Jiwan? How strange. I can't shake the feeling that Mr. Xie and Miss Yu look remarkably well matched on that stage. What is so strange about it? Yu Jiwan is already stunning, and she is the boss of Jinghong, with such impressive design skills. I admire her greatly. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangxiang was fixated on the handsome and distinguished man on stage, her teeth biting her lower lip in frustration. It should have been her. It should have been her standing there, basking in the spotlight alongside him. Yet unexpectedly, Yu Jiwan had emerged. The man who only graced her dreams, her fiancé, was embracing that wretched Yu Jiwan. Yu Shaozi glared indignantly at the stage, exclaiming, were it not for Yu Jiwan, with Xiangxiang's score of 9-4, the championship should rightfully belong to Xiangxiang. Standing on the platform alongside Xie Jingmo should also be Xiangxiang. Yu Xiangxiang, feeling utterly aggrieved, sobbed as she buried her face in Dao Shuqin's embrace, saying, Mother, I concede my inferiority in skill. I am willing to cede the championship to my sister, but my fiancé, Dao Shuqin hurriedly reassured her, my dear daughter, do not weep, the position of Mrs. Xie is undoubtedly yours. There is no possibility of Xie Jingmo being with her. Yu Chander furrowed his brow so tightly it could crush a mosquito, lamenting, this ungrateful child not only snatched away Warnian and opposed the Yu family but also usurped Xiangxiang's championship, truly outrageous. Yu Xiuqi regarded Yu Jiwan on the stage with a gaze devoid of warmth. This harbinger of doom was nothing but a calamity, having taken away his Warnian, causing her to block him, and resulting in substantial losses for the Yu family. Now, she was also seizing Xiangxiang's victory. He reflected that upon her return to the Yu household, he should have mixed more pineapple juice into her drink, allowing her to suffer a fatal allergic reaction. When Warnian finally appeared, he would ensure she returned to him, leaving Jinghong defeated and bankrupt. As thoughts of the beloved Warnian consumed him, his disdainful gaze towards Yu Jiwan intensified. At last, after the awards ceremony concluded, the host invited Yu Jiwan and Xie Jingmo to the VIP seating. The host, brimming with excitement, announced, Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have been eagerly anticipating this moment. Next up is the first public appearance of the illustrious Warnian. The organizers just handed me a card, revealing the true name of teacher Warnian, which I have yet to unveil. The audience and journalists below erupted in anxious anticipation. You truly possess restraint. Hurry and reveal it. If you don't look, show it to me, bring out the illustrious Warnian. Quickly, do not keep us in suspense. Amidst the clamoring voices, Yu Xiuqi anxiously adjusted his collar, determined to present his best self. He was finally about to meet the object of his longing, Warnian. During the Yu family's nadir, amidst his own struggles and reliance on sleeping pills to endure, it was Warnian who had been his support. Warnian was not only the savior of the Yu family, but also his own savior. The host, no longer teasing the audience, took a deep breath and declared, Please settle down. Teacher Warnian is already present at our venue. The spotlight will illuminate the illustrious Warnian in 5 seconds. 5, 4. As the countdown progressed, the spotlight began to sway, causing the audience to turn their heads in eager anticipation to see where it would ultimately rest. 1. With the final count, the swiftly moving spotlight abruptly came to a halt, casting its glow upon a woman. She possessed striking features, her complexion as fair as snow, a visage so captivating it drew all eyes, exuding an ethereal grace, her eyes shimmering like precious gems, appearing almost otherworldly amidst the tumultuous atmosphere of the venue. Yu Xiuqi instinctively held his breath, tension coursing through him as he turned to look. Yet in the next instant, upon recognizing the woman's face, a thunderous shock reverberated in his mind, akin to a heavy blow striking him at the crown. He stood up abruptly, his face draining of color, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, his form swaying unsteadily. Warnian was actually, Chapter 57, weeping for forgiveness. In stark contrast to Yu Shangqi's public display of distress, the other members of the Yu family were rendered utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. No, this cannot be. Why is the spotlight shining on Yu Jiwan? The host immediately opened the card in hand, and upon seeing the true name of the illustrious Wan Yang, their voice trembled with excitement. Now, it is with great honor and solemnity that we invite the esteemed Wan Yang, also known as Miss Yu Jiwan, to the stage to deliver a speech. A profound silence enveloped the venue. Yu Jiwan is the renowned Wan Yang. Goodness, everyone was momentarily stunned into silence, their expressions frozen as they beheld the captivating woman gracefully ascending the stage. As she stood firmly, Yu Jiwan accepted the microphone from the host, her bright eyes sparkling, lips a luscious red, and with a faint smile, she radiated an unparalleled beauty. Hello everyone, I am Wan Yang. Those few words instantly ignited the hearts of the audience, transforming the previously hushed venue into a cacophony of gasps and applause. Meanwhile, the Yu family members were left agape, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, as if struck by lightning. How could this be? The very person they had desperately sought, pleading not to abandon the Yu family, the so-called savior of the Yu clan, was none other than the Yu Ji-won they had so despised and belittled. Their own daughter and sister. How could the heavens play such a cruel joke? Yu Shenxiang fixed her gaze on Yu Ji-won on stage, her previously sweet and gentle expression now twisted with rage, her face contorted in disbelief, utterly unwilling to accept this reality. The woman she had always looked down upon, the one she had deemed unworthy, was the very same Wan Yang who had defeated her in the newcomer competition and claimed first place. How could she accept that the person she scorned was now standing triumphantly above her? Yu Ji-won's design prowess had long surpassed her own by leaps and bounds. All her self-satisfaction, fostered by the Yu family's disdain for Yu Ji-won, now rendered her a mere jester. Yu Shengji stood rigidly, his body taut as a bowstring pulled to its limit, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Yu Ji-won, the very person who, when the Yu family faced a crisis and others mocked him for being unable to support the Yu clan, had unhesitatingly agreed to help him, was his own sister. The one who had sustained him through his darkest hours, when he could barely survive on sleeping pills, was his own sister. The one who had single-handedly revived the Yu family, bringing him boundless pride, was his biological sister. The sister he had scorned and rejected, the one he had subjected to years of cold indifference, knowing full well she was allergic to pineapples yet still tauntingly adding pineapple juice to her drinks, wishing for her untimely demise. Yu Shengji staggered violently, his hand instinctively clutching his chest, as if a dagger had suddenly pierced his heart. The sharp pain rendered him breathless, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. Why is this happening? Meanwhile, within the venue, the socialites and esteemed ladies who adored Wan Yang, as well as the designers who idolized her, continued to erupt in excited exclamations. This is insane. No wonder Yu Ji-won scored full marks. She is Wan Yang. Wan Yang, is that dark-themed gown your new style? Wait, does this mean that the designer who has been crafting garments for the Yu family, elevating them to a national brand, is their true daughter? Goodness! With such accomplished offspring, the Yu family must be over the moon. Oh, wait, Yu Ji-won has severed ties with the Yu family, she is no longer their daughter. TSK, just moments ago, Yu Shengji declared he would bring Wan Yang back to the Yu family and treated Yu Ji-won so rudely. I wager he is regretting it now. Serves him right, to forsake such a stunning and talented true daughter for the sake of that false daughter, purely deserved. As they spoke, curiosity piqued about why Yu Ji-won had not directly assisted the Yu family but instead adopted the identity of Wan Yang. Several media reporters could not resist posing this question. Holding the microphone, Yu Ji-won cast a brief glance towards her family, her gaze distant and devoid of warmth. At that time, the Yu family was in decline, their operations deteriorating. I wanted to alleviate the burdens from my parents and brother, to contribute to the Yu family. However, when I presented my design drafts to Yu Shengji, he deemed my skills insufficient, dismissing me without a glance. Thus, I had no choice but to assist the Yu family under the guise of Wan Yang. Back then, despite Yu Shengji's disdain, she held a flicker of hope in her heart, considering him family, a brother, and unable to bear his sorrow. She yearned to help him and humbly wished to receive even a modicum of familial affection from her parents and brother. Only later did she realize that a stone could never be warmed. The crowd listened, collectively sighing in sympathy, their indignation palpable. Unbelievable, how can one treat their own sister so poorly? This is his biological sister, abandoned as a child, suffering in the hands of her adoptive parents, only to return home and be met with such disdain from her own flesh and blood. Alas, it seems Yu Ji-won initially held hope for the Yu family. Even when rejected and ostracized, she still wished to help under the identity of Wan Yang. What wrong had she ever committed against the Yu family? The Yu family's blatant favoritism is truly astonishing. Neglecting their biological daughter led to her despair, and now she has severed ties. Just moments ago, Yu Shangji was adamant about bringing Wan Yang back. He is truly overestimating himself. At that moment, Upon hearing Yu Jiwan's words, Yu Xiangqi stumbled, his face ashen, utterly drained as he collapsed back into his chair. If only he had not held such prejudices against Yu Jiwan, if he had even the slightest sentiment of familial love for her, would this situation have unfolded as it did? He had been gravely mistaken, egregiously so. In a daze, Yu Xiangqi suddenly recalled the longing in Yu Jiwan's eyes when she was first brought back to the Yu family, her admiration evident as she followed closely behind him, calling him Big Brother. Even during his illness, she had vigilantly kept watch over him for several nights. Every birthday, she had carefully prepared gifts for him. Despite his scorn, she had still aided him under the identity of Wan Yang. Yet he, knowing full well she was allergic to pineapples, he added juice to her drinks, he discarded her birthday gifts into the trash, he had never celebrated her birthday even once. In her presence, he extolled Yu Shengxiang, deliberately insulting and belittling her, declaring that Yu Shengxiang was his true sister. How could he have committed such atrocious acts? She had offered her genuine heart, and he had cast her aside like refuse. Yu Xiangqi's heart felt as though it were being torn asunder, as if a chunk of flesh had been forcibly extracted from his chest, the agony leaving him gasping for breath, his body collapsing to the ground in a state of utter defeat. Xiangqi! Big Brother! Dao Shuqin and Yu Shaozi rushed over to support Yu Xiangqi, attempting to lift him. However, Yu Xiangqi remained on the ground, his gaze bloodshot and vacant, oblivious to the words spoken around him. Xiangqi, what is wrong with you? Please don't scare your mother. Dao Shuqin's eyes brimmed with tears. Mom, Yu Shaozi, shedding his usual arrogance, spoke in a hoarse whisper, it's because of Yu Jiwan. Upon hearing Yu Shaozi's words, Dao Shuqin turned to the stage, her expression clouded with sorrow. The prodigious designer Wan Yang was her own flesh and blood. She had borne her. How could this not fill her with pride? Yet, as Xiangqi, please don't do this. Pull yourself together. Seeing her eldest son in such a despondent state, her eyes reddened once more. Yu Xiangqi, head bowed, one hand clutching his agonizing chest while the other pressed against the ground, his fingers digging into the floor until his nails threatened to split. In a fog, he heard a reporter ask Yu Jiwan whether she would assist the Yu family again in the future. The girl's voice was cold and resolute. No. Never again. Yu Xiangqi's body trembled violently, his fingers pressing into the floor until his nails cracked, crimson blood seeping forth, yet he felt nothing, a single tear silently dropping onto the floor. Until the conclusion of the Jinhua fashion competition, socialites and ladies continued to surround Yu Jiwan, with several young designers even requesting her autograph. Yu Jiwan, bemused, took several minutes to extricate herself, turning towards the backstage. The audience remained, their gazes towards the Yu family laden with complexity and subtle disdain. Yu Chang'e, having long abandoned the opinions of outsiders, reached out to pull Yu Xiangqi up. Xiangqi, your hand is bleeding. Suddenly, Yu Xiangqi forcefully pushed him away, nearly sending Yu Chang'e tumbling to the floor. Before he could express his anger, he saw Yu Xiangqi staggering to his feet, sprinting towards the backstage. Xiangqi, what are you doing? Yu Chang'e called out, his brow furrowing tightly, perhaps due to his weakened state. Yu Xiangqi stumbled a few steps, tripped on the stairs, and fell forward with a loud thud. The once mighty president of the Yu family now lay in a pitiful heap on the ground, stripped of his usual rational composure. In an instant, all eyes were upon him, uncertain of his intentions. Yu Shaozi rushed over, but as he reached for Yu Xiangqi's clothing, he was brushed aside. Big Brother, Yu Xiangqi seemed oblivious to his words, stumbling to his feet, blood dripping from his hands, his eyes bloodshot as he made his way towards the backstage, dazed. Wan, his biological sister was there, his sister was there, as Yu Jiwan returned to the room where she had organized her garments before the competition, she had yet to push open the door when she suddenly heard a hoarse voice calling her. Wan, Yu Jiwan felt a jolt of unfamiliarity, unable to recognize the voice, turning to look, her heart sinking slightly, it was Yu Xiangqi. Wan, Yu Xiangqi appeared disheveled, blood seeping from his nails onto the ground, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, his reddened eyes fixated solely on the girl before him. I was wrong in the past. I should not have. Yu Jiwan furrowed her brow, a hint of derision crossing her face. What is this? Do you think that by saying this, I will be swayed to return to the Yu family and continue designing for them? Yu Shengqi's expression turned frantic, his voice still hoarse and strained, as though scraped against sandpaper. That's not what I meant. He stammered, struggling to articulate the heart-wrenching pain within his chest and the gnawing remorse that consumed him. Yu Shengqi closed his eyes, his lashes trembling uncontrollably, moisture pooling in his gaze. Wan, you are my biological sister. You have endured so much suffering since childhood, finally returned home, yet I failed to fulfill my duty as a brother, biological sister. Yu Jiwan interrupted, her expression impassive. From the moment I severed ties with the Yu family, you are no longer my brother. Yu Shengqi's face paled once more, his lips trembling in trepidation. Yu Jiwan regarded him, her exquisite and radiant face devoid of emotion. Do you think that now, by simply acknowledging your mistakes, I will joyfully forgive you, erase the past, and pretend nothing ever happened, resuming our sibling bond without any reservations? Yu Shengqi's pupils constricted as he stepped forward eagerly, yearning to reach out to her, but Yu Jiwan recoiled, averting him with disdain. His outstretched hand suddenly froze mid-air, and in that moment, his heart felt as though it were being crushed, the pain choking him. It dawned on him how deeply she must have suffered when they had scorned her. Chapter 58. My wife is remarkable. When He Zaiwei arrived, she beheld a disheveled Yu Xiuqi, who was attempting to reach for Yu Jiwan. Boss. He Zaiwei's expression tightened, and she rushed over, wondering if Yu Xiuqi still intended to act aggressively. Yu Jiwan cast a detached glance at Yu Xiuqi and instructed He Zaiwei, call security to have him removed. With that, she pushed the door and entered the lounge. While Yu Xiuqi watched the girl's indifferent figure as she turned her back, his eyes stinging with pain, tears welling up uncontrollably. He Zaiwei was remarkably efficient in her task, swiftly summoning security to escort Yu Xiuqi away. As Yu Jiwan tidied up her belongings and prepared to leave, Xie Jingmo approached, carrying what appeared to be a lunch. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Did you not eat anything this morning before coming? Are you hungry?" Yu Jiwan found herself unable to confront him with composure, her eyelids fluttering. "I'm not hungry. I have matters to attend to and must return to Jinghang first. I must take my leave." She needed to reflect carefully on why she had suddenly felt the urge to kiss Xie Jingmo last night. Such an impulse was simply, she had to clarify what her feelings for him truly were. However, if she allowed Xie Jingmo to remain by her side, she was certain he would influence her. Thus, Yu Jiwan decided to go to Jinghang and contemplate in solitude. "I'm off now." As she hastily departed, the man narrowed his alluring eyes dangerously. Why had she been avoiding him since last night? "Brother." At that moment, Xie Yunju and Xie Yuntang, the excited siblings, rushed over. "Where's sister-in-law?" So it turns out sister-in-law is the renowned Wan Yang. Given Xie Yuntang's fervent admiration for Wan Yang, she had eagerly planned to attend the Jinhua fashion design competition upon learning of Wan Yang's public appearance. Unfortunately, disaster struck when a male idol with 80 million fans from her company encountered a scandal late last night, leading to multiple trending topics on social media. Xie Yuntang promptly convened the public relations department, scrambling to manage the situation, and enlisted Xie Yunju to assist. Thankfully, the male idol had maintained a relatively clean image, and by noon, the rumors were finally clarified and quelled. Once they had resolved the company's issues, the siblings hurried over only to find their brother without a sight of sister-in-law. Xie Jingmo lazily glanced at them. "She has gone back to Jinghang." Xie Yuntang exclaimed, "I'll go find sister-in-law right away." "Xie Ju, are you coming?" Xie Yunju pondered for a moment and replied, "You go ahead. I have some matters to discuss with our brother." Xie Yuntang retorted, "What matters? Never mind, I'm in a hurry to see sister-in-law. I'll talk to you later." With that, she dashed off. Xie Yunju leaned closer to his brother, a puzzled expression on his face. "Strange, brother, given such a wonderful opportunity today, why did you not take the chance to publicly announce your marriage to sister-in-law?" Xie Jingmo's brow arched ever so slightly. This is her moment. Why would I seek to overshadow it? This was Wan Yang's stage, Yu Jiwan's arena, not simply a platform for Mrs. Xie. Why would he divert attention from her with their marital status? Xie Jingmore nonchalantly pulled out his phone. The news of Yu Jiwan as Wan Yang had already become a trending topic online. Look, many are praising her talent, how splendid. While the Yu family belittled and suppressed her, he was determined to elevate her to glorious heights. Xie Yinju listened, half understanding, scratching his head in confusion, and then turned to find his brother gazing at the praises from netizens regarding Yu Jiwan, his expression one of infatuation, as if to declare, "My wife is simply remarkable." At the Jinghong main store, Ji Yu Chengfeng chose not to attend the Jinhua fashion competition in person. Upon seeing the news online revealing that Yu Jiwan was indeed Wan Yang, he could hardly contain his astonishment and rushed over, his heart pounding as he beheld the girl in the store. Truly, she was his woman, exceptionally formidable. Chapter 59. Whom did Yu Jiwan marry? Yu Jiwan was busily engaged in her shop. Following the revelation of her identity as Wan Yang, pre-orders had significantly increased. It was not until He Zaiwei gently reminded her to glance towards the entrance that she noticed Ji Yu Qingfeng's arrival. Instantly, her expression became one of indifference. The swift change in her demeanor struck Ji Yu Chengfeng, leaving him feeling thwarted. He had never before encountered such disdain from a woman. His anger simmered beneath the surface as he hesitantly remarked, "What is this attitude? Do you treat every customer this way when I step into your shop?" Yu Jiwan, uninterested in engaging in banter, replied flatly, "Jinghong does not welcome you." Ji Yu Qingfeng's temper flared. "Are you really going to chase me away? I know you are Wan Yang, I came especially to see you." His voice was raised, drawing the attention of other patrons in the shop. Yu Jiwan's brows furrowed slightly in irritation. "Do I need your presence?" With each retort, Ji Yu Chengfeng felt his frustration escalate, veins throbbing at his temples. This ungrateful woman evoked a tumult of emotions within him, love and resentment intertwined, yet, at this moment, he couldn't bring himself to reprimand her. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his noble temper to speak. "Yu Jiwan, I was your first love, pursuing you for 3 months and dating for 3 weeks. I refuse to believe that after all this time, you have not felt the slightest flicker of affection for me." At his words, Yu Jiwan's demeanor remained unchanged, her expression as placid as before as she appraised him coolly. "Oh, truly not." Ji Yu Chengfeng was taken aback. "What?" His frustration boiled over. "You're just being insincere." Yu Jiwan's brows finally knitted together, as if she had been insulted. Before she could respond, Ji Yu Chengfeng suddenly recalled something, softening his tone, albeit awkwardly. I understand you have never been in a relationship before and may be oblivious to your feelings. So, how about this? I will pursue you anew and engage in a serious courtship." Yu Jiwan's expression tightened further. "You wish to court me?" Ji Yu Chengfeng, somewhat smug, let out a haughty sound. "What do you think? Hearing that I want to pursue you, are you not filled with joy and a touch of shyness?" Yu Jiwan realized that one could indeed smile in moments of speechlessness, joy, shyness. Perhaps if Xie Jingmore were to pursue her, she might genuinely feel elated. But Ji Yu Chengfeng, wait, why did she think of Xie Jingmore? Realizing her own disquiet, she shot Ji Yu Chengfeng an irritated glare. "I have already informed you that I am married, kindly refrain from bothering me." Caught in his own revelry, Ji Yu Chengfeng froze at the mention of marriage, his gaze drawn to the ring adorning her ring finger. A sudden realization struck him, causing his heart to stutter. This ring. When Yu Jiwan had previously mentioned her marriage, he had dismissed it, convinced she was merely jealous of his close female friend and had donned the ring to provoke him. Yet, he later learned that she had been coerced into dating him, devoid of genuine affection. Thus, her wearing the ring was not a ploy to incite jealousy, it was indeed. Ji Yu Qingfeng's mind reeled, a wave of dizziness washing over him as he struggled to articulate, You are truly married." Yu Jiwan replied succinctly, "Indeed, I am married." In that instant, it felt as though all the blood in Ji Yu Qingfeng's body surged to his head, leaving him lightheaded and unable to discern her features. His legs weakened, and through gritted teeth, he stammered, "No, I refuse to believe it." In a panic, he stumbled away, almost as if fleeing. Yu Jiwan blinked in confusion. Is this young master performing in a drama? Yu Shaozi drove to find Yu Jiwan. Before reaching the Jinghong store, he spotted Ji Yu Chengfeng wandering aimlessly along the roadside, oblivious to the world around him. even as he bumped into others, earning scoldings from an elderly man. Yu Shaozi immediately parked and stepped out of the car. Jiyu Chengfeng, what madness has possessed you? Jiyu Chengfeng seemed not to hear, lost in his own thoughts, teetering dangerously close to the road where cars sped by. Yu Shaozi, alarmed, seized him by the arm. Are you insane? There are vehicles, do you wish to perish? Finally, Jiyu Chengfeng halted, recognizing Yu Shaozi. His temples throbbed painfully, his complexion drained of color. She is married, she truly is married. He had intended to pursue her earnestly, to build a future together, yet she had wed another. How could she marry another man? Yu Shaozi, bewildered, inquired, who is married? Jiyu Chengfeng pressed his hand against his aching temples, a metallic taste of rust flooding his throat. Yu Jiwan, she told me she is married. Yu Shaozi's eyes widened in shock. How is that possible? Jiyu Chengfeng's lips twisted into a bitter smile, caught between laughter and tears, his mouth dry as if he had swallowed gall. The day she broke up with me, she married another man. He had naively believed that eventually, Yu Jiwan would return to him. Yu Shaozi, perplexed, processed the information. That day marked her severance from the Yu family. She had so suddenly wed. Yu Shaozi grasped Jiyu Chengfeng's shoulders tightly, urgently asking, whom did Jiwan marry? Jiyu Chengfeng met his gaze. Jiwan. You refer to her as Jiwan. When had he ever addressed his younger sister with such tenderness? Hadn't he always called her a troublesome brat? Yu Shaozi's face flushed with embarrassment. You are aware that Jiwan is Wan Yang, correct? The sister he had once scorned had turned out to be the savior of the Yu family. The Yu family had risen to prominence in the country, allowing him to enjoy a comfortable life as the second son of the Yu family, all thanks to Wan Yang. Jiyu Chengfeng regarded him with a sudden, sardonic smile. If Yu Jiwan were not Wan Yang, would you still treat her with such kindness? Yu Shaozi was taken aback, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He had come to speak with Yu Jiwan, to inform her that their parents had agreed to embrace her as family and would treat her well moving forward, urging her not to hold grudges and to return home. Yet, inexplicably, Yu Shaozi felt a surge of uncertainty within him, hesitating to approach Yu Jiwan. Irritated, Yu Shaozi gritted his teeth, disregarding Jiyu Chengfeng entirely, and drove home. In the living room, Yu Shuqi's hand had been bandaged. Yu Chander occupied the head of the household position, with Dao Shuqin and Yu Xiangxiang also present. Shaozi, how did it go? Did you speak with that girl? Yu Chander inquired eagerly. Father, I did not go. Why did you not go? Yu Chander frowned, urgency in his tone. Jiwan is the renowned Wan Yang. Her presence brings honor to the Yu family and enhances our reputation. She can contribute to Yu's designs. Inviting her back is beneficial in every aspect. Do you understand? At that moment, Yu Shuqi's gaze turned icy. Father, are you merely concerned with face and profit in wanting Jiwan to return? Yu Chander replied, Shuqi, please do not rush to judgment. How about this? I will personally invite that girl back, putting the past behind us. She need not harbor grudges, and we can live as a family. Surely that would suffice. Chapter 60. Infatuated with Yu Shuqi rose from the sofa, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Nitpicking, is one still not enough of a nitpicker for you? Father, do you still fail to recognize your own mistakes? Yu Chander, chastised by his son's words, felt a flush of shame wash over him. Then what do you propose? As a father, I personally humbled myself to invite that girl back. What more does she desire? Yu Shuqi, seething with indignation, retorted with a cold laugh. You are merely concerned about the family's reputation and the company's interests, wishing for Wanyan to continue designing for the Yu family. Have you ever regarded Wanwan as your own daughter? I only know that Wanwan is my biological sister. We have wronged her far too much. We ought to make amends. I will strive to earn Wanwan's forgiveness and do not wish for her to sacrifice anything further for the Yu family. Moreover, the betrothal with the Xie family rightfully belongs to Wanwan. As his words settled in, Yu Shengxiang's back stiffened, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes. In the past, her elder brother had always agreed to let her fulfill the engagement. Why was he now so biased towards Yu Jiwan? Did she hold a more significant place in his heart than she did? A surge of resentment and envy clenched Yu Xiangxiang's fists. That wretched Yu Jiwan was even usurping her brother's affection. At that moment, Dao Shuqin interjected hastily, Xiuqi, I understand your desire to reconcile with Jiwan, and I too wish to mend our relationship with her. However, Xiangxiang has done nothing wrong. This engagement belongs to Xiangxiang. How can it be transferred to Jiwan? Yu Shuqi maintained a stoic expression. Mother, you are mistaken. This engagement has always belonged to Jiwan and has no connection to Yu Xiangxiang. When Jiwan first returned to the Yu family, out of compassion, she agreed to allow Xiangxiang to remain here and continue as the second young lady of the Yu family. That was already a great kindness. Now, does she even wish to claim Jiwan's engagement? Dao Shuqin, at a loss for words, felt torn. She wished to reconcile with her biological daughter but loved Xiangxiang dearly as well. If a choice had to be made, perhaps Jiwan could endure this last bit of injustice. Yu Changde spoke sternly, enough of this quarrel. The engagement still belongs to Xiangxiang. She is far more suited to the position of Xie family's young mistress. Yu Xiuqi's gaze turned cold. I disagree. As far as the affairs of the Yu family are concerned, I have the final say. Yu Changde, incensed, slammed his hand on the table. Oh, so you intend to defy your father for that girl? Father, elder brother, Yu Shaozi suddenly spoke up, weary as he rubbed his forehead. Please cease your bickering. Jiwan is already married. What? A shock coursed through Yu Shuqi. When did she get married? To whom? Yu Shaozi shook his head. I have yet to inquire about her husband, but I know she wed on the day she severed ties with our family. Yu Shuqi's brow furrowed in distress. How could she marry so hastily? Who had she found to marry? Would that man treat her well? Would he mistreat her? She had no family to support her. What would she do if she faced hardship? In contrast to Yu Shuqi's worries, Dao Shuqin and Yu Changde both exhaled in relief. Dao Shuqin, her heart aching, embraced Yu Xiangxiang. Well, Xiuqi, since that girl is already married, even if I wished for her to fulfill the engagement with Jingmo, it is no longer possible. Now, it is only fitting for Xiangxiang to wed Jingmo. Hiding within Dao Shuqin's embrace, Yu Xiangxiang could not suppress a gleam of triumph in her eyes. Sister, you truly know how to assist me. Since you no longer know whom you have married, then Xie Jingmo is entirely mine. The mere thought of Xie Jingmo, of marrying him and becoming his woman, caused Yu Xiangxiang's cheeks to flush with shyness as she bit her lip. She could finally rest easy, eagerly awaiting her role as his bride. Yu Shuqi's brows remained tightly knit, showing no signs of relaxation. No, he must inquire with Jiwan about the man she had wed. He needed to know if that man was trustworthy. At the Jinghong headquarters, when Xie Yuntang arrived, she carried an abundance of food. Sister-in-law, on my way here, my brother specifically texted me, saying you skipped breakfast to attend the design competition. He asked me to bring you something to eat and even mentioned some of your favorite dishes. He particularly reminded me that you are allergic to pineapples, so I shouldn't buy pineapple juice or any dishes containing pineapple. TSK, my brother truly dotes on you. Yu Jiwan felt a warmth spread to her ears. What did it mean to be doted on? The truth was, she had refrained from dining with him that morning, feeling too shy to face him, and had rushed out. She never expected him to remember, worrying she might go hungry. Yu Jiwan assisted Xie Yuntang in carrying the food to the lounge. Xie Yuntang, brimming with excitement, embraced and playfully nudged Yu Jiwan, almost kissing her cheek. However, she dared not, knowing her brother's possessiveness and jealousy. Truly, I am simply ecstatic. This is the living embodiment of Warnian. My brother has truly excellent taste. Yu Jiwan replied, what does this have to do with your brother? Xie Yuntang giggled, my brother's good taste is what allows him to marry you. Otherwise, how could I have such a wonderful sister-in-law? Yu Jiwan was left speechless. As they sat down to eat, Yu Jiwan's thoughts lingered on Xie Jingmo, rendering her food tasteless. Glancing at Xie Yuntang, she suddenly had an idea and casually inquired, Yuntang, have you ever been in love? Xie Yuntang shrugged nonchalantly, why would I bother with that nonsense? Yu Jiwan pressed on. Xie Yuntang pouted, sister-in-law, you don't understand. The men around me are all trying to curry favor, flattering me daily. It's utterly boring. I might as well bicker with Xie Xiaoju. Then Yu Jiwan's eyes shimmered with curiosity, her fair skin glowing with a translucent hue. Have you ever had someone you liked before? Xie Yuntang, unperturbed, smiled brightly. I have, he. Yu Jiwan leaned closer, akin to a student encountering a wise mentor, her eyes sparkling with earnest curiosity. Did you end up together? What does it feel like to like someone? Xie Yuntang did not respond to whether they were together but set down her chopsticks, stroking her chin. When you like someone, you often think of them, desire to see them, and feel joy upon their arrival. Of course, your emotions can easily be swayed by them. You can feel exuberantly happy because of them, yet also sulk or feel jealous over trivial matters, and when you are with them, your heart might flutter, yearning for closeness, even wishing for physical contact. Yu Jiwan listened in admiration, eager to jot down these insights. Yuntang, you know so much. Then, if you wish to kiss someone, does that mean you like them? Chapter 61, Xie Charcher, Online Green Tea. Xie Yuntang was taken aback by the words, sister-in-law, whom do you wish to kiss? Yu Jiwan nearly spewed her drink, astonished that such a conclusion had been drawn about her. It's not me. Who would I want to kiss? I was merely asking. Xie Yuntang, clearly unconvinced, playfully winked at her. Then sister-in-law, is it that you have a friend who had a whirlwind marriage, and suddenly, this friend wishes to kiss her husband? You might as well have asked for my ID. Yu Jiwan adamantly denied it. No, I just watched an idol drama yesterday where a young girl suddenly wanted to kiss her childhood sweetheart, and it made me wonder if she liked him. To her surprise, Xie Yuntang seemed to believe her. A sweet romance drama, is it? If you want to kiss someone, it's undoubtedly affection. Just think about it. Would you desire to kiss someone you detest? Yu Jiwan shook her head immediately. If it were someone she disliked, she wouldn't even want to see them, let alone kiss them. Xie Yuntang shrugged. Of course, though it could also be lust at first sight, but that depends on your personality. For instance, sister-in-law, with your character, it doesn't seem like you would act on impulse like that. You've never suddenly felt the urge to kiss someone, have you? If that were the case, her brother would surely be consumed with jealousy. Sinking into despair, Yu Jiwan thought for a moment and shook her head. No, not really. She had never felt that way about any man, except for Xie Jingmore. Yet, they had only been married for a little over a month. There was a boy who had pursued her for half a year, and she had felt nothing. But then again, considering how handsome and devoted Xie Jingmore was, living together and sharing the same bed, it wouldn't be surprising if she found herself attracted to him. Her heart began to race, fluttering like a startled fawn. She absent-mindedly touched the small green grape charm on the bracelet Xie Jingmore had gifted her. Oh no, she truly had feelings for Xie Jingmore. After lunch, Xie Yuntang left for her company. While Yu Jiwan remained in the lounge, cradling her flushed cheeks. When she glanced in the mirror, she caught sight of herself smiling foolishly, akin to a simpleton from a wealthy family, prompting her to quickly pat her face. No more silly grinning. Yu Jiwan rested her chin on her hands. If she felt a spark for Xie Jingmore, what about him? His marriage to her was out of obligation, a fulfillment of the family pact. However, Xie Jingmore treated her quite well, showing care and consideration. Surely he didn't despise her. While she pondered, a notification popped up on her phone. Sad smiley MW posted a Weibo half an hour ago. Curiously, she clicked it open. MW shared a photo that took her by surprise. It was a picture of her and Xie Jingmore, captured during the Jinhua fashion competition, where Xie Jingmore awarded her a prize. The photo depicted them embracing. It must have been taken by a reporter. Why did MW post this on his Weibo? As she scrolled through the comments, her astonishment grew. One user commented, sad smiley, President Xie and Goddess Wanyan's embrace. He holding her waist, holding her waist. Sister, don't you think President Xie and Wanyan are a perfect match? MW replied, indeed. Then, another user shared a subsequent photo of them returning to the audience seats, sitting together after the awards ceremony. The picture was somewhat dim, but it captured a delightful atmosphere, likely taken by a nearby audience member. The user was ecstatic. Sad smiley, sister, look at this candid shot. President Xie has been raising his eyebrows at Wanyan. What could he have been thinking at that moment? MW replied, sad smiley. Wanyan glared at me. She only glares at me. which means she has feelings for me. The user responded. Sister, you might be a little too love-struck, that Sjejingmore we're talking about, how could he possibly think that? Yu Jiwan was left utterly bewildered. Sister, what kind of sister is MW? He is a man. Moreover, she had glared at Sjejingmore because he had leaned in and whispered teasingly, Madam, your waist is so slim. She had instinctively shot him a glare. How could Sjejingmore possibly interpret it as Warnian glared at me? She has feelings for me. Her lips twitched as she used a small account name to comment on MW's post. Sad smiley, he wouldn't he think that? MW quickly responded, sad smiley, why wouldn't he? Yu Jiwan was momentarily at a loss for words. Because I am Yu Jiwan herself, the man in the photo is my husband. How could I not know him? But those words were difficult to articulate. In the end, she chose not to reply. In the Blue Creek garden, in the living room, Uncle Fu approached with ointment, observing the burn on the man's hand. Sir, it's time to apply some medication. This ointment is meant to be applied thrice daily. Sjejingmore glanced at his silent phone, his tone indifferent. I know. Just leave it. Why has he been avoiding me since last night? Uncle Fu was worried sick. Sir, allow me to apply it for you. I have years of experience in applying medication, and I assure you it will heal swiftly. Sjejingmore shot him a glance, suddenly recalling something, instructing Uncle Fu to fetch the dessert prepared by the chef. There was a green grape yogurt mousse cake and a 2-layer grape pudding. Sjejingmore opened his camera, pointing it at the grape cake, and strategically placed his burnt hand beside it, as if it were an accidental inclusion in the frame. After taking the photo, he opened Yu Jiwan's WeChat and sent her the picture. Madam, I brought you the green grape cake you like. Upon receiving the photo from the man, Yu Jiwan opened it and was immediately drawn to the cake in the center of the image. The second thing she noticed was his injured hand, causing her brow to furrow in concern. Why, Yu Jiwan, sad smiley, have you applied the ointment? It looks quite severe. After what felt like an eternity, he finally replied, as if the pain had hindered his ability to type. With you not here, who will apply it for me? The pity and helplessness were palpable through the screen. Yu Jiwan, sad smiley, let Uncle Fu do it. Sjejingmore, sad smiley, he is farsighted and can't see well. He poked me while applying the ointment earlier. Yu Jiwan felt a surge of urgency. Why was Uncle Fu so careless? She quickly typed, sad smiley, wait there, I'll be home soon. He responded, sad smiley, it's just a minor injury, it's nothing, really. Even if it hurts, I can endure it. You must be busy outside, Warnian. Don't he let me delay your time? In that moment, Yu Jiwan felt her heart warm. How could he be so considerate at a time like this? Moreover, his slow typing was clearly due to the pain, yet he insisted it didn't he hurt. Yu Jiwan, sad smiley, what time am I delaying? I've finished my work, I'll be home right away. Sjejingmore, sad smiley, all right, I'll wait for Warnian to return, obedient. JPG, he added a cute emoji at the end. Yu Jiwan felt her heart flutter again. He was so thoughtful it was almost heart-wrenching. Chapter 62, the first step in pursuing Sjejingmore. Yu Jiwan's heart raced with urgency as she grabbed her bag and headed for the door. Just as she swung open the lounge door, she spotted He Tsaiwei standing outside, hand raised as if to knock, seemingly with something important to discuss. What is it? Yu Jiwan inquired. Boss, someone is looking for you, He Tsaiwei replied, stepping aside to make way. They say it's your teacher. Her teacher. Yu Jiwan looked up to find it was none other than Teacher Liang Yulan. Teacher Liang, what brings you here? Yu Jiwan exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as she hurried over. In the past, during competitions where she participated under the alias of Wan Yang, it was Teacher Liang who had stepped onto the stage to accept awards on her behalf, earning her deep respect. Dressed in an aura of scholarly elegance, Teacher Liang's demeanor was gracious and warm. Jiwan, I'll get straight to the point. I have a nephew whose parents are both doctors, hoping he would follow in their footsteps. However, he has no interest in medicine and is instead passionate about fashion design. Today, I've brought him along so he can learn from you, Teacher Liang explained, pulling the young man from behind her. Lu Zun, come here. Yu Jiwan scrutinized the young man before her. He stood tall, appearing to be in his 20s, with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, his flamboyant silver hair catching the light, complemented by silver earrings. He had an attractive face, exuding a carefree aura that seemed ill-suited for a medical career. Teacher Liang sighed in resignation at his silver locks and remarked, "Ziwan, don't feel the need to treat this young man with formality. Consider him as an assistant. You can assign him any menial tasks, and let him learn from you." Then she turned to Lu Zun. "I've long admired your reputation." Teacher Liang chuckled, "As long as you understand, Jiwan, I would greatly appreciate your guidance." Yu Jiwan, of course, could not refuse, especially considering how much Teacher Liang had assisted her in the past. "Teacher Liang, it's no trouble at all. Just let Lu Zun stay here, and I will teach him whatever he wishes to learn," she assured. After exchanging a few more cheerful words, Teacher Liang had to return to school due to other commitments. Yu Jiwan glanced at the time and said to Lu Zun, "Come back tomorrow, I have matters to attend to today and need to head home." Lu Zun, though brimming with a carefree attitude, remained quite polite. "Understood, you go ahead. I'll just take a look around the store, is that all right?" Yu Jiwan nodded, hurrying out the door. Blue Stream Garden. Upon entering the living room, Yu Jiwan's eyes fell upon a cream grape cake resting on the coffee table. After scanning the area, she found no sign of Xie Jingmore. Inquiring with Uncle Fu, she learned he was upstairs in the bedroom. Hadn't he mentioned needing to apply medicine? Why was he back in the bedroom? Was his wound more serious than she thought? Yu Jiwan's heart tightened with concern as she dashed upstairs, anxiously pushing open the bedroom door, only to be taken aback by the sight of the man removing his shirt. His shirt buttons were completely undone, revealing chiseled abs and a slim waist that was undeniably enticing. Yu Jiwan's pupils dilated, and she quickly covered her eyes. "I'm sorry, are you changing?" Xie Jingmore lifted his gaze, observing her as she shielded her eyes, a subtle eyebrow raise indicating his amusement. The timing was quite fortuitous. She returned just as he had removed half of his clothing. Xie Jingmore, with a nonchalant demeanor, approached her and gently pulled her hand away from her eyes. "What are you hiding for? We've shared a bed before." Yu Jiwan stammered, "That's not the same, at least you were wearing clothes then." With her vision unobstructed, she dared to glance forward, only to be met with his chest. Her heart raced as she hurriedly looked up, striving to focus on his face. You should hurry and get dressed," she stuttered. The man languidly responded, "I'm not changing clothes, I was about to take a shower." "A shower? Why would you shower at this hour?" "I intended to make you a fresh juice, but I accidentally bumped my hand against my injury while holding the cup and spilled juice all over myself. Do you think you'll find me useless?" His tone carried an undertone of melancholy. Yu Jiwan immediately shook her head. "How could I? If your hand hurts, don't overexert yourself, just tell me what you need, and I'll help." He raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Yu Jiwan nodded earnestly, "Of course." Then Xie Jingmore spoke casually, "My hand still hurts. I can't bend it or apply force, could you assist me in removing my shirt?" His request, delivered so lightly, left Yu Jiwan momentarily stunned. Remove his shirt. The upper garment seemed simple enough, given that his shirt was already unbuttoned. But the trousers, how was she to assist him with those? Yu Jiwan bit her lip, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. "How about you bear with it for a bit longer and skip the shower? But the juice is sticky. Look." He pointed to the damp patch on his abdomen that had yet to dry. Yu Jiwan's gaze fell, and the first thing she noticed was his abdomen, causing her heart to flutter. His physique was undeniably alluring. She couldn't help but wonder if Xie Jingmore was intentionally trying to seduce her, yet, with how considerate he was, he hardly seemed capable of harboring such thoughts. In addition to his abdomen, juice had also stained his trousers, leaving a large wet patch that felt uncomfortable. After a considerable internal struggle, Yu Jiwan reasoned that it was merely a matter of removing a shirt, not a full bath. Taking a deep breath, she finally relented. "All right, I'll help you." Upon hearing this, the man slightly tilted his head, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he raised his arms, allowing her to assist with his upper garment. As for the trousers, Yu Ji-wan shut her eyes, her lashes trembling uncontrollably as she slowly extended her hand towards him. He wore dress pants, and she could only fumble to unfasten his buttons. A few accidental brushes against his abs sent a thrill through her. She had to admit, the sensation was delightful. Suddenly, a low, husky chuckle escaped him. Yu Ji-wan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "What are you laughing at?" His enticing voice rumbled as he replied, "Darling, with you touching me like this, I'm feeling a bit ticklish." Unable to contain herself, Yu Ji-wan opened her eyes, shooting him an indignant glance. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she playfully pouted, "Then tell me, how am I supposed to take it off?" The man's flirtatious gaze met hers, his tone languid yet charming. "Open your eyes." "Is that not permitted?" Yu Ji-wan thought to herself, what if she saw something she shouldn't? Moreover, her feelings for him were far from innocent. Nervously swallowing, she glanced at his captivating face, and for reasons unknown, a sense of calm washed over her, dispelling her earlier anxiety and embarrassment. Having already developed feelings, she no longer wished to remain passive. She intended to pursue him, yet, lacking any experience in romance, she pondered if this was indeed the first step she should take in her pursuit. Resolute, Yu Ji-wan steadied herself, her face radiant and alluring. "This is your suggestion, so I shall open my eyes. After all, I have nothing to fear." With that declaration, she lowered her gaze, not closing her eyes again, fixing her attention on his abdomen. Her fingers trembled slightly, but with a determined resolve, she swiftly unfastened the button of his dress pants. Chapter 63. Siege Archer is teased by one. Siejing raised his eyebrows in astonishment, somewhat perplexed by her sudden composure. It seemed as though, in a realm unbeknownst to him, her mindset had undergone a significant transformation. At this moment, Yu Ji-wan wore a serious expression, her delicate fingers deftly unfastening the button of the man's black trousers. Then, she retrieved a pristine white towel, wrapping it around his lean waist with decisiveness, and promptly lowered his trousers. With a final, determined bite of her lip, she removed the last layer of his clothing. Though she had covered him with the towel, preventing any inappropriate sight, her hands, during the process of undressing, inevitably brushed against him. At that instant, Yu Ji-wan's hand ignited with a fervor akin to fire, as if scorched by the man's warmth. Her fingertips trembled violently, retracting in surprise like a sensitive mimosa. "Help!" Yu Ji-wan's expression appeared calm, yet her mind had completely short-circuited. This was not akin to a mere touch of skin. From her cheeks to her neck, her skin flushed an intense crimson, resembling a rose exposed to the blazing sun, both red and hot. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat. It was utterly maddening. Yu Ji-wan's voice quivered as she attempted to utter something, only to suddenly realize that Siejing's demeanor was off. "What is wrong with you?" In her haste, she cast aside her shyness and pressed for answers. As the towel around his waist threatened to slip, she hurriedly adjusted it, determined that it must not fall. However, her fingers grazed against the man's abdominal muscles, prompting Yu Ji-wan to furrow her brow in curiosity, murmuring softly, "How strange, why is it suddenly so firm?" "It feels different from before. Do a man's abs really change?" Upon hearing this, Siejing's temples throbbed, his jaw visibly tightening as if he was suppressing something intensely. His peach blossom eyes darkened with an unprecedented depth, and his Adam's apple bobbed repeatedly. He forcefully shut his eyes, the corners glistening with a hint of red. With her touch, he was aware that it was not just his abdominal muscles that had transformed. "Yu Ji-wan," the man finally spoke, his voice hoarse and extraordinarily seductive. Just now, his throat constricted as he grasped her wrist tightly, his thumb caressing her delicate skin, his eyes filled with an alluring darkness, ensnaring her gaze in a heated, ambiguous atmosphere. Under such scrutiny, Yu Ji-wan's heart skipped a beat, a tingling sensation coursing through her. Flustered, she turned her face away, her earlobes aflame as she urged him towards the bathroom. You should go take a shower." Yet, the man glanced back, his gaze laden with profound meaning, lingering on her for a moment longer before he stepped into the bathroom. Yu Ji-wan, clutching her erratic heartbeat, sat dazedly on the edge of the bed, casting a glance at her fair palm before shifting her gaze towards the bathroom. Was she truly not someone easily swayed by appearances? Previously, she had merely perceived Siegingmore as simply handsome, yet now he seemed increasingly charming, alluring, and irresistibly seductive. Was this what they referred to as seeing a shisha in the eyes of a lover? Beauty can indeed be misleading. Moreover, she found herself entirely unrepulsed by such intimate contact. Was it merely because the one she was touching was Siegingmore? Upon finishing his shower, Siegingmore emerged. Yu Jiwan, fearing for his injured hand, took the initiative to wield the hairdryer and dry his hair, followed by applying medicine. After meticulously applying the ointment, she leaned closer, playfully blowing on him. Since Uncle Fu has bad eyesight, I'll take care of applying the medicine from now on. Siegingmore initially intended to play coy, feigning reluctance. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, Wan? However, Yu Jiwan candidly replied, it is a bit of a hassle. Siegingmore. The girl's eyes sparkled with warmth, her smile sweet, but I am willing to go through the trouble for you. At once, Siegingmore's gaze deepened. After she spoke, Yu Jiwan scratched her head, feeling somewhat bashful. She wondered if this could be considered pursuing someone. In the past, some boys had pursued her, writing love letters and uttering cheesy lines. Should she gather a collection of cheesy lines to share with Siegingmore? Uncle Fu, with his old eyes, encountered a momentous occasion today. For reasons unknown, after the master emerged from the bedroom, he appeared in good spirits, granting him a bonus and a raise. Uncle Fu scratched his rapidly balding head, utterly bewildered. Did the master spill juice on himself deliberately just to feel this elated? The following morning, Yu Jiwan arrived at Jinghan. He Tsaiwei, noticing her beaming demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, what joyous event has befallen the boss? The corners of Yu Jiwan's eye sparkled with the essence of spring. The fluttering of youthful affection is often tinged with shyness, yet it burns with a pure intensity. How did that saying go? A girl's heart is always poetic. There is indeed good news. By the way, director, have you ever pursued someone? Do you know how girls pursue boys? She felt that the dynamics of boys pursuing girls differed from those of girls pursuing boys. Tsaiwei was taken aback. Boss, who are you trying to pursue? She quickly glanced around, ensuring no customers were eavesdropping, and lowered her voice. Be cautious, boss, you are a married woman. More importantly, your husband is Siegingmore. The Xie family employs the most formidable team of top-notch lawyers. If you were to betray Siegingmore, not only would you face a divorce, but you would also be left utterly destitute. Yu Jiwan's mouth twitched in exasperation. What betrayal are you talking about? Oh, it's a bit complicated, but the person I wish to pursue is indeed Siegingmore. Tsaiwei was momentarily stunned, her mind reeling. Hadn't they already wed? Why was there still a need to pursue him? When Lu Zun, with his striking white hair, sauntered over, he happened to overhear their conversation and nearly stumbled in shock, exclaiming, Wait, what did you just say? Siegingmore, Yu Jiwan, your husband is Siegingmore. The Siegingmore of the Xie Corporation. Yu Jiwan felt a touch of audacity, now entirely unembarrassed, nodding confidently, indeed. Lu Zun was both astonished and skeptical, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. He circled around Yu Jiwan several times, muttering, this shouldn't be. When did Siegingmore get married? This shouldn't be. How could he marry so early, and so suddenly? This shouldn't be. Yu Jiwan was at a loss for words. What do you mean it shouldn't be? Why shouldn't he marry me? Stop circling around, you're making me dizzy. Primarily, his striking silver hair and silver earrings were too dazzling, causing a sense of vertigo. Lu Zun halted, gazing at her. Do you know your husband Siegingmore harbors a lingering affection for someone else? Chapter 64. Yu Jiwan, I also have someone I admire. Yu Jiwan was taken aback. This matter had indeed escaped her notice. Siegingmore, known for his unwavering integrity over the years, had gained a reputation for being indifferent to women, leading the public to speculate whether he harbored a cherished ideal, a white moonlight, for whom he remained chaste. However, Yu Jiwan, glancing dismissively at Lu Zun, remarked, isn't that merely a rumor? She had previously thought Siegingmore's disinterest in women stemmed from his lack of ability, yet, after sharing a bed for over a month and witnessing his frequent cold showers, it was evident that he was quite capable. Lu Zun clicked his tongue. What rumors? It's the truth, a real white moonlight. Yu Jiwan's brows furrowed. Do you know the inside story? He Tsai shot a disapproving glance at Lu Xun. A stop. During their freshman year, there was a prestigious academic competition in which both participated. Yu Jiwan inquired, "What competition?" Lu Xun, unashamed, removed his sling bag. "How could someone as uneducated as I remember the details?" Yu Jiwan, he Tsai, Lu Xun ruffled his white hair. "Anyway, that competition was quite renowned, challenging, and held significant value. Only the top-tier talents from the school were eligible to compete. My cousin told me that when he saw Xie Jingmore competing, he felt a chill run down his spine because he believed the gap between himself and Xie was akin to that between mortals and deities. At the time, many believed Xie Jingmore was destined to win the championship, possibly breaking records and becoming the youngest champion since the competition's inception, potentially stirring the entire academic world." Yu Jiwan listened intently, feeling a swell of pride for her husband. Wait, she hadn't even pursued him yet. Perhaps she was getting ahead of herself. Seeing her expression of pride, Lu Xun felt a pang of envy and remarked, "Don't be too pleased too soon." Oddly enough, just before the competition began, Xie Jingmore withdrew. Yu Jiwan's brows knitted in confusion. "Why?" He Tsai echoed her confusion. "He withdrew." "Yes." Lu Xun shrugged. "My cousin said it was quite sudden. Xie Jingmore voluntarily forfeited, as if he had an urgent matter to attend to and hurriedly left the venue. Later, my cousin learned that Xie Jingmore had a girl he liked. A secret crush. It seemed that the girl had suddenly fallen ill or was injured, and she was rushed to the hospital. The situation appeared dire. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingmore couldn't remain calm. He abandoned the competition on the spot and dashed to the hospital. According to my cousin, Xie Jingmore even waited silently outside the hospital room until the girl awoke before leaving." Lu Xun recounted the story leisurely, but Yu Jiwan felt a tightness in her chest. Did he care for that girl so deeply? Lu Xun shook his head in amazement. "You can't imagine, when Xie Jingmore withdrew, everyone was stunned. It caused quite a stir. Fortunately, my cousin mentioned that Xie Jingmore was competing as an individual rather than representing the school, so no one blamed him for his withdrawal. However, it was a tremendous pity and a great loss. Had he not withdrawn, given his prowess, he would have been the youngest champion in history, a record-breaking event. Yet, while we outsiders may lament the loss, Xie Jingmore surely does not share our sentiments. If given another chance, he would likely still choose to forfeit for that girl." Yu Jiwan's eyelashes fluttered gently, her heart seemingly plunged into a bittersweet ache, an uncontrollable wave of sorrow washing over her. So, he had once cherished someone so fervently. For that girl, he had made such a rebellious and grand gesture in the prime of his youth. He Tsai, noticing Yu Jiwan's emotional turmoil, shot an admonishing glare at Lu Xun. "Enough. That was ages ago. It's perfectly normal to have had someone you liked in the past. It doesn't imply that girl was exceptionally special." Lu Xun glanced at Yu Jiwan, hesitant to dampen her spirits. After a brief pause, he continued, "Special or not, well, my cousin, who attended university with Xie Jingmore, told me that Xie began taking over the family business in his sophomore year, juggling both school and work, yet he still found time to sneak back to high school just to catch a glimpse of that girl." Yu Jiwan's heart felt as though it were being squeezed, a surge of bitterness rising within her. Just recently, they had returned to their high school alma mater together, and she had asked Xie Jingmore if he had a girl he secretly admired. Was there white moonlight? He held dear truly that girl from high school. She must have been quite exceptional to be held in such esteem by him. Lowering her raven-like lashes, she bit her lip, then raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her throat tight with emotion. "It appears he was quite fond of that girl. However, that is all in the past. He should have moved on by now. He told me he currently has only me as his female counterpart." Lu Xun's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "You believe a man when he says such things?" "Let me tell you, it's second nature for men to say such things right in front of their legitimate wives." He Tsai was instantly exasperated, giving Lu Xun a light smack on the back of his head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Xie is not that kind of person." Lu Xun yelped in pain, rubbing the back of his head, muttering softly, "It's true, as a man, I certainly understand how men think. By the way, Yu Jiwan, I have Xie Yinzhou's WeChat. He is Xie Jingmore's cousin, and he must know about Xie Jingmore and that girl. Would you like me to discreetly inquire?" Instinctively, Yu Jiwan wanted to shake her head, to refuse. She felt an inexplicable fear of hearing an undesirable answer, yet, upon reflection, she realized she should not shy away from such matters. She looked up at Lu Xun, took a deep breath, and said impassively, "Go ahead and ask." With her permission, Lu Xun promptly opened WeChat and messaged Xie Yunju. Lu Xun sat smiley Ju, "I heard your brother got married, is it true?" Xie Yunju, likely unoccupied at the moment, quickly replied sat smiley har har, "Indeed, even you know about it." Lu Xun sat smiley, "My cousin used to attend university with your brother. He mentioned that your brother had a secret crush, but now he has moved on, right?" Yu Jiwan unconsciously clenched her fingers, holding her breath. It felt like an eternity, whether seconds or minutes. The waiting was an agonizing ordeal. Finally, a response from Xie Yunju arrived. Sat smiley, "What are you asking about? Why bring up the past? Regardless, my brother has only one wife. Do you know who my sister-in-law is? It's Yu Jiwan. The famous Wan Yang. Let me brag a little. Har har, my sister-in-law is amazing." Lu Xun, is there really a need to brag about one's sister-in-law? He Zaiwei had been anxiously awaiting the reply. Upon seeing Xie Yunzhou's message, she quickly turned to Yu Jiwan, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, boss, that's all in the past, now, Xie has only you." Yu Jiwan read Xie Yunzhou's message several times, nodding slightly. Although it stirred a twinge of discomfort in her heart to know that Xie Jingmore had once passionately admired a girl, he had seemingly moved on, despite the past month of marriage, during which Xie Jingmore had not displayed fervent affection towards her. He had still treated her well. Moreover, she had not been well acquainted with him prior, so she had no right to concern herself with his past affections. The events of the past could not be altered. What lay ahead was of utmost importance. Yu Jiwan reassured herself, striving to disregard the pang of bitterness within her, and resolved to continue pursuing Xie Jingmore. He Zaiwei, worried that Lu Xun might say something further to dampen the mood, quickly pulled him aside. Yu Jiwan took out her phone, logged into her alternate account, a bowl of green grapes, and posted on Weibo sat smiley day 1, let us go. Before long, she received a comment from GMW. What do you mean by day 1? Suddenly, she remembered his experience with secret crushes and thought it might be worthwhile to discuss it with him. She immediately replied sat smiley a bowl of green grapes. The first day of pursuing someone, a bowl of green grapes, just wanted to share that I also have someone I admire. Chapter 65, The Jealous Fiend. Xie Charcher Yu Jiwan joyfully shared her past experiences. However, after a considerable amount of time, there was no response from the other side. Filled with suspicion, Yu Jiwan sent him a private message. A bowl of green grapes. A bowl of green grapes. Are you still there? Are you busy? To MW, who is it? To MW, who do you like? Yu Jiwan blinked, inexplicably sensing that his tone seemed rather stiff. A bowl of green grapes, you wouldn't know them even if I told you. To MW, just give me a general idea. A bowl of green grapes. Well, let me clarify, I'm not biased. He is truly exceptionally handsome, the kind of beauty that stands out in a crowd, radiantly shining. A bowl of green grapes, moreover, he is young, accomplished, and stunningly beautiful. A true paragon of grace and intellect, adored by all, like a flower in bloom. To MW, enough. Yu Jiwan was thoroughly engrossed in her praise, having already typed out the next message, but upon seeing enough, she could only pout in frustration and reluctantly delete it. Honestly, she could extol Xie Jingmore for 800 words without repeating herself. A bowl of green grapes, you see, he once had a girl he liked, but they never ended up together. That girl seems to hold a special place in his heart. To MW, is such a man worthy of your affection? A bowl of green grapes, what is unworthy about it? It is just someone he liked in the past, he hasn't committed any heinous crime. To MW, so you're already defending him. To MW, impressive, truly impressive. To MW, how come I never realized you could easily develop feelings for someone? Yu Jiwan was equally astonished. She had previously thought she would remain a lifelong singleton, completely disconnected from matters of the heart. She resignedly sighed. A bowl of green grapes, there is nothing to be done, although I've only just gotten to know him, I've already fallen for him. To MW. You've developed feelings after such a short acquaintance. To MW, do you even know him well enough to feel that way? A bowl of green grapes, you have no idea. He is truly remarkable. A bowl of green grapes, or, let us not discuss this anymore, how did you pursue your crush back in the day, teach me, impart your wisdom. To MW. You want me to teach you how to pursue someone. To MW, har. Yu Jiwan was utterly bewildered. What was his problem? Why did he sound as if he had just bitten into something sour? A bowl of green grapes. I've offered you advice in the past. A bowl of green grapes, it's a matter of reciprocity. You know, now that you know I have someone I like, aren't you happy for me? To MW. After such a short time, how can you be so certain he is wonderful? To MW, he might just be pretending to deceive you. To MW, with such scheming, he must not be great in reality. A bowl of green grapes. You should really keep quiet. No one was allowed to belittle Xie Jingmore in her presence. Moreover, he was so considerate and kind, how could he possibly be scheming? Angrily, Yu Jiwan set down her phone and gulped down several sips of water. Turning her head, she spotted Lu Zun's striking white hair and suddenly thought, would Xie Jingmore's burn leave a scar? Lu Zun, Yu Jiwan called out, I heard from teacher Liang that your parents are both doctors. Yes, my grandparents are doctors too, and my elder brother is a doctor as well, Lu Zun replied, casually strolling over with his hands in his pockets. Yu Jiwan exclaimed in surprise, your family is a dynasty of medicine, how did you end up so different? Lu Zun sighed with a hint of melancholy, I often doubt whether I'm truly my parents' biological child. Yu Jiwan, Lu Zun, why do you ask? I wanted to know if there's any ointment for burns that won't leave a scar. Yu Jiwan placed significant importance on this question. After all, Xie Jingmore's hands were so beautiful, it would be a shame if they were marred. Whose hand got burned that you're so concerned? Lu Zun's face lit up with curiosity. Yu Jiwan glanced at his inquisitive expression and replied leisurely, my husband burned his hand, how could I not care? Lu Zun's lips twitched, feeling as if he had been struck by a barrage of dog food. Could you not flaunt it? The corners of Yu Jiwan's bright eyes lifted playfully. You mentioned Xie Jingmore's white moonlight, which has dampened my spirits. You deserve it. Lu Zun. Cursing himself for his loose tongue, sensing the palpable sweetness of romance in the air, Lu Zun recommended several ointments specifically for burns. Yu Jiwan diligently noted them down in her phone's memo. After finishing, she looked up and was once again dazzled by his white hair, unable to resist asking, do you like silver? Your hair is silver, and your ear studs are too. Lu Zun tilted his chin, proudly shaking his silver locks. Don't you think this color is particularly striking, especially under the sun? It sparkles brilliantly, so eye-catching. Yu Jiwan, fortunately, he was handsome enough to pull off such a hair color. As they were chattering away, He Tsaiwei suddenly approached. Boss, President Xie has arrived. Yu Jiwan froze for a moment, immediately looking up. Indeed, she spotted Xie Jingmore entering. The man strode into the shop with purpose, his thin lips pressed together, his strikingly handsome face devoid of any expression, the atmosphere around him heavy with an oppressive air. Following closely was his assistant, Tang Wai. Yu Jiwan, astonished, walked over. What brings you here? It was just past 10 in the morning. Wasn't he supposed to be at the company? Tang Yi, trailing behind, looked utterly disheartened. He had no idea what had transpired, but President Xie had postponed the upcoming high-level meeting and suddenly decided to seek out his wife. Moreover, he had switched to the driver's south seat during their drive, complaining that Tang Yi was too slow, and had sped over. It seemed that even if the company were on the verge of collapse, President Xie wouldn't be in such a hurry. What on earth had happened? As soon as Xie Jingmore arrived, he noticed Yu Jiwan laughing and chatting with a silver-haired man. His gaze lingered on Yu Jiwan's face for a few seconds before shifting to the silver-haired man beside her, his peach blossom eyes narrowing dangerously as he scrutinized the shimmering locks. This was the kind of brilliance that could be spotted in a crowd. Xie Jingmore's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, and who might this be? Yu Jiwan hurriedly introduced, you haven't met yet. This is Lu Zun, introduced by teacher Liang. He hasn't been here long. Not long. Xie Jingmore caught onto those 3 words and fixed his expressionless gaze on Lu Zun for another moment. Mr. Xie. Hello. At that moment, Lu Xun was trembling with trepidation, his back chilled. Why did it feel like Xie Jingmore's gaze was laden with ice? Goodness, wasn't he his rival? There was no need for such a terrifying look. After Yu Jiwen finished introducing Lu Xun, she looked up at Xie Jingmore, her eyes sparkling with confusion. What brought you here all of a sudden? Xie Jingmore's gaze returned to her face. My hand hurts. It's time for medication. Why? Yu Jiwen instantly grew anxious. Why is it still hurting? Shouldn't we go to the hospital? Xie Jingmore replied. No need. Just apply the ointment for me. Why? Yu Jiwen was genuinely worried, but hearing his words, she could only lead him to the lounge. Then let us head to the lounge first. At that moment, Tang Yi was utterly baffled. When had President Xie become so delicate? He had never heard him complain about pain at the company. Furthermore, during their wild drive here, he had acted as though nothing was amiss. Oh, Tang Yi suddenly understood. Only in front of his wife would President Xie exhibit such tenderness. Chapter 66, Xie Jingmore's whimsical plea for a hug in the lounge. Yu Jiwen gently pulled Xie Jingmore to sit beside the table, meticulously applying medicine to his wounds, her heart aching for him. He must be in considerable pain to have sought her out for treatment. Are you really sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Yu Jiwen inquired, her concern palpable. No need, I'm feeling much better now. That's a relief. Yu Jiwen exhaled, her gaze scrutinizing him. By the way, are you feeling down today? She sensed that his expression had turned cold again. Xie Jingmore replied curtly, no. Not one to be easily deceived, Yu Jiwen pouted. All right then, I just asked about some scar-free ointment. I'll apply it for you later. You mustn't leave any scars on your hands. At her words, the man's frosty demeanor softened slightly, the corners of his lips curving up ever so slightly. Is one so concerned about me? Of course. If I don't care about you, who will? Seeing him smile ignited a smile on her face as well. She glanced at her phone to check the time. It's only a little past 10, and the medicine is applied. Are you heading back to the company now? His eyes narrowed, his tone suddenly frosty. Are you in such a hurry to send me away? Yu Jiwen was taken aback. What? Why are you unhappy again? Your mood swings are like that of a woman on her period. He was sending you away, I just don't want you to delay your work. She puffed her cheeks, casting him a pitiful glance. However, if you're not worried about work, then you can stay. She was quite content to be with him. The man tapped his fingers lightly on the table, casually inquiring, that Lu Xun, was he introduced by teacher Liang? Yes, Yu Jiwen nodded, recounting, I was just asking about scar-free ointment based on Lu Xun's recommendation. Don't let his flamboyant appearance fool you, he is actually quite easygoing and very helpful. Her praises flowed freely, while Xie Jingmore lowered his lashes, his voice devoid of emotion. Oh. Don't worry, Lu Xun's family are all doctors. He knows quite a bit about burn ointment. He mentioned that his grandparents, parents, and even his elder brother are doctors. He jokingly suspected he might not be their biological child, har har. The man maintained a placid expression. Oh. Yu Jiwen, resting her chin on her hands, blinked her lashes. But regardless of his peculiarities, I saw a few design sketches he drew this morning, and they were quite creative. He has a knack for fashion design. Wan, my hand hurts again. He suddenly interrupted, his tone oddly plaintive. Why? Yu Jiwen froze, dismissing any thoughts of Lu Xun, and stood up in a rush. How can it hurt again? Honestly, we should go to the hospital and get it checked out right now. However, the man grasped her delicate wrist and abruptly pulled her into his embrace. Yu Jiwen gasped in surprise, finding herself seated on his lap, encircled by his arms. Is your hand still hurting? Baby, his arm encircled her slender waist, strong veins showing against his pale skin, exuding a commanding possessiveness. He buried his forehead in her neck, nuzzling her gently, almost like a child seeking comfort. Just hold me for a while, will you? His deep, alluring voice, laced with a hint of vulnerability, caressed her ears. Yu Jiwen could hardly resist, her curled lashes fluttering. Of course, but how's your hand? It still aches a bit. He kept his forehead pressed against her neck, nuzzling closer, his need for her palpable. Then we should hurry to the hospital. Yu Ji-wan urged anxiously. I don't want to go to the hospital. He tightened his hold around her waist, enveloping her entirely. I just want to hold you, is that okay? Her ears flushed with warmth, her fingers curled slightly as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his back. Yet, as she sat atop him, she could distinctly feel his taut muscles, her heart racing uncontrollably. Sejong-moor, inhaling her soft, fragrant essence, spoke in a husky voice, Baby, let us have lunch at the old house today. Yu Ji-wan responded, Did Grandma and Grandpa invite us? Sejong-moor lied without batting an eye, yes. All right then, let us head over later to have lunch with Grandma and Grandpa. Sure. Consequently, they spent the afternoon at the old house, where Yu Ji-wan was regaled by her grandparents with endless chatter. Truthfully, she didn't want to leave, as they treated her so well, and she was more than willing to spend time with them. Sejong-moor sat nearby, his phone lighting up with a message from Tang Yi regarding Luzon's information. Tang Yi was exceptionally efficient. Upon receiving the directive from the CEO to gather information on Luzon, he promptly conducted an investigation and sent it over. However, Tang Yi found it perplexing. Why would the CEO suddenly want information on Luzon? Was it to prevent Yu Ji-wan from being alone with him? That evening, upon returning to Lanchi Garden, Yu Ji-wan finished her shower and sat at the vanity. She felt that Sejong-moor's mood had been off all day. Could it be that he was truly unwell? She was not adept at comforting others. Dejectedly, she hung her head and searched online for advice, how to cheer up a husband who seems upset. The first result read, when couples bicker, no problem cannot be solved by intimacy. If there is, then do it twice. Yu Ji-wan was taken aback. Is that really a solution? She blinked, her fair cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Sejong-moor emerged, freshly showered. Feeling a pang of anxiety, she instinctively flipped her phone face down on the table, producing a faint sound. Sejong-moor, towel in hand, glanced at her phone as he dried his hair, a shadow of curiosity crossing his eyes. What was she hiding? Yet, he didn't press further. After Yu Ji-wan nestled under the covers, he leaned casually against the vanity, his long, slender fingers gripping his phone as he meticulously read through the information Tang Yi had sent regarding Luzon. Having finished reading without missing a word, he furrowed his brow slightly. It was utterly mundane. What exactly did she find appealing about him? Was it his white hair? Did she have a preference for silver locks? Meanwhile, Yu Ji-wan lay beneath the covers, the blanket resting snugly on her chest, her small hands folded neatly at the edge, her eyes closed as she drifted toward sleep. Suddenly, she heard the man's voice resonate through the room. I want to dye my hair. Yu Ji-wan's eyes flew open in surprise as she sat up. Huh? Dye his hair? What prompted such a whim? Leaning languidly against the vanity, he tilted his head playfully, his dark, captivating eyes locked onto her. I want to dye it silver. Yu Ji-wan blinked in disbelief. Silver? Is that really necessary? She scratched her head, bewildered. You'd look great with silver hair. You're good looking and fair-skinned, so you could definitely pull it off, but your current black hair looks wonderful as well. He approached, his legs impossibly long, stopping at the edge of the bed. He leaned down, exposing his enticing collarbone through the loose neckline of his pajamas, his voice low and teasing. What color do you like, my lady? Catching sight of his collarbone sent a rush of warmth through her, and she swallowed hard, forcing her gaze back to his face. I like your black hair. Sejong-moor was taken aback, his pupils dilating. She likes his hair just as it is. Chapter 67. Sejong-moor, you are holding too tightly. Why Yu Ji-wan noticed that he was staring at her in silence, and assuming he did not believe her, she repeatedly reassured, really? Your current hair color looks splendid. Sejong-moor stood by the bed, still leaning down towards her. Suddenly, he took her hand and placed it on his waist. Why Yu Ji-wan was taken aback. What are you doing? Why was he so forward as to let her touch his waist? The man, with his alluring peach blossom eyes, looked at her with an inscrutable expression and asked, do you still like it? He remembered her mentioning before that his waist was lovely to embrace, and she adored it. Yu Ji-wan was puzzled by his sudden inquiry. Feeling a bit shy, she honestly nodded, her glistening, grape-like eyes gazing at him. I do like it. Sejong-moor raised an eyebrow slightly and inquired leisurely, what do you think of Luzon's waist? Lu Xun. Why was he so concerned about Lu Xun? Yu Jiwan felt inexplicably confused, yet she endeavored to recall. Lu Xun is actually quite handsome, tall, and possesses a youthful aura, the tall and slender type. As for his waist, I haven't seen it, but his physique should be decent. As soon as she finished speaking, the man's voice, tinged with a smirk, echoed, "Madam observes quite meticulously, don't you?" Yu Jiwan was bewildered. "Wasn't that your question to me?" The man leaned closer, reducing the distance between them. They were so close that a mere inch forward would allow him to kiss her. The atmosphere was undeniably intimate, but with his enigmatic smile, there was an unspoken danger. "I ask you one question, and you praise him 10 times. Yu Jiwan responded with confusion. "Huh? Why was he being so sarcastic?" Truly, the heart of a man is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. She cast him a resentful glance, but ultimately couldn't he contain herself and weakly asked, "Sejong, are you perhaps having your period? Or going through menopause? I've heard that men can experience menopause too." Sejong was taken aback. "Huh?" Yu Jiwan's expression turned serious. "You mustn't shy away from the truth, although you are still quite young. Menopause is a real issue. Before she could finish, the man, unable to endure any longer, fiercely pulled her into his embrace. He held her tightly, as if intending to melt her into his very being. While Yu Jiwan felt her chest compressed against him, akin to a small kitten, effortlessly enveloped in his arms with no room to struggle. Sejong, you are holding too tightly." A chilling, ambiguous laugh escaped from above her head, and then he took her hand and placed it back on his waist. Yu Jiwan asked in confusion, "What are you doing again?" Sejong replied, "Don't you like it? Hold on." Yu Jiwan felt her earlobes redden at his deep, commanding voice. Oh. This was not her being lustful. Rather, he was the one who had initiated this intimate encounter. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Jiwan wrapped her arms around him. Due to their height difference, her cheek pressed against his chest, and she couldn't help but rub against him slightly. Initially, she intended to let go after a brief moment, but once they lay on the bed, as soon as her hand withdrew from his waist, Sejong's hand reached out, seizing hers and placing it back on his waist. "Hold on tightly," he said, his voice low and inexplicably sensual. Yu Jiwan instinctively licked her lips. In truth, she was quite willing to hold him, yet she harbored concerns that he might indeed be experiencing an early menopause. But even if he were, it couldn't be by 20 years, could it? Until the next morning, when Yu Jiwan awoke from her slumber, she discovered that she was still nestled in the man's embrace, her hand resting on his waist, having held him throughout the night. Moreover, her legs had also entwined themselves around his. The position was rather suggestive. Yu Jiwan's eyelids fluttered, and just as she contemplated quietly withdrawing, the moment she moved, Sejong opened his eyes, their clarity suggesting he had been awake for some time. The man, cradling the girl in his arms, gently nudged her forehead with his nose, his voice lazy and hoarse, tantalizing her ears. "Be good, don't move." But Yu Jiwan's eyes shimmered with moisture. "Shouldn't you go take a cold shower?" Sejong remained silent. During breakfast, Yu Jiwan occasionally glanced at Sejong across the table, contemplating whether she should inquire with Lu Xun about what medications he should take for his early menopause. Furthermore, she recalled that yesterday afternoon, she had returned to the old house with Sejong, and not only had she not taught Lu Xun any design knowledge, she should make up for it today. Lost in thought, her phone pinged with a WeChat message from Hitsaiwei Smiley boss. "Lu Xun just asked for leave, and he told me to inform you that he has been sent by his older brother to do some labor, so he will be absent for a few days." Yu Jiwan was taken aback, instinctively looking up at Sejong. "What's wrong?" Sejong raised an eyebrow upon noticing her gaze. "Nothing, just that Lu Xun is taking a few days off." Millimeter. The man responded casually, nonchalantly placing a crystal shrimp dumpling on her plate. Yu Jiwan replied to Hitsaiwei Smiley, "All right, noted." Let him take his leave. After all, Lu Xun was recommended by teacher Liang, and as long as she treated him fairly, that was sufficient. Recently, Jinghong had been thriving, increasingly capturing market share and amassing a growing number of VIP clients. In contrast, the Yu family's clothing brand had suffered significant client attrition, although they had lowered their prices and adopted a strategy of thin profit margins for high sales. This was not a sustainable approach, leading to dwindling market share and dismal sales figures. Yu Jiwan and He Zaiwei discussed the possibility of opening the first branch of Jinghong, emphasizing the importance of selecting the right location. That morning, the two had surveyed several sites, and upon returning to the Jinghong headquarters, they were in the midst of deliberation when a security guard rushed in. "Boss, Director He, the Yu family members have arrived." Yu Jiwan turned to look. The Yu family, Yu Changde, Dao Shuqin, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Shaozer, and Yu Shengxiang had all come, perfectly assembled. After a moment's thought, she instructed the security guard to bring them in. He Zaiwei, aware of the Yu family's reputation, felt a twinge of concern. "It's all right, you can go back to your work," Yu Jiwan reassured her with a calming glance. Seeing that she was resolute, He Zaiwei chose not to argue further and stepped aside. While Yu Xiuqi hurriedly approached Yu Jiwan, holding a thermal food container. "Wan, this is the fish soup you love. I made it myself, and it's still warm, you must try it." As the eldest son, raised in wealth, he had little experience in cooking, relying on recipes and learning to gut fish, even accidentally slicing his finger. However, Yu Xiuqi bore the pain silently, concealing the bandage from her view. Previously, he had been indifferent to his sister, unaware of her preferences. This fish soup was something she had made for him before, expressing her fondness for it. Aside from this dish, he knew nothing about her likes, proving himself to be an irresponsible brother. While Yu Shaozer rushed over, "Jiwan, this fish soup was made by the eldest brother himself. He knows he has wronged you in the past and is determined to make amends. I feel the same way, Jiwan, we hope you can give us a chance." Chapter 68, Yu Jiwan, I wish to marry Xie Jingmo. Without even casting a glance at the bowl of fish soup, Yu Jiwan's expression remained indifferent as she remarked, "Make amends. Haven't you heard, a late-blooming affection is worth less than a blade of grass?" Noticing the coldness in his sister's gaze, Yu Xiuqi felt a pang in his heart, intensifying his self-loathing for his past actions. "Wan, older sister." Yu Shengxiang suddenly interjected, her eyes reddened and brimming with innocence. "Elder brother and second brother genuinely wish to make amends with you, and so do our parents. They are filled with remorse. In the beginning, we did not know you were the late Smoke, the savior of the Yu family. Now that we understand the truth, our parents truly feel guilty and wish to bring you back home. Sister, please forgive them this once, you are their biological daughter." Dao Shuqin was moved to the core. Although Shengxiang was a foster child, her genuine filial piety made it quite fitting to call her little cotton-padded jacket. "Jiwan," Dao Shuqin stepped forward, "we were wrong in the past. Today, your father and I have come to personally bring you home. From now on, we will treat you as a true family member, cherishing you dearly." "Jiwan, do you really wish to forsake your own mother?" Throughout the exchange, Yu Jiwan's face bore no hint of emotion. "Miss Dao, from the day I severed ties with the Yu family, I no longer had a mother." At her words, Dao Shuqin felt a sudden tightening in her heart, a bitter wave washing over her. Had she truly made such a resolute decision to disown her as a mother? Yu Changde's expression darkened as he spoke discontentedly. "Jiwan, do not utter such words. How can a family harbor overnight grudges? We were indeed in the wrong before. Both Shuqin and I apologize to you, and we bow our heads in humility. However, as a child, can you truly bear to see your parents grovel before you? Moreover, you carry the blood of you are inherently a part of us and should consider the honor and disgrace of your family." Yu Jiwan could not help but scoff. "Then I truly feel disgusted by the fact that Yu blood flows through my veins." Yu Changde's brows furrowed, and his countenance darkened. "Nonsense. How can you utter such words? Do you truly look down upon your own family?" Yu Jiwan's gaze turned frigid. "Indeed, I disdain you. After all this talk of family honor and disgrace, is it not simply because the Yu family is currently mismanaged that you wish for my return to assist? You want me to serve your family?" Yu Xiuqi, anxious, interjected, "No, Jiwan, I am not. I do not expect you to return to the Yu family, nor do I wish for you to contribute a single bit. I only hope to make amends. Before Yu Shuchi could finish, Yu Changde seized him, berating his ineffectiveness as the eldest son. Yu Changde's face hardened. Yu Jiwan, as long as you are willing to return to the Yu family, the position of chief designer will always be yours, and I shall allocate 15 of my shares to you. Upon hearing this, Yu Shengsheng's eyes widened in shock, her facade of innocence forgotten. 15% of shares. Yu Changde had previously granted her only 10, now, he was offering Yu Jiwan 15 outright. Had this old man lost his mind? What right did she have to receive more than her? Upon hearing about the shares, Yu Shuchi hastily spoke. Jiwan, I also possess some shares, I can give them all to you, I shall not let you assist the Yu family. He merely hoped that his sister could forgive him, nothing more, nothing less. Yu Jiwan cast him an expressionless glance before turning her attention to Yu Changde. The old man, so fixated on profit, was willing to concede this much. It seemed the Yu family's situation was indeed dire. A slight smirk graced Yu Jiwan's lips. You wish for me to continue designing for the Yu family? Seeing her reaction, Yu Changde felt a surge of hope, thinking he had swayed her, and pressed on. Jiwan, I have heard you are married now. If the Yu family can thrive, it would mean having a substantial support from your in-laws, thus, aiding the Yu family is also aiding yourself. Yu Jiwan's tone revealed no emotion. If you wish for me to continue designing for the Yu family, I have a condition. What condition? Yu Changde felt a twinge of apprehension. Could it be that she found the 15 shares insufficient? The rest of the Yu family immediately turned their gaze to Yu Jiwan. With cold amusement, Yu Jiwan spoke sarcastically. Since you wish to treat me as family, I would like to fulfill the marriage contract between the Yu and Xie families myself. I wish to marry Xie Jingmo. Are you willing to relinquish the engagement to me? Will you cherish me as you do Yu Xiangxiang, your biological daughter? As soon as her words fell, Yu Xiangxiang's back stiffened. This wretched woman dared to covet her fiancé. Xie Jingmo was hers. Dao Shuqin immediately stepped forward to object. No, that engagement was promised to Shengxiang. She has feelings for Jingmo. You cannot disrupt their fate. Yu Changde's expression turned grave as he looked at Yu Jiwan with displeasure. Aren't you already married? Then you cannot seize Shengxiang's engagement. Do you wish to divorce just to remarry? Besides, as the elder sister, should you not treat your younger sister with kindness? Upon hearing these words, Yu Jiwan felt it was as expected, scoffing lightly. You truly cannot bear to part with it. Then remember, do not speak of treating me as family again. I find it repugnant. You are all well aware of the schemes in your hearts, so do not obstruct my sight. With that, she turned to the nearby security. Show them out. The security swiftly moved forward, and He Caiwei arrived, promptly ushering the Yu family out. Yu Shuchi glanced back at Yu Jiwan, wanting to inquire about her marriage and whether that man treated her well. If she was willing to honor her engagement with Xie Jingmo, he would support her with all his strength. However, he was forced out by the security, swallowing all his questions. Yu Changde, expelled by his once despised biological daughter, stormed home, his face turning pale with anger. Upon returning, he was informed by the servants that the shareholders of Yu Corporation had arrived, demanding explanations due to the company's mismanagement. Yu Changde, anxious, tried every possible argument to appease the shareholders, eventually managing to send them away, his brow furrowed in distress. The company's crisis is worsening. If Yu Jiwan were willing to return, she could not only design for Yu Corporation but also integrate her remarkable talents, which would indeed benefit us. If she desires the engagement, then perhaps. Yu Shengxiang felt a sudden tightening in her chest. What was this old man trying to imply? Dao Shuqin interjected urgently. Changde, what do you mean by that? Yu Changde sighed. Shengxiang, the family is in trouble. Since your sister wishes for this engagement, we can only impose on you for now. Dao Shuqin exclaimed. That is out of the question. I will not agree. I cannot allow my precious daughter to be wronged. Yu Shuchi expressed his dissatisfaction. Mother, Jiwan is your biological daughter. Tears streamed down Yu Shengxiang's face, her weeping reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom. Mom and Dad, since you say so, I am willing to step aside, to relinquish my fiancé to my sister, as long as she is willing to return to the Yu family and help us. No, I do not agree. Dao Shuqin attempted to protest further. Yu Changde's expression grew serious. Shuqin, I understand your concern for Shengxiang, But do I not feel the same? However, the company is in crisis, and we can only impose on Xiangxiang for now. Tears filled Dao Shuqin's eyes as she embraced Yu Xiangxiang. My dear daughter, my suffering child. Yu Xiangxiang nestled in Dao Shuqin's arms, softly sobbing, yet a glint of malicious intent flashed in her eyes. That wretched Yu Jiwan wished to take her fianc in her dreams, and the 15 shares could only belong to her. Yu Changder, that old fool, should not dare to give anything to Yu Jiwan. Just 3 days later, during noon, the car driven by Yu Changder and Dao Shuqin suddenly met with an accident. Yu Xiangxiang was also in the vehicle. Both Yu Changder and Dao Shuqin fell into a coma on the spot. Chapter 69. Madam, what is this all about? After a day and a night, Yu Changder and Dao Shuqin finally stirred from their stupor. In the hospital room, Yu Changder sat on the bed, his forehead bandaged, his complexion pale. Xiuqi, have they apprehended the person who drove the car into us? Yu Xiuqi shook his head. There were no surveillance cameras along that stretch of road. The vehicle fled the scene after the collision. Xiaozer and I have already reported it to the police, and they are still investigating. Dao Shuqin, suffering from a broken arm that sent piercing pain with every movement, lamented, Changder and I are severely injured, but thankfully, Xiangxiang has only superficial wounds and is otherwise unharmed. However, that fiend must be brought to justice. Yu Xiaozer had kept a vigil by the bedside throughout the night, his face drawn and haggard. Mom, rest assured, we will undoubtedly catch him. Yu Changder, incensed, coughed uncontrollably. In broad daylight, they dare to flee after hitting someone. Is there no sense of justice left? Dad, I think I saw her. Yu Xiangxiang, sitting nearby, spoke softly, only to shake her head in fear. No, I didn't see anything. Sensing something amiss, Dao Shuqin pressed, Xiangxiang, what exactly did you see? It's all right, you can tell your mother boldly. Yu Changder urged, yes, Xiangxiang, please tell us, did you see who hit us? Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaozer's expressions grew serious. Yu Xiangxiang bit her lip, caught in a dilemma, and choked back tears, shaking her head. Mom and Dad, please don't ask, I didn't see anything, I swear. Yu Changder and Dao Shuqin exchanged a glance, increasingly convinced that there was more to the story. What had Xiangxiang truly witnessed? Around noon, perhaps exhausted, Yu Xiangxiang fell asleep at Dao Shuqin's bedside, mumbling in her dreams. Concerned that she might catch a chill, Dao Shuqin intended to coax her back to her own bed, only to overhear her mentioning Yu Jiwan in her sleep. In disbelief, she shook Yu Xiangxiang awake. Xiangxiang, wake up, quickly, did you see it was Yu Jiwan who hit us? Yu Changder, having overheard, trembled with rage. No wonder Xiangxiang refused to speak earlier. It turns out it was that beast, Yu Jiwan, to lay hands on her own parents. Is she even human? Yu Xiangxiang awoke in a daze, seemingly unaware of her dream talk, panic-stricken as she covered her mouth. Mom and Dad, it wasn't he my sister, it wasn't he her, Yu Changder insisted. Xiangxiang, you must not protect that beast any longer. You revealed everything in your sleep, your mother and I both heard it. Dao Shuqin was distraught, her expression one of deep anguish. Xiangxiang, I know you want to protect your sister, but if this were not true, why would you have mentioned such dreams? That unfilial daughter, how could I have given birth to such a child who would dare harm her own mother? She is nothing short of inhuman. Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaozer had just returned from fetching lunch when they heard this. Yu Xiuqi's expression darkened immediately as he reprimanded sharply, Mom, what are you talking about? There is absolutely no way this accident could involve Wanwan. Yu Xiaozer frowned. Mom, Jiwan is not that kind of person. Dao Shuqin cried, her face etched with sorrow, appearing to age a decade in an instant. If I cannot trust Xiangxiang, who else can I believe? Just now, Xiangxiang was clearly conflicted and unwilling to reveal the truth, all to shield that beast. After she fell asleep, she inadvertently spoke the truth in her sleep. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiuqi's expression darkened as he turned to Yu Xiangxiang. What on earth happened? Yu Xiangxiang shrank back, tears glistening on her lashes, evoking sympathy. Elder brother, during the accident, I was seated in the back seat, unharmed, while Mom and Dad in the front were knocked unconscious. Through the window, I saw that the car, apart from the driver, had my sister in the back. Yu Xiuqi was incredulous, scoffing coldly. Yu Xiangxiang, you are taking advantage of the absence of surveillance to spout nonsense and smear Jiwan's name, aren't you? Dao Shuqin was immediately agitated. Xiuqi. What are you saying? Just moments ago, your father and I pressed Xiangxiang for the truth, and she refused to speak. If I hadn't overheard her in her dreams, she would have concealed this from us for a lifetime. Xiangxiang is so kind and innocent, would she lie? Tears streamed down Yu Xiangxiang's cheeks as she collapsed at Dao Shuqin's bedside. Mom, to allow my sister to return to the Yu family, I was willing to give my fiang to her. I never expected my sister, you are her biological parents, how could she bear to? Dao Shuqin embraced Yu Xiangxiang, heartbroken. Silly child, you consider your sister in everything, even hiding this matter for her. Your kindness will only lead to your own suffering, my dear daughter. This was her little darling, her little blessing. There was no one in the world as pure and understanding as Xiangxiang. Yu Chandra was furious, his anger boiling over. He certainly believed in Yu Xiangxiang over Yu Jiwan. That beast, I truly misjudged her. The marriage alliance with the Xie family shall not benefit her. And as for that 15 stake, she shall never receive a single cent. All of this belongs to Xiangxiang. I will give it all to Xiangxiang. Yu Xiangxiang, her face streaked with tears, heard her father's words and couldn't help but let a small smile creep onto her lips, the delight in her eyes nearly spilling over. That wretched Yu Jiwan could forget about obtaining anything. Xie Jingmore could only be hers. The shares of the Yu family were also hers. Yu Xiuqi, his expression grave, sensed there was something amiss. He firmly believed in his sister, convinced that Yu Xiangxiang must be lying. Yu Xiuqi pulled Yu Shaozer out of the hospital room, speaking in a low voice. What do you think? Yu Shaozer furrowed his brow. Elder brother, I feel the same as you. I trust Jiwan would never do such a thing, but Xiangxiang, we have watched Xiangxiang grow up. She is kind-hearted, unassuming, and doesn't he seem like someone who would lie? Both are my sisters, and I am at a loss for what to do. Yu Xiuqi clenched his jaw, glancing back at Yu Xiangxiang in the hospital room, his gaze growing increasingly somber. In Langsiyuan, Yu Jiwan had searched for various techniques to entice her suitor, preparing to put them into practice. Just as she had pinned Xie Jingmore onto the bed, her phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number. Yu Jiwan gestured for Xie Jingmore to wait a moment, then answered the call. Hello. Yu Jiwan. The furious voice of Yu Chandra reverberated through the line. You must be quite disappointed that your mother and I did not die. Yu Jiwan frowned, bewildered. What on earth was he rambling about? Before she could respond, Yu Chandra continued to berate her. I have humbled myself to invite you back home, and yet you have someone drive into your own biological parents. To commit such a barbaric act, Yu Jiwan interrupted impatiently, who drove into you? Yu Chandra retorted, what, do you still wish to quibble? Xiangxiang saw it all with her own eyes. Xiangxiang. She saw me driving into Yu Chandra and Dao Shuqin. Yu Jiwan's eyes narrowed, realizing that this Xiangxiang was once again casting dirt upon her. On the other end, Yu Chandra continued his tirade, and Yu Jiwan's voice turned cold. Mister. You, if you still have the energy to hurl insults, it seems your injuries are not severe enough. You should return and reflect on your actions, believing every word you hear. You are even more foolish than a pig. Having said this, Yu Jiwan hung up the phone, not needing to see to know how furious Yu Chandra would be. As for the accusations of driving into someone, Xie Jingmore, pinned beneath her, had initially observed her with mild curiosity. However, upon hearing her refer to Mr. Yu, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Was that a call from Yu Chandra? Yu Jiwan nodded, her expression grave. I don't know what happened, but he was in an accident, and Xiangxiang claims to have seen me as the driver. A flicker of coldness seeped into Xie Jingmore's gaze as he sat up. Don't worry, I will help you get to the bottom of this, very soon. Yu Jiwan felt a stirring in her heart. For reasons she could not articulate, she found herself trusting his words implicitly. Hearing him offer his assistance brought her an inexplicable sense of security. Thank you. Yu Jiwan looked at him, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Now then, he raised his hand to ruffle her hair, a playful smile dancing on his lips. What does madam intend to do with me pinned on the bed? Chapter 70. Look closely, your legitimate husband is here. Yu Ji-wan blinked and suddenly pounced, pushing Xie Jingmore onto their bed. She then pulled back the covers, enveloping both of them within. Caught off guard, Xie Jingmore felt his breath hitch as they found themselves nestled closely in the small, dark cocoon, almost embracing. The sweet warmth of the girl's breath brushed against his cheek, causing his gaze to darken with an unspoken intensity. In the pitch black, Yu Ji-wan raised her wrist excitedly, presenting it before his eyes, and mysteriously declared, "Look, it's glowing." The cartoon patterns drawn on her wrist with a fluorescent marker shimmered with an eerie green light. Xie Jingmore responded with a puzzled expression. After a moment, he couldn't help but turn his face away, a low, husky laugh escaping him, reverberating through his chest with an indescribable delight. Yu Ji-wan, confused, asked, "What are you laughing at? Look closely. The little figure on the left is you, and the one on the right is me. I drew this." "Yes, I've seen it clearly." "And then?" The man's tone was laced with a lazy amusement as he playfully twirled a strand of her hair with his long fingers. "Look at what they are wearing, pay attention." Yu Ji-wan puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Xie Jingmore glanced at the drawings, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. "The one on the left is me." After a brief pause, he smirked, his tone teasing, "That can't be right, sweetheart. Why am I wearing a wedding dress?" Yu Ji-wan stifled a laugh, about to speak, when her phone on the bedside table buzzed again. Who could it be? She lifted the covers, poking her fluffy head out to grab her phone, only to find another unfamiliar number. It was likely another call from the Yu family. With a sigh, she pressed the hang-up button, but before she could set the phone down, a message arrived. "Yu Ji-wan, it's me, Luzon." Luzon. Yu Ji-wan recalled that she had indeed not saved his number. The phone rang again from that same number. Why? Yu Ji-wan answered, her voice laced with suspicion. "Luzon, is that really you?" Hearing her call out Luzon's name, the smile on Xie Jingmore's lips faded, and he sat up from the bed, watching her with an unreadable expression. Yu Ji-wan held the phone to her ear. "Yes, I understand. What are you doing? Why does your voice keep fluctuating? Is someone with you? Okay, I'll send it to you right away. Don't rush." After finishing the call, Xie Jingmore regarded her with a curious gaze. "What are you sending to Luzon?" Seated on the edge of the bed, Yu Ji-wan quickly tapped her phone screen. "Just a little something." His amusement turned to irritation at her nonchalant response, and he glanced at her wrist. "Are you going to show me the drawing on your wrist as well?" Yu Ji-wan, preoccupied, did not look up. "Just wait a moment, Luzon is in a bit of a hurry. I'll show you after I'm done." Xie Jingmore found her dismissiveness amusing yet frustrating. So now, with Luzon's arrival, he was to be relegated to the background. He got off the bed. As Yu Ji-wan focused on her phone, she suddenly felt a shadow looming over her and looked up in surprise to see Xie Jingmore standing before her, blinking in confusion. "What is it?" His dark, intense gaze bore into her, his voice low and serious. "Yu Ji-wan, look closely, your legitimate husband is right here." His face was strikingly handsome, with distinct eyelashes, and the way he lowered his eyes was indescribably alluring. His gaze fell directly on her rosy lips, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Why? Yu Ji-wan's heart began to race, and under his penetrating stare, her pulse quickened uncontrollably, and a ridiculous thought crossed her mind. She wanted to kiss him. Xie Jingmore glanced at her chat with Luzon, his tongue irritably pressing against the roof of his mouth, his voice tinged with frustration. "You carry on, I'll have someone investigate the car accident involving Yu Chandler." Having said that expressionlessly, he turned and left the bedroom. Yu Ji-wan's eyelashes fluttered in a flurry, and she instinctively covered her racing heart, taking several seconds to remember what she was doing. After sending the necessary information to Luzon, she hurriedly logged onto Weibo to message GMW. "One bowl of green grapes. Are you there? Are you there? One bowl of green grapes, please reply, it's urgent. GMW. One bowl of green grapes, what should I do when I feel too excited around my crush? One bowl of green grapes. I feel so pathetic. Every time I interact with him, my heart races uncontrollably. How do I restrain myself? GMW. GMW, I don't want to discuss this with you. What? Come on, share your methods. 1 bowl of green grapes. You're the only one among my friends with experience in secret crushes. 1 bowl of green grapes. Please, please, teach me. I really like him so much. GMW, damn it. 1 bowl of green grapes, please. After a lengthy pause, GMW finally responded with a resigned and curt reply. GMW. Drink water. When your heart races, try drinking water. Yuji-wan blinked. Drink water. She glanced around and spotted her water cup in the living room. She quickly sprang up, dashed downstairs, and gulped down several swigs. It seemed to work. She felt much better. Just as she was relieved, she saw Siejingmore descending the stairs, clad in a white shirt, his waistline elegantly defined, his tall figure exuding an air of grace. The moment she laid eyes on him, that familiar quickening of her heart returned, and she instinctively raised the water cup to her lips. Siejingmore lifted his gaze, witnessing her fervent drinking, his attention momentarily captivated. Chapter 71. My husband is incredible. As Yuji-wan hastily poured water into her mouth, she noticed Siejingmore gazing at her, nearly causing her to choke. Cough cough. What are you staring at? The man stood on the last. Then, with a playful stomp, she ascended the stairs, intentionally bumping into him as she passed by. Why Yuji-wan was puzzled by her sudden bout of petulance. In the past, she would have restrained herself, remaining quiet and compliant, never behaving so childishly. Yet in front of Siejingmore, she felt liberated, able to frolic and tease him without a care in the world, even indulging in a hint of playful arrogance. Alas, this was all Siejingmore's doing. After all, he praised her beauty and encouraged her to boldly pursue her desires, nurturing her in this way. Meanwhile, Siejingmore watched the girl ascend the stairs, his eyes narrowing slightly as he cast a lingering glance at her water cup, his gaze laden with unspoken implications. Upon returning to her bedroom, Yuji-wan raised her hand to feel the position of her heart, realizing that drinking water seemed to genuinely help. Henceforth, whenever her heart raced, she would simply drink more water. Catching sight of a cartoon drawing on her wrist made with fluorescent markers, Yuji-wan felt a twinge of regret. After finally discovering a subtle way to confess her feelings, she hadn't even finished sharing it with Siejingmore. Perhaps she should be bolder, casting aside subtlety and confessing directly. Although Siejingmore had said during their initial marriage registration that they were to feign affection for the sake of their grandparents, he had still been quite affectionate when they were alone. If she confessed boldly, there should be a chance of success, right? Yet, she feared that all his kindness might simply be her own misplaced emotions. What if Siejingmore rejected her confession? The mere thought of such a possibility made her heart ache unexpectedly, and she suddenly understood why people often felt so cautious and anxious when they fell in love. However, she still wished to take the plunge and confess her feelings. The following morning, while Yuji-wan was discussing the opening of a branch store with Hitsaiwei at the Jinhong shop, she received a call from Siejingmore, informing her that he had clarified the details regarding the car accident involving Yu Chander. Yuji-wan's eyes widened in astonishment. So soon, that's quite impressive. On the other end of the line, the man raised an eyebrow leisurely. Who is impressive? You, of course, she replied. And I am who to you, he teased. Yuji-wan, feeling a bit bashful, glanced at Hitsaiwei beside her and, covering her mouth, whispered, Siejingmore is incredible, my husband is incredible. From the receiver came a deep, seductive chuckle, relaxed and amused. Thank you for the compliment, my lady. I am on my way to meet you to relay the details. Great, I'll be waiting, she responded eagerly. After hanging up, she noticed Hitsaiwei's suppressed laughter, realizing that even her hushed tones had been overheard. Yuji-wan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Stop laughing, let us get back to business. Once she finalized the discussions about the branch store with Hitsaiwei, Yuji-wan eagerly awaited Siejingmore's arrival. It was strange, after just half a day apart, she found herself missing him. Moreover, she was genuinely curious about the circumstances surrounding the car accident involving Yu Chander and Dao Shuqin. While waiting in the shop, Yuji-wan spotted a small stray dog by the roadside, not of any distinguished breed, merely a common yellow-haired pup, yet her heart tightened at the sight, for it bore a striking resemblance to the little dog she had raised in her childhood. Memories of that dog flooded back to her, as did the haunting image of the bloody dog skin removed in the kitchen. Her pupils dilated, and she pressed her lips together tightly, her grip so firm that the color drained from her lips. She thought that after all these years, the tremors of her childhood could be quietly buried, yet, upon seeing this dog, with its similar fur and size, the hidden sorrow and pain surged forth, overwhelming her heart. The little stray outside wagged its tail joyfully, its round, bright black eyes sparkling with innocence. As Yuji-wan gazed at it, tears threatened to spill, and she instinctively clenched her fingers. It truly resembled the little dog she once had. Ever since that dog had passed away, she had never dared to adopt another, yet now, she felt an urge to rescue this little stray, perhaps because her current family included Sejong, who provided her with a sense of security, allowing her to believe that the horrors of her childhood would not repeat themselves. With determination, she pinched her fingertips and found herself walking towards the shop's entrance. Her legs felt as though they were treading on cotton, and she was unsure how she made her way to the little stray. The pup obediently sat on the ground, showing no signs of aggression, wagging its tail in a friendly manner, its expression seemingly smiling. As Yuji-wan crouched down, inching closer to the dog, her hands trembled uncontrollably. It was as if a veil of crimson blood obscured her vision, and the repressed memories she had tried to forget rushed forth, unbidden, the image of the dog being brutally slaughtered in the kitchen, the dripping blood, the steaming meat on the plate, and that piece of flesh forced into her mouth. Her face turned pale, and she abruptly stood, staggering backward. She was still afraid, she still lacked the courage to embrace another pet. It seemed she could not transcend that barrier, nor heal the child she once was. Just as Yuji-wan stepped out of the shop, Sejong arrived. As he alighted from his car, he saw Yuji-wan approaching the little stray dog, and his heart tightened with concern. He was already aware of the dog from her childhood, and he understood the despair and helplessness she had endured. At that moment, his girl was biting her lip, earnestly attempting to approach the little stray, as if she wished to break free from her past and was trying to take that step forward. Sejong watched silently, his jaw tightening with resolve. In mere seconds, he saw Yuji-wan's face blanch, and she staggered back. He rushed over, reaching out to steady her. Wan. Yuji-wan looked up dazedly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her gaze red-rimmed as she stared at the man before her, her voice trembling. Sejong, in the next heartbeat, she found herself enveloped in his warm embrace. The clean, pleasant scent of wood enveloped her, and his warmth radiated through her. Why Yuji-wan felt a pang in her heart, unable to hold back any longer, her small hands gripping tightly onto his crisp white shirt, her action. The blinding crimson haze before her slowly dissipated. Chapter 72 Sierra Charcher discovers. My wife likes me in the lounge. Yuji-wan sat at the table, steam rising from her teacup, the curling vapor obscuring her visage. There was little she wished to conceal from Sejong. She confided in him about the dog she had adopted in her childhood, her gaze drooping as she contemplated the water in her cup. I have always felt a profound guilt. I took it in and cherished it as a friend, yet failed to protect it, allowing it to. The little stray dog outside the shop earlier truly resembled it, she continued softly. I once thought that having left my adoptive father behind, I would be free from harm and could once again raise my own little dog. However, despite the passage of years, I find myself unable to let go, unable to do so. Listening to the girl's melancholic and fragmented voice, Sejong felt as though his heart was being gripped tightly, swelling with an indescribable ache and tenderness. Wan, look at me, he urged, clasping her delicate hand to encourage her to meet. Do not harbor guilt or self-reproach. In this matter, you are the victim. The fault lies not with you, but with your adoptive father. Even if you cannot find closure now, that is perfectly all right. There is ample time ahead of us. We will take it slowly. Wan, try to trust me, will you? Perhaps the misfortunes of childhood require a lifetime to heal. Even if it takes all his days, he would willingly remain by her side, showering her with love enough to mend her heart's desolation. Yuji-wan felt a gentle tremor within her, akin to a dandelion being blown away, its soft, feathery seeds scattering across her heart, filling every barren corner. He said not to blame herself. He said to take it slowly and trust him. Yuji-wan gazed at the man, her eyes wide and unblinking, as if no longer needing to bear the weight of her past alone. Really? Is what you say true? Indeed, I will be with you. Wan, we will take it slowly. Sejong embraced her tenderly, his palm caressing her back in a soothing rhythm, unwearied and patient, as though he were tending to the most precious treasure in the world. By the time Yu Ji-won calmed down, she had lost track of how long Sejong-moor had held her. Originally seated in a chair, she now found herself cradled in his arms. How could she not be moved? Her heart raced as if it had a lively little rabbit dancing within it. Yu Ji-won could hardly endure her own feelings, so she seized the water cup from the table and gulped down 2 generous swigs. Sejong-moor observed her actions, his narrowed peach blossom eyes glinting with intrigue, something dark and tumultuous swirling within them. Why are you so thirsty? Yu Ji-won cradled the cup. By the way, what really happened with Yu Changder's car accident? At her words, Sejong-moor tapped his fingers lightly on the table, casually responding, it was Yu Shengxiang's doing. She hired someone to crash into him. Yu Ji-won froze in surprise. She trusted Sejong-moor's investigation, yet felt astonished. When Yu Changder called me yesterday, he mentioned that Yu Shengxiang was also in the car. Did she really hire someone to crash into herself? How ruthless! Even if I told Yu Changder, he wouldn't believe me. The man reached up to tousle her hair. Rest assured, my lady, we have evidence. Yu Ji-won's eyes brightened. That's wonderful. She no longer cared how Yu Changder and Dao Shuqin perceived her or whether they misunderstood her. She would not take the blame for something that was not her fault. As Yu Ji-won conversed with Sejong-moor, Hee Tsai-wei knocked on the door, announcing that a VIP client had come to see her. I'll step out for a moment and be right back. Yu Ji-won informed Sejong-moor before leaving the lounge. Sejong-moor glanced at her water cup, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number marked Lu Jinyang : have your brother Lu Zun come over. Yu Ji-won spent nearly 20 minutes discussing with the VIP client before hastening back to find Sejong-moor. As she turned, she spotted Lu Zun swaggering over, his conspicuous white hair drawing attention. What are you doing here? Didn't you take a leave? Yu Ji-won asked, puzzled. I'm truly at a loss. Lu Zun replied, exasperated. I have no idea what has gotten into my elder brother, suddenly summoning me for manual labor, and then out of the blue, he releases me. I suspect he might be going through a midlife crisis. Upon hearing this, Yu Ji-won quickly inquired, if a man is going through a midlife crisis, what kind of medicine should he take to adjust? Lu Zun retorted confidently, with my lack of knowledge, how would I know? Yu Ji-won was left speechless. Though Lu Zun may not excel in academics, he was well versed in gossip. Why do you ask this? Which man is going through a midlife crisis? Who? It can't be your husband, right? That shouldn't be the case. He holds so much power and influence, what could he possibly have to be midlife crisis about? No sooner had he finished speaking than the lounge door swung open. Sejong-moor stepped out. Lu Zun's heart sank. Oh no, what bad luck, why was Sejong-moor here? The last time he had come, his gaze was filled with hostility, as if viewing a rival. If he heard Lu Zun's comments about midlife crises, would he still have a life to live? Upon seeing Sejong-moor, Yu Ji-won hurried over, her eyes sparkling. Why did you come out? Were you waiting impatiently? I'm done with my work, let's go back and continue our conversation. Sejong-moor held her water cup, his tone casual as he asked, you spoke so much with Lu Zun just now. Do you want some water? Yu Ji-won promptly shook her head. Why drink water? No, thank you. The moment her words fell, Sejong-moor's pupils constricted slightly, his eyelids flickering ever so subtly. He was certain it was not Lu Zun who stirred her affections. A smile gradually curved the corners of Sejong-moor's lips as he languidly responded, not drinking, huh? With that, he lifted his gaze, casually glancing at Lu Zun not far away. Lu Zun immediately stiffened, holding his breath. Mr. Xie, hello, I've long wanted to say that you and your wife are truly a perfect match, simply a celestial pairing. I heard you two got married. I haven't had the chance to give a gift yet, so I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. May you bear children soon, and enjoy everlasting love. Lu Zun rattled off a stream of compliments without pause. He had caught on. Sejong-moor's gaze was filled with hostility, and when he looked at Yu Ji-won, it brimmed with possessiveness. This was far from innocent. It was highly likely that the so-called white light moon was none other than Yu Ji-won. Yu Ji-won was left utterly baffled. Why was Lu Zun suddenly saying all this? Upon hearing words like perfect match and everlasting love, Jingmo nonchalantly withdrew his gaze. When he looked back at Yu Jiwan, he leaned in closer to her ear, his brow slightly raised, speaking in a voice meant only for them, his breath warm and intimate, incredibly alluring. I do wish to warm your bed, my lady, and offer my body, allowing you to have your way with me, but if you do not consent, I am left with no recourse. Yu Jiwan. Warm the bed. Offer his body, have her way with him. What was he talking about? Yu Jiwan's innocent thoughts were instantly derailed, conjuring images of his chiseled abs and tantalizing waist, and she even recalled having. Her mind spiraled into confusion, recalling what she had previously searched, that in a marriage, there was nothing that could not be resolved by making love once. If there were, then make love twice. Yu Jiwan's earlobes turned crimson, her entire being aflame, her heart racing faster than before as she snatched the water cup from his hand and gulped it down in one go. As soon as she finished, she placed the empty cup back on the nearby table, only to be suddenly swept into his embrace. He held her tightly, as if to meld her into his very being. What are you doing? Jingmo held her close, his chin brushing against the top of her head, his peach blossom eyes lazily curving, the corners of his eyes and brows imbued with delight, and unprecedented joy. Baby, I am so happy. Yu Jiwan. What on earth happened? Why was he so delighted? Chapter 73, Yu Jiwan. I must confess, upon witnessing the two of them locked in an embrace, Luzon immediately raised his hand to cover his eyes, yet deliberately parted his fingers to create a small gap, exclaiming indecent exposure, before hastily slipping away. Did he not notice, at present, President Xie was in high spirits, wholly absorbed in holding his wife, seemingly unconcerned about his earlier antics indicative of a midlife crisis. Naturally, he had to make a swift exit. Yu Jiwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she heard Luzon's words about indecent exposure. She quickly pulled Jingmo back to the lounge. Not so fast with the hugging. You just said you were very happy. What are you so happy about? Yu Jiwan was consumed by curiosity, wondering what had transpired that she was unaware of. However, as soon as the lounge door closed, Jingmo pressed her against the door, his movements infused with a hint of impatient intimacy, radiating a possessive desire that was both sultry and commanding, his voice deepening with a husky timbre. I'm happy because I am getting closer to my lady. Yu Jiwan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the distance between them. She found herself completely ensnared in his embrace, her expression one of confusion. You're already pressed against me. We're practically at zero distance. How much closer do you wish to be? At her words, the man let out a low chuckle, his thumb caressing her delicate cheek. I wish to be even closer. Yu Jiwan. Jingmo raised an eyebrow. I was referring to the distance of our souls. Yu Jiwan, flustered and indignant, retorted. I wasn't thinking anything untoward, I was also considering the distance of our souls. Yet, their bodies were so intimately aligned that there was not a sliver of space between them. The man's eyes, like blooming peach blossoms, burned with an intense heat, his thumb trailing slowly from her cheek to the edge of her rosy lips. While Yu Jiwan's breath quickened, overwhelmed by the man's smoldering gaze that radiated heat, instinctively wanting to evade his stare. Just then, he lowered his head, his nose gently brushing against hers in a slow, teasing manner, creating an intimacy that blurred the lines of their breaths. Wan, baby, his voice, husky and indulgent, called her softly, each utterance tantalizingly close to a kiss. The tension of wanting to kiss without actually kissing was far more seductive than a direct kiss itself, igniting a restless yearning within her. While Yu Jiwan felt a wave of heat wash over her, every nerve ending trembling in response as her fingers instinctively tightened around the white shirt at his waist, gripping so tightly that her knuckles turned pale, the smooth fabric wrinkling beneath her grasp. One might think that this white shirt had endured some unspeakable encounter. Truly, it was maddening and utterly against the rules. Yu Jiwan's eyes glistened with moisture, her mind clouded yet increasingly clear with a singular thought. Given the intimate and provocative gestures from Jingmo, he must also hold feelings for her. Surely, he had completely let go of that white moonlight from his past. She could no longer contain herself. She needed to confess, and quickly, after resolving the matter of Yu Chander's car accident in the afternoon, she would declare her feelings immediately. Taking a deep breath, Yu Ji-won lifted her fluttering eyelashes, her enchanting gaze shimmering with allure. Searching more, the sound of her soft, sultry voice tightened his throat, his gaze darkening further. I have a gift to present to you this evening, along with something exceedingly important that I need to tell you. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise, then chuckled softly, his enticing Adam's apple bobbing. What a coincidence, I also have a gift I wish to present to my lady. Yu Ji-won gasped, her eyes sparkling. Wow, how in sync we are. What gift do you have for me? With an arm wrapped around her waist, Sejong Moore's peach blossom eyes glinted with mischief. What gift does the lady intend to give me? The girl, with a haughty lift of her chin, replied playfully, that's a secret for now. The man chuckled lightly. Then I too must keep my gift a secret for the time being. Yu Ji-won, she shot him an annoyed glance, puffing out her cheeks in displeasure. This man was truly infuriating. Nevertheless, considering her current feelings for him, it was only right to indulge him a little. Releasing her grip on his white shirt, she wrapped her arms around his slender waist, her bright eyes glimmering with a playful expression that seemed to say, man, I shall pamper you just this once. Sejong Moore. Yu Ji-won was blissfully lost in thoughts of her impending confession. Soon, she would discover what gift he intended to bestow upon her. As for the car accident involving Yu Changder and Dao Shuqin, since Sejong Moore had already helped her uncover the truth, she felt no desire to delay any further. She would make a trip to the hospital that afternoon to reclaim her dignity. At the hospital, within the ward, Yu Changder reclined against the headboard, while Dao Shuqin, despite her fractured arm, was already able to walk. Yu Xiuqi, Yu Xiaozer, and Yu Shengsheng were also present. The ward was bustling with activity, as many shareholders from the Yu family had come, both to visit the ailing and to discuss company matters. One balding shareholder, his brow furrowed in worry, lamented, Chairman Yu, if the company's stock price continues to plummet, we won't just be facing losses, we'll be left with nothing. Another shareholder scoffed sarcastically. In the past, when the Yu family faced a crisis, it was saved by Wan Yang. You knew Wan Yang was your true daughter. Now, with the relationship severed, and her departure, the Yu family finds itself in yet another crisis. It seems, Mr. Yu Xiuqi, you're of little use to the company. Yu Xiuqi's face flushed crimson at the remarks, unable to retort, and feeling utterly humiliated. It had always been one who had steered him through crises, and now, Dao Shuqin looked worriedly at her eldest son. She was unfamiliar with corporate matters and unable to speak up for him. Yu Chander's expression darkened as he listened to the incessant complaints from the shareholders. A bespectacled shareholder snorted disdainfully, Chairman Yu, your estrangement from your own daughter is a family matter, and we cannot interfere. However, since the company involves so many people's interests, you should urgently find a way to bring Yu Ji-won back. Other shareholders chimed in. Indeed, bringing Wan Yang back to resolve the pressing crisis is the way forward. I'm not trying to be harsh, but you're disregarding your own daughter while bringing in an adopted child to the design department. That won't be of much help. Even a single strand of Wan Yang's hair is worth more. Here's a thought, Chairman Yu, I hold 9 of Yu family shares and have the right to recommend candidates to the board. I propose Yu Ji-won for a position on the board. Upon hearing the recommendation for Yu Ji-won to join the board, Yu Xiangxiang's face went rigid. These old fogies were so eager to have Yu Ji-won return. They even claimed she was inferior to that bastard. In the design department, Yu Changder slammed the table in frustration. Enough, that ungrateful child, who even harms her own parents. I will never invite such a rebellious offspring back. Even without her, I have ways to save the Yu family. The shareholders were instantly intrigued, wanting to know more about his alternative solutions. You have another plan to save us? Chairman Yu, you're not joking, are you? What is the plan? Please, do share. Yu Chander's gaze swept across the room. What you all may not know is that our Yu family has a marriage contract with the Xie family, a matter that has long been kept under wraps. The Xie family? Which Xie family? The bald shareholder's eyes widened in shock. Could it be the Xie group? Surely not, that was the foremost elite family in the capital. Pride radiated from Yu Chander's face. Indeed. My daughter, Xiangxiang, has been betrothed to the current head of the Xie family, Sejong Moore. Since childhood, she is to be the future Mrs. Xie. This marriage was arranged by the elders of our two families, and previously, we wished to avoid the Xie family thinking we were coveting wealth, hence the secrecy. Now, I shall publicly announce this marriage contract, and soon the world will know of the connection between our Yu family and the Xie family. Naturally, people will come to curry favor with us. More importantly, as in-laws, the Xie family cannot stand idly by while the Yu family is in crisis. The shareholders in the ward were instantly electrified by the news. After all, many had tried desperately to align themselves with the Xie family but had never succeeded, and the Yu family had a marriage contract with them. Even if the Xie family offered only a trickle of resources, it would be enough to see the Yu family through this crisis and soar to new heights. The shareholders immediately transformed their demeanor, their faces glowing with sycophantic smiles. "Oh my, why didn't Chairman Yu mention this sooner? You're connected to the Xie family. Surely, prosperity is just around the corner. Chairman Yu, when you rise to greatness, don't forget us old friends." No wonder I noticed Miss Xinxiang's exceptional poise. She is to be the future Mrs. Xie, the wife of Xie Jingmo. I must admit, my two daughters idolize Xie Jingmo, often declaring they would marry no one else. Alas, Mr. Xie has never shown interest in women, leaving them with no chance to approach him. Xianxiang marrying Mr. Xie is a stroke of fortune many envy. Xianxiang, you'll be by Xie Jingmo's side. Do make sure to speak well of us uncles and brothers in front of Mr. Xie. Chapter 74, Unmasking the True Nature of Yu Xianxiang. As Yu Xianxiang listened to the flattery, hearing the crowd proclaim her as Xie Jingmo's woman, a wave of bashfulness washed over her face, instantly satisfying her vanity and pride. Even though this group had just moments ago looked down upon her due to that vile Yu Jiwan, were they not now eager to shower her with compliments and curry her favor? As long as she firmly occupied the position of Xie Jingmo's fiancée, she could bask in the glory of being Xie Jingmo's woman and revel in the envious gazes of all around her. Yu Shuqi furrowed his brow, his countenance icy as he retorted, "Father, even if you intend to announce the engagement, it is not Yu Xianxiang's." Yu Chander barked back sternly, "Silence, Xianxiang is unequivocally the future mistress of the Xie family. As long as I draw breath, no one can alter that." Upon hearing this, Yu Xianxiang immediately adopted a visibly moved expression, her voice choked with emotion as she declared, "Mom and Dad, please rest assured. You have toiled tirelessly to raise me. Even if I marry Jingmo and enter the Xie family, I will never forget that I am a daughter of the Yu family, nor will I forget to assist my own family." Dao Shuqin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was the exemplary daughter she had nurtured, understanding and filial, unlike that ungrateful Yu Jiwan, who, despite her capabilities, had the audacity to harm her own parents. She was lower than a beast. If only Xianxiang were her biological daughter, how wonderful that would be. The shareholders in the hospital room immediately seized the opportunity to flatter Yu Xianxiang, praising her for her filial piety and understanding. Of course, who would dare to disregard the future mistress of the Xie family? Yu Xianxiang reveled in their sycophancy. Ever since that wretched Yu Jiwan had publicly revealed her identity, she had not experienced a moment of peace, and today marked her first time in the spotlight. Now, Yu Jiwan bore the burden of having harmed her own biological parents, while she stood as the enviable mistress of the Xie family. What could Yu Jiwan possibly compare to? Did she still dare to covet the engagement and marry Xie Jingmo? Such foolish dreams. At that moment, the door to the hospital room suddenly slammed open with a resounding bang. The crowd gasped in shock, abruptly falling silent as they turned to see. 2 rows of tall, impeccably dressed bodyguards stood in the corridor, their expression stern. The atmosphere was charged. Who was this significant figure? The bodyguard who had burst in stepped aside respectfully, bowing slightly. "Miss Yu, please." "Miss Yu." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes darting between one another, realizing that the surname Yu must refer to. Almost instantaneously, as if to confirm their suspicions, Yu Jiwan entered the room with an impassive expression, her exquisitely refined face radiating an icy demeanor. Upon seeing Yu Jiwan, Yu Chander's fury surged, and he felt an overwhelming urge to leap from the bed, shouting, "You wretched beast! How dare you show your face here?" Dao Shuqin immediately rose, her heart torn with both anger and sorrow as she gazed at her own daughter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She swiftly wiped away the traces of her grief. Such a wretch did not deserve her sorrow, nor did she merit the title of daughter. Beside her, Yu Xiuqi was taken aback for a moment, then rushed towards Yu Jiwan with fervor. What brings you here, at these bodyguards? Yu Shaozi hurried over as well. Jiwan, have you come because of Mom and Dad's accident? Both brother and I firmly believe that their accident is in no way your fault. However, Yu Changde, suppressing his rage, bellowed, you too, return at once. Xiang witnessed it with her own eyes. It was she who had someone drive into me and Shuqin. How can that not be related to you? The shareholders in the room, as though they had uncovered a monumental secret, widened their eyes in disbelief. What? Yu Jiwan orchestrated the car crash that harmed her own parents? Such an abomination. Yu Jiwan disregarded the incredulous stares of the crowd, striding directly to the bedside, her gaze as frigid as ice as it locked onto Yu Changde. You claim that I had someone drive into you and Dao Shuqin. What evidence do you have? Evidence? Yu Changde was seething with anger. You dare ask me for evidence? Xiang saw it all. Do you still wish to argue? Yu Jiwan's lips curled into a cold smile. So, you possess no evidence at all. Yu Xiang merely uttered a word, and you believe her. Very well, then I shall say this. It was your precious daughter, Yu Xiang, who had you harmed. Chapter 75, sent to prison. Upon hearing Yu Jiwan's words, both Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin were rendered momentarily speechless, their astonishment leaving them utterly dumbfounded. The shareholders nearby were equally perplexed, as if confronted by a riddle they could not decipher. What on earth was happening? How had it come to pass that it was now Yu Xiang who had supposedly caused the incident? Yu Changde was the first to regain his composure, infuriated to the point of throwing aside his covers and leaping from the hospital bed. He pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Jiwan, exclaiming, "You despicable creature! Do you have no sense of humanity left? I offered you 15 of my shares, yet you were unsatisfied and covetously sought the marriage alliance with the Xie family. I merely hesitated to consent at the time, and you harbored malicious intentions, hiring someone to run me down. To commit such a beastly act, and now you dare to slander Xiang. Are you not afraid of retribution?" Dao Shuqin hurried forward to support Yu Changde, her gaze towards Yu Jiwan filled with disgust and disdain. Unrepentant and malicious, you dare to tarnish Xiang's name. How can you be so cruel? Apologize to her at once. With a gaze steeped in derision, Yu Jiwan retorted, "How laughable! Yu Xiang has no evidence to support her claims that I orchestrated the attack upon you, yet you all take her word as gospel. Now, I merely return the sentiment, and you demand that I apologize in a fit of hysteria." Yu Xiuqi chimed in immediately, "Mom, Dad, Yu Xiang has no proof whatsoever. She is merely slandering. Why do you so readily believe her? Wanwan is your true daughter. I would argue that what Wanwan says is the truth." "Silence," Yu Changde thundered, unable to contain his fury. Xiang initially shielded that vile creature, refusing to reveal the truth. How could she possibly slander her? Dao Shuqin, her face etched with sorrow, gazed at Yu Jiwan, shaking her head in disappointment. "What of being a true daughter? You were only brought back to the Yu family at age 16, harboring resentment towards us as your parents. Your heart has never been aligned with ours. Xiang is the daughter I raised from childhood, molded by my own hands. How could I not know her? She has always been filial and understanding, never competitive or deceitful. I cannot trust you over her." Yu Xiang, moved to tears, choked out, "Mom, Dad, thank you for believing in me. In my heart, you are my true parents. I could never betray you." She turned her gaze towards Yu Jiwan, her expression one of heartache and unjust suffering. "Sister, I do not understand why you would slander me. I was in the car as well, and I too sustained injuries in this accident. Would I truly conspire to harm myself?" Seeing Yu Xiang's distress only deepened Yu Changde's loathing for Yu Jiwan. "You venomous wretch, knowing we favor Xiang, you envy her and, even in your dire straits, seek to defame her. Kneel and apologize to her this instant. Kneel." Yu Jiwan regarded her biological parents as they unleashed their verbal onslaught against her, hurling the most venomous and spiteful words, unabashedly favoring Yu Xiang. Her gaze was as frigid as the biting winds that seep from a glacier, devoid of warmth, as she coldly replied, "Kneel before you. Do you believe you deserve such a thing?" Yu Changde was seething with rage, wishing he could rend her to pieces. "Fine, you ungrateful wretch. I will call the police right now and have you imprisoned. You shall rot in jail." Dao Shuqin clutched her chest in pain, lamenting, "What sins did I commit in my past life to bear such a daughter? Why did we even bring you back? You should have simply died out there. If your gambling foster father had beaten you to death, it would have spared us the anguish of your return." Upon hearing this, Yu Shuqi and Yu Shaozer's expressions shifted dramatically, both shouting in unison, "Mom!" The torment endured during their time with their foster parents remained the darkest chapter of Wanwan's childhood. Now, as her biological father threatened to imprison her, and her mother cursed her for not being dead at the hands of her foster father, it felt like daggers were being thrust into her deepest wounds. Such hurt from those who were meant to be her closest kin, Yu Shuqi and Yu Shaozer turned to Yu Jiwan, eager to comfort her, only to find her face a mask of icy indifference. Her eyes, filled with nothing but scorn and derision, revealed no trace of sorrow or pain. Was it that the relentless disappointments had extinguished any flicker of hope within her? Had she finally relinquished all expectations of the Yu family, no longer viewing them as kin? The shareholders in the room exchanged whispers, unable to suppress their intrigue at the unfolding drama. Heavens, they are sending her to prison. What else could be done? To hire someone to run down one's own parents is the epitome of ingratitude. Imprisonment would be too lenient, but didn't they say there was no evidence? Why do the Yu couple so wholeheartedly believe Yu Shengxiang? In my opinion, no matter how genteel she may appear, Shengxiang is renowned for her filial piety. Would she truly conspire to harm her own parents? Absolutely not. Thus, the liar must be Yu Jiwan. Hearing the murmurs of support for her, Yu Shengxiang could no longer contain her smugness, her eyes glinting with provocation as she gazed at Yu Jiwan. "My dear sister, this time, you are utterly finished." Meeting Yu Shengxiang's taunting gaze, a cold smile crept across Yu Jiwan's lips. Her derisive, indifferent gaze swept across her family before finally resting upon Yu Shengxiang. The look, seemingly casual, sent a sudden wave of pressure through Yu Shengxiang, causing her spine to stiffen as if she were facing a formidable foe. This wretched girl still clung to the hope of a desperate struggle. Yu Jiwan, however, coldly withdrew her gaze and turned towards the door of the hospital room, speaking in a calm voice. "Come in." As her words fell, a bodyguard pushed a middle-aged man, approximately 30 years of age, into the room. The man was slightly overweight, with stubble on his chin, and appeared terrified, his neck shrinking as he trembled, his face devoid of color. The others in the hospital room were bewildered. "Who is this? I don't recognize him. Doesn't he seem like a company president? He must be an ordinary person. What could Yu Jiwan possibly want with someone so inconsequential?" Though the shareholders were unfamiliar with the middle-aged man, Yu Chandra scrutinized him and felt a flicker of recognition. Even Dao Shuqin seemed to recall something. I remember now," Yu Chandra exclaimed, his teeth clenched in fury. "Isn't he this the driver who hit us? He fled the scene after the accident, and now he has indeed been caught." Upon hearing this, Dao Shuqin also recalled, "That's right, it's him, the very driver. I saw him before I lost consciousness. This is the driver." Furious, Yu Chandra advanced towards the middle-aged man, seizing his clothing. "How dare you hit and run in broad daylight? Do you have no sense of justice? I will report you to the police this instant." The middle-aged man, He Fengshan, trembled at the mention of police, shaking his head vehemently. "No, it wasn't my intention to hit you. It was her who instructed me." He Fengshan pointed behind him. Why? Yu Chandra turned to look, his pupils contracting in shock, as if struck by lightning. He Fengshan was pointing directly at Shengxiang. Chapter 76. The evidence strikes back. The truth is revealed. In the hospital room, the shareholders were momentarily stunned at the unfolding scene. What is happening? The driver is pointing at Yu Shengxiang. Is it Yu Shengxiang who instructed him? Goodness! This instantly, all gazes converged on Yu Shengxiang, filled with confusion and suspicion. Why? Yu Shengxiang clenched her hands tightly at her sides, a cold smile flickering within. The moment He Fengshan entered the ward, she had recognized him. That wretched Yu Jiwan truly had the audacity to bring He Fengshan here. However, did she think that this would lead to her identification? How ludicrous! She was not foolish enough to leave herself open to incrimination. Yu Shengxiang promptly donned an expression of bewilderment, feigning shock and sorrow at He Fengshan's accusation. "Sister, who is this person you brought? I don't know him at all. Why is he pointing at me?" "Sister, regarding the car accident, I have already pleaded for you in front of our parents. Why would you conspire with someone I don't know to tarnish my reputation?" As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, portraying an image of profound injustice. Dao Shuqin immediately enveloped Yu Shengxiang in a comforting embrace. "My dear daughter, please stop crying. Your mother believes in you. I will never allow you to be wronged." Regaining his composure from the earlier shock, Yu Changde coldly scoffed, casting a dissatisfied glance at Yu Jiwan. "So, Yu Shengxiang has no evidence against her. How can you believe her? Now that Wanwan has brought a witness, you still don't trust her. How can you treat your own daughter like this?" Yu Shaozi opened his mouth but remained silent. He was engulfed in confusion. He believed Jiwan would not resort to hiring someone to harm their parents, yet if Shengxiang were wronged, it would be too painful to bear. Hearing Yu Shichi's words, Yu Shengxiang, with a quivering voice, indignantly replied, "Elder brother, I truly do not know this driver. We have had no contact or dealings whatsoever. This driver, if you claim I bribed you, then surely I would have provided you with money. Do you have any records of a transfer?" He Fengshan glanced at Yu Jiwan beside him, then shook his head. "No, none." A fleeting glimmer of triumph vanished from Yu Shengxiang's eyes. She had been so cautious that she had left no trace of communication with He Fengshan. Why Yu Jiwan's attempt to identify her was nothing but a fool's errand. Upon hearing He Fengshan's denial, Yu Changde seethed, directing his ire at Yu Jiwan. Without any transfer records, how could Shengxiang bribe him? "Speak." Yu Jiwan ignored him, her expression indifferent as she looked at He Fengshan. "Present it." He Fengshan, heeding her command, trembled as he retrieved an item from his pocket. Yu Xiuqi recognized them instantly. These are Yu Shangxiang's jewelry. The solid gold gourd was a birthday gift from Dad, and those jade bracelets were gifts from our parents. He Fengshan, unable to conceal the truth, hastily explained, "Yu Shangxiang used these items to bribe me." She insisted on not transferring money directly to avoid leaving evidence, so she gave me these valuable items, claiming that even if I sold them cheaply, they would still fetch over 1 million. If Yu Xiuqi recognized them, how could Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin not? These were all gifts they had purchased for Yu Shengxiang. The onlooking shareholders gasped in astonishment. Goodness, how clever. In today's world, transferring money to a bank account undoubtedly leaves a trace, easily traceable. If gold and jade are used in the transaction, it would indeed be difficult to track down the evidence. I lost the gifts you gave me, and fearing you would be upset, I never dared to tell you. Dao Shuqin was taken aback. You lost them by accident. Yu Shengxiang's tears began to fall. Really, Mom, it was only today that I realized, upon seeing He Fengshan produce them, that the items I lost were actually stolen by my sister. She used them to frame me. Mom and Dad, you must believe me. Listening to Yu Shengxiang's aggrieved voice, Yu Changde furrowed his brow at Yu Jiwan. Is it because you are envious that we only buy gifts for Shengxiang and not for you, that you resorted to stealing her possessions and then slandering her? Yu Xiuqi could hardly bear to listen. Dad? Not buying gifts for your own daughter while favoring Yu Shengxiang so blatantly, how can you say such things so brazenly? Moreover, with the evidence laid bare, how can you still not believe? Yu Changde frowned. What sort of evidence is this? Just a few pieces of gold and jade, does that alone condemn Shengxiang? Yu Xiuqi retorted, then how can you cast judgment on Jiwan when Shengxiang has presented no evidence? Dao Shuqin held Yu Shengxiang close, casting a fierce glance at Yu Jiwan. Do not blame me for my bias. I have raised Shengxiang since childhood. Who else would I cherish if not her? I choose to believe her. Yu Shengxiang nestled in Dao Shuqin's embrace, secretly sending a provocative glance at Yu Jiwan. Sister, oh sister, at this juncture, how could you possibly contend with me? Yu Jiwan scoffed, truly an example of not shedding tears until one sees the coffin. She turned to He Fengshan. Why are you not continuing? He Fengshan, trembling with fright, swallowed hard and retrieved another item from his pocket, speaking in a hushed tone. This, here is a recording pen. I secretly recorded it when Yu Shengxiang contacted me privately. The previously triumphant Yu Shengxiang froze, her expression of smugness evaporating, replaced by sheer panic as she dug her nails into her palms. A recording pen. How could this be? That wretched man secretly recorded our conversation, standing beside Yu Jiwan. He Fengshan, receiving her cue, divulged all he knew. Yu Shengxiang was so cautious that she refused to transfer money or provide cash. I found this suspicious, fearing she might discard me after using me. I secretly recorded our conversation during our meeting. As He Fengshan spoke, he pressed the play button on the recording pen. The first voice that resonated was unmistakably his. Miss Yu, won't this be inappropriate? You are in the car, should I just crash into them? Then came a disdainful female voice. Can't you just drive slower? Besides, I am sitting in the back seat, those two old geezers are in the front, even if someone dies, it will be those two old geezers first. As soon as this was played, several in the ward recognized the voice. So familiar. That female voice is undoubtedly Yu Shengxiang, it's her voice, identical, absolutely. Unbelievable, it really is Yu Shengxiang. Those two old geezers, could they be referring to Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin? In an instant, all eyes turned to Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin. Just moments ago, Yu Shengxiang had stated in the recording, I am sitting in the back seat, those two old geezers are in the front, even if someone dies, it will be those two old geezers first. Dao Shuqin's vision blurred, unable to withstand such a monumental blow, she staggered backward, only to be caught by Yu Changde. Shuqin. Dao Shuqin's complexion turned ashen, her breath shallow, gazing at Yu Shengxiang in disbelief. Yu, was this still her dutiful and understanding daughter? How could she utter such heartless words? The recording continued to play. He Fengshan expressed his dissatisfaction. Miss Yu, you are being overly cautious, you refuse to transfer money, opting only to give me gold and jade, and even let me sell them myself. Direct cash would be far more convenient. Yu Shengxiang responded arrogantly, look at your impoverished demeanor, these are valuable items, even if you sell them cheaply, they are worth at least 1 million. If I were to transfer or withdraw such a large sum, it would easily raise suspicions. He Fengshan gritted his teeth. Fine, let's set the time for the day after tomorrow at noon, when Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin drive past that intersection. There are no cameras there, after I crash into them, I will flee. Yu Shengxiang cautioned, remember, do not contact me privately to avoid leaving any traces. With that, the recording came to an end. The assembled crowd in the hospital room, having listened to the entirety, was left utterly speechless. My heavens, those gold and jade items were either lost by Yu Shengxiang or used by her to bribe He Fengshan. I am astounded. She had the audacity to lie so brazenly, accusing Yu Jiwan of stealing her jewelry. Thus, the entire car accident was orchestrated by Yu Shengxiang. She hired someone to crash into her own parents. What is even more chilling is that she knew there were no cameras there. After committing this heinous act, she framed Yu Jiwan, claiming to have seen her in the back seat with He Fengshan. This is beyond malicious. How could one frame another in such a way? At this moment, having heard the recording, Yu Changde was quaking with rage, and with a swift motion, he struck Yu Shengxiang across the face. Beast! You wretched beast! The gifts they had given her, filled with love, had become the very currency for her treacherous dealings. How profoundly ironic. Chapter 77, The Regret of Unworthy Parents. Now that the truth has been laid bare, Yu Shuqi could no longer contain his fury. He stormed towards Yu Shengxiang, seizing her hair and yanking it back forcefully, compelling her to tilt her face upwards. Yu Shengxiang, all I know is that you have lied and framed Wan. I never imagined you could go so far as to hire someone to crash into your own parents. How could you commit such a heinous act against those who have nurtured you for over 20 years? Yu Shaozi stood there in a daze, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Yu Shengxiang. The girl he had cherished and nurtured since childhood, even more than his own beloved sister, had transformed into this twisted, malevolent creature. Dao Shuqin felt as if the sky had fallen, tears streaming down her face as she cried, even if you are not our biological daughter, we have raised you for so many years. Why have you done this? Why? Yu Shengxiang winced in pain as Yu Shuqi tugged at her hair, her face contorting in agony, her scalp feeling as though it might tear. Even more infuriating was the fact that all her schemes had unraveled, leaving her unable to even concoct a defense for herself, instantly reduced to a pariah, scorned by all. It was all that wretched Yu Jiwan's fault. She was the one who had brought this upon her. A surge of hatred and resentment roared within Yu Shengxiang, and in a sudden fit of rage, she forcefully shoved Yu Shuqi away, her disheveled hair framing a face that no longer held the semblance of the obedient and gentle girl she once was. With a fierce snarl, she glared at Dao Shuqin and Yu Changde, a cold smile curling her lips as she taunted, "Why do you still ask why? Do you not deserve to die?" Dao Shuqin's eyes rolled back, and she nearly fainted. While Yu Changde, witnessing the fate of his adopted daughter crumble before him, erupted in fury, "You wretch! Even if you are not our biological child, we have given you everything. Is this how you repay us?" Yu Shengxiang scoffed disdainfully, "Oh, given me everything, Yu Dong, Chairman Yu, how dare you utter such words? You allocated only 10 of the company's shares to me while granting 15 to Yu Jiwan. You even relinquished my engagement and my fiancé to that vile creature. Is this what you call the best?" Yu Changde pointed an accusatory finger at her, "You beast. Those things were never yours to begin with. If not for my biological daughter being swapped at birth, you would not have received a single penny. After enjoying such luxury in the Yu family for all these years, what more could you possibly want?" Yu Shengxiang's expression turned even more contemptuous and sinister. "If you had not brought Yu Jiwan back, would I be in this predicament? The Yu family's company and the Xie family's engagement were rightfully mine. Since the day Yu Jiwan returned, I have lived in constant fear that she would usurp everything I hold dear. Why did you bring her back? Why, the blame lies with you." Listening to her twisted logic and distorted truths, Yu Changde was rendered breathless, his chest heaving violently. "You heartless wretch! What is wrong with bringing back my own flesh and blood? Even though we brought Yu Jiwan back, our affection for you did not wane, nor did we send you back to your original family. Moreover, Jiwan, concerned for your safety from your gambling father, even proposed that you stay in the Yu family, and this is how you repay her." Yu Shengxiang let out a cold, sharp laugh, nearly shrieking, "That was her foolishness. And you, equally foolish. I stand where I am today because of you, all of you." "Enough?" Dao Shuqin, pale and trembling with rage, suddenly interjected, her lips white with fury, "Tell me, with a clear conscience, in what way has our Yu family wronged you?" For the sake of this adopted daughter, she had forsaken her own biological child. That was her own flesh and blood. When they had just welcomed Yu Jiwan back, she had been concerned that Yu Shengxiang would feel uncomfortable and harbor resentment, so she had ignored her own daughter's yearning gaze. Disregarding her cries of "Mama," she had cast aside her biological daughter, oblivious to the suffering she endured at her adoptive parents' hands, neglecting her daughter's longing for maternal love, brazenly favoring her adopted daughter. Whenever Yu Shengxiang claimed to be unwell and needed her sister to care for her, she and Yu Changde would allow their biological daughter to take a year off from school, an entire year, to tend to her. Merely because their biological daughter had performed better in the college entrance exams than Yu Shengxiang, she and Yu Changde had torn up their biological daughter's acceptance letter. In their quest to marry Yu Shengxiang into the Xie family, they had even forced their biological daughter into a relationship with a lecherous playboy, pushing her into a veritable hell. As she recalled these events, tears blurred Dao Shuqin's vision, her heart aching as if it were being stabbed repeatedly, nearly suffocating her. How had she allowed her own flesh and blood to be harmed so grievously? She remembered the cold gaze Yu Jiwan had cast upon her, recalled the emotionless words she had uttered, "Since the day I severed ties with the Yu family, I have no mother anymore." No mother at all. Her biological daughter had cast her aside. With tears streaming down her face, Dao Shuqin felt her heart being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Suddenly, she ran towards Yu Shengxiang, sobbing as she clutched her, "You owe me my biological daughter. You owe me my daughter." Her heart-wrenching cry silenced the shareholders in the hospital room. They had never anticipated that the dutiful and understanding Yu Shengxiang, who had always referred to Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin as her own parents, could commit such despicable acts and ultimately frame the true daughter of the Yu family. It must be noted that the wealth and privilege Yu Shengxiang had enjoyed in the Yu family were rightfully Yu Jiwan's. Furthermore, Yu Jiwan had endured countless hardships. An abusive, gambling father and a mother who favored sons over daughters, conditions that had originally belonged to Yu Shengxiang, while Yu Jiwan had suffered for 16 long years. Moreover, after Yu Jiwan returned to the Yu family, she had volunteered to let Yu Shengxiang remain, ensuring she would not return to her original family, thereby allowing her to continue living a life of luxury as a young lady of the Yu family. Yet, Yu Shengxiang, lacking gratitude and the ability to reciprocate, sought to monopolize Yu Jiwan's engagement, constantly undermining her, ultimately forcing Yu Jiwan to sever ties with the Yu family. This was sheer selfishness and ingratitude, as Dao Shuqin lashed out at Yu Shengxiang. Yu Shaozer, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stepped forward, grasping the emotionally volatile Dao Shuqin. With bloodshot eyes, he fixed his gaze on Yu Shengxiang and rasped, "That year when Jiwan took a break to care for you, you told me one morning that Jiwan had bullied you during an argument. In my desire to defend you, I spoke harshly to Jiwan and even pushed her down the stairs, causing her to lose consciousness. It took her several hours to regain awareness. Yu Shengxiang, now tell me, was it truly Jiwan who bullied you back then?" Upon hearing this question, Yu Shengxiang erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Second brother, my dear second brother. I merely spoke offhandedly, and you went and pushed that fool down the stairs. You are indeed my greatest ally." Yu Shaozer felt as though his mind had exploded. Her deranged laughter pierced through him like venomous arrows, causing a pounding ache in his forehead. The truth dawned upon him painfully. Jiwan was indeed innocent. He had heedlessly believed Yu Shengxiang's one-sided narrative and, in the process, had harmed his own sister. Perhaps it was karma that, not long after, he too was pushed down the stairs amidst the chaos, spending half a year confined to a wheelchair. Retribution. Yet, during Jiwan's time in the Yu family, how many times had he, in his attempts to protect Yu Shengxiang, hurled insults at his own sister? His biological sister had been so humble, so eager for his approval and affection. Yet, in his desire to defend Yu Shengxiang, he had deliberately added pineapple juice to a drink he knew Jiwan was allergic to. He was nothing short of a monster. Hearing Yu Shengxiang's past accusations against his biological daughter and her maniacal laughter, Yu Chandler could no longer hold back his rage. He raised his hand and struck her hard across the face. "You beast! You have deceived us all. You are nothing but a heartless serpent." "Dad," Yu Shaozer suddenly spoke, his voice trembling, "the greater fault lies with us. Had we shown even a sliver of love and trust towards Jiwan, we would not have been so easily swayed by Yu Shengxiang's deceit. Ultimately, the blame rests with us." Yu Chandler froze, his eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears as he turned away to wipe his eyes, the weight of his years pressing heavily upon him. Indeed, when Yu Shengxiang had accused Jiwan of orchestrating the accident, he had accepted her word without question, without examining the evidence. Yet, when Jiwan had presented witnesses, he had adamantly refused to believe her until the recordings laid bare the truth before him. Had he harbored even a modicum of affection for his biological daughter, he would not have favored Yu Shengxiang to such an extent, allowing his daughter to endure so much suffering. Suddenly, Dao Shuqin turned to look towards the door of the hospital room and spotted Yu Jiwan walking away. A sharp pain pierced her heart as regret engulfed her, and with reddened eyes, she staggered towards the girl, grasping the hem of her shirt, her voice choked with anguish. "Jiwan." The response was her biological daughter's cold, detached voice, "Miss Dao, please let go." The bodyguards in black immediately intervened, blocking Dao Shuqin's path, watching her biological daughter walk away without a backward glance, not even sparing her a single glance. Tears cascaded down Dao Shuqin's cheeks as she collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed by late regret and sorrow, tearing her very being apart. Chapter 78. Is Yu Jiwan seducing Xie Jingmore? Yu Chandler hurriedly rushed over to assist Dao Shuqin, watching his daughter's retreating figure with clenched teeth before turning back to glare at Yu Shengxiang in the hospital room. "You heartless ingrate. I shall expose all your misdeeds and cast you out of the Yu family. Do not even think of claiming the marriage pact with the Xie family or a single share of the company." Yu Shengxiang, however, laughed with an air of defiance, her tone dripping with malice. "Do not forget, that fool Yu Jiwan is already married. Even if she wishes to divorce and remarry into the Xie family, who would want such a second-hand item, aside from me? Who else can fulfill the marriage contract?" Hearing such vile and vulgar words, Yu Shichi's forehead throbbed with rage as he seized Yu Shengxiang by the throat. who gave you the right to speak of Wan like that? Yu Xiangxiang struggled for breath, her eyes widening in panic, the fear of suffocation causing her to beat against Yu Xiuqi. Why you, let go. Witnessing this chaotic scene, the shareholders in the room exchanged glances. The disintegration of the Yu family was indeed linked to Yu Xiangxiang, yet her parents, Yu Changde and Dao Shuqin, along with her brothers, Yu Xiuqi and Yu Shaozi, could not absolve themselves of responsibility. After all, Yu Jiwan was their own flesh and blood. How could they show such blatant favoritism? Ignoring their talented and capable daughter, they chose to pamper a heartless ingrate. It was only fitting that they faced the consequences. However, from Yu Xiangxiang's earlier remarks, was it true that Yu Jiwan was already married? To whom did she marry? I haven't heard of it. Perhaps it's someone from her profession, another designer. Wait, I remember now. I think I saw Yu Jiwan wearing a ring on her ring finger. One shareholder slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling this detail. Everyone, look downstairs, isn't that Xie Jingmo? A shareholder by the window exclaimed in shock, why is Yu Jiwan with President Xie? The moment those words escaped, a stir erupted. Instantly, everyone rushed to the window. This hospital room was on the 6th floor, and looking down through the window, they indeed saw Yu Jiwan exiting the hospital building and getting into the same car as Xie Jingmo, which then drove away. The Yu family, hearing the commotion, hurried over. While Yu Xiuqi, still gripping Yu Xiangxiang's throat, upon hearing Yu Jiwan's name, disdainfully flung her to the ground and strode towards the window. Cough, cough. Yu Xiangxiang, her face flushed from lack of air, disregarding the pain in her arm from the fall, struggled to her feet and made her way to the window, only to witness the car driving away. Damn it, how could Yu Jiwan have any connection to Xie Jingmo? They hadn't known each other before. That shameless woman, already married, was still so restless, sharing a car with her fiancé. Was she attempting to seduce him? Yu Xiangxiang's expression contorted with rage as she glared fiercely downstairs. Xie Jingmo was hers, he was her fiancé. Yu Jiwan, that wretched girl, dared to dream of taking what was rightfully hers. Suddenly struck by a thought, Yu Xiangxiang turned to Yu Changde, threateningly proclaiming, Director Yu, I hope you will consider these photos before deciding whether to expose my actions today. As her words hung in the air, all eyes in the room turned curiously towards her. Photos? What photos? They certainly did not sound like anything good. Yu Changde furrowed his brow tightly. You ungrateful wretch, what trickery are you up to now? Yu Xiangxiang leisurely produced her phone, stepping before Yu Changde, lifting the photos on her device for him to see. Upon glancing at them, Yu Changde's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Scenes of him drunkenly rolling in bed with a woman during a past social engagement, and he had even produced an illegitimate child. How had Yu Xiangxiang obtained these? Yu Changde's face turned a tumultuous shade of green and white. You scoundrel. Yu Xiangxiang smirked derisively. Director Yu, feel free to rage, but should we show this photo to Mrs. Yu? Dao Shuqin sensed something amiss, her weariness evident as she asked, Changde, what photos are you talking about? In a panic, Yu Changde quickly snatched Yu Xiangxiang's phone and deleted all the photos from it. Yu Xiangxiang laughed coldly, Director Yu, delete away, I have backups aside from what's on the phone. Yu Changde was left speechless with fury. Yu Xiangxiang continued, I believe Director Yu has already considered whether to expose my actions today. From now on, I will remain the second young lady of the Yu family, a spotless second young lady. Her words hung ominously, like a vengeful spectre, tightly entwined with the Yu family, impossible to shake off. Yu Xiuqi was furious and disgusted. Yu Xiangxiang, you are delusional. Father, what is the content of those photos? How could they allow this ingrate to continue as the second young lady of the Yu family? Dao Shuqin felt an unsettling foreboding, her face pale as she pressed, Changde, what on earth are those photos? The other shareholders in the room exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. These photos were evidently powerful enough to intimidate Yu Changde. At this moment, Yu Xiangxiang exuded an air of confidence. She was determined to seize the marriage contract with the Xie family and marry Xie Jingmo as the second young lady of the Yu family. Moreover, she intended to expose Yu Jiwan, the married woman, as a mistress attempting to seduce another fiancé. She wanted to see if the late-night diva would still be hailed by the public. She would ensure that Yu Jiwan's reputation was utterly ruined, leaving her in disgrace. The marriage between Wan Wan and President Xie is about to be made public. Chapter 79. The fears of Xie Jingmo. As they departed from the hospital, Tang Yi occupied the driver's seat, occasionally stealing glances at the peculiar atmosphere in the back seat. Oh no, could it be that President Xie is about to engage in an argument with Miss Yu? President Xie, of all people, is not displaying his usual flamboyance in front of Miss Yu. At that moment, Yu Jiwan was seated in the back, half-turned towards Xie Jingmo, shaking his arm enthusiastically and showering him with praise. The Yu family's car accident has finally been resolved, and I must express my deepest gratitude to you. Honestly, the intersection had no surveillance, yet you managed to uncover He Fengshan's whereabouts. Truly remarkable. Xie Jingmo cast her a sidelong glance, his expression neutral. Yu Jiwan pouted and leaned in closer. Please don't be upset, it's just that I didn't want you to accompany me to the hospital. Originally, Xie Jingmo intended to go with her, but she feared that his presence would cause chaos in the ward, with the Yu family likely stirring up more trouble. Not wanting to linger with them, she decided to go alone, splashing back the dirty water onto them before swiftly exiting the ward, with her eyes sparkling. Yu Jiwan tugged at his arm again, playfully insisting, really, don't be unhappy. Although I didn't let you come along, those bodyguards you arranged are protecting me, and I certainly didn't refuse them. Xie Jingmo regarded her quietly for a few seconds, his gaze dropping in disappointment, just as he was about to deliver a cutting remark. Yu Jiwan felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene, her eyelids twitching as she quickly covered his mouth. I don't think you're embarrassing, nor do I believe you're inadequate, and I certainly don't disdain you. Truly. Interrupted mid-sentence, Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Tang Yi in the front seat was equally bewildered. Oh dear, Miss Yu has picked up on President Xie's subtle cues and is now preemptively responding. Xie Jingmo swallowed hard, unable to suppress a chuckle, gently removing her hand from his mouth. You said I was going to say anything like that. Yu Jiwan looked up at him, puzzled, but I saw that you looked a bit down just now. Whenever you seem that way, it usually means you're about to say something like that. Whenever he said such things, she felt compelled to appease him. So this time, she decided to take the initiative. Hearing this, Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow in amusement, his tone light and carefree. Oh, so my dear wife observes me so closely, does she? Yu Jiwan's cheeks flushed. Well, it's not that I'm particularly observant. Oh, what were you about to say earlier? I was thinking. Xie Jingmo took her hand, his demeanor shifting to a more serious tone, that you, Jiwan, are unwilling to take me to the hospital and don't want others to know about our marriage. Are you contemplating divorce? Or perhaps have feelings for another man? Yu Jiwan immediately panicked. Who said I wanted to divorce you? Who said I liked another man? Nonsense. That's not true at all. Tang Yi in the front seat thought to himself, oh my, this is a masterclass in emotional manipulation. President Xie effortlessly extracted Miss Yu's confessions. That phrase, who said I wanted to divorce you, who said I liked another man, was practically a confession of love. Suddenly, Yu Jiwan remembered something, shaking Xie Jingmo's arm. It's almost time for dinner, let us go out to eat, my treat. Xie Jingmo replied, Yu Jiwan continued, I know of a seafood restaurant where the dining area is surrounded by swimming fish and deep blue sea water. It's incredibly fun. Let us go together. This was a popular romantic spot she had seen online, said to be particularly enchanting. She thought that since she planned to confess to Xie Jingmo that evening, she wouldn't have time to set up a romantic scene. So, she decided to take him to the underwater restaurant for a romantic dinner first, and then present him with a gift to express her sincerity. Upon hearing about the underwater restaurant, Xie Jingmo paused for a moment before nodding, all right. Tang Yi immediately frowned. Did President Xie really want to go? As his personal assistant, he was well aware that President Xie had a slight aversion to aquatic environments, perhaps even a touch of fear. President Xie, Tang Yi couldn't help but interject. Before he could finish, Xie Jingmo leisurely cast him a glance. You may leave work early today. Tang Yi, upon hearing this, immediately showered him with praise. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss's wife. Yu Jiwan could only stare in disbelief. Once Tang Yi had departed, Yu Jiwan promptly led Xie Jingmo to the underwater restaurant. The ambience was utterly enchanting, akin to stepping into a fantastical underwater world, surrounded by enormous glass walls. Vibrant fish swam through the deep blue waters, creating a uniquely romantic atmosphere. Yu Jiwan, filled with wonder, rushed to the glass and playfully poked it as a few plump fish swam by. To her delight, the fish at the front even nudged the glass with its mouth. Excited, she turned to share the moment with Xie Jingmo, only to find him standing behind her, reaching out to pull her closer. Look, isn't he adorable? As he was drawn to the glass, he instinctively held her hand, the usual nonchalance in his demeanor fading slightly, his tone revealing a subtle tension. I think Jiwan is even cuter. Yu Jiwan thought to herself, stop praising me so casually. If you keep this up, I might get a big head. Catching sight of their intertwined hands, she felt an inexplicable sense of a date, causing her to feel a bit shy. Suddenly, she noticed, hey, your hand feels a bit cold. He paused for a moment before responding, perhaps it's from hunger. Yu Jiwan exclaimed, then let us eat quickly. The restaurant's signature dishes were all seafood, and Yu Jiwan ordered nearly one of everything. As they settled into their seats against the glass wall, the delightful fish swam just beyond reach. Leaning her chin on her hand, Yu Jiwan watched the fish for a while before leaning in closer to Xie Jingmo, her eyes sparkling as she quietly asked, what if the glass were to shatter and the water flooded out? Would we drown? Xie Jingmo glanced at the deep blue water beside the glass wall, quickly averting his gaze as if he wished to avoid further contemplation. That shouldn't happen. Even if it did, I would ensure Jiwan gets out safely. Despite his seemingly indifferent tone, Yu Jiwan found herself inexplicably reassured. She gazed at his strikingly handsome face for a moment before lowering her lashes, hastily drinking from her glass. Her heart raced unexpectedly. During their meal, Yu Jiwan noticed that despite his earlier claim of having cold hands due to hunger, he had barely touched his food. Is it not to your liking? She asked, picking up the menu to order something else. She couldn't allow him to go hungry. No, Xie Jingmo stopped her, raising an eyebrow. It's quite rare for my wife to take such good care of me. I might just need to jot this down. His words prompted a playful glare from Yu Jiwan, who, without pretense, replied, then I shall make it a point to care for you more, so it becomes second nature. He chuckled softly, his charming eyes half-lidded and alluring. That sounds lovely. After their meal, Yu Jiwan, brimming with excitement, led him to the adjacent underwater tunnel, eagerly pulling out her phone to capture a few pictures together. This place is gorgeous. Let us move back a bit to get closer to the glass wall, she said, guiding Xie Jingmo backwards to find the perfect angle, only to notice a tense expression on his face. Do you not like it here? No, I do, he replied, lifting his gaze to the camera with a slight smile. Yu Jiwan did indeed dwell on it and snapped several photos, planning to select one later as her phone wallpaper. After taking their pictures, she bounded ahead like a child, frequently glancing back at Xie Jingmo trailing behind. She pointed out fascinating sights, her laughter ringing through the air. Xie Jingmo's gaze remained fixed upon her, watching her radiant smile with a warmth that softened the usual aloofness in his demeanor. Once they finished exploring the underwater tunnel, Yu Jiwan decided to visit the restroom, asking Xie Jingmo to wait for her. As soon as she walked away, Xie Jingmo discreetly stepped several paces away from the glass wall and the water. Upon exiting the restroom, Yu Jiwan strolled back, casually looking around. She noticed that the underwater restaurant was not only popular with couples but also attracted families with children, much to the delight of the little ones. As she walked, her steps faltered, and her brow furrowed slightly. The woman ahead, she bore a striking resemblance to Xie Jingmo's mother. She spotted the middle-aged woman once more. Having experienced the shock from their last encounter, Yu Jiwan was considerably calmer this time. Discreetly observing her, from her angle, she could only see the woman's profile, yet the features were undeniably reminiscent of Xie Jingmo's mother. However, this woman appeared older, with more wrinkles on her skin. If Xie Jingmo's mother had not passed away so early, she would likely resemble this middle-aged woman now. The woman held the hand of a young boy, perhaps 13 or 14, gazing at him with evident affection. Was that her son? Yu Jiwan scrutinized her for a moment, realizing that the woman was heading in the same direction she was. Quietly, she followed behind, increasingly concerned. If this middle-aged woman continued forward, would she encounter Siejingmore? Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, the woman abruptly halted, having spotted something, yet it was only for a fleeting 2 seconds. The middle-aged woman resumed her path, gently explaining the various types of fish to the boy. Slow down, son, look over here, this yellow fish is. Yu Ji-wan hurriedly approached, witnessing the moment the woman and boy brushed past Siejingmore. He remained indifferent, his expression devoid of warmth, his dark, piercing eyes reflecting a deep-seated coldness, as if he were a stranger to the woman. Hiding around the corner, Yu Ji-wan watched the scene unfold, pressing her lips together tightly. She recalled Siejingmore mentioning that his parents held disdain for him. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him, as his figure appeared so desolate. Yet, perhaps he did not wish to be disturbed, to have anyone witness this side of him that he kept hidden. Now, Yu Ji-wan was nearly certain that it was not merely a resemblance. That middle-aged woman was indeed Siejingmore's mother, yet the Xie family publicly declared that Siejingmore's parents had passed away long ago. What could possibly be the truth behind this? Yu Ji-wan lingered in the corner for quite some time, gathering her composure before casually walking over. I'm back. With that, she dashed into Siejingmore's embrace. Caught off guard, he stumbled back a couple of steps. As the girl wrapped her arms around him, the coldness in his eyes melted away, as if sunlight had pierced through, thawing his icy demeanor. He looked down in surprise, a smile creeping onto his lips. What's the meaning of this? Are you throwing yourself at me? Yu Ji-wan's ears flushed pink as she looked up at him. Not at all. I just overheard someone saying that hugging in front of the ocean and fish allows one to absorb the ocean's vitality and brings good luck. Siejingmore chuckled at this. Is that so? Yu Ji-wan maintained her composure while lying. Yes, I overheard someone saying that. Let us give it a try. Who knows if it might actually work? Then both Siejingmore and Yu Ji-wan will have good fortune in the future. Good fortune, you say? Siejingmore was skeptical of such notions and did not care whether he would gain luck. Yet, as he held the vibrant girl in his arms, he felt that the deep blue waters beyond the glass wall didn't seem so unappealing anymore. Upon returning to Lanchi Garden, Yu Ji-wan first headed to her study, where she had prepared a gift for Siejingmo. As she pondered her impending confession, she suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Should she search online for some heartwarming lines to make him swoon and agree to her confession in a daze? But would that be overdoing it? Never mind, taking the plunge is just as daunting, so here goes. Taking a deep breath, she was about to leave the study with the gift when her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was a call from Xie Yuntang. Sister-in-law, what are you and my brother up to? Let us go out for dinner. Yu Ji-wan chuckled softly. We just finished eating. Xie Yuntang immediately lamented. What terrible timing. Did you eat at home or out? My brother and I are at a restaurant. It's just the two of us, and it's so boring. Yu Ji-wan replied. We're also dining out, at that restaurant called Mermaid. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Xie Yuntang, slightly incredulous, confirmed, you went to the underwater restaurant with my brother. Yu Ji-wan, puzzled, responded, yes, what's the matter? After a moment of hesitation, Xie Yuntang finally said, it's nothing much, really, just that my brother has a bit of a psychological aversion to the ocean. However, since he went with you, it seems he is not too troubled by it. A psychological aversion, Chapter 80, Confession. Siejingmore. I adore you. Yu Ji-wan's heart sank suddenly. How could she harbor a psychological aversion to the sea? Wait a moment. Back at the underwater restaurant, Siejingmore seemed somewhat off. He was not his usual composed self, and his demeanor appeared unnaturally tense. Moreover, when she held his hand, it felt rather cold, yet he attributed it to hunger, despite scarcely eating during their meal. How could he not have mentioned this to her earlier? Yuntang, I have something to attend to. I'll hang up now. Yu Ji-wan hastily ended the call and rushed out of the study. Upon entering the bedroom, she found the man standing by the window, engaged in a phone call, his tall and elegant figure exuding an indescribable charm. Noticing her return, Sejong Moore exchanged a few words with the person on the other end before disconnecting the call. What is the matter? Seeing her unusual expression, he approached, taking her hand in his, while gently lifting her chin with his other hand. As he gazed into her glistening, reddened eyes, his heart tightened. Why are you about to cry? I'm not crying, I just ran too quickly and bumped my finger against the doorframe, it hurts. Yu Ji-wan sniffled, her delicate, porcelain-like skin radiant as she tilted her face to look at him. You shouldn't have gone to the underwater restaurant. Why didn't you tell me? Upon hearing about her injury, Sejong Moore immediately examined her finger, ensuring there was no swelling, and felt a slight relief. However, the latter part of her statement caught him off guard, and a smile began to curve his lips. Who informed you of this? Just like my allergy to pineapples, one touch and I feel unwell. You have a psychological aversion to the sea, yet you stayed with me underwater for so long. You must have felt quite uncomfortable. Sejong Moore found her adorable in that moment, his thumb gently caressing the skin beneath her lower eyelid, his voice laced with a playful tone. Darling, it's not the same. It's not a fair comparison. Look at me now, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Yu Ji-wan's expression was filled with regret. I even said at the restaurant that I would take good care of you in the future, yet I failed to notice something was off, and we had such a delightful time. It was utterly embarrassing. She could have sat up in bed at midnight and exclaimed, I truly should be ashamed of myself. The man couldn't help but smile, his throat rolling with a soft, seductive laugh as he pulled her into his embrace. All I know is, if you continue to be this adorable, I might just want to bite you. Yu Ji-wan. A tremor coursed through her heart, her pulse skipping several beats. Held in his arms, enveloped by his clean, woodsy fragrance, she couldn't resist wrapping her arms around his slender waist. She had been in such a rush that she left the gift in the study, but her impatience was overwhelming. She no longer wished to delay. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled once more, and suddenly raised her head, summoning her courage to declare, Sejong Moore, earlier this afternoon, I mentioned I had a gift for you tonight, and there's something very important I need to tell you. However, my gift is still in the study, so I'd like to share that very important thing with you first. That is, as Yu Ji-wan embraced him, Sejong Moore's breath caught for a moment. Hearing her words now, his spine stiffened, and the arm around her waist tightened abruptly, his deep, mesmerizing eyes fixated on her stunningly beautiful face. At that moment, Yu Ji-wan was so nervous she could hardly contain herself, her heart racing wildly, unsure of what she was even saying. Her eyes, glistening with tears, reflected the vastness of the starry sky as she gazed at him. Sejong Moore, I like you. I want to treat you exceptionally well, and I wish to be officially together, a kind of affection that I could never bear to sever, even in the future.